Chapter 1 I Shall Marry You. In the Cloudsea City, within the Linfamilla mansion, a dilapidated side chamber servadast heating. Young master, today is the day for second young master sweating. Lord Lin requests your presence. A maid dressed in a polepink dress, with a graceful figure and light steps, curtsied slight lion spokey and a clear voice. I feodo notaten I feary our circumstances will worsen. After finishing her words, she tiptoed and glanced in the direction of Timoncion's granelle, then turned back, her eyes filled with urgency and concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but be taken aback. Half-an remembered the tideways indeed the day of Asia and your brother sweating. Lin was theldest enough Linfamily, and his younger brother Wang as Linfong. It was unusual for the unjur brother Tamari befrothielder, which meant that since Linfeng married and had children, the Linfamilla would announce him as the next patriarch. It mattered little to Lin Mu. Hesmul faintly, still as a lounge in Jonthi bed, not wanting to move an inch. He hadal read de lostopian theen tire Linfamily. 30 years ago, he had traversed tith great wilderness spirit Trelman become vildesilgatimidis enough Linfamily he had thought would reach the pinnacle of life, but little did Deknothath possessed a talent for cultivation and was, in fact, unenthusiasmed with an absolute spirit efficient constitution unable to perceive the existence of spiritual kai, akin to an insulator. As a result, Hebe Camino de Rayas failure, suffering disdain from both within and outside the clan. His younger brother, Linfong, possessed a Star River monarch constitution, fetrual prodigy of Linfamily. I want go. Tell me father if kota cold and immunable to move, Lin Mu Avedishand, showing no interest in the position of patriarch, all I wanted no was an ordinary 100 years. Looking out the window, Lin Mu fulfell plus within, other travelers possessed various golden fingers, but they had arrived here for 30 years without activating a single system. It was truly difficult. Ding, congratulations, host, after 30 years of kekingen, you have successfully activated the Empress cultivation system. Friendly reminder by subduing women with special constitutions and qualifications to become an empress, the host will receive her words. A cold, mechanical voice echoed. Lin mustumbled formant, wondering if he was hearing things. After 3 decades of waiting, he had finally received a system, although he was no middle-aged with a system. How could he not reach the peak soft world? Wait, subduiwa men qualified to become empresses, such geniuses couldn't live found among the holy daughters of sanctuaries or the extraordinary talents of hidden aristocratic families, couldn't they? Suddenly, Lin realized something as a failure. How could a possibly find Simeone qualified to become an empress? How'd activate das system hecuntus? Lin muffled like crying without tears, his mood plummeting to the depths. Ding, special constitution detected Taiyin constitution. Xinyan possessing a heaven-grade spiritual routine appear flawless Taiyin constitution. Engage in genitimator relations with her while we auto receive a nourishment from Te Inki Scheiskerst. Her spiritual foundation has collapsed, and her cultivation has been lost, bare like linging ta life. A serious off-pleasant system sounds rang out. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushert surged with excitement. The belated system wasn't a less valuable thing ras. Moreover, he was quite familiar with Chinyan Chuas the breed of Asia and your brother, Linfong, today. Not only was he the top talent in Cloudsea City, Boots Wasel Sathormer holy daughter of Yauchi Sanctuary. Unfortunately, Irego, Chinyan's cultivation was lost for unknown reasons, and she was expelled from the sanctuary, returning to Cloudsea City. The engagement between Kin and Linfamilia's ways arranged Bethetwo patriarchs as a childhood betrothal. Originally intended for the Sekundotirov Kinfamolidamaridis Kinsanaf Linfamily. However, after Chinyan became a failure, the Kinfamole suddenly changed their minds and just said Harasatil for marriage. Since the childhood betrothal only specified Tirov Kinfamilla marrying Linfom, without specifying whether it was the eldest or second daughter, the Linfamole's objections were Eoflidalius. Newbie mission activated Mary Chinyan within 3 days and engage in intimator relations to receive ancient Saint Constitution 1, Yin Yang Joyous Union Technique 1, and Hongmeng Spiritual Foundation Pill 1. Mission failure penalty. The host will behangat the get of Cloud Sisitian exposed Tata soon for 49 days until death. A mission had arrived. Lin Muswalode Thepmulti for mission failure studerifying being exposed Tata soon for 49 days would turn Heim into Adri et corpse. Chinger, wait form. Thinking of the horrifying Jamijia becoming Jadri et corpse after failing, Lin knew abruptly stu Japan renutofterum. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of Linfamilla mansion, the atmosphere was solemn and dicey. Elder Lin lied both Chinyan and Linfeng have reached adulthood. According to the engagement arranged with Lin and Kin Familia Sego Shun to finalize a thuading day today, the second elder of Kin Famolibao down respectfully inquired. Currently, the kin familia Jurli wanted to marry off Chinyan as soon as possible. Chinyan had not unlike collapsed her spiritual foundation but also offended Danel Doroftiachi sanctuary, resulting in her loss of holy daughter position and expulsion from the sanctuary. If Chinyan wasn't married off soon, the entire kin family might be implicated. Elder Lin Lai, let's discuss this matter later. Lin Lai said with a straight face, waving Ishento Paleto decline at his second elder's request. Lin Feng has just reached adulthood and is still young, needing to focus on his cultivation without distractions from marital matters. If Qinyan were a still holy daughter of Yaochi sanctuary and a top to genius in central region, the Lin family would naturally umpat Thichan Satamari such a heavenly maiden. However, not had Qinyan was a failure, as the patriarch of Lin family, Lin Li called no degree. Elder Lin Lai, are you going to bring the engagement? The second elder of kin family wasam awaiting sias, regardless, he must marry off Qinyan, the failure, or the kin family would surely be implicated. That's lawable. Hodo est know that Qinyan's spiritual foundation has collapsed. You want me to marry a failure? That's absolutely impossible. Just then, Lin Feng stepped forward, his face was filled with disgust, as if avoiding Qinyan. He was a talent or genius with the Star River Monarch constitution. If married a failure, he would become the laughingstock of Cloudsea City. The surrounding Lin family members nadid in agreement. Lin Feng was the ponic son of Lin family, and Qinyan was simply not worthy of him. Father, you would like to take the place of my younger brother and marry Miss Jean. Suddenly, a vigorous voice came from outside. Lin Mia has to lirinin, neltanonek ni, and respectfully said to Lin Lai, have you admired Miskin for a long time? Hope father will grant me. Chapter 2 Better sooner than later. Qinyan looked up in disbelief at the figure at the doorway. Now that she was aids possessed failure, could Nyona really be willing to marry her? Brother, have you lost the ornament? Lin Feng saw the Nuko Moran sneered coldly. Beauty or a failure, and Qinyan is also a failure. Honestly, you're a queedy match. Brother, Qinyan's pupils dilated, finally realizing what the Nuko mare was. Lin Mu, field ests enough Lin family, had been a failure since birth, not only unable to cultivate, but he also possessed a legendary absolute spirit deficient constitution, meaning he could never perceive the existence of spiritual and would forever remain an ordinary mortal. How ridiculous, even as a failure, you're not worthy of Qinyan. Lin Mu, you should get out of hell right now and stop embarrassing yourself here. Every time I see you I feel nauseous, said the surrounding voices, belong to Lin Mu's three sisters Lin Wuxuan, Lin Yiling, and Lin Mingyu. Feel looked disgusted, as if he wished Lin Mu will just disappear. Lin Nirman excellent. Once, he had a good relationship with his three sisters. Whenever he had some good, he'll javeda them from first. At the time, his three sisters would defend him in front of Fanyon. However, everything changed after Lin Feng was born. His three sisters saw Lin Feng as the Nika Phoenix son of Lin family, while Lin Mu was the failure Rioho brought Shamato the family. The noton lidistan said themselves from imbutal soften bulidum. Muir. Chapter 3 of the Complementary Forces of Yin and Yang. Before long, the Lin and Qin families reached an agreement, with the wedding scheduled for an hour. Hence, it was a rather simple affair, and only a handful from the Qin family attended. Simultaneously, news of Lin Mu and Qinyan's marriage spread like wildfire. Truly, it is the union of two useless individuals, a perfect match indeed. I must go and toast at the wedding, taking the opportunity to mock Lin Mu thoroughly. Although Qinyan has become a mere shadow of her former self, she remains a stunning beauty, which is certainly a stroke of luck for that lad Lin Mu die in the city of Yunhai. There were those who scoffed, others who reveled in misfortune, and still more who looked on with envy. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Though the wedding was hastily arranged, a considerable number of guests showed up. However, most who came to the Lin residence were merely spectators. First, they bowed to heaven and earth, then, they bowed to their elders. Finally, the couple exchanged vows. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Qinyan, her face a mask of anger, completed the ceremony with Lin Mu. Thank you all for your support. I wish to retire to the bridal chamber swiftly, so I shall take my leave. At this moment, Lin Mu was entirely indifferent to the opinions of others. He strode forward, taking Qinyan by the hand and leading her to their wedding chamber. Qinyan sat quietly by the edge of the bed, adorned in resplendent bridal attire, her visage radiant like a fiery bloom. Beneath the veil, her enchanting eyes sparkled like autumn waters, reflecting a brilliance that captivated all. Yet, despite her beauty, an air of frost surrounded her. My dear, I am truly sorry, Lin Mu said, lifting her veil to behold her unparalleled beauty, his breath quickening uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Mu's heart stirred. This was not mere attraction, he had genuinely come to cherish this woman. In the next instant, he pressed Qinyan onto the bed, and they began to entwine. Qinyan exhibited some resistance, but she soon ceased to struggle. A bittersweet smile graced her lips. After all, she had married a man deemed useless, so why dwell on it any longer? Let it be, she thought, surrendering to despair as she contemplated a future with an ordinary man. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief.
Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. You have obtained the Ancient Sacred Body 1, the Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique 1, and the Primordial Tao Foundation Pill 1. The Ancient Sacred Body has been automatically fused, the Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique has been automatically imparted. The melodious sound of the system echoed in Lin Mu's mind. Stunned, he sensed a profound transformation within his body. The absolute spirit body had vanished, allowing him to perceive the flow of spiritual energy. The world before him appeared astonishingly clear, an experience both wondrous and exhilarating simultaneously. A new memory unfolded in his mind, an account of the cultivation methods and experiences of the Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. Instinctively, as he practiced the technique, he realized he had mastered it in an instant. As he activated the Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique, he noted the absorption of Qin Yan's pure essence, while simultaneously channeling a force back into her being.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for acquiring the pure essence of the lunar body.
Ding! The host is currently channeling ancient sacred power to restore Qin Yan's Tao Foundation.
In that moment, Lin Mu felt torrents of immense power coursing through his limbs and bones. Boom! He perceived a series of thunderous sounds, as boundless spiritual energy surged through his meridians, gathering in his dantian. Within it, a vast sea of suffering materialized, a veritable ocean formed from condensed spiritual power.
Moreover, at the center of this sea, a spiritual spring erupted instantaneously. This life spring could provide cultivators with purer and more potent energy. In a mere short while, Lin Mu's cultivation soared, ascending from a mere mortal to the first layer of the Will See, then to the second layer, all within the span of a single incense stick's burning time. At the second layer of the Will See, has he just birthed a life spring?
Qin Yan's heart raced as she instinctively turned to look back.
Wasn't Lin Mu supposed to be a useless man? Wasn't he destined to remain incapable of cultivating forever due to his absolute spirit body? How could he break through so suddenly? Furthermore, Qin Yan sensed waves of power emanating from Lin Mu, gradually repairing her own Tao Foundation. Her foundation had been cursed, rendered utterly shattered. Even the elders of the Yaoqi sacred land had deemed her irrecoverable. Yet, here was Lin Mu, in their union, able to mend her Tao Foundation. This was nothing short of miraculous.
My dear, I understand your plight. If you marry me, you will soon return to your peak, Lin Mu whispered, simultaneously practicing the Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique and uniting with Qin Yan. Perhaps due to her unique constitution, Lin Mu's cultivation continued to ascend. Before long, within his sea of spiritual power, a radiant golden bridge began to form, extending deeper into the sea as if striving to reach the other shore.
At the third layer of the Will See, the Divine Bridge realm. Could it be that he had been feigning his uselessness all along? Qin Yan bit her lip, nearly exclaiming in astonishment.
Just as they were entwined, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Qin residence. In the grand hall of the Qin family estate, a palpable tension hung in the air. The Qin family members present wore anxious expressions, glancing at a young man seated prominently.
Your Qin family truly moves quickly, the young man remarked, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he fixed his gaze on the second elder of the Qin family. You married off Qin Yan just the day before I arrived here.
Upon hearing this, the entire assembly of cultivators in the hall trembled, none daring to respond. This young man was none other than Wang Yu, an inner disciple from the Yaoqi sacred land.
What a bunch of fools.
Wang Yu's eyes glinted with malice. As a member of the sacred land, he was acutely aware of Qin Yan's worth. Although she had become a mere shadow of her former self, she had once been the sacred maiden of the sacred land, a being of the Four Extremes realm. We'll see, Tao Palace, for extremes, transformation into a dragon, celestial stage. A cultivator of the Four Extremes realm was a formidable figure anywhere. Many elders from various sects might not even possess such a level of cultivation. Thus, Wang Yu had come for the opportunities residing within Qin Yan. Senior, Qin Yan has truly severed all ties with the Qin family.
If you seek her, you must go to the Lin family, the Qin patriarch said in a submissive chapter 4 of The Essence of Marriage. The Lin family, Lin Mu's bridal chamber. At this moment, Qin Yan repeatedly confirmed that her crumbling foundation was indeed undergoing a gradual restoration. With each union, she could feel a mysterious force emanating from Lin Mu, penetrating the depths of her suffering. It was truly wondrous. Qin Yan's eyes shimmered as she shyly gazed at the man beneath her. Lin Mu's aura continued to ascend. This young master of the Lin family, regarded by others as a useless individual, was in truth a genuine prodigy of unparalleled caliber. In the mere span of moments, Lin Mu transformed from an ordinary man into a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm. The Will See realm consists of 4 levels: the Sea of Suffering, the Life Spring, the Divine Bridge, and the Other Shore. Once the Divine Bridge is established and one successfully reaches the Other Shore, there lies the opportunity to glimpse a fragment of the Path Palace realm. The Yin-Yang harmonious union technique is indeed extraordinary. Immersed in joy, Lin Mu and Qin Yan continued to unite,
fervently absorbing the pure primordial energy within her. Perhaps it was due to Qin Yan's body, or perhaps because she had once been a cultivator of the Four Extremes realm, that Lin Mu accrued an ever-increasing amount of energy, rapidly escalating his own cultivation level. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted forth. Lin Mu had finally succeeded in establishing the divine bridge, above the sea of suffering in his dantian. A resplendent light bridge spanned the entire sea of spiritual energy. As his consciousness immersed within, he beheld the edge of the sea of suffering, revealing a coastline adorned with swaying mandala flowers, both enchanting and peculiar. The other shore realm. Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she dreaming? Even with her innate talent, it had taken her over 3 years to barely reach the other shore realm, yet now, Lin Mu had accomplished it in just half an hour. This scene was truly astonishing. If spoken of, would anyone dare to believe such a tale? Before long, Lin Mu exhaled a breath of turbid air, his aura now restrained, and slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of divine light flickering through, inducing a slight sensation of trepidation. He had finally succeeded. Overcome with excitement, Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the figure of Qin Yan beneath him, and he immediately regained his composure. He had acted impulsively. In his carelessness, he had inadvertently overwhelmed Qin Yan. Clearing his throat, he spoke apologetically. Qin Yan, I have wronged you, but rest assured, I shall take good care of you from now on. I will never allow you to suffer any harm. Moreover, if you do not consent in the future, I will no longer force our marital duties upon you. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yan was momentarily taken aback. She gazed upon Lin Mu's handsome visage, which was strikingly refined and captivating, growing more appealing with each glance. In truth, entrusting her body to Lin Mu was not without its merits. They had already wed, so the marital duties indeed had to be fulfilled. Qin Yan's expression remained impassive, yet internally, she still harbored some resistance. However, during their recent passionate encounter, her foundation had begun to heal, finally revealing a glimmer of hope. Should her foundation be successfully restored, she might once again ascend to her former pinnacle and reclaim her status as a formidable force.
Ha! The duties must be fulfilled?
Lin Mu's expression turned peculiar. He had presumed Qin Yan would not permit it again. Who would have thought she was willing to engage in such activities?
Then shall we proceed once more?
Lin Mu inquired cautiously. Qin Yan slightly lowered her head, her fair cheeks tinged with crimson, her long lashes fluttering gently as if to conceal her inner shyness and reluctance. Biting her lower lip, her hands unconsciously grasped her garment's hem, responding in a barely audible whisper.
In the next moment, their figures intertwined once more, radiant light flickering around them.
The enchanting breath of spring permeated every inch of the space. Sting. The system's voice echoed. It detected that Qin Yan meets the requirements for the Empress cultivation program, hereby initiating the cultivation task. Task 1. Restore Qin Yan's foundation within half a month to receive the Alchemist's Secret Tome 1, 9 turns Godslaying Technique 1, and Void Swordsmanship 1. Task failure penalty. The host will be cast into the dark abyss, enduring 100 years of fiery torment until death.
The melodious system announcement caught Lin Mu off guard.
Had they just concluded a night of passion when the system decided to issue a task? Furthermore, this task appeared quite challenging. Although the yin-yang harmonious union technique could indeed mend Qin Yan's foundation, the system had allocated merely half a month. Half a month meant he would have to toil day and night, leaving little room for rest. Did the system not fear he might be drained dry? A bitter smile spread across Lin Mu's face. It seemed the days ahead would be devoid of respite. Nevertheless, the Empress cultivation system activating a cultivation task was entirely normal. Perhaps if he nurtured Qin Yan into an empress, his own cultivation would reach a level of unparalleled terror. Lin Mu mused, his thoughts drifting to his father and 3 sisters. Would they regret it when he revealed his extraordinary talents and invincible strength? If they did regret, would they take any steps to amend their past?
Qin Yan, I have finally found you.
Just as Lin Mu was lost in contemplation, a voice from outside the door snapped him back to reality. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a tall figure, Wan Yu from the Yaoqi sacred land. The year-long ban has expired. Qin Yan, it is time to deliver your inheritance. Wan Yu produced a golden disc, a domain array disc. Upon activating it, dazzling light enveloped the entire bridal chamber. From this moment forth, no sound from within would escape, nor could Qin Yan hope to flee.
Who are you?
Lin Mu's senses heightened. The young man before him exuded an ominous aura, clearly harboring ill intentions. Wan Yu paid no heed to Lin Mu's inquiry, dismissing him as a mere mortal unworthy of his attention. He was Wan Yu, the lowest-ranked inner disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land, at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm. Qin Yan's gaze turned icy. She had anticipated this day. However, she had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. 1 year prior, when I departed from the Yaoqi sacred land, my master imposed a ban, forbidding disciples from seeking me for a year. Now that the ban's duration has elapsed, they have come to seize the inheritance I possess. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yan recalled how Wan Yu had once been among her suitors. Now, this former admirer had ventured all this way to covet her inheritance. Chapter 5 The visitors from the sacred land. Lin Mu suddenly realized in other words, the young man before them is an enemy, not a friend. Senior sister, I have harbored feelings for you for many years, yet I have never been able to possess you. Now, I offer you a chance later. I shall take your body, and in return, you shall surrender your legacy. I might spare your life. Wang Yu's gaze lingered greedily on Qin Yan's form. Once, Qin Yan was the most beautiful maiden of the Yaoqi sacred land, admired by countless disciples. Wang Yu had also sought to win her affection, but she had dismissed his advances with ease. At that time, Qin Yan was the exalted saintess. After being rebuffed, Wang Yu had to bury his feelings deep within, and now, he finally had the opportunity to claim this woman who haunted his dreams. Moreover, Wang Yu licked his lips, yearning to ravage Qin Yan, to conquer this lofty saintess. By the heavens, brother, are you all right? Qin Yan is my wife. Do you dare to covet her body? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Mu could not contain his fury. Wang Yu was utterly contemptuous, disregarding his presence entirely. Though there was no emotional foundation between him and Qin Yan, they had already wed, sharing the bond of marriage. Thus, he could not allow anyone to harm her before his eyes. Ha, so you are the wasteful young master of the Lin family. During my time at the Qin family, I inquired about you. A mere mortal with an extraordinary physique, devoid of any talent for cultivation, Wang Yu sneered, casting a scornful glance at Lin Mu. Is it not natural for me to regard you as inconsequential? I shall ravage your wife before your very eyes. What will you do about it? At these words, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin Mu. This Wang Yu was courting death. You may attempt to see what I can do, Lin Mu replied, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Yu, silently sentencing him to death. It was the perfect moment to test the extent of his newfound power. Wang Yu laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. A mere mortal, do you truly believe I could crush you into pulp with a single slap? The chasm between mortals and cultivators in this world was vast. Even a novice cultivator could effortlessly annihilate any martial arts master from the mortal realm. Whoever dares to harm my wife must first step over my dead body. Lin Mu rose, knowing he possessed no spells, yet he was no coward. Regardless of the identity of his foe, he would fight to protect his wife. Qin Yan's gaze was complex. She stared at Lin Mu's back. Her heart steps stirred like ripples from a thrown pebble. She had thought that once Lin Mu learned of Wang Yu's identity, he would flee in terror, yet he chose to stand firm, even placing himself before her. This behavior was astonishing to Qin Yan. It was the first time she felt warmth. Even the saint who claimed to love her had failed to act so courageously in the face of danger. Humph, waste, it seems you are eager to seek death, and I shall oblige, Wang Yu scoffed, utterly dismissive of Lin Mu. To him, a mortal was not worthy of concern. With his cultivation and physical prowess, he believed he could withstand any attack from a mere mortal without suffering a scratch. You and I are on the same level, yet you certainly have not mastered any spells. If you treat spiritual energy as internal strength and attack me with mortal martial arts, you might stand a slim chance, Qin Yan whispered, contemplating that Wang Yu was currently unguarded and perhaps Lin Mu had a chance to prevail. However, if it came to a true life and death struggle, she believed Lin Mu would not be his adversary. I understand, Lin Mu took a deep breath, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. After all, this was his first encounter in combat against a cultivator. Kill! Lin Mu roared, charging forward in a flash. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Boom! In an instant, Lin Mu was upon Wang Yu, delivering a straightforward punch that struck the latter squarely in the face, sending Wang Yu hurtling backward. Wang Yu crashed violently against the barrier of the formation before tumbling to the ground. Without waiting for him to rise, Lin Mu moved again, knowing he could not afford to grant Wang Yu any opportunity. The moment Wang Yu regained his wits, the outcome would be uncertain. As Lin Mu swung his right arm, there was an unusual elegance to his movements. Each punch sent sprays of blood flying. At that moment, he sensed a unique force surging within his flesh, merging with his spiritual energy. It was the power of the sacred body. The aura of the ancient sacred physique erupted forth in an instant. What is that? The masters of the Lin family were stirred, all gazing towards the bridal chamber. The aura of the sacred body. Had someone activated a special physique? That was Lin Mu's bridal chamber. Could it truly be him? Hurry, we must see. The masters of the Lin family rushed to the entrance of Lin Mu's bridal chamber. However, the chamber was enveloped in a formation, making it difficult for even Lin Lai to discern the situation inside, yet, he could sense some faint fluctuations and a trace of the sacred body's aura. When Lin Feng activated the Star River King body, similar disturbances and energies had been present. Lin Lai muttered to himself, perplexed. After all, Lin Mu was undoubtedly a waste and could not possibly possess such an aura. Lin Feng and his three sisters arrived at the scene as well. Their expressions varied, silently observing the bridal chamber, leaving their thoughts inscrutable. Boom, at that moment, the bridal chamber trembled violently. After what felt like a stick of incense had passed, the commotion within began to subside, returning to tranquility simultaneously. The brilliance of the formation surrounding the bridal chamber gradually dimmed.
Let us see what has transpired.
Lin Lai's expression was impassive as he pushed open the wooden door, leaving the Lin family masters inside.
What a fierce battle has taken place.
On the ground lay a corpse, seemingly that of a cultivator from the Wheel C realm. Exclamations of shock echoed throughout the chamber. Lin Lai's pupils constricted as he gazed at the lifeless body and then at Lin Mu and Qin Yan, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Could it be that his eldest son had activated a special physique and subsequently slain the cultivator on the ground? Chapter 6, The Deception of Qin Yan. The members of the Lin family present were utterly astonished. They gazed upon the scene before them, their eyes drawn to Lin Mu, drenched in blood, and felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How could a mere wastrel possibly slay a cultivator of the Wheel C realm? Even the most ordinary practitioners of the Wheel C could effortlessly eliminate any mortal. The pinnacle experts of the martial world could scarcely withstand a single strike from a Wheel C cultivator. Yet, the prowess displayed by Lin Mu surpassed all expectations. Could it be that my useless brother has been concealing his true abilities all along? Lin Feng's eyes glinted coldly. If this were indeed the case, should he not be more ruthless? It was only through ruthlessness that he could secure his position as the next family head. Indeed, Lin Mu had vanquished a practitioner of the Wheel C realm. At that moment, Lin Lai crouched down to examine Wang Yu's corpse closely. After a brief moment, he spoke softly. This person possesses a divine bridge and a shore. He appears to be a practitioner of the shore realm. The Wheel C is a grand realm encompassing 4 lesser realms.
The Sea of Suffering, the Life Spring, the Divine Bridge, and the Shore practitioners of the Wheel C shore realm could indeed be regarded as minor experts. This revelation left the Lin family members at the entrance even more astounded. They could hardly fathom how a mere cripple could kill a practitioner of the Wheel C shore realm. At this moment, Lin Mu became the center of attention. All eyes were fixed upon him. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Lin Lai inquired nonchalantly.
However, Lin Mu remained silent, unwilling to disclose his true strength. Revealing his abilities would inevitably entangle him in the disputes of the Lin family. Lin Mu merely wished to cultivate in obscurity, revealing his power only when he had achieved invincibility. At that point, it would matter little if others were aware of his capabilities. Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, Qin Yan stepped forward. "Uncle, I sincerely apologize of this man. Wang Yu is a suitor of mine. Upon learning of my marriage, he stealthily infiltrated here, intending to force himself upon me. Fortunately, I possessed a defensive artifact, which I used to eliminate him."
Qin Yan, displaying remarkable cunning, wove a web of deceit.
She feigned a tearful demeanor, casually removing her hairpin, which, to Lin Lai's discerning eye, exuded a faint yet distinct aura of the extraordinary. A supreme magical artifact. Lin Lai discerned its grade with a mere glance. The hierarchy of magical artifacts ranges from low tier to mid tier, high tier, and ultimately to supreme. Such artifacts are typically reserved for prominent families or practitioners of the 4 extremes realm. Qin Yan had once been a practitioner of the 4 extremes, and even reduced to a cripple. It was not unusual for her to possess a protective artifact. Lin Lai murmured to himself, though his lingering doubts remained unassuaged. Lin Feng and the others were similarly perplexed, recalling a specific incident. Outside, a peculiar aura had emanated from the bridal chamber. The power of a supreme magical artifact is indeed formidable. Even a fraction of its might could obliterate a practitioner of the Wheel C realm. Yet, how could a person stripped of all cultivation wield such power?
Moreover, when he had been outside, he distinctly sensed that unique aura, which had now vanished upon entering. Lin Lai fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Yan, searching for any clue.
"I possess no cultivation, but I do have certain magical artifacts that can be activated without the need for cultivation.
Additionally, I assume my uncle is aware of my special constitution?"
Qin Yan spoke calmly, as though merely stating a fact. At that moment, the surrounding individuals, observing her composed demeanor, instinctively chose to believe her words. Lin Lai withdrew his gaze, and the doubts in his heart dissipated entirely. "I never imagined your suitor would be so deranged. However, rest assured, you are now a member of our Lin family, and no one can tarnish your honor."
Lin Lai's expression was complex, yet he quickly regained his composure.
Initially, he had believed Lin Mu had activated a special constitution, but it seemed he had overthought the situation.
"Ha! I knew Lin Mu could not possibly possess the strength to slay a practitioner of the Wheel C. A wastrel will always remain a wastrel. You startled me. It was merely Qin Yan who acted. No wonder she was the former saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Even in her fallen state, she retains such prowess."
Lin Mu's 3 sisters did not conceal their contempt, casting disdainful glances at him, entirely disregarding his worth.
Faced with their mockery, Lin Mu cast a long, contemplative look at his three sisters. They remained as opportunistic as ever. If they were to discover that he possessed the ancient sacred body in the cultivation of the Wheel Seashore realm, would they not be compelled to apologize? In that moment, Lin Mu felt a flicker of anticipation, curious about their reactions when he would eventually reveal his talent and power. Let us dispose of the body. Lin Lai made no further delay, leaving those words behind as he turned and departed with the others. Some servants hurried forward to clean up the corpse and the bloodstains in the bridal chamber.
Is it truly Qin Yan?
Lin Feng murmured to himself, the only one among the Lin family members who maintained a skeptical stance, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. If it were indeed his elder brother who activated the special constitution, he would have to ensure that his brother remained a wastrel. Only in this way could he ascend to the position of family head and enjoy the endless resources of the Lin family. Before long, the bridal chamber fell silent. With the servants' efforts, the room was revitalized. Finally, it is over. Lin Mu exhaled a long sigh of relief, yet the tumult of emotions stirred within him as he recalled the recent battle. This was his first true experience of combat. It was also his first encounter with a practitioner of the Wheel Sea realm, and indeed, his first act of killing. In truth, Lin Mu had always harbored uncertainty. It was only in the instant he struck that he activated the power of the ancient sacred body. The strength of the sacred body merged with his own, allowing him to overpower Wang Yu effortlessly. Without the ancient sacred body, Lin Mu could scarcely envision the outcome he would have faced. Lin Mu, I am truly sorry. This is my personal vendetta, and yet I have inadvertently dragged you into it.
Qin Yan's expression was complex.
She had never intended to involve anyone, yet she had never anticipated Lin Mu's decisive intervention. Even upon learning of Wang Yu's identity, Lin Mu had shown not the slightest hesitation in vanquishing him. Chapter 70 Crisis from the Sacred Land. You are my wife. No one shall harm you. A radiant smile illuminated Lin Mu's face as he offered a resolute response. He and Qin Yan had entered into matrimony, sharing a bond that transcended mere formalities. Regardless of whether Qin Yan chose to acknowledge it, Lin Mu remained indifferent. He was unwavering in his conviction that Qin Yan was his wife. Even if the mightiest being were to descend, they could not inflict harm upon her.
Wife?
Qin Yan murmured to herself, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. Yet, she still harbored a degree of resistance. Previously, she had wed a stranger without any foundation of affection. Even with their conjugal ties, accepting this outcome proved difficult. However, her reluctance had diminished significantly. As she gazed at Lin Mu's visage, her eyes conveyed an ineffable sentiment. Lin Mu, are you not afraid? The experts of the Yaoqi sacred land are numerous, and today, Wang Yu is merely the lowest-ranked disciple of the inner sect. Once other disciples arrive, your cultivation at the Will See stage may not suffice to protect me. Qin Yan smiled enchantingly and candidly declared, you still have the opportunity to sever ties with me completely and distance yourself. By doing so, you shall remain unscathed. At her words, Lin Mu fell silent, and the atmosphere in the bridal chamber grew oppressive. Witnessing this, the fondness that had just blossomed in Qin Yan's heart faded away. Indeed, Lin Mu's earlier display of emotion had been but a fleeting impulse. Disappointment washed over her, though she quickly adjusted her mindset. She could not expect a stranger she had just met to forsake everything for her sake. Rest assured, Lin Mu, I shall take the initiative to leave, Qin Yan began, but Lin Mu interrupted her. With a broad grin revealing his gleaming teeth, he inquired, my dear, may I ask what realm of cultivator could contend with the Yaoqi sacred land and allow you to survive? You will not blame me, will you? Are you asking what level of cultivator could oppose the Yaoqi sacred land? Qin Yan processed his words, feeling somewhat bewildered. She scrutinized Lin Mu's expression, attempting to ascertain whether he was jesting, yet he appeared utterly earnest, devoid of any hint of mockery. Indeed, as long as I possess the strength to confront the entire Yaoqi sacred land, you shall forever remain unscathed. Lin Mu shrugged, showing no concern for the terrifying might of the sacred land. His only priority was Qin Yan's safety and well-being. Lin Mu, do not be naive. The Yaoqi sacred land is no ordinary establishment. Even if you were a formidable figure at the transformation dragon realm, you could not withstand its power. Only upon reaching the immortal platform realm could one hope to oppose the Yaoqi sacred land. Qin Yan thought to herself that Lin Mu must be unaware of the sacred land's formidable nature. Within the Yaoqi sacred land, experts abound. In her own time, as a practitioner at the Four Extremes realm, she had merely been one disciple among many. Even with her status as a saintess, it was solely due to her exceptional talents. The Will See, the Four Extremes, the Transformation Dragon, the Immortal Platform. Back then, despite her unparalleled gifts, she could not be certain of ascending to the Immortal Platform realm, let alone challenging the Yaoqi sacred land.
In this world, countless prodigies existed, many talented individuals spent centuries striving for the transformation dragon realm, let alone the immortal platform realm. Of those at the immortal platform could dominate anywhere.
The immortal platform, you say?
That indeed seems quite difficult. Lin Mu mused, his head bowed in contemplation. Presently, he was merely a practitioner at the We'll See stage, and the path to becoming an immortal platform cultivator appeared long and arduous. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan felt a sense of relief. It seemed Lin Mu had merely been unaware of the Yaoqi sacred land's daunting nature. Now that he comprehended the challenges of opposing it, he appeared to be reconsidering his stance. Qin Yan was not surprised. Few powerful figures in the central domain dared to confront the Yaoqi sacred land, especially not someone like Lin Mu, who was merely a practitioner with decent talent.
However, in the next moment, Qin Yan was taken aback.
Rest assured, my dear, with a bit of effort, I should be able to ascend to the immortal platform realm in a short time and ensure your safety. Lin Mu beamed again, entirely unfazed by the prospect of relinquishing his challenge against the Yaoqi sacred land. Having activated the system, he believed that by diligently completing its tasks and nurturing potential empresses, becoming an immortal platform cultivator or even a transcendent being would not be an insurmountable feat. Naturally, this depended on finding more individuals with empress potential. Lin Mu resolved to venture forth, utilizing the system's detection capabilities to see if he might encounter some suitable candidates.
Lin Mu.
Have you thought this through? When you decide to confront the Yaoqi sacred land, you risk death at any moment. Qin Yan's expression turned grave. Although she held no feelings for Lin Mu, she did not wish for him to squander his promising cultivation talent and become a lifeless corpse. Concerned that he might not grasp the seriousness of the situation, she continued, the year of the prohibition is nearing its end, and in just a few months, disciples from the Dao Palace and Four Extremes will likely arrive here searching for me.
Do you truly believe you can break through to the Four Extremes realm in such a short time? Qin Yan did not doubt Lin Mu's talent. He possessed a remarkable aptitude that she had never witnessed before.
Yet, no matter how exceptional one's talent, it was implausible for a We'll See cultivator to ascend to the Four Extremes realm in mere months. Reflecting on her own journey, she recalled that as the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land, her innate abilities had astounded most cultivators, yet it had taken her nearly a decade to progress from the We'll See realm to the Four Extremes realm.
Life inherently comes to an end. Is it not my duty to strive for my wife, even at the cost of my life?
Lin Mu gazed at Qin Yan's stunning visage and gently chuckled. As for whether I can become a Four Extremes cultivator within months, that largely depends on your capabilities. As Qin Yan felt Lin Mu's fervent gaze upon her, realization dawned upon her. Not long ago, during their intimate union, Lin Mu had successfully broken through to the We'll See's edge, while her foundational cultivation was gradually being fortified by a mysterious force. This situation was sufficient evidence that Lin Mu's cultivation method was of a top-tier fusion style. As long as they maintained their intimate bond, he would continue to grow stronger. Lin Mu, be gentler. Qin Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. Her fragrance wafted like orchids, her delicate neck gleamed like jade, radiating a subtle luster, while her hair danced across Lin Mu's face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Chapter 8. The attitude of the Qin family, the spring breeze, is infinitely delightful. Deep within Qin Yan's heart, there exists a trace of resistance. However, as she contemplates Lin Mu's promise, this slight reluctance gradually dissipates. Perhaps marrying Lin Mu is indeed a commendable prospect, although she comprehends that being with Lin Mu would only bring him endless peril. If he is determined to protect her for a lifetime, then they shall face the impending storm together. While Lin Mu and Qin Yan were immersed in their training, the entrance of the Yaoqi sacred land was bustling with activity.
Brother Yunhao, do you intend to journey to Yunhai City as well? It seems our thoughts align.
No, I merely wish to see if I can seize Qin Yan's innate talent.
As for her inheritance, I have no interest whatsoever. In that case, we might as well collaborate.
Numerous disciples of the sacred land exchanged greetings, all aware of each other's intentions. Each one aspired to reach Yunhai City swiftly and claim everything belonging to Qin Yan. Let us depart. The journey from the sacred land to Yunhai City is not a short one. If we delay, the opportunity shall slip away. A multitude of disciples transformed into streaks of light, hastening towards Yunhai City. Meanwhile, atop a peak in the Yaoqi sacred land, an elderly man gazed towards the entrance, murmuring softly, "Disciple, it is my weakness that has led to this. Back when you were schemed against, I could not come to your aid. All I could do was grant you a year's reprieve. Now, whether you can survive depends solely on your own fortune." In Yunhai City, the Qin family anxiously awaited through the night, ultimately receiving only the news of Wang Yu's demise. It appeared that Yenner had anticipated this day, having concealed a protective artifact. The head of the Qin family, seated in the main position, addressed those below candidly. Moving forward, we must distance ourselves from Yenner as much as possible. The Yaoqi sacred land will not send just one person. We only need to divert the calamity towards the Lin family, and once the Lin family is eradicated, it shall be to our advantage. Upon hearing this, numerous members of the Qin family nodded in agreement. To them, marrying off Qin Yan was the most prudent decision. After all, in their eyes, Qin Yan had become a harbinger of disaster, capable of bringing ruin upon the Qin family at any moment.
This Qin Yan is truly excessive.
She is well aware of her circumstances yet continues to cling to the Qin family.
Indeed, I loathe her. Now that she is involved with a worthless individual, it is fitting for her fate. The union of the inept and the useless is laughable at best. The assembled members of the Qin family exchanged scornful remarks, some even displaying expressions of disdain. It was evident how little regard the Qin family held for Qin Yan since her fall from grace. Once revered as a saintess, her diligent contributions to the Qin family had culminated in such treatment. From this day forth, no one is permitted to initiate contact with the Lin family or Qin Yan. As for her filial visit, we shall also strive to distance ourselves from her. Only in this manner, when the disciples of the sacred land arrive, shall we remain unscathed. The head of the Qin family issued commands, confining not only Qin Yan's former maid but also those relatives with whom she had close ties. No member of the Qin family was allowed to communicate with Qin Yan. At that very moment, far away in the Lin family, Qin Yan remained oblivious to the happenings within the Qin household. She and Lin Mu transitioned from night to day, and from day back to night. It was not until the third day that Lin Mu voluntarily called a halt, feeling utterly exhausted. Is this it? Qin Yan looked unsatisfied, sensing that her foundation had already recovered by a third. Should they continue for another 10 days, she believed her foundation would attain perfection. Although the curse within her remained challenging to eradicate, as long as her foundation was intact, she could resume her cultivation and swiftly return to her former peak. I need to digest this properly.
Lin Mu was not fatigued in the traditional sense. Rather, he had utilized the yin-yang harmonization technique to elevate his realm to the pinnacle of the Will See, just a step away from entering the Path Palace realm. At present, he harbored a vast reservoir of energy within, necessitating gradual digestion to stabilize his realm. In truth, Lin Mu could refine the 5 internal organs of the human body, attempting to break through to the Path Palace realm. The 5 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, if any of them were successfully refined, he would ascend to the first layer of the Path Palace. Furthermore, each organ served as a hidden treasure. Unlocking them would unveil the endless potential of the human body. Should the 5 organs be perfected, he could even glimpse the 4 extremes realm. Lin Mu's gaze burned with fervor. He yearned for strength, for only with power could he ensure Qin Yan's safety. A sense of urgency welled within him. Perhaps in the short term, he would not have to confront the entirety of the Yaoqi sacred land. However, he understood that the disciples of the sacred land would undoubtedly arrive in droves. Thus, Lin Mu must hasten to grow stronger, otherwise, he and Qin Yan would easily become lambs to the slaughter in the face of the sacred land's disciples. Yet, the yin-yang harmonization technique could only elevate him to the pinnacle of the Will See. Only by completing his task and obtaining the 9 transformations God-slaying technique could he hope to break through to the Path Palace realm. Lin Mu murmured to himself, then harnessed the spiritual energy within, commencing the refinement of his internal organs. By refining in advance, once he acquired the technique, he would swiftly advance to the Path Palace realm.
Young master! Young master!
Just then, a maid knocked on the door and called out, "The family competition has begun. Do you wish to Chapter 9 the 9 transformations of God-slaying? Young master, you are considering Madame Yenner." A maid dressed in pale pink hurriedly burst in, and upon seeing Lin Mu and the other person, she slightly curtsied and exclaimed in a clear voice, "If you do not participate in the family competition, next year you will not receive even a single tael of silver." She was Lin Mu's personal maid, enjoying a close relationship with him. I and the entire Lin family, perhaps only this maid genuinely cared for Lin Mu. Chinger, I appreciate your good intentions. However, whether or not I receive the monthly silver is of no consequence to me, Lin Mu replied with a faint smile, gesturing for the maid named Lin Chinger to not worry. For from this moment onward, he would no longer require silver. Young master, there is no need to say more. You should go and rest now. Lin Mu waved his hand, urging Lin Chinger to return and rest. He had no desire to engage in any affairs of the Lin family. At present, he wished only to swiftly complete his tasks, assist in resolving Qin Yan's troubles, and simultaneously seek out the next person bestowed with the qualifications of an empress. Beloved, let us continue. Lin Mu had nearly digested the energy within him. He gazed at Qin Yan, who lay half concealed by a pipa, her face hidden from view, yet he could not suppress the impulse within him, akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing upon its prey, as he once more embraced Qin Yan. As they were entwined, Lin Feng, having received news from a servant, glanced towards the room where Lin Mu was. He pondered, if he truly has activated a special physique or gained cultivation, he should not be so low-key. Could it be that he is deliberately concealing himself, hoping to make a stunning debut? Since the murder of Wang Yu, Lin Feng had always felt that something was amiss. It was not that he doubted Qin Yan's abilities, but rather he believed that the special aura he sensed last time did not resemble Qin Yan's bodily aura. The aura of the Taiyin body is one of utmost yin and purity. However, Lin Feng recalled that the aura he sensed previously was one of utmost yang and rigidity. They were evidently two extremes. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to test him further. The position of the family head must belong to me. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he strode into the arena, effortlessly sending a clan member flying. Even cultivators from the other side of the You Will See were no match for his single strike. This was the terrifying aspect of the Xinghe body. Not only was the cultivation speed extraordinarily swift, but against opponents of the same realm, he could also dominate with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Nearly half a month had gone by, during which Lin Mu and Qin Yan had scarcely set foot outside, save for their ablutions. Any attempts to disturb them were promptly dismissed by Lin Mu. This left Lin Feng utterly unable to find an opportunity to probe Lin Mu's true capabilities. Success! Suddenly, Qin Yan exclaimed joyfully, for after such a prolonged period, her collapsed foundation had finally been completely restored. She looked within her dantian, noting that both the Sea of Bitterness and the Divine Bridge were gradually recovering simultaneously. A surge of spiritual energy approached her at an astonishing speed, allowing her to regain the pinnacle of the Will See realm. However, just as she was on the verge of restoring her Dao Palace realm, a strange and sinister force erupted, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and interrupting her recovery process. Sure enough, the power of the curse was deeply entrenched. If I were to recover to a higher realm, it would undoubtedly cause my foundation to be severely damaged once more. Qin Yan's complexion turned pale, her earlier joy dissipating, leaving her in a state of profound despair. The curse was akin to a parasite. Once Qin Yan's cultivation increased, the curse would siphon her strength, inflicting severe harm upon her. I should have accepted this outcome long ago. No matter how exceptional Lin Mu may be, he can only restore my foundation. He cannot eliminate the curse within me. After all, even elders of the immortal platform realm cannot eradicate this cursed force. Qin Yan steadied her emotions, realizing that regaining her peak was now an impossible task. However, with her foundation restored, at least she would not face immediate life-threatening dangers, nor would she have to constantly fear that her injuries would erupt at any moment, leading to her demise. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first nurturing task. You have successfully restored Qin Yan's foundation within half a month, earning the Alchemist's Secret Manual 1, 9 Transformations of Godslaying 1, and Void Sword Technique 1. The Alchemist's Secret Manual has been automatically imparted, the 9 Transformations of Godslaying has been automatically imparted, the Void Sword Technique has been automatically imparted. Simultaneously, a melodious system notification resonated. Waves of knowledge surged into Lin Mu's mind, overwhelming him with a torrent of information. Ah! Lin Mu let out a low roar, his body trembling uncontrollably, feeling as if his head might burst. Lin Mu, are you alright? Qin Yan, seeing Lin Mu in distress, rushed forward to embrace him, asking, what happened? After a brief moment, Lin Mu, drenched in sweat, slumped onto the bed and weakly replied, I'm fine. The spiritual energy within me was momentarily chaotic, but it has settled now. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan let out a sigh of relief. She had genuinely been startled, fearing that Lin Mu had fallen victim to a treachery, and now sensing Lin Mu's stabilized aura, her anxious heart finally found solace. I just need a moment to rest. Lin Mu smiled faintly, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, beginning to peruse segments of memory. The Alchemist's Secret Manual, the 9 Transformations of Godslaying, the Void Sword Technique. This reward comprised a legacy for alchemists, a martial art, and a sword technique. Truly, the system is remarkable. After impartation, I have already grasped considerable knowledge of alchemy, Lin Mu murmured to himself, contemplating the information related to the Alchemist's Secret Manual in his mind. The Alchemist's Secret Manual is the cultivation method for alchemists. By following its guidance, one can reach the pinnacle and become a divine-grade alchemist. The hierarchy of alchemists in this world comprises 5 levels. Divine grade, heavenly grade, earthly grade, profound grade, and yellow grade. In places like Yunhai City, the most powerful alchemists are merely at the yellow grade 6th tier. As for Lin Mu's current alchemical prowess, after the impartation, he had directly reached the yellow grade 3rd tier. Moreover, the 9 Transformations of Godslaying is another extraordinarily rare technique. Lin Mu perused the description of the 9 Transformations of Godslaying, waves of excitement surging within him. This technique is a devouring art, enabling him to absorb various energies through its practice, thereby rapidly enhancing his strength. Not only that, but as long as he possesses sufficient energy, the 9 Transformations of Godslaying will allow him to continuously break through. This means that henceforth, his cultivation will no longer face any bottlenecks. Chapter 10 is immensely fruitful. Lin Mu's heart swells with excitement, almost compelling him to shout aloud. He gazes at the vast knowledge of martial arts filling his mind, and in the next moment, he begins to channel it. In an instant, he seems to transform into a black hole, drawing in diverse energies from all directions. Not only that, but Qin Yan also senses a devouring force crazily absorbing the spiritual energy within her.
Lin Mu.
Qin Yan's complexion shifts, and she hastily warns, "Your technique is siphoning my power." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu instantly snaps back to reality, and when he sees the pallor of Qin Yan's face, he is taken aback. Just moments ago, as he was channeling his technique, he had been enraptured by the pleasure of the devouring force, a pleasure so intoxicating that it ensnared him completely. How wicked! Lin Mu furrows his brows, yet through Qin Yan's reaction, he comprehends the formidable nature of the 9 transformations god-slaying technique. This technique essentially allows one to plunder the strength of others to enhance oneself. Once mastered to its zenith, even a god king would find it insurmountable.
Your technique is quite peculiar. I had no capacity to resist just now, but it seems you have broken through?
Qin Yan does not press further, aware that Lin Mu harbors many secrets. After all, it is unfathomable for someone bearing the absolute spirit body to cultivate unless shrouded in mystery.
Not to mention, in a single night, he has ascended from a mere mortal to the pinnacle of the Will See realm. It is even more astonishing that within half a month, he has become a practitioner of the Tao Palace realm.
Indeed, I have successfully refined my heart and now feel as though my entire being is infused with boundless power.
Lin Mu checks his realm and introspects within his body.
During this time, he has utilized the yin-yang harmonious technique to continuously refine his internal organs, and now, having mastered the 9 transformations god-slaying technique, he has achieved a breakthrough in an instant. Moving forward, as he refines his other organs, he will incessantly elevate his realm, eventually becoming a master at the pinnacle of the Tao Palace. Such an existence is already a formidable expert in Yunhai City. In the next moment, Lin Mu opens the system panel and examines it meticulously. Name: Lin Mu. Age: 30. Cultivation: Tao Palace. First layer: Heart refinement. Successful. Physique: Bloodline. Ancient sacred body seals unlocked. Progress 19. Technique: Yin-Yang harmonious technique. First layer: 9 transformations. God-slaying technique. First transformation: Alchemist secret manual. Yellow grade. 3rd tier magic arts and martial skills. Void sword technique. First layer: Empress cultivation. Target: Qin Yan. Upon noticing the ancient sacred body, Lin Mu is momentarily taken aback. Seals unlocked. Progress: His ancient sacred body possesses 9 seals. He had been unaware of this until now. Calming himself, Lin Mu uses his divine sense to perceive every inch of his flesh and blood. Sure enough, the sacred power within his blood seems to be suppressed. He vaguely senses chains binding his sacred power. Just unlocking a single seal grants me such terrifying strength. What if all seals were to be unbound? Lin Mu murmurs to himself, recalling the last time he vanquished Wang Yu. When Lin Lai and the others entered, they failed to detect his unique physique or any abnormalities in his cultivation. He had thought it was due to his ability to conceal his aura, but now it seems that the presence of these seals not only suppresses but also obscures the true nature of his bloodline. However, during his cultivation, he involuntarily radiates his aura, which is why Qin Yan could sense his cultivation level. And the void sword technique, the Emperor's sword technique, consists of 3 layers. The first layer allows me to unleash 10-fold power, the second layer enables a 100-fold increase, the third layer, 1,000-fold. As Lin Mu absorbs the knowledge of the void sword technique, a tempest of excitement stirs within him. 1,000-fold power, he muses that if he could master the third layer of the void sword technique, with his Tao Palace first layer strength, he could easily slay an opponent at the pinnacle of the Tao Palace 5th layer. However, upon deeper contemplation, he realizes that mastering the void sword technique is indeed quite challenging. The second layer is exceedingly obscure and difficult to comprehend. Without the system's guidance, he might have struggled even with the first layer. Lin Mu cannot help but voice his frustrations, yet now that he has mastered the first layer of the void sword technique, he can unleash 10-fold might in battle. Though 10-fold may seem modest, it is sufficient for him to engage in combat beyond his level. However, he lacks a reference point to accurately gauge his current strength. You are growing ever stronger. Qin Yan senses Lin Mu's aura, her heart awash with an indescribable feeling. At this moment, she realizes that Lin Mu is not a fleeting phenomenon. His talent undoubtedly surpasses her own. Achieving the Tao Palace first layer in merely half a month is an accomplishment that would elicit disbelief from anyone. If Lin Mu possessed such talent in the Yaoqi sacred land, he would undoubtedly qualify as a saint's son.
This is all you're doing.
Without you, I could not have broken through so swiftly. Lin Mu gently caresses Qin Yan's hair, his gaze tender as he expresses his gratitude. Thank you for your efforts during this time, allowing me the opportunity to advance to the Tao Palace realm in just half a month.
Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's cheeks flush.
She comprehends the implication behind Lin Mu's words. Compared to half a month ago, her perception of him has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once, she regarded Lin Mu as a mere wastrel, a frivolous commoner. Yet, after spending half a month together, she realizes that Lin Mu is far from ordinary. Given the right circumstances, he could indeed transform into a dragon. Young master, the day for Madame Yen to return home has arrived. My lord has sent me to inform you, today, you must visit the Qin family. At that moment, a hurried knock echoes at the door. Lin Mu's personal maid has arrived. Unlike Lin Mu's previous life, in this world, one returns home 13 days after marriage. Moreover, the customs are different. Lin Mu must prepare generous gifts as a display of sincerity and accompany Qin Yan back to her family.
My dear, do you wish to return?
Lin Mu softly inquires, if you do not wish to face the Qin family, we need not go.
Qin Yan is momentarily taken aback by his words.
In truth, she is reluctant to see the Qin family, yet thinking of her mother's condition, she sighs, I wish to see my mother, her health has been poor, and I am quite concerned about her situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu does not hesitate and takes Qin Yan's hand, leading her out.
With him by her side, she would never have to face any bullying. Chapter 11. Stop barking. Lin Mu grasped Qin Yan's hand and whispered in her ear, My dear, rest assured, I shall accompany you back to the Qin family.
A flicker of emotion graced Qin Yan's beautiful eyes.
Lin Mu, you are truly kind to me. Lin Mu chuckled, My dear, at such a moment, you still address me as Lin Mu? Qin Yan's jade-like face flushed slightly.
After a prolonged silence, she softly uttered, Husband. Lin Mu burst into hearty laughter, his heart brimming with delight. The fact that Qin Yan could refer to him as husband filled him with immense satisfaction. However, the personal maid leading the way turned her head back, regarding Lin Mu with a peculiar gaze.
Young master, are you still in the mood to laugh? Lin Mu shook his head, Why should I not laugh? The maid sighed, choosing to remain silent.
Yet, Lin Mu understood her unspoken thoughts. He was a useless person, and so was Qin Yan, a pair of failures. Returning to the Qin family together would undoubtedly invite disdain. As they approached the entrance, the maid cautiously advised, Young master, young madam, you must be careful on this visit. Lin Mu brushed it off, but Qin Yan quietly remarked, Husband, your maid is quite considerate. She seems genuinely concerned for you, despite being unaware of the circumstances. A faint smile graced Lin Mu's lips. Of course, she is my pupil.
Qin Yan shot him an exasperated glance.
Husband, your words hold double meanings. Lin Mu retorted, My dear, you understood what I meant.
It seems you are not as innocent as you appear.
A hint of shyness crossed Qin Yan's face as she murmured, During my time in the Yaoqi Holy Land, I had ventured out to battle demonic beings, so I have inevitably heard some unsavory tales. Lin Mu's eyes gleamed with curiosity, intending to inquire further about the structure of the cultivation world.
However, upon realizing they were nearing the Qin family, he suppressed the thought. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Qin family. Two tall, slender men stood guard, their faces devoid of warmth upon seeing Lin Mu and Qin Yan. Lin Mu, Madam Lin, what brings you to the Qin residence today? Qin Yan's delicate face paled in an instant.
She had long anticipated that the Qin family would seek to distance themselves from her to avoid any potential fallout. A few days prior, they hastily sent her to the Lin family, even arranging her marriage to the worthless Lin Mu as evidence of their intentions. Yet, she did not expect the Qin family to be so ruthless, addressing her as Madame Lin and refusing to utter her given name, as if she had never been a part of the Qin family. Clenching her fists, she trembled slightly. At that moment, Lin Mu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, pulling her close. He then addressed the two guards, I have brought my wife back for a visit, solely to see Yennere's parents. Do not impede us, let us in promptly. The guards frowned, remaining silent for a moment before responding, Very well, I shall inform the family, but do not cause any trouble. One guard hurried inside the Qin residence, while the other remained vigilant, watching Lin Mu and Qin Yan as if they were thieves. Seeing Lin Mu stand up for her once more filled Qin Yan with gratitude, she softly said, Husband, you are truly wonderful. Lin Mu shook his head.
What is there to commend? Truth be told, I should have scolded the Qin family directly.
However, I am unsure of your parents' stance regarding them. I fear that harsh words may place your parents in a difficult position. Qin Yan stared at Lin Mu, momentarily taken aback, causing him to feel a tad awkward.
He cleared his throat and asked, My dear, why do you gaze at me so?
It was only then that Qin Yan regained her composure, taking a deep breath.
I just feel incredibly fortunate to have married you.
Upon witnessing her expression, Lin Mu's heart leaped with joy, though he couldn't help but lament.
If only the system displayed Qin Yan's affection for him, it would surely be at maximum value by now. At that moment, the gates of the Qin residence swung open. The individual who had rushed inside earlier emerged in a hurry, followed by a stern-looking elder, the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong regarded Qin Yan with a cold stare.
Madam Lin, if you have come solely for a visit, you may return. Since you are now wed to the Lin family, you should no longer set foot in the Qin household. Lin Mu, sensing Qin Yan's rising anger, anxiously grasped her hand.
Yet, Qin Yan offered him a reassuring glance before breaking free, stepping forward to face Qin Zhong.
Head of the family, I have returned merely to see my parents. After that, I will not visit the Qin family again. As she uttered the words the Qin family, her body began to tremble once more. However, Qin Zhong was unmoved. He coldly replied, Madam Lin, if you truly care for your parents, you should not meet them. Are you unaware that you carry a tremendous burden? Not seeing them would be for their own good. As if to underscore his statement, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the Qin residence, revealing a young man.
Ah, I thought you would hide, Qin Yan.
Little did I expect I'd catch you right at your doorstep. The man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Wang Yu had set out first, he had ended up behind me. It seems fate has favored me, allowing me to seize this opportunity. Qin Yan coldly regarded the individual, her expression unyielding.
Zhou Su, are you not aware that Wang Yu is dead?
Zhou Su paused momentarily, then scoffed, Oh, that brat is dead. It appears your Qin family still possesses some backbone. He immediately misconstrued the situation, believing it was the Qin family that had acted.
Qin Zhong, upon hearing this, was taken aback.
Esteemed disciple of Yao Qi, we did not kill that Wang Yu, it must have been the Lin family. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Mu. What you do not know is that Qin Yan has already married into the Lin family, and thus, she is no longer associated with us. Qin Yan, witnessing this scene, suddenly burst into laughter.
Head of the family, I once regarded you as a senior. Her gaze turned icy. Zhou Su, you are but a mere ordinary disciple at the Yao Qi Holy Land.
You only managed to break through to the Dao Palace realm last year due to your family's vast supply of elixirs, and yet you grovel before him?
Qin Zhong admonished, what do you understand?
This individual is a disciple of the immortal sect, though his cultivation may be lacking now. Chapter 12 of the 9 Turnings of Divine Slaughtering Art. Zhou Su's face instantly flushed a deep shade of liver, an unprecedented reaction since his birth. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, even at the Yao Qi sacred ground. Despite his mediocre cultivation, he was not subjected to insults due to his esteemed background.
How dare you speak to me like that? You truly wish for death.
After a prolonged moment, Zhou Su regained his composure, his fury erupting like a tempest. Lin Mu, however, let out a derisive chuckle.
You really are a foolish dog. I have articulated my words so clearly, yet you still dare to question me? Upon hearing Lin Mu's continued insults, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Su's eyes. Very well.
Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Let me see if your life is as resilient as your tongue. With that, he extended his hand, a long sword materializing from thin air, aimed at Lin Mu, who stood behind Qin Yan.
A flash of anger crossed Qin Yan's face. Impudent!
She extended her delicate hand, seizing the sword's body and forcefully flicking it aside. Zhou Su, to his astonishment, stumbled back a few paces due to the force. Yet, Qin Yan was not unscathed. Her fair visage flushed, revealing she had sustained a slight injury. Qin Zhong, who had remained a silent observer, gasped in shock, Lin Qin Yan, you have returned to your former self? Qin Yan cast him a glance, about to speak, when Zhou Su interrupted, Ha! Old fool, do not harbor any illusions. Qin Yan has not returned to her former self. Her current realm is clearly still at the peak of the We'll See.
Zhou Su's eyes burned with intensity. It seems your Taiyin physique is indeed extraordinary.
That Wang Yu was ambushed by you simply because he underestimated your resurgence in power, correct? However, while you may have succeeded in ambushing him, you cannot hope to contend with me. Zhou Su stood tall, an air of arrogance radiating from him. You do realize that among cultivators, even a minor difference in realm can create an insurmountable chasm. I am already a Dao Palace cultivator, while you remain merely at the peak of the We'll See. At this moment, Qin Yan understood the gravity of the situation. She hastily retreated to Lin Mu's side, gritting her teeth, Husband, I will hold him off.
You must return to the Lin family at once.
Lin Mu glanced at Qin Yan and shook his head.
My dear, why bolster his confidence? Zhou Su is but a trifling Dao Palace cultivator. There is no need for you to worry so.
Before Qin Yan could respond, Qin Zhong shouted, You young fool, truly unaware of your own limitations, in order to distance yourself from Qin Yan, you leap into action. But of course, with your exceptional spirit body, you can trample anyone regardless of their cultivation level, thus, you cannot discern who is truly formidable. After speaking, Qin Zhong bowed and smiled cautiously at Zhou Su. Do you not agree with my words? Zhou Su snorted coldly, gesturing for Qin Zhong to step aside. He then advanced toward Qin Yan and Lin Mu. You spoke such grandiose words earlier because you presumed Qin Yan had regained some power, did you not? But have you considered that her ambush might fail?
Are you not filled with regret now?
He deliberately slowed his pace, attempting to discern any signs of remorse on Lin Mu's face. However, Lin Mu responded only with a dismissive sneer.
What a lot of drivel. My dear, is your Yaoqi sacred ground a sect of celestial beings or a comedy troupe? Let me tell you, with such incessant babbling, even if he were to perform on the street, he would surely starve. Zhou Su's anger flared. You truly seek death. He charged forward with reckless abandon.
Yet Lin Mu remained unfazed, raising his hand to throw a golden disc, a formation instantly materializing to envelop the three of them. Zhou Su's brows furrowed as he recognized the origin of the golden disc.
Ha! It seems that after Wang Yu's demise, you picked up this trinket, but do you believe this formation can contain me, or accomplish anything against me? At that moment, Lin Mu chuckled coldly. I merely wish to avoid drawing attention to my actions. Do you truly think you can act against me? Zhou Su shook his head in disdain, yet the next moment, terror washed over his features. What are you doing? As Zhou Su shook his head, Lin Mu had already surged forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. 9 turnings of divine slaughtering art. Instantly, Lin Mu's hand seemed to unleash a floodgate. Zhou Su's internal spiritual energy poured forth like a torrential flood along his shoulder, only to be drawn back by Lin Mu. Release me at once. Zhou Su gasped, panic evident as he struggled to break free. However, Lin Mu was of equal cultivation and had seized the initiative, absorbing part of Zhou Su's spiritual energy. At that moment, Zhou Su was no longer Lin Mu's match. No matter how he struggled, Lin Mu's grip remained steadfast on his shoulder. Soon, Zhou Su's complexion turned ashen, and his defiance crumbled. Lin Mu, please release me, I will depart immediately, as if today never transpired. Moreover, I will keep your demonic arts a secret. Although Zhou Su was unaware of the true nature of Lin Mu's 9 turnings of divine slaughtering art, he had already prejudged it as a technique of the demonic path. Ultimately, he resorted to threats, but if you do not release me, I will ensure this matter spreads. Rest assured, others will come seeking your trouble. You, a scion of the demonic path, are a target for all. Lin Mu responded with a cold snort. You do not truly believe you can leave this formation alive, do you? What, do you still dare to kill me? Zhou Su appeared utterly unconvinced. I am the son of Elder Zhou. Should you kill me, Elder Zhou will undoubtedly pursue you to the ends of the earth. At that moment, Qin Yan approached, concern etched across her features. Husband, if you kill him, it may truly bring trouble. Lin Mu remained unmoved, countering, My dear, is this young man's father the sect master of Yaoqi sacred ground? Qin Yan shook her head, certainly not. Lin Mu pressed on, then is he a transcendental cultivator? Qin Yan, perplexed by Lin Mu's line of questioning, once again shook her head, neither is he. Lin Mu then stated, since he is neither of those, what is there for you to worry about? Did I not already tell you that I intend to confront the entirety of Yaoqi sacred ground? If I am to challenge Yaoqi, why should I fear an additional Elder Zhou? Qin Yan's heart trembled at his words, and after a long pause, she sighed, You speak wisely, husband. I am enlightened. She thought to herself, my husband possesses such fortitude, indeed, he is a worthy match. Qin Yan lowered her head, her eyes betraying a hint of happiness. At that moment, Lin Mu turned his gaze back to Zhou Su. Enough, Zhou. Once you descend, remember to work hard. Zhou Su, having nearly drained all his spiritual energy, weakly inquired, What do you mean by that? Lin Mu regarded him coldly. It will not be long before many from Yaoqi will join you in the underworld. You have gained a fleeting advantage, do not squander it. As he spoke, he drained the last remnants of Zhou Su's spiritual energy, simultaneously crushing his vitality. As Zhou Su's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the spiritual energy he had absorbed. The 9 turnings of divine slaughtering art is indeed formidable. Lin Mu murmured. Chapter 13 Longevity, Why speak of death? My lord, what are you talking about? Qin Yan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Mu shook his head slightly, choosing not to respond to her question, instead turning his focus inward to assess his condition. Zhou Su's spiritual energy was exceedingly chaotic, evidently ignited by an array of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the 9-turn slaying god technique possessed its own miraculous properties. This tumultuous spiritual energy, upon entering his dantian, was immediately absorbed into the sea of bitterness. After undergoing refinement within this sea of bitterness, it surged forth once more, now infused with Lin Mu's own essence, indistinguishable from his original spiritual energy. The energy ascended from the divine bridge, swirling around his heart before making its way toward his liver.
Lin Mu felt a stirring within, taking the initiative to redirect this energy toward his kidneys. Remarkably, the spiritual energy complied effortlessly, flowing downward into his liver. Sensing the purity of this energy, Lin Mu opened his eyes, a glimmer of light illuminating his gaze. If I can absorb 3 or 5 more individuals like Zhou Su, I shall complete the refinement of my kidneys. Truly, this divine technique is formidable, he mused with admiration. Noticing Lin Mu's prolonged silence, Qin Yan grew increasingly anxious. My lord, are you unwell? Did your confrontation with Zhou Su leave you with hidden injuries? Observing her concern as she leaned close, Lin Mu's lips curled into a playful smile. My dear, you need not worry about me. I am perfectly fine. Not if you have time, perhaps you should focus on your own well-being instead. What do you mean by that? Qin Yan asked, her expression one of confusion. Lin Mu remained silent, merely channeling a stream of spiritual energy from his kidneys for her to perceive. Although Qin Yan was currently at the pinnacle of the Wheel C, she had once been a formidable practitioner at the driver realm. Instantly, she discerned the underlying implications, her cheeks flushing slightly. My lord, why have you commenced refining your kidneys first? Lin Mu laughed heartily. Is it not all for you, my dear? He then waved his hand, dispelling the formation. Outside, Xin Zhong was growing increasingly impatient. Zhou Su had been inside for so long. Could it be that he had yet to deal with Lin Mu, or had he slain Lin Mu and was now turning his sights on Qin Yan? Should I return directly or remain here to wait? Just then, the formation suddenly vanished, and Qin Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, hastening over. Zhou Su, Where is Zhou Su? He stared at Lin Mu and Qin Yan, astonishment flooding his expression. He had not anticipated that the two of them would emerge unscathed. Lin Mu sneered, You old fool, do you have your eyes closed? Look down. Qin Zhong glanced down and was met with the sight of Zhou Su's corpse, his face draining of color. How is this possible? What is impossible about it? Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. Were you truly hoping to witness our demise? Qin Zhong harbored such thoughts, yet he did not dare voice them now. He hesitated, casting a wary glance at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, have you perhaps restored your Dao foundation and lifted the curse? At this moment, Qin Yan felt no lingering affection for Qin Zhong. If I were to say yes, would that mean I am to return to the Qin family? A hint of embarrassment flickered in Qin Zhong's eyes, yet he nodded. Naturally. You are, after all, a member of my Qin family. Qin Yan scoffed, then you need not bother with that. I am still cursed, at most, I can only return to the pinnacle of the Wheel C. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong appeared somewhat disheartened, but his frustration quickly ignited. In that case, how dare you act so pretentiously before me? Lin Mu found his vacillating demeanor amusing. He approached, grasped Qin Yan's hand, and gently patted her back to soothe her anger. He then addressed Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong, given this situation, Qin Yan shall henceforth have no ties to your Qin family. As for her parents, you are to take good care of them. Should any misfortune befall them, I shall personally pay you a visit to settle the score. With that, he turned and led Qin Yan away. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Qin Zhong seethed with rage, yet he recalled Lin Mu's tone and felt a twinge of apprehension. Wasn't this young man supposed to be a good-for-nothing? What emboldened him to act so brazenly? Could it be that his brother had given him courage, but he had heard that Lin Feng also looked down on his elder brother? Never mind, it is not worth my trouble. Surely, others from the Yaoqi sacred land will seek to trouble them. As Lin Mu and Qin Yan departed, Qin Zhong exhaled a sigh of relief. Let them enjoy their few days of happiness. When those prominent figures arrive, they will surely face their reckoning. He turned to the Qin residence and called out, Someone, ensure Zhou Su's body is properly preserved. When the other disciples from Yaoqi sacred land arrive, hand this body over to them to avoid any misunderstandings. After relaying these instructions, Qin Zhong cast another glance in the direction of the Lin family. Once the Lin family falls, Yunhai City will belong solely to my Qin family. Although Qin Yan is incapacitated, she has still contributed to my Qin family. Meanwhile, after Lin Mu and Qin Yan left the Qin residence, he suddenly turned to her, apologizing. My dear, I severed your ties with the Qin family without consulting you first. You do not harbor any resentment, do you? Qin Yan nestled closely against Lin Mu, her expression earnest. My lord, how could I ever blame you? In truth, even if you had not spoken, I would have taken the initiative to cut ties with them. From now on, I, Qin Yan, am a member of the Lin family in life and will become a spirit of the Lin family in death. Lin Mu proclaimed loudly, My dear, your declaration is partially accurate. Indeed, you are mine in life, yet you shall not become a spirit of the Lin family. Qin Yan's eyes glimmered with confusion, and a hint of anger flared within her.
My lord, what do you mean by that?
Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with mirth. My dear, you and I shall surely transcend to become immortals, achieving longevity.
Why concern ourselves with matters of death? Qin Yan's heart trembled, bewildered. Longevity? Indeed. Lin Mu embraced Qin Yan tightly. Do you not believe me? Qin Yan felt a flicker of doubt, for the path to immortality was not as simple as it seemed. However, recalling the extraordinary aspects of Lin Mu, a glimmer of hope blossomed within her. If so, that would indeed be wonderful. At that moment, Lin Mu suddenly slapped his forehead. Ah, if that is the case, there is another issue. Qin Yan queried, what issue? A mischievous smile spread across Lin Mu's face. If we are to achieve immortality, does that not mean our offspring will multiply beyond counting? Naming them all would certainly become quite the hassle. Qin Yan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. My lord, what are you saying?
Lin Mu leaned in closer, a playful grin on his face.
What? Does my dear not wish to bear me children?
Qin Yan lowered her head, flustered.
Humph, my lord, you
Chapter 14. In truth, I am an alchemist. Lin Mu discerned at a glance that she had been wronged.
What troubles you?
He inquired with a smile. It has only been a short while since we've ventured out, yet you appear so agitated.
The young maid turned her face away. Young master, even you have turned against me. At that moment, Qin Yan approached, addressing the maid with gentle concern. What is troubling you, dear? The maid's spirits lifted considerably in response to Qin Yan's tenderness.
Young madam, they from the estate have once again conjured up excuses to withhold our silver. Originally, as the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Mu should have been entitled to at least a few dozen taels of silver for his daily expenses, regardless of his absence from the family competitions. However, before the maid could finish her lament, Qin Yan already grasped the situation. Since she had fallen victim to the curse and had to leave the sacred Yao pond, she had grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of mortal life.
Is it true that this time you received not even a single tael of silver? Qin Yan inquired softly. The maid responded immediately, indeed, young madam, you know.
Qin Yan comforted her in hushed tones, urging her not to fret. Then she turned her gaze to Lin Mu.
Husband, your family's situation does not seem much better. She chuckled lightly. Soon, your father will likely sever ties with us, won't he?
Seeing Qin Yan smile, Lin Mu realized that his wife's spirits had been restored. He shook his head. This has nothing to do with my father. I fear it is others testing me.
Testing? Qin Yan asked, perplexed. Lin Mu, however, chose not to elaborate, instead contemplating the matter in silence. He was acutely aware that his younger brother was no simpleton. It was certain that the lad had sensed something amiss and was deliberately seeking an excuse to ascertain whether he had begun to cultivate. At this juncture, Qin Yan seemed to have an epiphany. She approached Lin Mu and said, Husband, if that is the case, why not spread the word about your ability to cultivate? What harm could come of it?
Lin Mu shook his head. There is no rush in this matter. Though I intend to confront the sacred Yao pond to seek justice for you, they are not fools. If they perceive us as lost souls and send waves of people to their doom, it would be simple enough. However, should they discover that I, a so-called waste, can suddenly cultivate, curiosity will undoubtedly ensue, prompting them to send a formidable figure from the transformation dragon realm.
That would indeed be troublesome.
Qin Yan found his words somewhat peculiar, noticing certain expressions that seemed out of place. Nevertheless, she understood the essence of his message.
So, husband, you are doing this for my sake?
She grasped Lin Mu's hand tightly.
You are truly kind to me.
I initially thought that after your arduous journey to cultivate and achieve the Dao Palace realm, you would be eager to announce it to the entire city. Lin Mu reached out and playfully flicked her delicate nose.
Hee, as long as my wife is aware, that is sufficient.
Come, my dear, let us swiftly endeavor to expand the Lin family.
Husband, you mischievous rogue.
Qin Yan exclaimed softly, yet offered no resistance. She allowed Lin Mu to lift her effortlessly and carry her back to the chamber. Before long, sounds of heavy breathing echoed from within the room. The maid had initially intended to seek Lin Mu to discuss their future plans. However, upon reaching the door and hearing the commotion inside, she hesitated to enter.
Young master is truly something else. Does he not know how to cherish his own body?
The maid scoffed lightly and hurried to the courtyard gate, resolving not to venture further. As night fell, Lin Mu rose from beside Qin Yan and, with a playful smile, asked, My dear, why do you seem so weary?
Qin Yan shot him an exasperated glance. Husband, is it not because you insisted on refining my kidneys?
Lin Mu burst into laughter, lightly waving his hand to remove the soaked bedding and replace it with warm, dry covers. He then gently embraced Qin Yan. After a long day of exertion, she was utterly spent, and he decided against further advances. Seeing him refrain from mischief, Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly broached a serious matter. Husband, although the Qin family has severed ties with me, my mother secretly prepared a dowry before my marriage. While it may not consist of particularly valuable items, selling them should yield a few hundred taels of silver, correct? Since being discovered as the Taiyin sacred body, Qin Yan had been sent to the sacred Yao Pond. Thus, she was not well versed in the purchasing power of mortal gold and silver, and she spoke with hesitation, fearing she might overstate her case. As she spoke, she removed a ring from her finger and waved her hand gently, conjuring forth a pile of jewels. Lin Mu had seen this ring before but had not given it much thought, and now, witnessing the spectacle, he was taken aback.
What is this? Qin Yan promptly explained, Husband, this is a storage ring. However, this particular one was gifted to me by my parents, and its space is quite limited. The one bestowed upon me by the sect leader upon joining the sacred Yao Pond has already been reclaimed by the sect. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes as she spoke. Noticing this, Lin Mu gently patted her back, silently vowing to retrieve that ring for her in the future. He then glanced at the heap of jewels and remarked, It appears that my in-laws have treated you quite well. If these treasures were sold, it would not merely be a few hundred taels, they could fetch thousands, I suspect. Before awakening the system, Lin Mu had entertained thoughts of engaging in business for quite some time. However, the Lin family had been unwilling to provide him with the capital, and thus, the matter was abandoned. Nevertheless, he was aware of the market's trends. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yan's eyes brightened. In that case, husband, you should sell them quickly. This way, we need not worry about silver any longer. Lin Mu, however, shook his head. My dear, your suggestion is rather absurd. Setting aside the fact that we currently have no need for silver, even if we did, I would not touch your dowry. He replied nonchalantly, You may find it hard to believe, but I am an alchemist. As long as I can concoct a few elixirs, why would I lack for silver? Qin Yan nodded. If you truly are an alchemist, then not only silver, but even spirit stones from the cultivation world should come easily to you. But is it true that you are an alchemist? She asked curiously. If you possess such talents, then even if you cannot cultivate, the Lin family should not mistreat you. Lin Mu merely smiled in silence, choosing not to disclose that he had only recently attained the 3rd level of the yellow grade through the system's enlightenment. This matter is rather lengthy to explain, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Qin Yan had expected Lin Mu to keep his explanation concise, but to her surprise, he offered no clarification. She sighed, Husband, you truly excel at keeping people in suspense. After sharing a hearty laugh, Lin Mu stepped outside the room and addressed the maid at the courtyard gate, Please find the steward and have him gather these materials for me. He then recited a formula for a particular elixir based on the records from the alchemical secret tome in his mind. Also, have them bring me an alchemical furnace, as I have use for that as well. Chapter 15. First order pill, bridge constructing pill. Upon hearing this, the maid hurriedly ran out to find the steward of the Lin residence, recounting Lin Mu's request in full. The steward immediately scoffed, does our esteemed young master Lin Mu truly believe that after marriage, he has become some formidable figure? He is but a useless wretch, incapable of cultivation and entirely inept at alchemy. What use, then, does he have for a pill cauldron? Is he intending to sell it for a profit? If so, it seems our young master is indeed a traitor to his own house. The other servants around him quickly echoed his laughter. You speak the truth, steward. If that were the case, he would indeed be a thief within his own home. Our second young master possesses the Starry River Saint King's physique and is destined to lead our Lin family to dominance in the cultivation world, yet the elder brother seeks to undermine our family's foundation. Such a disparity between brothers born of the same parents is truly astonishing. They laughed heartily. The maid's face flushed with anger upon hearing their words. You shall not insult the young master. The steward's expression immediately darkened at her retort. You, a mere maid, dare to speak to me in such a manner? He raised his hand, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Lin Feng emerged. Stop! Upon seeing the second young master, the steward and the other servants fell silent, too intimidated to act out. Greetings, second young master. Lin Feng nodded indifferently before inquiring about the situation. The steward hastily recounted the events, then lamented, Second young master, it is not that I wish to make things difficult for the elder brother, his request is simply unreasonable. Moreover, our household does not even possess such a pill cauldron. Purchasing one requires a significant expenditure of spirit stones.
Yet Lin Feng's eyes revealed a glimmer of contemplation. After a brief moment, he waved his hand. No matter, go to the storeroom and retrieve a sum of spirit stones.
Go buy one at once. The steward, taken aback, stammered, "Second young master, did you not hear what I said? Go buy."
Lin Feng's voice rose with authority. The steward, seeing his demeanor, dared not utter another word. Thus, this was the course of events. Lin Mu toyed with the pill cauldron brought back by the maid, glancing at the pile of materials on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. The maid nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is as you say." After the second young master spoke, the steward dashed out in a hurry. "It seems we have misjudged the second young master all along," Lin Mu remarked with a light snort. The maid felt something odd in his tone, but before she could inquire further, he dismissed her from the room. Once the maid had departed, Lin Mu placed the small cauldron on the table and turned to Qin Yan.
"My dear, is this pill cauldron truly so diminutive?"
Qin Yan approached, explaining, "Husband, though this pill cauldron seems unremarkable, it is indeed a magical artifact akin to Wang Yu's formation plate.
It is far more complex than it appears."
As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, channeling a trace of spiritual energy into the cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron expanded 100-fold, collapsing the table beneath it.
Lin Mu nodded in understanding. "I see now that I had not anticipated such remarkable properties from this cauldron." Qin Yan shook her head.
"This is merely the most ordinary of pill cauldrons, it is not particularly noteworthy. Within our Yaoqi sacred land lies a divine-grade pill cauldron, which possesses boundless utility. It is said that even the most mundane herbs placed within can yield profound-grade pills."
Lin Mu burst into laughter.
"By your reasoning, that cauldron must be quite seasoned, much like a teapot from a tea mountain that retains flavor even when filled with plain water."
Qin Yan did not respond, merely gazing at Lin Mu with curiosity. "Husband, do you truly intend to refine pills?" Lin Mu nodded. "If I were to refine pills, why would I go to such lengths?"
With that, he cast the materials into the cauldron and summoned his spiritual power. In but a moment, a beam of spiritual light erupted from the cauldron's mouth. Qin Yan looked on with wonder, only to see 10 pill pellets lying at the bottom of the cauldron.
"Is that it?" Qin Yan was somewhat dumbfounded.
Lin Mu chuckled, "What more did you expect? I am a bona fide third-tier yellow-grade alchemist. Crafting these first-order pills is but child's play." At the same time, a flicker of joy flashed through his heart. It turned out that during the alchemical process, the system in his mind had also responded. "Ding, congratulations, host, for refining your first pill, the bridge constructing pill. Your comprehension of the alchemist's secret manual has increased. The first layer of the Wheel Sea realm is the Sea of Suffering. The Sea of Suffering knows no bounds, turning back is the shore. How to cross the sea, only with a divine bridge. Thus, the most common pill in the cultivation world is called the bridge constructing pill. It was akin to the foundation establishment pill he had read about in novels during his past life, merely a means to assist others in their cultivation." Lin Mu quickly examined the system. He noticed that his panel had undergone a transformation. Techniques: Yin-Yang harmonization method, first layer, 9 turns of god-slaying art, first turn, alchemist's secret manual, third tier, yellow grade.
What is this additional annotation?
A few black lines appeared on Lin Mu's forehead, but he focused intently, clicking on the small star. A new panel popped up, displaying rows of question marks before him. Among the myriad question marks, the words bridge constructing pill appeared at the top, accompanied by a small cross.
Ah, I see.
Lin Mu instantly understood this was indeed a collection compendium. It seemed that if he were to refine every type of pill, there would be additional benefits. He committed this to memory, then picked up the 10 bridge constructing pills from the cauldron and moved to the door, addressing the maid outside. "Take these to the steward and request an additional supply of materials." The maid nodded eagerly and hurried off to find the steward. However, upon a mere glance at the pills, the steward disdainfully shook his head. "It appears young master has truly taken to deception. He actually went out to purchase pills just to fool me." He laughed derisively. "If he could refine pills himself, I would gladly sever my own head and gift it to him as a ball to kick." At that moment, Lin Feng mysteriously reappeared behind the steward, snatching the pills from his grasp and examining them intently.
"Second young master, why are you here again?"
The steward was startled, but Lin Feng ignored him, continuing to scrutinize the pills. Moments later, he raised his head, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes.
He, this is rather interesting."
Without further comment, he vanished in a flash, reappearing before Lin Lai, presenting the pills he held. "Father, take a look." At that time, Lin Mu's 3 sisters were gathered around Lin Lai, chattering animatedly. Father, since Lin Mu is married and is burdened with troubles, it would be best to hasten his separation from the family and let him move out.
Indeed.
I have also heard that the rascal is up to no good, asking the steward for a pill. Ca Chapter 16, the Void Sword Technique, a single strike to vanquish the enemy. A hint of contemplation flickered across Lin Lai's face. Deep down, he harbored doubts about Lin Mu, sensing that his eldest son seemed to possess some secrets. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Lai's eyes. This matter ends here, do not let it spread further. As for these pills, let it be said that our Lin family has invited an alchemist from afar. Upon hearing this, the three elder sisters burst into laughter.
Father, you are absolutely right.
How could Lin Mu possibly refine pills? He must have simply purchased them from somewhere. They chattered excitedly. This rascal is already married yet still indulges in deceit. However, Lin Feng was distinctly displeased. He thought to himself, a father is clearly shielding Lin Mu. I am the true hope of the Lin family, why does father show such favoritism? Lin Feng, however, overlooked that Lin Lai's so-called favoritism was hardly significant. He fell silent, turning to leave. Once outside the Lin residence, he coldly scoffed, instructing someone to spread the news. Since father wishes to protect Lin Mu, it would be troublesome for me to confront him directly. I might as well use a knife to kill. After all, those from the Yaoqi sacred land seeking trouble with Lin Mu and Qin Yan must have already begun to arrive. In the Qin family, a young man clad in white sat at the head of the table, a smirk playing on his lips.
So, you are telling me that Qin Yan has actually regained some cultivation and thus killed Wan Yu to seize the array plate from him? And then, in a twist of fate, also eliminated Zhou Su? He tapped the table lightly. Though his voice was low, the members of the Qin family present felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Qin Zhong quickly interjected, how could I dare deceive you? These matters are indeed true. If you were to conduct a slight investigation, you would find that I have spoken no falsehood. The white-clad youth's gaze swept over Qin Zhong, as if seeking to see through him entirely. After a moment, he nodded.
I trust you would not dare deceive me. Very well, you may all leave. He took the initiative, dismissing the members of the Qin family from the grand hall.
Once they departed, the young man fell into contemplation.
This Qin Yan, possessing the Taiyin sacred body, is indeed intriguing, and her husband seems rather peculiar as well. If I were to attack directly, and were to suffer a setback, how humiliating that would be. A wicked grin appeared in his eyes as he flipped his palm to reveal a pink jade vial. Just in time, I had someone concoct this potion specifically to deal with that wretched Qin Yan. Even a powerhouse at the Transformation Dragon realm cannot escape the effects of this elixir. Though it may seem a waste to use it on Qin Yan, given her diminished cultivation, it is worth it to ensure absolute certainty. With that, the middle-aged man rose, stowed the jade vial away, and departed the Qin family, soaring above Yunhai City.
Qin Yan, come out.
His voice reverberated throughout the entire city.
What is that sound?
Could it be a formidable cultivator visiting Yunhai City? And who is Qin Yan? Is she perhaps the former genius of the Qin family? This is bad, she must have offended an enemy before. Now that she is crippled, her foes have come knocking. Many people craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the young man in the sky, whispering amongst themselves, fearful that their voices might draw the wrath of the celestial cultivator and lead to their demise. In the Lin family, Qin Yan's heart quivered. She grasped Lin Mu's hand tightly.
This is not good. Zhou Ziyuan has come.
Lin Mu, too, had heard the commotion outside. With a smile, he held onto Qin Yan's delicate hand and glanced upward. My dear, it seems your Yaoqi sacred land is rather intriguing.
Feeling uncertain, Qin Yan responded instinctively, what about the Yaoqi sacred land?
Lin Mu's face broke into a cold smile. While others provoke the young and attract the attention of the old, the Yaoqi sacred land seems to have stirred up trouble with mere children. Upon hearing Lin Mu refer to Zhou Ziyuan as a mere child, Qin Yan couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, easing her tension.
Husband, Zhou Ziyuan is no ordinary man.
He is a formidable figure of the Dao Palace secret realm, having perfected the refinement of all 5 organs.
Qin Yan explained earnestly.
In truth, he is a genius, yet after reaching the pinnacle of the Dao Palace, he has been unable to break through, which is why he has set his sights on me.
Lin Mu understood. Ah, I see.
My dear, you were once a cultivator at the 4 Extremes realm. He surely seeks to seize your legacy and foundation to reach the 4 Extremes himself, correct?
Qin Yan sighed. Since you already know, why ask further?
She bit her lip.
Husband, he is not easy to deal with.
I know he harbors ill intentions toward me. I will go out to draw his attention, and you must flee quickly. Lin Mu felt a surge of emotion at her words and replied, my dear, do not speak like that.
I shall go out and meet this Zhou Ziyuan. With that, he stepped out of the room, leaping onto the rooftop. He called out to the young man in the sky, "Who is this little ruffian making such a racket and disturbing the peaceful slumber of others?" Zhou Ziyuan looked down. Although he had never seen Lin Mu before, he had already gathered information and recognized him as Qin Yan's husband. "Ha, I did not expect you to possess some courage. It is a pity that you are of the absolute spirit physique. You cannot cultivate, otherwise, given your temperament, you might have had some potential." Lu Yuan dismissed Lin Mu with a wave of his hand. "Quickly hand over your wife. Should you comply, I may consider sparing your Lin family. If you refuse, I will personally enter and capture Qin Yan, and by then, your entire Lin family will be left with nothing." At that moment, the other members of the Lin family rushed out. Lin Lai's eyes flashed with anger. "What crime has my Lin family committed against you, that you seek to annihilate us completely?" Lin Mu's three sisters chimed in. "This mess began with Lin Mu and Qin Yan. If you wish to kill them, then do so, why trouble us?" Zhou Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. Interesting, Lin Mu, it seems you are not particularly favored in the Lin family." His expression darkened once more. "If your family speaks thus, why do you not hurry to hand her over?" Lin Mu regarded Zhou Ziyuan with a calculating gaze. "The void sword technique, created by an ancient emperor, could amplify my strength tenfold, and having absorbed Zhou Su, I am already advancing towards the second realm of the Dao Palace. Even if Zhou Ziyuan has reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace, I still possess Chapter 17, the legacy of the great emperor. It was rightfully mine. What? How could this be possible?" Once again, it was Lin Mu's three sisters who cried out in astonishment. How could this useless fool possibly send a disciple from the sacred Yao pool flying? Indeed, what is the origin of that massive sword behind him? Lin Lai's gaze was fixed on the enormous sword, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from it, and he too felt a twinge of disbelief. Although he had long suspected that Lin Mu was concealing something, he had not anticipated such a powerful revelation. Even Lin Feng, who had secretly departed from the Lin family to observe from a distance, was wide-eyed. This is impossible. How could the sword harbor the aura of an ancient emperor? Though his cultivation was not high, he possessed the physique of the Starry River sacred king. The moment that colossal sword appeared, his bloodline surged with fervor, as if encountering a familiar presence. "I see," a hint of murderous intent, along with a fervent desire, flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. It must be that when Qin Yan married into our family, she still bore the legacy. Unable to wield this inheritance herself, she must have bestowed it upon that useless Lin Mu. How infuriating! The thought that such a legacy could have rightfully belonged to him made Lin Feng's hair. Had I known, I would have married Qin Yan. With my Starry River sacred body combined with the emperor's legacy, I could have advanced to the Wheel Sea realm in no time. Meanwhile, it was not only Lin Feng who noticed. Other cultivators in Yunhai City also recognized the extraordinary nature of the massive sword behind Lin Mu. Its origins must be remarkable. It seems that Qin Yan is not as simple as we once believed. Indeed, we all thought her Dao foundation was destroyed and that she had become a mere shell of her former self, but little did we know she possessed such an opportunity, allowing Lin Mu to benefit greatly." Zhou Ziyuan rose from the ground, and as he gazed at Lin Mu, fear began to creep into his eyes, especially upon seeing the enormous sword behind Lin Mu. He trembled uncontrollably. In truth, he was indeed a genius, but he lacked the relentless determination to press forward, which had hindered his breakthrough to the Four Extremes realm. Even in his attempts to seize Qin Yan's legacy and root, he had to tread carefully and plan meticulously. Only after the other disciples had set off did he proceed slowly, hoping others would test the waters for him. Now, upon witnessing Lin Mu's colossal sword, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread and dared not engage Lin Mu any longer. "Very well, Qin Yan, you have hidden your secrets quite well. During my time at the sacred Yao pool, you managed to conceal this emperor's legacy so effectively, never revealing it to the sect. You have committed a grave offense. The matter of seizing another's roots cannot be made public, which is why the higher-ups of the sacred Yao pool have refrained from intervening, allowing their descendants and disciples to depart. However, if the evidence of Qin Yan's hidden legacy holds true, then the higher-ups of the sacred Yao pool would have reason to at that moment. Qin Yan stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with surprise as she looked at Lin Mu. Instead, she turned to Zhou Ziyuan in the distance and said earnestly, "This legacy was not given to my husband by me. Do not slander me." Zhou Ziyuan chuckled coldly. "Ha, what you say holds no weight, nor does what I say. Let us leave it to the elders to decide." As he spoke, he produced a jade talisman and crushed it. Instantly, the visage of an elder appeared in midair. Zhou Ziyuan hastily spoke, "Elder Wang, the situation has changed." After recounting the events, a glint of barely perceptible greed flickered in Elder Wang's eyes. "The legacy of the emperor, how delightful! I shall head over immediately." Once the visage faded, Zhou Ziyuan rose, glancing at Lin Mu and Qin Yan, but he felt a pang of disappointment.
Alas, once Elder Wang arrives, the legacy of the emperor shall be beyond my reach. Lin Mu, once the elder seizes your legacy, I shall ensure that you find no avenue for survival. The three sisters of the Lin family immediately began to wail. Lin Mu, you have brought calamity upon our Lin family once again. Father, please expel them from the Lin family to prevent us from being implicated. Lin Lai pursed his lips and swiftly approached Zhou Ziyuan's side. This disciple of the sacred Yao Pool, my second son Lin Feng, possesses the physique of the Starry River Sacred King. Even many sacred lands and celestial sects have extended invitations to my son, wishing to recruit him, yet my son has not made a decision. Not if you act against the Lin family, would that not be slapping the faces of other sacred lands? Are you threatening me? Lin Lai quickly smiled. I would never dare to threaten a disciple of the sacred land, I merely wish to state a fact. Zhou Ziyuan snorted coldly. Very well. In his heart, he mused, death may be avoided, but living sins are inescapable. That Lin Feng possesses some merit, but once I become his brother-in-law, that would not be so bad. As he contemplated, the pink jade bottle reappeared in his hand. He spoke again, I hold no deep-seated enmity with your Lin family. For the sake of the Starry River Sacred King's physique, I shall let you off this time. Upon hearing this, the members of... However, as they looked at Lin Mu and Qin Yan, their gazes were filled with the certainty of impending doom. They were undoubtedly doomed this time. Qin Yan felt a surge of urgency. She moved behind Chen Fan, grasping his hand earnestly. Husband, we must leave quickly. That Elder Wang is a cultivator of the Four Extremes realm. Even with the legacy of the emperor, you cannot possibly be his opponent. Indeed, it is too late. He gazed at Lin Mu with uncontainable excitement. I never anticipated that this endeavor would yield such unexpected rewards. Qin Yan was taken aback, her voice rising in anger. Elder Wang, even if you are a Four Extremes powerhouse, you must have plotted against me long before, which is why you set out in advance, is it not? Elder Wang remained unfazed. You, the sinner, not. It seems our decision to expel you from the sect was indeed justified. With that, he ceased conversing with Qin Yan and turned his attention to Lin Mu. Lin family brat, if you hand over the legacy, I might still spare you. How could I spare him? It turned out that the news of Zhou Su's death had already reached the sacred Yao Pool. Elder Zhou had indeed traveled a great distance to confront him. Lin Mu, regardless of what legacy you possess, you must die this time. Qin Yan clung tightly to Lin Mu. In Yunhai City, countless onlookers had climbed onto rooftops to witness the unfolding spectacle. Alas, even a single elder from the sacred Yao Pool would be sufficient to ensure Lin Mu's demise multiple times over. Yet, with two elders arriving, it was certain that Lin Mu had no path to survival. Chapter 18. Surely, you do not wish for your secrets to be revealed. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Mu appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the tension. Instead, his attention was diverted towards Zhou Ziyuan in the distance. This young man had attained the pinnacle of the Dao Palace. Should I drain him of his essence, I could elevate my own prowess by at least a minor realm. With the tenfold amplification of the Void Sword technique, I could certainly hold my own against these two ancient beings for a time. However, this action was misconstrued by the two elders. Young man, are you perhaps seeking mercy? If you possess the courage, come forth. This provocation ignited Elder Zhou's rage. Had it not been for Elder Wang's concern over Zhou's excessive aggression leading to Lin Mu's demise and thereby jeopardizing, Elder Wang quickly interjected, Elder Zhou, please wait a moment. This young man is destined to perish, but before his end, we must extract the legacy from him. Amidst their tug-of-war, Zhou Ziyuan, oblivious to the brewing trouble, asked, what brings you here, young man? Lin Mu offered a slight smile. I am here to express my gratitude. Zhou Ziyuan, taken aback, queried, gratitude, for what? Why, for the spirit energy you have graciously provided. Lin Mu seized Zhou Ziyuan's shoulder. 9 turns to slay the gods. In an instant, the spirit energy from Zhou Ziyuan began to flow uncontrollably into Lin Mu's body. This time, Lin Mu, having gained experience, absorbed the energy with all his might, refraining from directing its flow. Within moments, Zhou Ziyuan was completely drained, his face as pale as a sheet, his breath barely perceptible. With a thud, the pink jade vial he held fell to the ground, spilling its contents. What is this? Lin Mu glanced at it, momentarily unbothered, yet instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, the two elders finally sensed something awry. You audacious brat! How dare you kill my disciple of the Yaoqi right under our noses? They were incensed. If word of this got out, their reputations would be erased. After all, to them, Lin Mu was merely a useless individual. Even if he possessed the legacy of an emperor, he was no more than a Dao Palace cultivator, whereas they were formidable beings of the Four Extreme Realms. Lin Mu had brazenly slain their junior disciple before their very eyes. This was not merely a slap in the face, it was akin to dumping a cesspool upon them.
Seeking death. Both elders struck simultaneously. Husband! Qin Yan cried out, attempting to rush over. At that moment, however, a light chuckle interrupted the chaos. How intriguing! A man clad in green appeared beside Qin Yan. Qin Fairy, it has indeed been ages since we last met, he quipped, his tone dripping with charm. Qin Yan, startled, turned to face him. Suyu, how could it be you? How could it not be me? Suyu replied with a casual smile. Qin Fairy, you must know how, but enough of that for now. He pivoted, positioning himself before Lin Mu and addressed the approaching elders. Gentlemen, might I ask for a moment of your indulgence? Lin Mu nearly burst into laughter. Do you truly believe you possess the power to demand such indulgence? Suyu paused, perplexed. What indulgence? Forget I said anything, Lin Mu shook his head, but do you truly think your mere words can halt them? Suyu cast a glance at Lin Mu, proclaiming with pride, others may falter, but my words wield undeniable influence. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the two elders ceased their advance. Suyu? What brings you here so unexpectedly? One of the elders inquired. Suyu replied nonchalantly, are you not aware of my long-standing interest in Qin Yan? Naturally, I would come. At this point, Lin Mu grasped the situation. This crafty lad is here to vie for my wife. The two elders, now understanding, were quick to respond. Then why impede our efforts? If you desire Qin Yan and we seek Lin Mu, it seems we could reach an amicable arrangement. Suyu appeared to genuinely contemplate this. It does seem so. He turned with a smile towards the distant Qin Yan. Qin Fairy, what say you? If you plead earnestly, I might just assist in sparing this young man. Lin Mu's eyes flared with indignation, ready to rebuke Suyu. However, at that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected Imperial Bloodline Scion of the Void. In an instant, Lin Mu realized that the system had evidently targeted Suyu. He rolled his eyes. What is the system playing at? Why is it targeting a man? I have no interest in such pursuits. Regardless of Suyu's charm, he would never harbor feelings for him. Ding! Task activated. Establish a relationship with Suyu within 3 days to unlock the second layer of the Void Sword technique. Failure will result in being taken to a location undetectable by any sensor. Surely, the system cannot be serious. Lin Mu thought, bewildered though the specifics of the punishment eluded him. Judging by the system's previous penalties, it was surely no trivial matter. I cannot possibly act against a man. Yet, an idea struck him. Wait a moment, isn't this system titled the Empress Cultivation System? How can a man become an empress? Therefore, he cautiously addressed Suyu. Suyu, surely you do not wish for your secrets to be unveiled? Suyu blinked, turning back with a quizzical expression. What are you talking about? What secrets could I possibly have? Lin Mu replied, you must be a woman, aren't you? Suyu's pupils dilated in shock as he stumbled back, inadvertently stepping on a jade vial. Regaining his balance, he stammered, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Yet, Lin Mu could see through the charade. So it turns out you truly are a woman. Suyu ground his teeth and produced a purple formation disc, enveloping both of them within its confines. Lin Mu, how did you come to know this? This disguise was crafted by the elders of my clan, it is impossible for you to unravel it. Lin Mu chuckled softly. That is of no concern. Do you believe that even if my gender were exposed, it would matter? My bloodline is genuine, and my cultivation is no fade. Aside from not being able to tease Qin Yan in the future, what do I truly stand to lose? Lin Mu paused, realizing the truth in Suyu's words. He seemed unable to hold any leverage over her. Suyu approached with a cold smirk, raising her hand as if to grasp Lin Mu's throat, yet, for reasons unknown, as her hand lifted, it encircled Lin Mu's neck instead, drawing him into an unexpected embrace. Suyu's face flushed crimson. No, something is amiss. Though Lin Mu was equally bewildered, he asserted, my lady, I implore you to maintain your dignity, I am not one to be trifled with. Chapter 19. Would you care to behold my magnificent sword? Suyu, suppressing the heat coursing through her body, cast a sharp glare at Lin Mu before turning her gaze about the surroundings, finally spotting the jade vial she had inadvertently stepped on. So that's it, she clenched her teeth, although her expression still bore a guise, hints of allure were unmistakable. It was undoubtedly that disciple from the Yaoqi who had prepared an aphrodisiac, and I fell victim to it. What sort of potion is this, to possess such potency? Suyu felt her entire being thrumming with spiritual energy. What a remarkable sacred place, Yaoqi. Instead of focusing on cultivation, they excel in these nefarious practices.
Whether it was anger or the effects of the drug, she leaned against Lin Mu, exhaling softly. Lin Mu, holding Suyu, observed as her facade gradually faded, and he couldn't help but chuckle. So it turns out, Su Xianzi, you truly are a beauty of unparalleled grace. You possess an ethereal elegance akin to a celestial maiden. Why then do you feel the need to disguise yourself? Suyu retorted through gritted teeth, mind your own business, release me at once, or you'll regret it. Although her words were sharp, Suyu was utterly weakened at that moment. Even the most forceful declaration seemed akin to flirtation. Lin Mu willingly loosened his grip. Su Xianzi, it is not I who embrace you, rather, it is you who clings to me. Suyu then realized Lin Mu spoke the truth. With a resigned sigh, she said, then kindly push me away. However, Lin Mu genuinely felt a tinge of embarrassment this time. My dear Xianzi, it's not that I wish to push you away, it's simply that your cultivation level surpasses mine. Suyu paused for a moment, beginning to feel regret. Had I known this would happen, why did I devote myself so earnestly to my training? But at this juncture, it was too late for regrets. The aphrodisiac prepared by Zhou Ziyuan had already taken effect. Suyu turned and pressed herself atop Lin Mu. Lin Mu exclaimed loudly, Su Xianzi, you must exercise restraint. Suyu, in a fit of abandon, shot back, restraint, you say? You scoundrel, taking advantage and then playing coy. With that, she fully descended upon him. The spring tide surged with urgency, as the wild ferry lay unmanned, a boat adrift. After a considerable time, Suyu suddenly rose, casting a venomous glance at Lin Mu. You are truly fortunate, seizing the opportunity while Qin Yan was cursed. You managed to marry her, and now today, her cheeks flushed slightly. Yet Lin Mu sat up, addressing her earnestly. Su Xianzi, you are mistaken. Qin Yan bears immense troubles. I still chose to marry her. How can that be deemed good fortune? Suyu paused, then nodded in agreement. You do have a point. Very well, I shan't linger on this. She turned gracefully, rising to her feet. In an instant, her attire reverted to its original state. Even her appearance returned to what it once was. She regarded Lin Mu, still sprawled on the ground, and coldly remarked, you should come over and plead with me. I might still assist you in dealing with those two elders outside. Otherwise, once I dismantle the formation, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to escape. Lin Mu smiled. Su Xianzi, you are quite tardy with that advice. It turns out that when he had connected with Suyu earlier, the system had relayed a series of notifications. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The second layer of the Void Sword technique has been unlocked. The Void Sword technique is automatically imparted. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the pure essence of the Emperor's descendant. Ding, the host is in the process of unlocking the shackles of the primordial sacred body. The second shackle has been released. Besides the system's rewards, the union with Suyu itself brought him numerous benefits. Countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, traversing the divine bridge across the sea of suffering, ultimately converging within his 5 organs. Coupled with the spiritual energy he had just absorbed from Zhou Ziyuan, Lin Mu further refined his liver and spleen, 2 of the vital sanctuaries. Adding to these, he had already refined his heart and had nearly completed the refinement of his kidneys. He had ascended to the 4th realm of the Dao Palace secret realm. Lin Mu stood, his aura subtly shifting. His strength had significantly increased, and with the second shackle released, to the eyes of outsiders, he had transformed into a practitioner newly entering the Wheel Sea realm. Suyu's gaze shifted, seemingly recalling something, and she scoffed, you rascal. It turns out Suyu had long been aware that Lin Mu possessed the absolute spirit physique, rendering him incapable of cultivation. In her view, it must have been Lin Mu's coupling with her that allowed him to reverse his physique. Lin Mu, do you truly believe that now you can cultivate, you'll be able to deal with those 2 old fellows outside? Suyu, seeing the smile on Lin Mu's face, instinctively sought to dampen his spirits. However, Lin Mu shook his head. Based solely on my current cultivation, I naturally cannot contend with them. But you may have arrived too late to witness my magnificent sword. Magnificent sword. Suyu blinked in confusion, then blushed angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Mu burst into laughter. Su Xianzi, it appears you are rather unscrupulous even when masquerading as a man. What I refer to is indeed a magnificent sword, not the one you might be imagining. With that, he conjured forth a colossal sword of void initially, so you dismissed it with indifference. Smooth-tongued, yet when the giant sword manifested before her, her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this even possible? She reached out, attempting to touch the sword of void, but Lin Mu stepped back, feigning seriousness. Su Xianzi, you mustn't recklessly touch my magnificent sword, it is rather sensitive. What a joke. Suyu shot Lin Mu an incredulous glare. This sword is your creation, what sensitivity could it possess? At that moment, she finally sensed something amiss. Thus, with a hint of exasperation, she stated, I was discussing something serious with you. After a moment's hesitation, a trace of aura suddenly emanated from her, unexpectedly resonating with the void sword. Suyu inquired, did you notice it? Even if Lin Mu had not perceived it previously, Suyu's reminder enlightened him that he recalled the system's earlier notifications. Indeed, the system had indicated that Suyu bore the bloodline of the Void Emperor.
If that is the case, could my void sword technique truly have a connection to her? However, Lin Mu, maintaining his playful demeanor, continued, Su Xianzi, could it be that during our connection, the essence of my sword entered your body? Then you must quickly expel it with your spiritual energy. Su Yu was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. After a considerable time, she finally managed to compose herself. Lin Mu, I care not from where your void inheritance arises. In any case, you must visit my Su family when you have the chance. After saying this, she gracefully waved her jade hand, retracting the formation disc. And the next moment, the aged faces of the two elders appeared outside the formation. Upon seeing Su Yu cast aside the disc, they dared not act recklessly, merely standing guard outside. They quickly inquired to Su Yu, what have you discussed with Lin Mu? You wouldn't truly intend to protect him, would you? Su Yu coldly snorted a few times. To protect him? I would rather he met his end swiftly. Though her words bore a hint of malice, Lin Mu merely smiled. Then I shall await your arrival. Su Xianzi cough, Su Yu, to slay me. At that point, my magnificent sword shall surely engage in a fierce battle with you. Su Yu felt a mixture of shame and annoyance but found it difficult to retort directly, so she lightly stomped her foot. In a flash, she soared into the air. At that moment, Qin Yan rushed over, visibly worried. My husband, why did Su Yu leave? She possesses considerable influence and is a practitioner of the Four Extremes realm. If she were present, we would have no cause for concern. Lin Mu patted her shoulder reassuringly. My dear, fret not. Before Su Yu departed, she actually bestowed upon me a grand gift. What gift? Qin Yan inquired curiously. However, Lin Mu remained silent. He took a deep breath, and the colossal sword suddenly appeared, sweeping horizontally beside him. It turned out that just moments ago, upon Su Yu's departure, the two elders had launched a surprise attack. This sword perfectly intercepted them. Chapter 20 of the Two Swords. For segments. Boom, boom. With two resounding explosions, the entire Cloud Sea city trembled incessantly. Numerous ancient buildings collapsed in a cascade of debris. Such a tremendous commotion. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the two elders have finally taken action to eliminate Lin Mu? That seems implausible. After all, Lin Mu was merely a waste. Why would the two elders of the Yaoqi expend such effort to kill him? Many cultivators drew closer, disregarding the potential dangers, to investigate the situation of the Lin family. Yet, upon merely casting a glance, they were left utterly astounded. How could Qin Fan have turned the tables and repelled the two elders? Surely, I must be mistaken. Some began to discern the truth. How is it that Lin Mu suddenly emanates the aura of spiritual power? Has he managed to cultivate? Yet, even if he has, judging by his current cultivation level, he is merely at the nascent stage of the We'll See. How could he possibly repel two elders from the Four Extremes secret realm? It's baffling, truly baffling. However, the two elders had already sensed something amiss. How has your imperial inheritance suddenly amplified several folds? That Su Yu who guided you into the formation, did he bestow something upon you? I had heard whispers that the Su family possesses imperial blood. Witnessing it today, it appears to be true. But what right does he have to aid you? Even Qin Yan felt a twinge of concern. She grasped Lin Mu's hand and inquired with genuine worry, Su Yu has granted you such substantial benefits. He must have ulterior motives, does he not? Lin Mu smiled enigmatically. Fear not, my dear, I have already expressed my gratitude. Expressed your gratitude? Qin Yan frowned slightly. Surely, your token of appreciation cannot suffice. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, it is certainly adequate. This is a deal worth several billion. If that isn't enough, then I have no further comments to make. Qin Yan, unable to comprehend. At that moment, the members of the Lin family began to emerge. Lin Lai regarded Lin Mu with a hint of disappointment. So, the aura I sensed last time was indeed not him activating his physique. He has only just reversed his constitution, allowing him to cultivate. Alas, it seems our Lin family will not produce another sacred body. Regarding Lin Mu's repulsion of the two elders, he paid little heed. In Lin Lai's eyes, as long as his second son did not perish prematurely, he possessed the potential of an emperor. 2 Mere Yaoqi elders hardly posed a threat. His earlier show of humility was merely to grant them face. However, Lin Mu's three elder sisters were already seething with anger. Why does this brat suddenly possess the ability to cultivate? If he is indeed a waste, he ought to remain one for life. Yet, only they remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. The women from the other prominent families in Cloud Sea City gazed at Lin Mu with fervent admiration. Though his cultivation was lacking, he bore the imperial inheritance. Merely at the We'll See realm, he could contend with cultivators of the Four Extremes realm. Does this not indicate an unlimited future ahead of him? Lin Feng, being the sacred king of the Starry River, was indeed unattainable. Yet, Lin Mu could be pursued. Many young women began to smile warmly at Lin Mu. Unfazed, Lin Mu dismissed their attention, his focus solely on the two elders. He spoke calmly. Do you have anything to say now?
Elder Wang's eyes flickered, already contemplating retreat. He had come for profit. Now that Lin Mu was proving difficult to handle, he naturally thought to return and summon reinforcements. However, Elder Zhou's eyes blazed with rage. "You have slain my son, and you dare to ask if I have anything to say? Prepare to die." With that, he charged forward once more, while Elder Wang took to the skies, intending to assess the situation. Should Elder Zhou gain the upper hand, he would swoop down to assist. If Lin Mu appeared to dominate, he would flee without hesitation. Yet, the ensuing scene defied all his expectations. Lin Mu's sacred body, upon unshackling the second layer of restraints, revealed astonishing phenomena. As his spiritual power coursed into the colossal sword of void, his body trembled slightly, resonating harmoniously with the mighty blade. Its power surged exponentially. Elder Zhou, fueled by vengeance, launched an attack, but he was utterly unable to obstruct Lin Mu's colossal sword. In an instant, a flash of sword light illuminated the air, leaving Elder Zhou pale. Glancing down in disbelief, he managed a bitter smile. What a swift sword! What an impressive inheritance! That single strike had cleaved him in twain. Elder Zhou clung to his final vestige of spiritual power, his words barely escaping his lips. After delivering them, his body fell apart, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. Silence enveloped the Lin family in an instant. Stunned and dumbfounded, everyone gaped at Elder Zhou's lifeless form, unable to process the reality before them. They had overestimated Lin Mu, believing he could contend with the Yaoqi elders, yet they had not anticipated that he could effortlessly slay one with a mere ordinary sword strike. As for Elder Wang, he was engulfed in confusion. Am I caught in an illusion? He bit his tongue, feeling the sting of pain, realizing something was amiss. No, Lin Mu is not right. I must hasten to report this back to the sect. Without uttering a word, Elder Wang turned and fled into the distance with lightning speed. Yet, Lin Mu had long set his sights on him. Think you can escape? Witness my lightning strike and my colossal sword of void. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Mu activated the colossal sword, channeling his spiritual power from the sea of suffering into the blade. Enhanced 100-fold, it surged toward the fleeing Elder Wang's back. Too much arrogance. Elder Wang's soul trembled, his voice booming. How dare you pursue me? Do you truly disregard the Yaoqi sacred land? For days, you have slain 3 disciples of my Yaoqi. Just now, you killed Elder Zhou, and now you wish to eradicate me as well. You old fool, your words are tiresome, Lin Mu retorted with murderous intent. Are you suggesting that if I spare you, the Yaoqi sacred land will overlook this matter? Since I have already offended you gravely, I might as well offend you completely. 1 that comes, I shall slay 1, 2 that come, I shall slay 2. With that declaration, he continued to urge the colossal sword forth. Elder Wang's eyes widened in horror. All the spiritual power he had cultivated over the years surged forth from his dantian, organs, and limbs in a desperate attempt to halt the oncoming blade. Yet, it was all in vain. As the colossal sword cleaved through the air, Elder Wang too was severed in two, descending from the sky to land beside the remains of Elder Zhou. At this moment, no one dared to utter a word. To slay 2 formidable beings from the 4 extremes secret realm with the Will See secret realm was utterly beyond their wildest imaginings. Even Qin Yan gazed at Lin Mu in astonishment. Darling, you. Lin Mu smiled. My dear, what troubles you? Surely, you are already aware of the prowess of this magnificent sword. Chapter 21. Expelled from home, who gave you the audacity? Qin Yan's face flushed slightly as she whispered, Husband, please do not jest with me. When have I ever known the true power of your treasured sword? Lin Mu leaned in close to her ear, chuckling softly. Do not rush. Tonight, I shall let you witness its might. The onlookers were astonished to see Lin Mu, after vanquishing 2 formidable beings of the 4 extremes, still engaging in light-hearted banter with Qin Yan. They couldn't help but express their admiration. Although Lin Mu's cultivation level was not particularly high, his temperament was indeed remarkable. It seemed that Lin Mu's future achievements would likely rival those of his younger brother. Upon hearing these words, Lin Lai's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Regardless of whether it was Lin Mu or Lin Feng, they were both his sons. However, Lin Mu's 3 sisters trembled with indignation. Lin Feng, after all, possessed the Star River Sacred King physique, destined to become an emperor. How could Lin Mu, who had only just begun his cultivation journey, possibly compare to Lin Feng? He merely relies on the external aid of the emperor's legacy. The trio chimed in unison, belittling Lin Mu to the utmost. Even the gathered crowd felt that their behavior was somewhat excessive. While the emperor's legacy was indeed powerful, if it fell into the hands of the inept, its true potential would be severely diminished. Lin Mu, with his mere entry into the Will See realm, managed to slay 4 extremes cultivators, which was a testament to his innate talent. Yet, Lin Mu's 3 sisters continued to shake their heads in disbelief. What talent? It was merely good fortune. Suddenly, they seemed to recall something and turned to glare at Lin Mu. Indeed, had not the elder from the Yaoqi sacred land just mentioned that this legacy was brought by Qin Yan? Qin Yan was supposed to be Lin Feng's wife, yet you snatched her away. Lin Mu, you must come clean with us. Did you sense something amiss, thus intervening to seize Lin Feng's opportunity? Quickly return the emperor's legacy to Lin Feng. Lin Mu's expression darkened. Oh, is that what you think? At that moment, Lin Feng emerged from the shadows. He gazed at Lin Mu, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Lin Mu, your sisters speak the truth. If the legacy was brought by Qin Yan, then it rightfully belongs to me. Surely, my Star River Sacred King physique has, in some mysterious way, attracted this emperor's legacy. Though you may benefit now from your intervention, you will inevitably face backlash in the future. Lin Feng's declaration was resolute, as if he were imparting some profound wisdom. I can overlook the matter of you marrying Qin Yan, but that legacy must be returned to me. At this juncture, Lin Feng turned to Lin Lai. Father, if I were to obtain that legacy, I would undoubtedly become a paragon of our generation, with a genuine hope of ascending to the ranks of the emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai's heart raced. Previously, he had spoken of Lin Feng's potential to become an emperor, but deep down, he had harbored doubts. After all, while the Star River Sacred King physique was formidable, it was not unique. The world of cultivation was vast, teeming with various powerful physiques, many of which originated from sacred sects or esteemed cultivation families. The resources that the Lin family could provide for Lin Feng were woefully inadequate. For instance, the Qin family in Yunhai City had sent Qin Yan, a rarely sacred body, to the Yaoqi sacred land, as they could not afford to nurture such a future powerhouse. However, if Fenger were to possess the emperor's legacy, he would not need to join any other sect. Wouldn't that mean that the Lin family could boast a formidable being, perhaps even a future emperor? If that were the case, Lin Lai would surely secure his place in history. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Lai trembled as he addressed Lin Mu. More, as my eldest son, you must embody the essence of an elder brother. Moreover, that emperor's legacy rightfully belongs to Fenger. Hand it over at once. Lin Mu fell silent for a moment, as if in contemplation. Qin Yan hastily grasped his hand, whispering, "Husband, you mustn't. That legacy cannot." Qin Yan, silence. Lin Feng bellowed, his voice filled with fury at her attempt to thwart his plans. You wretched woman, you were meant to be my partner in greatness, yet you have failed to cherish yourself and have ruined your own foundation. That alone is a grave sin. You illicitly brought forth the legacy, which should have been delivered to me, yet you deliberately concealed it and handed it to Lin Mu instead. That is a second grave sin, and now, you seek to manipulate Lin Mu into claiming what is rightfully mine. Qin Yan, it is no wonder you were expelled from the Yaoqi sacred land. A scheming woman like you deserves such a fate. Qin Yan's fists clenched tightly, her heart filled with disdain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are truly heinous. That legacy was not taken from the Yaoqi sacred land, but rather, Qin Yan intended to explain, but Lin Mu intervened, pulling her close. Ha! My dear, there is no need to engage in verbal sparring with him. After soothing Qin Yan, Lin Mu turned to face the Lin family. He addressed Lin Feng. Brother, I have always been curious. Is it truly the Star River Sacred King physique that you have awakened? This question left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? Lin Mu then sneered. I see you are sharp-tongued, always seeking to gain advantages through words rather than relying on your strength. I had thought you had awakened some sort of debater king physique. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson in an instant. Lin Mu, you dare. Even the onlookers felt Lin Mu's words were excessive. That was the renowned sacred king physique. Did Lin Mu not fear divine retribution for such scorn? Such sacred bodies are inherently protected by heavenly mechanisms, and to mock them so carelessly could invite calamity. Lin Mu rolled his eyes at them. You seem to be quite knowledgeable. Instead of gossiping and spreading rumors, why not focus on your cultivation? Perhaps you could elevate your own realms. This remark irked the spectators, but before they could retort, Lin Mu turned his attention to Lin Lai. Lin Lai, do you truly wish for me to surrender the legacy to Lin Feng? Lin Lai nodded fervently. As long as you relinquish the legacy, you will always remain my eldest son. I could even bestow upon you the position of head of the Lin family. Lin Feng also nodded in agreement. Compared to the emperor's legacy, the Lin family's resources are trivial. However, upon witnessing their reactions, Lin Mu's resolve solidified. Ha! You may as well give up. I will not be handing over the emperor's legacy. Lin Lai's fury ignited. How dare you defy my wishes? While you may possess some cultivation, you are but newly entered into the Wheel Sea realm. I could easily. Lin Lai intended to issue a threat, but hesitated upon recalling the 2 4 Extremes elders whom Lin Mu had just slain. He huffed a few times, then continued, if you refuse to obey, I shall cast you out from the Lin family, leaving you to wander as a wraith. Lin Mu scoffed. Do you think I care for this familial identity? I shall pull Qin Yan into my embrace and calmly declare, it is not you who cast me out, but I who willingly depart from your Lin family. From this day forth, I shall establish a new Lin family, obscuring every trace of your existence. In the annals of history, only the name Lin Mu will be remembered, while you shall be utterly erased. At these words, all present were left speechless. They could hardly fathom that Lin Mu would utter such a proclamation. Yet, he paid no heed to their astonished gazes. He called out with a booming voice, "Is there anyone who wishes to depart the Lin family with me?" Chapter 22. In pursuit of progeny, one must resort to taking a concubine. Lin Mu was already an unwelcome presence within the Lin family, and at this moment, no one would dare to stand up for him. Seizing the opportunity, his 3 elder sisters sprang forth. "Humph, Lin Mu, what delusions are you entertaining? You speak of erasing our family's existence. I perceive nothing but grandiloquence from you. Who do you think would accompany you?" At this juncture, Lin Feng also emitted a disdainful snort. Addressing the Lin family members, he proclaimed, "Should you dare to follow Lin Mu, you shall never return." A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. After a considerable pause, a trace of arrogant amusement appeared on Lin Feng's face. Although Lin Mu refused to yield the inheritance, Lin Feng was hesitant to forcibly seize it. Nevertheless, the scene before him filled him with a sense of satisfaction. "Lin Mu, do you see? This is the will of the people." Lin Feng's light laughter gradually morphed into boisterous guffaws. "Let me assure you, I not only intend to overshadow you for a lifetime but for all eternity." At that moment, however, Lin Mu's devoted maid stepped forward. "Young master, I shall accompany you." Lin Feng nearly choked in disbelief. Suppressing his ire, he retorted angrily, "You dare to leave the Lin family? Do you genuinely believe that Lin Mu can provide you with a better life after departing? I assure you, the Yaoqi sacred land will not let this pass lightly. While Lin Mu may contend with those in the 4 extremes realm, he stands no chance against those of the dragon transformation level. Once the Yaoqi sacred land realizes what has transpired and dispatches a true powerhouse, Lin Mu's demise will be inevitable." The maid sighed. "Second young master, I have served the eldest young master since childhood. At this juncture, what other course of action do I have but to follow him?" With that, she trotted to stand behind Lin Mu. Observing this, Lin Mu's eyes glimmered with a faint smile. "Indeed, it seems my 30 years within the Lin family were not in vain. Having even one person willing to depart with me is sufficient." He gestured for the maid to remain at his side. Then, under the watchful gaze of the entire city, he departed Yunhai City at a leisurely pace. Upon exiting the city gates, Lin Mu suddenly turned back and offered the maid a slight smile. "Since we are leaving the Lin family, I must bestow upon you a new name." As he spoke, he continually summoned the system. This maid, daring to leave the Lin family with me, might possess the potential of an empress. "System, come forth." Yet, despite his persistent calls, the system remained unresponsive. Lin Mu finally resigned himself to the reality. It seemed she was merely audacious. He shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, Qin Yan inquired, "Why the sigh, my husband?" Naturally, Lin Mu could not disclose the matters concerning the system. He shook his head and replied, "I merely find it quite a challenge to name someone. By the way, since you favor pink attire, how about the name Little Pink?" The maid's expression froze. "Young master, are you serious?" Even Qin Yan could not help but interject. "Husband, Little Pink hardly qualifies as a name for a person." Lin Mu rolled his eyes. "What makes it unsuitable? There are names like Little Red, Little Green, and Little Black." Ultimately, however, he did not insist that the maid be called Little Pink. He casually remarked, "You exhibit considerable courage. Thus, Even Qin Yan whispered, "Husband, I thought you might name her Lin Yong." Lin Mu shook his head. "That hardly suits a girl's name." Qin Yan teased, "Humph, Lin Yun does not seem fit. Besides, what connection does Yun have with Yong?" Lin Mu laughed heartily. "You see, there was a valiant general in ancient times whose name contained Yun, renowned for his bravery. I am merely employing a historical reference." "My dear wife, you must learn more." The trio engaged in light-hearted banter as they exited Yunhai City. At this moment, Qin Yan waved her hand, conjuring a veil of mist that obscured Lin Yun's sight and hearing. She then earnestly inquired, "Husband, do you intend to take Lin Yun as a concubine?" Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. "My dear, why do you ask?" Qin Yan sighed. "You know well that I am cursed. Though our dual cultivation has mended my foundation and spared my life, it seems I may find it difficult to bear children. If you wish to establish a new Lin family, you must propagate with a woman." Lin Mu grasped Qin Yan's hand and whispered, "Will you not feel jealous?" Qin Yan looked up earnestly. "You treat me with such kindness. How could I bear to feel jealousy over you?" Lin Mu chuckled softly and nodded. "Let us discuss this matter further down the line. If Lin Yun indeed possesses the potential of an empress, I shall not hesitate. Yet, should she lack such qualifications, there is no need for haste. At that moment, Xin Yan added, "Husband, your second brother's words bear truth. Although you have slain 2 elders of the Yaoqi sacred land, the news of your imperial inheritance will inevitably spread. Those with ulterior motives will surely take note. The Yaoqi sacred land is the closest to us, and I was once a disciple there. They will undoubtedly use this as an excuse to trouble you."
"Husband, what shall we do?"
Lin Mu remained unperturbed. "Humph, my dear, you were ensnared by that curse while associated with the Yaoqi sacred land. I ought to lead you in a camp. If they dared to approach us, it would be a welcome opportunity."
Xin Yan felt a surge of gratitude, yet concern lingered.
"Husband, should the Yaoqi dispatch a formidable... As long as we diligently cultivate and elevate our realms before they arrive, we shall be fine." Xin Yan shook her head. "It is not that simple." Lin Mu chuckled lightly.
"What could be simpler? As long as we engage in mutual cultivation, all will be well. My husband."
Xin Yan uttered a soft sigh, then embraced Lin Mu from behind. As her emotions surged, the mist concealing Lin Yan dissipated in an instant.
Observing this scene, Lin Yan's face flushed crimson. "Young master, young mistress, we are still outdoors, shouldn't you at least find an inn in the city first?"
Lin Mu erupted in laughter.
"What of it?
As cultivators, we must absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Practicing in the wild will hasten our progress."
"Young master, what are you saying?"
Lin Yan scoffed, then hurriedly distanced herself. Lin Mu said nothing further. Instead, he playfully pinned Xin Yan beneath him. After a considerable time, pure spiritual energy began to circulate between the two, gradually. Unthinkable, additional payment required. Lin Mu, cradling the deeply slumbering Xin Yan, found himself gazing vacantly at the starry sky. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed in his ears. This is rather intriguing." A jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Mu's heart, yet he swiftly regained his composure. "Xuanzi, what could possibly be so amusing?" he mused, having already discerned the voice belonged to Su Yu. Su Yu made a sudden appearance, this time without any pretense, clad in women's attire draped in a flowing white garment. She indeed resembled a celestial being. Casting a glance at Lin Mu, she shook her head and remarked, "You have slain those from the Yaoqi sacred land, yet you dare to leave the Lin family, to venture beyond Yunhai City? And now, you audaciously frolic in the wilderness, is that not amusing enough?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mu carefully laid Xin Yan down on the grass beside him, covering her with the garments that had previously enveloped them both. Only then did he spring to his feet.
"This is hardly amusing, I am merely making the most of my time to cultivate." As he stood, he was still partially undressed. Su Yu, intending to say something, turned to look at him, only to catch sight of his lower half, causing her face to flush instantly.
"Lin Mu! How dare you act so recklessly," she exclaimed. As Lin Mu donned his attire, he chuckled softly. "What recklessness? I am simply standing up as any normal person would. Besides, you have seen, touched, and even tasted before."
"Silence!"
Su Yu retorted, her hands flailing as she finally managed to silence him, preventing him from finishing his thought. After a brief moment, once Lin Mu had fully dressed, she withdrew her hand from his mouth. Lin Mu took a deep breath, then feigned a sigh.
"Well, it is well past midnight.
We have shared a day's worth of marital bond, yet, to my astonishment, Su Xianzi shows such a lack of sentiment, nearly plotting the demise of her own husband.
Alas, if you were to suffocate me, what would the world think?"
A descendant of the illustrious Void Emperor, committing fratricide, the entire realm of cultivation would surely be in an uproar. Su Yu inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling. After a lengthy pause, she managed to suppress her anger.
"Lin Mu, how could I assist you only to have you take advantage of me with your words?" Lin Mu smiled and asked, "Oh? What assistance did you provide, fair Xianzi?" Su Yu rolled her eyes before responding, "Humph, I eliminated a few messengers from Yaoqi sacred land on your behalf. Does that not count as... I thought you had truly abandoned me during the date. I never expected you would handle those loose ends for me."
Enough of the flattery, Su Yu interjected, her heart secretly pleased but her lips refusing to acknowledge it. She continued with a serious tone, "While I have dealt with a few individuals, this situation can only be concealed temporarily, not indefinitely. You must hasten to elevate your cultivation. If it becomes dire, you may come to my Su family. Though we are not as mighty as before, we can still offer you protection." As she spoke, Su Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Mu observed this with a smile, shaking his head.
"That is out of the question.
If I were to join your Su family, would that not mean becoming a son-in-law? I aspire to become a figure of great renown, a Dao emperor, and cannot easily accept such a fate." Though Su Yu had not intended for such an outcome, her interest was piqued upon hearing Lin Mu's words.
"Oh? You truly refuse to become a son-in-law? Let me tell you, our Su family possesses individuals of peak dragon transformation that if you were to join us, no one would dare to look down upon you."
Lin Mu,
unless what? Su Yu inquired eagerly. Unless you offer more financial compensation.
Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, then after a while, she laughed helplessly.
Very well, do take care of yourself.
With a sigh, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Lin Mu, bearing the legacy of the void, would likely face no opposition from her family if she brought him home. Alas, it was Lin Mu himself who was unwilling. Su Yu shook her head and turned to leave, but Lin Mu seized her arm. Xianzi, do not depart, I am indebted to you for your great kindness.
Allow me to repay you with my life.
Su Yu gasped in shock, struggling to break free, yet Lin Mu whispered in her ear, Su Xianzi, if you struggle now, you will awaken Xinyan.
What do you think her reaction would be upon witnessing this scene? The Su Yu who once pursued me was actually a woman. Lin Mu mimicked Xinyan's tone for the last remark.
Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Yu's struggles diminished significantly, and she muttered under her breath, you truly are taking advantage of the situation.
Lin Mu shook his head. This is hardly taking advantage.
I am merely seizing every moment to cultivate. After all, cultivation is paramount. This is what you just told me. Su Yu shot him an annoyed glare, yet her struggles grew increasingly feeble. Before long, Lin Mu got his wish and resumed his practice of the yin-yang harmony technique. Although Su Yu did not vocalize her compliance, her actions were submissive. She waved her hand, conjuring a veil of mist to cloak Qinyan's head, ensuring she remained unaware of the external commotion. Then, she began to cry out loudly. However, she overlooked one person. Lin Yun, covering his ears, scampered away.
Young master, you are simply insufferable. By the following morning,
she smiled and said, husband, you rise so early. At that moment, she noticed Lin Yun, who sported dark circles beneath his eyes, and felt a twinge of shyness.
Yunner, did we disturb you last night?
Lin Yun glanced at Xinyan, then at Lin Mu, and replied helplessly, as a maid, how could I dare to blame madam and young master? At this juncture, Lin Mu gestured for Lin Yun to be silent. He turned to Xinyan and inquired, my dear, I believe the Yaoqi sacred land will not trouble us in the near future. In my view, we should seek a place to settle down.
Are there any other major cities surrounding Yunhai City? Upon hearing this, Xinyan felt a flicker of doubt. How did her husband know that the Yaoqi sacred land would not cause any disturbances?
It seems her husband harbors many secrets, perhaps his sect has intervened to shield them. Thus, she refrained from further questioning. Husband, to the north of Yunhai City, there is another large city named Yuding City.
We could certainly head there.
Lin Mu was indifferent to their destination. As the three continued their journey, he inquired, Yuding City, that name holds some significance.
Chapter 24 The legendary Phoenix Physique. Qinyan smiled and remarked, indeed, my husband is quite perceptive.
You discerned it immediately.
Lin Mu hurriedly replied, my dear, what are you insinuating? When have I ever been sensitive?
Xinyan cast a peculiar glance at Lin Mu, puzzled by his words. However, this Jade Cauldron City is undeniably a gathering place for alchemists. Since you are also an alchemist, you must feel completely at ease here. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. Your arrangements are truly commendable, my dear. Very well, let us proceed to Jade Cauldron City and take a moment to rest. Before long, the three of them arrived at the outskirts of the city. As Qinyan had described, even before entering, they could perceive waves of ethereal energy. In a short while, they witnessed dark clouds gathering in a certain part of the city, followed by a flash of lightning striking down. Recalling the knowledge from the alchemist's secret tome, Lin Mu immediately understood. Those dark clouds and the lightning heralded the tribulation that descends upon the heavens at the moment of high-grade elixir refinement. However, rather than being a calamity, the power of this tribulation was even less formidable than that of an ordinary thunderstorm. Nevertheless, it was said that the tribulation for divine-grade elixirs was markedly different. Lin Mu quietly contemplated something. At that moment, they had already entered the city. Lin Yun, her eyes wide with wonder, suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, young master, young mistress, why is it so lively over there? Xinyan glanced over and indeed saw a throng of people gathered together. She shook her head and said, it's nothing, it's likely that someone has sustained severe injuries and is seeking medical attention. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu abruptly looked up and asked Xinyan, my dear, did you come here when you were first cursed? Xinyan seemed to recall something and sighed, indeed, I cannot hide anything from my husband. Lin Mu nodded, intending to inquire about the alchemists Xinyan had encountered and the elixirs she had consumed back then. Just then, a voice from the system suddenly chimed in his ear. Ding, special physique detected. Phoenix Physique Zhou Rao heavenly grade spiritual root. Phoenix Physique possesses formidable vitality, nearly impossible to kill, injured and in a state of comatose awakening. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. This is absurd.
Isn't the Phoenix physique supposed to undergo rebirth through nirvana? Why is she here in Jade Cauldron City after sustaining severe injuries instead of seeking a secluded place to undergo her rebirth? Half curious and half intrigued, he grasped Qin Yan's hand and said, "Let us see what all the commotion is about." Qin Yan, puzzled, asked, "What commotion?" "Let us observe how someone can squander a great hand of cards," he replied. She led Qin Yan and Lin Yun into the nearby crowd. In the center of the throng lay a woman, stunningly beautiful, with an astonishing figure. Even while reclining on the jade bed, her bosom rose high into the air. Lin Mu cast a few glances and frowned. Is she really that well endowed? Surely, she cannot be silicone? Qin Yan's ears perked up. "Husband, what is silicone?" Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Why do you ask, husband?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Mu whispered, "This woman possesses a unique physique. She must have a remarkable background. I thought that since you once bore the Taiyin sacred body, you might know quite a few prodigies, hence my inquiry." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan first scrutinized Zhou Rao once more, confirming that she indeed did not recognize her. Then, she asked in astonishment, "Husband, do you truly possess such capabilities?" Lin Mu did not explain, merely nodded. He approached a nearby individual and casually inquired, "What is the situation with the woman lying on the jade bed?" The passerby in Jade Cauldron City was equally eager to share information, and he sighed, "Young man, it is evident that you are new to our Jade Cauldron City, which is why you ask. This woman hails from a cultivation family and was once renowned as a prodigy in her youth. However, several years ago, during the Yaoqi Sacred Land's disciple selection ceremony, she participated but encountered an unforeseen mishap. Not only did she fail to join the Sacred Land, but she also fell into a coma. The Zhou family is no ordinary clan. They could not bear to see their prodigy languish, so over the years, they have expended countless spirit stones in search of elixirs for her. Yet, despite the passage of time, she remains in a deep slumber. The Zhou family, in their desperation, has placed her in the center of the road, hoping that a passing powerful being or high-level alchemist might extend a helping hand. As for the jade bed beneath her, it is indeed a precious artifact that continuously supplies spiritual energy, safeguarding the 5 secret stores of the woman, preventing her life force from completely extinguishing." Lin Mu grasped the situation halfway through the explanation. The Zhou family was indeed unfortunate. The Phoenix physique inherently possesses self-repair capabilities, and leaving her be would not result in dire consequences. Instead, by continually forcing elixirs upon her, they had hindered her natural recovery. Turning to Qin Yan with a smile, Lin Mu remarked, "My dear, why did you just say you did not know her? Is she not in this predicament because of your Yaoqi Sacred Land?" Qin Yan fell silent for a moment before responding, "Husband, I truly do not know this person. After joining the sect, neither my mentors nor any other disciples have informed me of this matter." Lin Mu was taken aback for a moment. After a long pause, he coldly chuckled, "It seems your Yaoqi Sacred Land is indeed something else. It appears to be a celestial treasure land, yet it may very well be a den of filth." He then turned to the passerby and asked, "By the way, you mentioned this woman has been asleep for many years. How old is she now? Surely, she is not a few hundred years old, is she?" The passerby looked at him oddly. "Sir, that statement is rather ludicrous. This woman was merely on the cusp of breaking through to the Dao Palace realm before her slumber. With such cultivation, how could she possibly live for hundreds of years? In fact, she is only about 20 years old now." Lin Mu nodded, his mind already formulating a plan. He pushed through the crowd and approached Zhou Rao's jade bed. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may find it hard to believe, but I possess a method to save this woman." Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, an elderly man immediately looked up, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Mu. However, upon realizing Lin Mu's age, disappointment washed over him, and he lowered his head. "Young man, by your appearance, you hardly seem to be an alchemist. It would be best for you to step aside and refrain from making jokes." The onlookers were even more skeptical, whispering among themselves, "Could this lad be a fraud? Alas, his skills in deception are rather lacking. If only he could disguise himself as an elder, perhaps he might have a chance." Chapter 25. Do you call this a panacea? Upon seeing the crowd's skepticism, Lin Mu offered a faint smile, unperturbed by their doubts. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a delicate pink jade vial. "Ahem, wrong one," he quickly corrected himself, retracting the vial and retrieving a small box instead. "This contains the elixir I have concocted. If administered to the lady, it will undoubtedly restore her to consciousness in an instant." Though the onlookers remained somewhat skeptical of Lin Mu, the sight of the box piqued their curiosity. What could possibly be inside? The box appeared rather unremarkable. It was not merely the box at play. Superior-grade elixirs emanated a distinct aura, and even with deliberate suppression, their essence could not be concealed.
Yet, the box in Lin Mu's possession exhibited no such peculiar energy. The elderly gentleman, too, harbored doubts. However, observing Lin Mu's unwavering confidence, he rose to speak. A young man, I am Zhou Quan, the protector of my lady.
Do you truly possess a miraculous elixir?
Upon hearing the elder introduce himself, the bystanders expressed surprise. So, he was Zhou Quan. It was said that decades ago, he had already attained the pinnacle of the four extremes. One could only wonder what formidable strength he possessed now. The Zhou family surely spared no expense in dispatching such a distinguished figure to guard Zhou Rao. Ah, I had assumed he was merely an ordinary cultivator, always stationed by the jade bed. Had I known, I would have sought to befriend him. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lin Mu furrowed his brow.
Zhou Quan, having concealed your identity for so long, why reveal your name to me now? By uttering your name, you invite a plethora of complications.
Zhou Quan's weathered face broke into a wry smile.
Ah, you are unaware of the gravity of my lady's condition. I fear I am left with no choice but to grasp at straws.
Had I not encountered you today, I would have taken her directly to seek the city lord of Danding City. The crowd gasped again. The city lord referred to by Zhou Quan must surely be the renowned alchemist, Yui? If he were to intervene, it was likely he could indeed concoct a potion to revive the lady. Lin Mu, intrigued by this revelation, inquired, then why have you not sought out this illustrious Yui sooner? Zhou Quan sighed, I had intended to, but it appears there are complications beyond my ability to articulate.
Realizing further questioning would yield no answers, Lin Mu addressed Zhou Quan, would you care to test my elixir?
I assure you, it will not lead to disappointment. Zhou Quan scrutinized Lin Mu earnestly and replied, you must at least allow me to see this so-called elixir. Lin Mu, naturally, did not object. He opened the box, and the crowd leaned in with curiosity, yet, the next moment, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Ha, I thought he truly possessed some treasure, it turns out to be merely a bridge-building pill. Ha! This potion indeed brings no harm nor deception. Is this lad perhaps a country bumpkin, unfamiliar with the world, mistaking such trifles for treasures? Zhou Quan's expression darkened and Lin Mu chuckled lightly. I assure you, I have no time for jest. While this elixir may appear to be just a bridge-building pill, it possesses hidden efficacy. To administer it to your lady, and I guarantee she shall awaken instantly. As he spoke, care to give it a try? Lin Mu understood that if the Zhou family were of lesser stature and lacked the resources to safeguard Zhou Rao, she would likely have regained consciousness on her own. Thus, merely moving her from the jade bed might suffice to rouse her. The notion of administering medicine was merely a ruse. Observing Lin Mu's confidence, Zhou Quan felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that this young man's pill was indeed extraordinary? Nevertheless, he reasoned that it was merely a bridge-building pill. Even if it were nothing more than a common elixir, it should not exacerbate his lady's condition. Resolutely, he nodded. Very well, I shall allow you to proceed, but remember, if this elixir proves ineffective, I shall not spare you. Lin Mu shrugged dismissively. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
The crowd erupted in laughter once more.
This lad was truly audacious. Did he not fear Zhou Quan's wrath might lead to his demise? It seemed he was not a fraud, but rather a gambler. At that moment, Lin Yan felt a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest. Xin Yan gently patted her shoulder. What troubles you, Yuner? Your husband is not a man easily trifled with, have faith. Indeed, Xin Yan had observed Lin Mu crafting pills from the sidelines. She was certain they were merely ordinary bridge-building pills. Yet, recalling Lin Mu's various displays of ingenuity, she remained steadfast in her belief her husband would never undertake a venture without assurance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Mu approached Zhou Rao. Observing her closely, he could not help but feel a sense of unease. The heavenly phoenix body undoubtedly harbored some hidden capabilities for physical enhancement. Noticing Lin Mu muttering to himself, Zhou Quan grew impatient.
Young man, are you not afraid? Is your so-called elixir truly ineffective?
Lin Mu rolled his eyes. Old man, I know you're anxious, but please, allow me to administer the medicine. You must first lift your lady from the jade bed.
Zhou Quan's expression darkened further.
This young man was utterly impertinent. However, those surrounding them began to respect Lin Mu's boldness. If audacity were a gift, this lad was indeed a prodigy, not merely courting danger, but embracing it. I would describe him as possessing boundless courage, surpassing even the finest elixirs. At this juncture, Lin Mu remained unfazed, addressing Zhou Quan once more, what is it, are you unwilling to lift her? If so, I shall take matters into my own hands. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Quan finally relented. Very well, I shall assist, but remember, if your elixir proves futile, I will not show you mercy. Lin Mu merely smiled, refraining from replying. Once Zhou Quan lifted Zhou Rao from the jade bed, Lin Mu cast another glance at the system before placing the elixir into her mouth, and then, nothing happened. Zhou Quan erupted in fury.
You rascal, you have indeed deceived me.
The crowd instinctively Only Qin Yan stepped forward, intent on restraining Zhou Quan, but at that moment, a soft gasp emerged from behind Zhou Quan.
What is this place? Chapter 26. The name resounds throughout the city. Zhou Quan turned back in astonishment. Could it be that the lad merely produced the most commonplace elixir?
I must be mistaken. Someone rubbed their eyes vigorously, yet upon looking again, they realized their sight was indeed accurate. Among the throng, a few alchemists were fixated on Lin Mu, pondering the unfolding situation. What could possibly be happening? They were certain that the elixir Lin Mu had presented bore no extraordinary qualities. If they desired, they could effortlessly concoct dozens of such potions, yet, this mundane elixir had succeeded in awakening Zhou Rao. There must be some underlying issue. If I were to share this revelation with the city lord, I am certain I would be rewarded handsomely. An alchemist's thoughts raced, and he promptly turned to depart. At that moment, he noticed others around him also turning away. Panic surged within him. This is bad. I cannot.
Thus, he quickened his pace, and others followed suit. The sudden movement of so many drew attention. Qin Yan frowned and approached Lin Mu. Husband, should we not intercept those individuals?
Lin Mu glanced back and shook his head.
Let them be.
At this juncture, Zhou Rao had fully regained consciousness. She listened intently as Zhou Quan spoke in her ear, a contemplative expression crossing her features. Moments later, she gently waved her hand, retracting the jade bed, and approached Chen Fan, bowing slightly in gratitude.
I am profoundly thankful for your immense kindness. May I inquire your esteemed name? Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, My name is Lin Mu.
Lin Mu, Zhou Rao repeated, committing the name to memory. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan approached with palpable excitement. He too bowed deeply.
I had underestimated young Master Lin. Truly, I was blind to your abilities. Zhou Quan's sincerity was evident.
Might I ask from which esteemed family or sect you hail, young Master Lin? My Zhou family will undoubtedly repay this favor in due course. At that moment, as for my wife, he chuckled, she harbors no lingering attachments to the sacred land of Yaoqi.
Zhou Rao raised an inquisitive brow, seemingly oblivious to.
My wife was originally a disciple of the sacred land of Yaoqi, but due to certain circumstances, she was expelled and has since become estranged from them.
Before Zhou Rao could respond, Zhou Quan burst into laughter. What a remarkable coincidence! My Zhou family has a long-standing enmity with Yaoqi as well. Zhou Quan appeared visibly agitated.
The incident that befell the young lady years ago was indeed connected to Yaoqi. Previously, I was merely concerned for her and had no time to settle accounts with them.
Now that she has awakened, it is only fitting that I confront Yaoqi and demand an explanation.
As he spoke, a faint rumble of thunder seemed to emanate from him. Lin Mu felt a twinge of confusion. However, Qin Yan approached and whispered in Lin Mu's ear, It appears Zhou Quan has entered the dragon transformation secret realm. He has tempered his spine, allowing his spiritual energy to flow within it, producing. It was only through my husband's assistance that I managed to restore it, yet, to reach this point, I am already quite content.
Zhou Quan's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, young Master Lin is capable of restoring one's foundation?
Yet soon after, he sighed.
Of course, young Master Lin is undoubtedly an exceptional alchemist.
Achieving such feats is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility.
Zhou Quan turned to Zhou Rao and inquired, Miss, shall you return directly, or would you prefer to linger in Yuding City for a spell? Zhou Rao smiled.
I shall remain here for a few more days, as it would be fitting. What is this woman thinking, even if she is unaware of the truth, believing me to be her savior? Such fervor seems excessive. Zhou Quan sighed. Ah, the young lady was but a child when she fell into her coma. Though her body has matured, her heart remains as youthful as it was back then. Lin Mu, I must ask you to take care of the young lady for a time.
I shall return to the Zhou family to report this matter.
With that, he soared into the air, swiftly disappearing into the distance like a flash of lightning. As Lin Mu watched Zhou Quan's vanishing figure, he finally grasped the underlying implication. He felt utterly speechless. Good heavens, it seems that while one young scholar retains the body of a child, Zhou Rao has entirely reversed the situation. However, Zhou Rao's form, radiating warmth and softness, left Lin Mu with no inclination to withdraw. He glanced back at Qin Yan, only to find her unperturbed. Curiosity piqued, Lin Mu asked, My dear, do you not feel a twinge of jealousy?
Qin Yan smiled and shook her head. Why would I envy her? Besides, she lowered her voice and leaned closer to Lin Mu. This lady is a prodigy of the Zhou family. Cultivating a good rapport with her will ensure that the sacred land of Yaoqi thinks twice before acting against you. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, though internally he mused.
If only my dear wife knew that I am already entangled with Suyu even without the Zhou family's protection. The family of the Void Emperor shelters me, yet, he naturally refrained from voicing the truth.
Very well, let us find a place to settle for now. The group meandered through the city before securing a residence.
Lin Mu promptly took Qin Yan by the hand, heading straight for the bedroom. Zhou Rao, observing this, also wished to enter, but Lin Yun hastily blocked her path.
Miss Zhou, you cannot go in there. Zhou Rao, with innocent curiosity, inquired, why ever not? Is it that the benefactor and his wife intend to engage in some clandestine activities?
Lin Yun's face flushed crimson. It's not that it's illicit, but
you can't be reasoned with. Shall we sit here for a while?
After much effort, she finally managed to placate Zhou Rao, though she gazed helplessly at the direction of the bedroom.
Young master, could you not exercise some restraint for a few days?
You may find comfort, but you are making my life exceedingly difficult. She recalled the scene she had inadvertently witnessed, her body suddenly feeling weak. At that moment, the news of Lin Mu's earlier actions had already spread throughout the city.
Chapter 27 Truly a Genius. Oh, is it really true that someone has awakened that Zhou Rao using an ordinary bridge constructing pill? They say so, yet it may not be merely an ordinary elixir. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is vast, and even the most seasoned cultivators would not dare claim to know all its mysteries. Perhaps that pill merely appears commonplace, while concealing profound secrets within. This assertion holds merit, much like the legendary human king body, which, upon its emergence, gives no hint of its potential, only revealing its true nature once one embarks on the path of cultivation. Countless alchemists in the city began to discuss the events of the day. Moreover, the Lord of Yuding City was also informed of this matter. How intriguing! Wan Lin sat before a grand purple cauldron, a glimmer of curiosity dancing in his eyes. Have you uncovered the origins of that Lin Mu? Immediately, someone spoke up reporting to the city lord, we have conducted a thorough investigation. This Lin Mu, originally, they recounted Lin Mu's background and experiences, along with Qin Yan's circumstances, even providing a brief introduction of Lin Mu's maid, though they omitted the detail regarding her name change. Nonetheless, the account was remarkably thorough. Upon hearing this, Wan Lin's curiosity intensified. How fascinating, I am aware of the curse afflicting Qin Yan. While Lin Mu's ability to mend her foundation is commendable, it is not beyond my own capabilities. Yet, he himself possesses a unique constitution, and yet he can tread the path of cultivation. That is indeed noteworthy, truly fascinating. Wan Lin abruptly waved his hand, stowing away the purple cauldron. I shall go meet this Lin Mu. With that, he rose and exited the city lord's estate. Mere moments later, he arrived at the courtyard where Lin Mu resided. He then gently knocked on the door. Is Lin Mu available? Within the courtyard, Lin Yun and Zhou Rao exchanged curious glances. Who might come knocking at this hour? Lin Yun anxiously glanced toward the bedroom, fearing that Lin Mu might still be engaged in dual cultivation with Qin Yan. That would be exceedingly awkward. However, her worries were unwarranted. Although Lin Mu desired to continue practicing the yin-yang harmonious union technique, Qin Yan had not persisted for long. Thus, Lin Mu had already risen. Hearing the commotion outside, he promptly stepped out. Who goes there? A hint of pride graced Wan Lin's face as he spoke through the door. I am Wan Lin, the lord of this city. Lin Mu, I have heard that you awakened the prodigy of the Zhou family with a single pill, and I have come specifically to meet you. Meanwhile, the alchemists in the city had also caught wind of the news, converging toward this location. Among them were alchemists of varying levels of cultivation, yet none were impoverished. Even those of lesser cultivation brandished their treasures, floating in the air, their eyes fixed intently on the courtyard. Lin Mu was rendered speechless. He raised his gaze and glared at the crowd. Do you truly lack decorum, peering into my courtyard like this? Have you not noticed that your city lord is patiently waiting outside? How utterly rude! The alchemists, upon hearing this, grew indignant. You, a mere cultivator of the wheel sea, dare to speak to us in such a manner. Indeed, whether your elixir is a miraculous panacea or merely a stroke of luck, remains to be seen. However, with Wan Lin present, they refrained from acting recklessly and could only glare at Lin Mu with hostility. Faced with their hostility, Lin Mu snorted coldly, moving to open the grand door. He addressed Wan Lin outside. City Lord Wan, your local alchemists exhibit a shocking lack of decorum. Wan Lin, however, remained unfazed. Though I am the lord of this city, I hold no sway over those alchemists. They grant me the courtesy of addressing me as city lord. Should they choose not to, I am powerless to compel them. Thus, Lin Mu, your ire towards me is entirely unwarranted. Despite his words, he gestured with his hands, setting up a formation outside the courtyard to muffle the sounds from within, preventing the alchemists from making careless remarks. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu found himself reassessing Wan Lin. This old fellow dares to reason with me. He stepped aside, gesturing for Wan Lin to enter the courtyard, and invited him to sit. Wan Lin cast a glance at Zhou Rao, noting her return to her normal state with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Without engaging in pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Lin Mu, How did you manage to awaken her? Lin Mu glanced at Zhou Rao but did not answer directly. Instead, he posed a question in return. City Lord Wan, might I inquire if you have ever seen a balance scale? Wan Lin furrowed his brow. Lin Mu, why do you ask this? At that moment, the alchemists observing from above noticed a change in Wan Lin's expression. They exclaimed with delight, aha, that Lin Mu truly does not know the heavens from the earth and has managed to anger the city lord. I wonder how he will respond when the lord's fury is unleashed. Cut off from the sounds within the courtyard by the formation, they could only speculate based on Wan Lin's expression. Wan Lin remained oblivious to their thoughts and continued to question. Even novice alchemists need not resort to such mundane tools as a balance scale. Lin Mu, are you attempting to mock me? Lin Mu laughed heartily, shaking his head. I do not mean to imply such a thing. Rather, I am making a comparison. City Lord Wan, Zhou Rao's condition is akin to a balance scale, with her injuries on one side and her vitality on the other. As long as the two are restored to equilibrium, she shall awaken. Before Lin Mu could finish, Wan Lin sprang to his feet, smacking his forehead in realization. I understand, you mean to say that to heal Zhou Rao, no elixir is required. Instead, one ought to cease administering any medicine? Lin Mu nodded, precisely that. Although Wan Lin was taken aback, upon further reflection, he found Lin Mu's reasoning sound. He scrutinized Lin Mu, hesitatingly asking, did you know this all along, or was it merely fortunate coincidence that you stumbled upon this insight after using an ordinary elixir to heal her? Lin Mu chuckled lightly. I naturally discerned this. Wan Lin, of course, was skeptical. He resumed his seat and casually inquired, I have a few minor questions I would like to pose to young Master Lin. Might you be willing to indulge me? Lin Mu understood that Wan Lin sought to test him. He rolled his eyes but did not bristle. Very well, ask away. Wan Lin narrowed his eyes and began to inquire about the essentials of alchemy. With the system having endowed him with profound knowledge of alchemical secrets, Lin Mu had long since mastered the subject. Though he had yet to elevate his rank as an alchemist, he was more than capable of holding his own in theoretical discussions. After just a few questions, Wan Lin looked at Lin Mu with newfound respect. Lin Mu, you truly are a genius. He grasped Lin Mu's hand. Do you intend to remain in Yuding City for an extended period? If so, you are welcome to move directly into my city lord's estate. Before Lin Mu could respond, an uproar erupted outside the courtyard. What is the city lord doing? Why is he treating Lin Mu with such deference? There must be something amiss. Some could not contain themselves and directly breached the formation Wan Lin had set, entering the courtyard. City lord, have you been deceived by this lad? Chapter 28. A full-scale mobilization to capture them. Wan Lin's expression darkened. The individual who had rushed into the courtyard was immediately taken aback, retreating several steps in fear. Although Wan Lin had claimed he could not oversee the alchemists within the city, his years of service as the city lord endowed him with a certain authority. He exclaimed in indignation, how dare you burst in here like this? The alchemist quickly lowered his head in contrition. At that moment, Lin Mu finally responded to Wan Lin's earlier request. City Lord Wan, I indeed require a temporary residence in your esteemed Yuding City. However, the matter of moving into your lordship's manor shall be disregarded. I believe in the principle of no reward without merit. Upon hearing this, Wan Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. Ah, very well then. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. After saying this, he shook his head with a sigh and exited the premises, muttering, such a talent is truly rare. Meanwhile, all the alchemists in the sky were left dumbfounded. What? The city lord actually invited Lin Mu to reside in the city lord's manor, and he dares to refuse. Many cast envious and jealous glances at Lin Mu. The city lord's manor housed a plethora of rare materials. If one could utilize those materials for alchemy, even a less than gifted alchemist could elevate their rank in a remarkably short span of time. What right does this young man have? It infuriates me. I wish to create trouble for Lin Mu. Hey, don't act recklessly. The city lord holds him in such high regard. If you dare to lay a hand on him, how could the city lord possibly spare you? If I cannot deal with him, surely others can. With his hands clasped behind his back, he returned to his abode. After a brief discussion among the alchemists outside, they gradually dispersed. However, the alchemist who had earlier voiced intentions to trouble Lin Mu suddenly had a spark of inspiration. I have heard that this Lin Mu seems to hail from the Lin family of Yunhai City. I could very well investigate further. This alchemist hastily departed Yuding City, heading towards Yunhai City. Once he grasped the events of the past few days, his face radiated with elation. Ha! So it turns out, Lin Mu, you have provoked the sacred grounds of Yaoqi and have been cast from your home like a stray dog. You hide in Yuding City yet do not think to conceal your identity. You dare to show off. Truly, you are oblivious to the meaning of danger. His tone dripped with malice as he turned and made his way to the sacred grounds of Yaoqi, promptly reporting the matter.
The disciples guarding the sacred grounds were startled upon hearing the news. A few days prior, indeed, 2 elders had gone out and had yet to return. They had assumed they were preoccupied with other important matters. But they had perished in Yunhai City. They dared not delay and quickly reported up the chain, notifying the sect master of Yaoqi. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu's expression remained impassive as he commanded, "Ring the spiritual bell and summon the elders to me."
Soon, the resonant chimes echoed throughout Yaoqi.
All the disciples looked up in confusion, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. The celestial bell rang. What major event has transpired this time? It is said that the last time the sacred ground clashed with a demonic sect, it was— What could this be about? The ordinary disciples were perplexed, and the elders of Yaoqi were even more so. Golden light surged from various corners of the sacred grounds, heading directly for the main hall. However, upon reaching the hall, they obediently settled on the ground. The entire Yaoqi was enveloped in a formidable formation. Outside the hall, Lin Xiu had set up additional formations. To intrude recklessly would not only be a slight against Lin Xiu but would also provoke a counterattack from the formations.
After exchanging glances, the elders promptly turned their attention to an elder. "Elder Ding, why do you appear so haggard? I see, you must be worried about your disciple, am I right?"
It turned out that this elder Ding was the master of Qin Yan.
He forced a bitter smile.
Although Qin Yan has been expelled from the sect, I have been her master for many years. One cannot be devoid of feelings. The other elders scoffed at this sentiment. As Cultivation, if Qin Yan were still a prodigy, your concern would be understandable, but since she has become a waste, what need is there for your worry? A middle-aged female elder shook her head and advised, "Elder Ding, I advise you to quickly take on a few new disciples." As for Qin Yan, well, the remaining elders exchanged knowing smirks. Elder Ding was simply too soft-hearted. Had Qin Yan been my disciple, after her affliction, I would not have allowed her to leave the mountains. Instead, I would have seized her cultivation base to bestow upon other disciples, or even used it for myself. Yet, Elder Ding could not bring himself to take such harsh measures. He sought to plead for Qin Yan, granting her a year's grace, which only left him vulnerable to disdain from the sect. Ultimately, his efforts were in vain. It was said that Qin Yan had married a useless scion from the Lin family, and she was likely already dead. At that moment, Lin Xiu's voice resonated from the hall.
"Elders, please enter."
The elders felt a sudden chill in their hearts as they cautiously stepped into the hall. Upon entering, they heard Lin Xiu state, "I have just received word that the 2 elders, Wang and Zhou, who ventured to Yunhai City, have been slain." Before he could finish, the attending elders sprang to their feet in shock.
"This is impossible."
Both elders are formidable figures of the 4th extreme realm, who in Yunhai City could possibly kill them. Lin Xiu cast a cold glance at one elder.
"So, are you suggesting that this sect master is lying?"
The elder hastily replied, "I would not dare." "I would not dare."
Lin Xiu nodded.
It is said that it was Qin Yan's husband, Lin Mu, who inherited the legacy of the great emperor, which enabled him to slay the 2 elders. At present, the couple has fled Yunhai City and is en route to Yuding City. This sect master has already dispatched individuals to investigate. The life lamps of the 2 elders have indeed been extinguished.
"Elders, what do you propose we do about this matter?"
Upon hearing this, many of the elders' eyes glinted with greed. Truly, as expected from members of a sect, their thought processes mirrored those of elders Wang and Zhou. That legacy of the great emperor must have been taken by Qin Yan when she left our Yaoqi sacred ground.
"Sect master, we must immediately send someone to capture them."
"I am willing to volunteer and take action myself." Only Elder Ding displayed a glimmer of relief, murmuring softly, fortunately.
Lin Xiu took note of the expressions of these elders, snorting inwardly, "Do they truly believe I am unaware of their intentions?"
If I were to send them out, once they obtain that legacy of the great emperor, they would undoubtedly vanish without a trace. Shaking his head, Lin Xiu declared, "No, this sect master intends to mobilize everyone in the sect to capture the Lin Mu couple."
Chapter 29. The celestial pool descends, the weight of Mount Tai presses down upon hearing Lin Xiu's words. The elders were engulfed in a blend of disappointment and confusion. "Master, even if Lin Mu possesses the legacy of the great emperor, how formidable can he truly be?"
The 2 elders from the Zhou clan were already the least accomplished among the assembly.
"If you remain unconvinced, simply dispatch a few more elders. There is no need to mobilize the entire sect to apprehend them."
Elder Ding hastily added, "Indeed, master, a couple of elders would suffice to capture them." However, his intentions were all too transparent.
It was evident that Elder Ding preferred to have as few and as weak elders as possible involved in the capture of Qin Yan and Lin Mu. Lin Xiu paid no heed to Elder Ding's remarks, instead scoffing, "Shallow."
He rose to his feet, an overwhelming aura of pressure radiating from him, silencing all the elders. Lin Xiu continued, "Lin Mu has slain 2 elders, Do you dare to claim that this represents his full strength? What if he has concealed further power? Moreover, the fall of two elders is a significant event, yet no word has reached us from Yunhai City. It was only through the alchemists of Yuding City that we became aware of it. This suggests that Lin Mu is likely under the protection of other forces. Additionally, I have heard that the Lord of Yuding City holds Lin Mu in high regard.
If we do not deploy our entire force, how can we be assured of completely subduing Lin Mu?
With Lin Xiu's declaration, the other elders refrained from further discussion, though Elder Ding still seemed eager to speak. However, Lin Xiu abruptly gestured, effectively silencing him. Lin Xiu said coolly, "You shall return and disseminate my decision throughout the sect. In 1 hour, I shall activate the sect's grand formation and lead the entire sect into action." This maneuver was not solely about Lin Mu and Qin Yan. Lin Xiu harbored ulterior motives. Over the past several years, the prestige of the Celestial Pool Sacred Land had waned, trailing behind other major sacred sites. Thus, he sought to leverage this opportunity to demonstrate the sect's might. Yet, the targets of Lin Mu and Qin Yan were merely too insignificant. It would be far more advantageous to seize Yuding City in the process. Lin Xiu stood with an air of arrogance, his spiritual power surging, rendering all present unable to meet his. Following this, the entire Celestial Pool Sacred Land trembled violently, fissures appearing around its periphery. Nearby cultivators and commoners looked on in terror. What is happening? Is the Earth Dragon stirring? Impossible, this is the domain of the Celestial Pool Sacred Land. What Earth Dragon would dare act so recklessly here? It must be that the Celestial Pool Sacred Land is planning something. In the next moment, their mouths fell agape as they beheld the direction of the Celestial Pool Sacred Land. By the Great Emperor, can the Celestial Pool truly ascend? As the tremors subsided, to their astonishment, the entire sect began to levitate, soaring toward Yuding City. At this moment, Lin Mu remained blissfully unaware. 7 feet, you've had enough. Your unique constitution renders you immune to such things, but I am not so fortunate. Lin Mu sighed in resignation. Zhou Rao, curious, inquired, "Why do you call me 7 feet? Furthermore, this is not dangerous at all." As she wandered about the grand formation beneath the city lord's mansion, she glanced at Lin Mu. Lin Mu briefly cast his gaze at Zhou Rao's chest and shook his head. "I was complimenting you. Moreover, this grand formation is primarily utilized by the city lord for alchemy. The smoke and flames would overwhelm even ordinary Dao Palace cultivators. Aside from your Tianhuang physique, who else could withstand it?" Zhou Rao scratched her head, contemplating. "I suppose that makes sense." She leaped out of the grand formation, causing a fresh wave of turbulence. Lin Mu observed this, a warmth igniting within him. But if only this foolish girl were a touch more mature, I would have already taken action. Yet in her current state, it feels as though I am bullying a simpleton, and I cannot bring myself to act. Lin Mu sighed. Zhou Rao was utterly unguarded around him, and with her family absent, he could have easily taken advantage of the situation. "Perhaps I shall wait a little longer." As Lin Mu was shaking his head, someone burst in. "Young Master Lin, the city lord requests your presence." Lin Mu nodded and led Zhou Rao out of the grand formation, descending to the ground. There, he found Wan Lin wearing a broad smile. "Lin Mu, the method you shared with me last time has proven immensely effective. With just a slight adjustment to the order of materials, the efficacy of the bridge constructing pill can be enhanced by 1/3. Where on earth did you learn such a thing?" The bridge constructing pill was merely a common elixir in the cultivation world. Even a 1/3 enhancement was not particularly noteworthy. Even the great sacred lands would stockpile vast quantities for emergencies. Viewed in this light, Lin Mu's method of improvement was indeed formidable. If widely adopted, it would undoubtedly undermine the market for other bridge constructing pills. Lin Mu merely smiled in silence, inwardly reflecting, where else could I have learned it? Naturally, it was from the system's enlightenment. Wan Lin, interpreting Lin Mu's reticence as a reluctance to disclose his master, refrained from pressing further. Yet in his heart, he began to speculate. It is said that a renowned teacher produces exceptional students. Conversely, one who could mentor a disciple like Lin Mu must be an extraordinary figure. I wonder if it is that member of the Jiang family or the powerful Gu from Taichu. At that moment, Wan Lin suddenly sensed a tremor beneath his feet, followed by a cacophony of gasps from outside. Frowning, he remarked, "What now? These people are becoming increasingly unruly." He turned to Lin Mu and said, "Young Master Lin, please stay here, I will go investigate." Lin Mu shook his head. "There is no need. Let us go out together." Just then, Zhou Rao bounded over, leaning against Lin Mu. "Yes, let us go out." Wan Lin observed this scene with a hint of envy. This Lin Mu truly is fortunate. Wan Lin furrowed his brow and mused, Is someone undergoing tribulation, summoning the clouds of calamity? Curiously, he looked up, only to be struck dumb with astonishment. The sky was not filled with clouds of tribulation, but rather a colossal mountain peak, obscuring the sun and casting a shadow over Yuding City. At the base of the mountain, countless stones tumbled down, yet were halted by the formation. Wan Lin exclaimed, "Is this the celestial pool sacred land? How could they suddenly appear above Yuding City?" In that moment, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the city. "Lin Mu, Qin Yan, come out at once. Return the legacy of the great emperor of our celestial pool." Chapter 30. Are the elders of the Yaoqi procured in bulk? As the word spread, countless individuals instantly turned their heads toward the direction of the city lord's residence. In the courtyard, Qin Yan was taken aback. "This is bad, the Yaoqi sacred land has indeed come for us." She hastily exited the courtyard, intending to seek out Lin Mu. However, in the next moment, Wan Lin appeared outside the courtyard with Lin Mu and others in tow. Wan Lin then soared into the air and called out to the Yaoqi sacred land above, "Master Lin, our Yuding city harbors no grievances against your Yaoqi sacred land. Why do you come here so suddenly?" Soon, Lin Qiu's voice thundered back, nearly deafening. "Wan Lin, this matter does not concern you. Hand over Lin Mu and Qin Yan at once, and I shall immediately depart with my sect." Upon hearing this, the alchemists of Yuding City shouted in unison, "City Lord, Master Lin speaks truth. You must promptly surrender those two." Feeling the mounting pressure, Wan Lin gritted his teeth and retorted, "Master Lin, as a dignified dragon transformation cultivator, is it not excessive to make such a fuss over two juniors?" Lin Qiu fell silent for a moment. "As for Qin Yan, I shall refrain from elaborating. However, that Lin Mu just days ago, he possessed an absolute spirit physique, and now he has embarked upon the path of cultivation. Mere days ago, he even slayed two of our Yaoqi elders from the Dao Palace in Yunhai City. Tell me, does such a person not warrant my personal involvement?" This revelation stunned the crowd. Wan Lin lowered his gaze at Lin Mu, seemingly inquiring, "Why did you not inform me of your formidable prowess?" The alchemists, too, were incredulous. Lin Mu's aura merely suggested he was at the Will Sea realm. How could he possibly have slain Dao Palace cultivators? It is known that the chasm between even minor realms is difficult to bridge, and the divide between Will Sea and Dao Palace constitutes at least a major gap. Suddenly, someone smacked their forehead. "Wait, did the Yaoqi people just mention that Lin Mu possesses a Yaoqi inheritance? If that is the case, it would indeed make sense." Before long, they turned their fervent gazes toward Lin Mu. If this inheritance enables him to slay foes of higher realms, just how potent could it be? If I could obtain such an inheritance. Sensing their malicious intent, Qin Yan stepped in front of Lin Mu. "My husband, I never anticipated that the Yaoqi..." Unbeknownst to her regarding the system's matters, she believed this to be a stroke of fortune Lin Mu had received. Over the past few days, Lin Mu's rapid progress seemed to mark him as a seed of an emperor. Had she not appeared, he would have undoubtedly cultivated in silence until he achieved remarkable feats, yet her presence had drawn the attention of the Yaoqi. "My husband." Qin Yan grasped Lin Mu's hand, her eyes filled with regret as she said, "This is all my fault." Lin Mu patted her shoulder reassuringly. "My dear, why are you being so pessimistic? You look as though we are doomed today." Before Qin Yan could respond, one of the alchemists interjected, "Hot Lin Mu, have you lost your mind? The Yaoqi sacred land has..." The alchemist, initially unfazed, suddenly recalled Lin Mu's recent exploits and was struck by fear. Quickly retreating back into the crowd, Lin Mu smirked disdainfully and continued speaking to Qin Yan, "My dear, do not worry. The mere Yaoqi sacred land hardly commands my respect." At last, he leaned in close to Qin Yan and whispered, "If you truly wish to thank me, then tonight, do as I say and indulge in that little game I mentioned." Qin Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. "If we can survive this ordeal, then I shall heed my husband's wishes." At that moment, a voice boomed, "You dare." This time, it was not an alchemist speaking. An elder from the Yaoqi mountain gate surged forth, transforming into a beam of golden light, hurtling toward Lin Mu. "You brat, allow me to teach you a lesson." Qin Yan gasped, quickly exclaiming, "My husband, this is Elder He. He is a Peak 4 Extremes realm expert, having refined all his limbs. Unlike Elders Zhou and Wang, you must be cautious." As she spoke, she pulled Lin Mu back, preparing to confront Elder He. Wan Lin, witnessing this, also attempted to rush forward to impede Elder He. However, Lin Qiu snorted coldly. Immediately, Wan Lin felt his entire body stiffen, unable to move another inch. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gazed toward Lin Mu, his heart heavy with regret. Alas, such a talented individual as Lin Mu is likely to perish today. The Yaoqi sacred land's methods are excessively tyrannical, truly unworthy of being called a celestial gate. Lin Mu observed Elder He charging toward him and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Elder He paused momentarily, astonished, and halted mid-air. "Lin Mu, what are you laughing at?" "Oomph,
I see now. You must be putting on an act. He glared at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with malice. But you cannot intimidate me. Lin Mu shook his head. Who is trying to intimidate you? I merely think your luck has run out. My luck has run out? Elder, he retorted. Lin Mu nodded. Had it been you who went to Yunhai City days ago instead of those two fools, I would have indeed faced a setback, but now, you have arrived too late. Elder, he grinned widely. You are indeed just posturing. No matter how talented you are, what progress can you make in just a few days? With that, he ceased his idle chatter and charged straight at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, in turn, refrained from further words. Void Sword Technique, First Layer. A massive sword appeared out of thin air behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. In that instant, not only the alchemists but even the inscrutable Lin Xiu leaned forward, fixated on the colossal sword behind Lin Mu. Though Lin Mu was merely at the Wheel Sea realm, the sword's aura radiated with the intensity of a four-extreme secret realm. Indeed, it was the Emperor's inheritance. Excellent, the heavenly path truly favors our Yaoqi sacred land. Elder, he felt a surge of excitement. This the inheritance, I am already at the pinnacle of the four extremes. If I could obtain this inheritance, would I not be able to contend with the sect master? The moment he became distracted, his speed diminished significantly, yet he remained unfazed. In his view, while Lin Mu's inheritance was formidable, it posed no threat to him. Lin Mu, however, chuckled softly. Since you have chosen to split your focus, you have no one to blame but yourself. Void Sword Technique, Second Layer. The second layer of swordsmanship would amplify Lin Mu's strength 100-fold. Instantly, the aura of the massive sword intensified immensely. With a mere thought, Lin Mu commanded the sword to whirl violently toward Elder He. What? Elder He abruptly halted, staring in disbelief at his chest. The sword had merely grazed past him. How could this be possible? Elder He managed to force out those words, but the light in his eyes vanished in an instant, his entire being plummeted to the ground. At that moment, both the Yaoqi sacred land above and Yuding City below fell into a profound silence. Finally, the first to break the silence was none other than Lin Mu himself. Tell me, where did you Yaoqi procure your elder? It seems you can dispatch them to me without a second thought. Chapter 31. If you wish to die, I can facilitate it. Lin Xiu, upon hearing Lin Mu's words, was consumed by a sudden rage. How dare you, Lin Mu, speak to me in such a manner? He extended his hand, pointing towards the celestial bell at the heart of the sacred ground. In the next moment, the bell trembled violently, emitting a resounding chime. Anyone who heard the sound hurriedly covered their ears, desperately channeling their inner spiritual energy to resist the auditory assault, yet, all efforts proved futile. Those who heard the chime found their ears bleeding and their spiritual energy in disarray. Observing this, Lin Mu grasped Qin Yan's hand with one hand while shielding Lin Yin behind him. Void Sword Technique. The colossal sword materialized once more. The ripples of the bell's soundwaves coalesced around the gigantic blade, nearly manifesting in form. However, they could not penetrate it. Lin Yun, bewildered, inquired, Young Master, what is happening? But Qin Yan had already grasped the situation. Indeed, the celestial bell of the Yaoqi sect, it cannot truly contend with the legacy of the great emperor. If the sect master were to directly wield the celestial bell against us, the great emperor's legacy might not withstand it. Yet, he merely struck the bell. Qin Yan did not finish her thought, but Lin Yin comprehended. She clapped her hands and laughed. So it turns out your Yaoqi sect master seeks to show off, only to expose his own backside. Though Lin Yun was merely a mortal, her voice was not loud. Yet, under the din of the bell, no one dared to speak. Her words, amplified by the bell's resonance, swiftly echoed through the heavens and the earth. Intending to present himself, he instead revealed his own folly. Lin Xiu trembled with fury. A mere maid dares to slander the sect master. With a flash, he appeared beside the celestial bell, channeling his spiritual energy into it. As his energy flowed in, the bell gradually shrank until it was the size of a fist. Lin Xiu cradled the bell in his hand and flew out of the sacred ground, landing before Lin Mu. Lin Mu, I had initially intended to spare your life. However, seeing your inability to maintain order, it seems you are not a person of stability, and thus, I have little inclination to cultivate you further. Hand over the great emperor's legacy swiftly, so that I may grant you a more merciful death. Lin Mu's face twisted into a cold smirk, just about to retort when Qin Yan interjected, Sect Master, this matter has nothing to do with Lin Mu. When I was expelled from the sect, it was thoroughly investigated. You must know that the legacy was not taken by me. Lin Xiu replied coldly, Qin Yan, you are indeed naive. If the sect master knows, then why? At that moment, Lin Mu pulled Qin Yan into his embrace, gently patting her shoulder as he spoke. My dear, do you not yet understand? Your Yaoqi sacred land,
while appearing to be a celestial sect, behaves much like those mundane gangs. When they see others with treasures, they rush in to kill and seize the goods. Having an excuse to rob is well and good, but in the absence of one, it matters not. After comforting Qin Yan, he turned his gaze to Lin Xiu.
I find myself somewhat reluctant to end your life.
Lin Mu retorted icily, "Ah, how flattered I am." At this juncture, Qin Yan finally regained her composure. She fixed her gaze upon Lin Xiu, seemingly seeing the sect master for the first time.
Even the alchemists of Yuding City have heard it. Are you truly so reckless?
Lin Xiu smirked disdainfully.
Qin Yan, do you think I brought the entire sect here for no reason? After today, Yuding City will cease to exist?
All alchemists within the city who are willing to join my Yaoqi sacred land shall be esteemed guests of our sect. As for those who refuse, a chill ran through Qin Yan. She could scarcely believe that Yaoqi sacred land was such a place. Lin Mu, however, was not taken aback. Although he could not cultivate after his transmigration, he had pieced together the underlying logic of the cultivation world. The law of the jungle, the unscrupulous would readily destroy the foundations of others, even seizing their very physiques. If a sect like Yaoqi sacred land were truly harmless, it would indeed be a rarity. Lin Mu patted Qin Yan's back, urging her not to be too disheartened. He then turned his attention back to Lin Xiu.
Sect Master Lin, how do you intend to atone for the sorrow you have caused, my dear?
Lin Xiu was taken aback by this statement, his surprise quickly morphing into mirth.
Oh? You dare to hold me accountable? He retorted with a hint of contempt and amusement. And what punishment do you believe I deserve?
Lin Mu's gaze hardened.
A death sentence, of course. After a brief moment, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Lin Mu, as your demise approaches, you still dare to speak so boldly?
At that moment, the disciples of Yaoqi in the sky pointed at Lin Mu, angrily denouncing him.
You are truly disrespectful.
You deserve to die. Dig out his bones and refine them into treasures. Even the alchemists of Yuding City found Lin Mu's actions reckless. If he had spoken a few kind words to Sect Master Lin, perhaps he might have secured a chance at survival.
Now, however, it seemed he was doomed. Even the city lord of Wanlin was at a loss. Though Lin Xiu's primary focus was on Lin Mu, he too found himself immobilized, highlighting the vast disparity in strength between him and Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu absorbed the words of the crowd, then turned to Lin Mu with a smirk. Well then, what else do you have to say? Anyone with eyes can see who is strong and who is weak. Suddenly, a female voice broke through the air. Brother Lin Mu, who is this old fellow? Why does he treat you with such disrespect? Lin Xiu's expression darkened as he turned to see Zhou Rao, but he sneered, Lin Mu, where did you find such a brazen harlot? I shall kill her first, then deal with you. As he spoke, Lin Xiu raised his hand to strike Zhou Rao. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of energy appeared before her. Zhou Quan materialized, coldly regarding Lin Xiu. Sect Master Lin, we meet again. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Zhou Quan, how did you come to be here? Zhou Quan pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes. Of course I would be here. And I am not alone. As his words fell, countless ripples emerged from the distance. Figures appeared from thin air, surrounding Lin Xiu. Their auras were at least of the fourth polar realm, and among them were several elders whose presence made even Lin Xiu feel apprehensive. Lin Xiu inwardly lamented, how did they arrive as well? The last remaining elders of Yaoqi sacred land instantly recognized the newcomers. The Zhou family, as several transformation elders had actually made their way. This could prove troublesome. Lin Xiu was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Clenching the celestial bell tightly in his hand, he took a deep breath and said coldly, Ladies and gentlemen, are you here regarding the events of yesteryear? I have already clarified that the young lady's coma is unrelated to my Yaoqi sacred land. Zhou Quan shook his head dismissively. We shall address that matter later. At first, you will explain why you have shown disrespect to our young mistress. Chapter 32. Please, Master Lin, lower your head and apologize. When have I ever disrespected the young lady of the Zhou family? Lin Xiu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Zhou Quan stepped aside slightly, revealing Zhou Rao behind him. Do you still dare to claim that you have not shown disrespect to our young lady? Master Lin, have you truly forgotten your recent actions? Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he looked at Zhou Rao, disbelief etched on his face. Is this truly the young lady of your Zhou family? She is Zhou Rao? Lin Xiu recalled Zhou Rao's appearance from years past, glancing back at the enchanting beauty before him, still struggling to believe it. Yet, upon noticing the fury in the eyes of the Zhou family members directed at him, he could only nod and concede, very well. Even if I have been rude to your young lady, I shall apologize to her at once. Lin Xiu slightly bent his waist, performing a gesture of respect towards Zhou Rao, before straightening up. There. I have apologized. Are you satisfied now? Now,
please step aside and allow me to settle accounts with Lin Mu. Lin Xiu shot a cold glare at Zhou Quan, seemingly hoping they would leave. However, Zhou Quan remained steadfast. Master Lin, do you believe I do not comprehend your words? What business does the Yaoqi sacred land have with young Master Lin? Lin Xiu inhaled deeply, choosing not to engage in further banter with Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan, are you truly willing to protect that Lin Mu? Zhou Quan said nothing but took a step back, glancing at an elder. The elder exuded an aura reminiscent of the dragon transformation secret realm. He nodded and stated, young Master Lin has awakened the prodigy of our Zhou family, thus he is a friend of the Zhou family. If Master Lin intends to harm him, we shall not turn a blind eye. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sneer. His earlier submission had been a tactic to placate the Zhou family, not an indication of fear. After all, he was the master of the Yaoqi sacred land, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the dragon transformation secret realm, wielding a sacred artifact passed down from the previous generation. How could he possibly fear these individuals before him? Lin Xiu declared proudly. Very well, since you refuse to leave, then remain as you are. Lin Xiu, fear no one. He bypassed the Zhou family member. You are sorely mistaken. Those I intend to eliminate shall not be protected by them. Lin Mu smirked. Old man, with your skills in verbal sparring, you should consider performing on the streets. Such talent would be wasted otherwise, and who told you that I regard the Zhou family as my trump card? At that moment, Lin Mu was interrupted as a sudden commotion arose behind him. Suyu, clad in male attire, appeared in a flurry, her expression anxious. Lin Mu, are you alright? I just received news that the Yaoqi sacred land is mobilizing in full force. As Suyu surveyed the surroundings, she quickly fell silent. Anyone with eyes could see Lin Xiu, along with the Yaoqi sacred land hovering above. At that moment, Lin Xiu fixed his gaze on Suyu, frowning. Descendant of the Void Emperor? What brings you here? Suyu retorted coldly, why shouldn't I be here? Moreover, it's not just me, others have come as well. Suddenly, a circular archway appeared behind her, and an elderly man with a white beard stepped out with a smile. Little you, why have you brought me here? Upon seeing the elder, Lin Xiu's body tensed, and he instinctively took a step back. Su Xia, you are still alive? I thought you were lost in the depths of the wilderness while traversing the immortal realm. Su Xia chuckled. Those are mere rumors, did you truly believe them? Lin Xiu felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. He was acutely aware that Suyu had shown concern for Lin Mu the moment she arrived, clearly aligning herself with him. As for Su Xia, he was undoubtedly another ally summoned by Suyu. One Su Xia alone was already a formidable challenge, and with the Zhou family members present as well, Lin Mu's background was becoming increasingly daunting. At this point, Lin Xiu felt a desire to retreat. However, he couldn't allow himself to lose face, so he resorted to uttering a few harsh words. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and declared, Lin Mu, it seems you indeed possess some influence. No wonder you dare to steal the legacy of the great emperor from my Yaoqi sacred land. Today, I shall let you off lightly. Rest assured, I will repay this favor in the future. With that, he turned to leave. However, Lin Mu called out to him once more. Lin Xiu, do not be so hasty. You think you can come and go as you please? Such convenience does not exist in this world. Lin Xiu turned back, fixing an intense glare on Lin Mu. What do you wish to say? Lin Mu raised his head, squinting at Lin Xiu. What I wish to convey is quite simple. You must apologize to Zhou Rao, to me, Lin Mu, to my wife, Xin Yan, and to the alchemists of Yuding City. With each demand Lin Mu made, Lin Xiu's face reddened further. You little brat, you court death. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth in anger. Yet at that moment, Zhou Rao clapped her hands. Yes, this old man certainly owes me an apology, as well as to everyone else. Suyu glanced at Su Xia and added, indeed. Master Lin, you truly owe an apology. Lin Xiu nearly gasped for breath. You all expect me to apologize? Yet, upon observing the formidable figures of the Zhou family and Su Xia, he could only grit his teeth in resignation. I apologize. With that, he genuinely bowed to all present. Boom, countless whispers erupted around him, from the Yaoqi sacred land above to Yuding City below, from the disciples of Yaoqi to the alchemists, all were astounded. Lin Xiu had truly bowed his head, he had been compelled to submit to Lin Mu. How could the master stoop so low? If this news spreads, how will the immortal realm regard our Yaoqi? Alas, our Yaoqi sacred land's millennia of reputation has been tarnished in an instant. Wait, junior brother, while your anger is justified, do not tarnish the illustrious history of. Lin Xiu's expression darkened, as if the very light around him was being absorbed. He fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, determined to remember his face, yet, Lin Mu appeared indifferent. He waved dismissively.
Since the master has apologized, you may leave.
The disciples of Yaoqi fell silent, no longer daring to speak out of fear of Lin Xiu's wrath. Lin Xiu, filled with an unquenchable rage, snapped, "What are you all still doing here? Activate the formation immediately, we must return to the mountain gate." At that moment, Lin Mu's voice rang out once more. "Oh, and Master Lin, please take good care of my wife's master. Shortly, I shall personally come to retrieve him and settle our accounts." Initially, Lin Xiu had indeed considered taking his frustrations out on Elder Ding, but after hearing Lin Mu's words, he set aside that thought. It would be prudent to keep Elder Ding alive to lure Lin Mu into the open. With the Zhou and Su families protecting him, it would not be wise for Lin Mu to seek them out directly. Lin Xiu declared loudly, "Then I shall await your arrival at the Yaoqi sect, ready to welcome you to your demise." Chapter 33 indeed reveals a burgeoning desire, albeit not directed at you.
Observing the Yaoqi sacred land soaring away into the sky, sunlight cascades back onto the earth. Yuding City instantly illuminates, and many alchemists finally exhale in relief, cheering, "At last, we have escaped a calamity." Lin Mu is truly extraordinary. With such profound backing, he has even compelled sect master Lin Xiu to bow and acknowledge his mistakes. Remarkable, utterly remarkable. As for Wan Lin, he is finally able to take action. He lands before Lin Mu, gazing at him with a face full of sentiment. "Lin Mu, why didn't you inform me of these matters sooner?" Lin Mu shakes his head, offering no explanation, but instead turns his attention. "Our assistance is merely a token of gratitude." After conversing with Lin Mu, they approach Zhou Rao.
"My lady, please return with us at once. If you cannot catch up, you will miss this opportunity for ascension. Should you miss this chance, it will be another million years before another arises." Zhou Rao appears somewhat reluctant, although her body has matured, her heart "I have yet to enjoy enough time with brother Lin Mu. There is no rush, I shall return with you in another decade or so." The Zhou family members, upon hearing this, can only smile wryly. "My lady, you have already delayed for over a decade. Should you wait another, it will indeed be too late." They then turn to Lin Mu. "Young Master Lin, we kindly ask you to persuade our young lady." Lin Mu furrows his brow slightly, pondering. Zhou Rao not only possesses the celestial phoenix body, but she is also utterly defenseless. If he wishes to cultivate with her, it would be as simple as uttering a word. Furthermore, since Zhou Rao can invoke the system, it indicates she undoubtedly possesses the potential of an empress. To simply return her to the Zhou family seems a tad difficult to part with. However, perceiving the Zhou family's intentions, if he does not persuade Zhou Rao, he will inevitably fall out with them. That would be a loss outweighing the gain. There is plenty of time ahead. The future is promising. Lin Mu's heart stirs, and he raises his head with a smile. "Raoer, since there are urgent matters at home, you should return with them. Should we wish to meet again, there will always be opportunities." Though Zhou Rao is quite unwilling, upon hearing Lin Mu's words, she pouts and replies, "Fine, I shall heed your advice and return with them for now." At that moment, they do not dare voice their concerns, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well, my lady, let us make our way home." Zhou Quan approaches Lin Mu, presenting him with a spatial ring. "Lin Mu, this is but a small token from the Zhou family. Please accept it without formality." Lin Mu nonchalantly accepts the ring and hands it to Qin Yan beside him. "I shall accept it then." Zhou Quan nods at him, then moves to Zhou. In the next moment, waves of distortion appear around them, and the Zhou family members vanish without a trace. At this time, Su Xia suddenly bursts into laughter. "Quite interesting." Lin Mu turns to look. "Esteemed elder, what do you find interesting?" "We should stay here for a few days," remaining by Lin Mu's side. Su Xia looks at Su Yu helplessly and nods. "Very well, we shall defer to your wishes." Su Yu then reveals a smile, addressing Lin Mu. "In the coming days, we shall be in your care." That evening, Qin Yan meticulously sets up several formations, her face flushed with shyness. "Husband, is this what you call clothing?" As it turns out, upon nightfall, Lin Mu had invoked Qin Yan's promise to engage in playful antics. Lin Mu gazes intently at Qin Yan. "This is undoubtedly clothing." Qin Yan squints her eyes and whispers, "Husband, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" Lin Mu quickly nods. When Lin Mu pauses in his cultivation, she interjects. "Husband, please wait a moment. I need to set up another formation." Lin Mu, puzzled, asks, "My dear, why are you being so cautious?" That Suyu is unwilling to leave, she must have ulterior motives. To prevent that little brat from peeking, we must be vigilant. Husband, you wouldn't want anyone else to see us like this, would you? Lin Mu feels a sense of deja vu. He clears his throat. My dear, you shouldn't always suspect Suyu, she is, in fact, a good person. Qin Yan shakes her head. What makes her a good person? Humph, I see her as someone who is simply infatuated.
Watching Qin Yan set up a new formation, he rushes over once more. My dear, let us continue.
The following morning, Lin Mu steps out of his room, feeling immensely satisfied and remarkably clear-headed. He muses to himself, after a night of cultivation, my internal organs, particularly my kidneys, have undergone refinement. I fear it will not be long before I achieve complete success in this endeavor. At that point, I shall have refined the 4 sacred reservoirs, and I will only be one step away from refining my lungs to enter the 4 extremes realm.
Meanwhile, he hears a cacophony of chatter within Yuding City. Is Lin Mu truly that formidable? Many are flocking to Yuding City to inquire about Lin Mu's deeds. Chapter 34. Lin Mu, a unique entity. Those alchemists who have experienced the grand spectacle of yesterday take great pride in their association. Naturally, you were not privy to the scene at that time. The sacred land of Yaoqi directly elevated its mountain gate to the city walls, a display as imposing as Mount Tai. Yet Lin Mu remained unfazed, even daring to berate Lin Xiu. Are you familiar with Lin Xiu? He is the master of the sacred land of Yaoqi. The newly arrived cultivators exchanged helpless glances. How could I not know, even if I were unaware before? I certainly know now. The alchemist waved his hand, disregarding the man's attitude, and continued, stating. In any case, Lin Xiu was furious and intended to strike at Lin Mu. Just then, numerous figures from the Zhou family suddenly appeared, followed by the formidable beings from the Su family. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with tumult, truly beyond description. Although those powerful figures did not move, their divine senses had already engaged in a fierce battle, erasing the very path of Tao. Initially, the alchemist spoke earnestly, but as the narrative progressed, he began to weave fanciful tales. If the great paths of the cultivation world were so easily extinguished, why would anyone bother to cultivate at all? Nevertheless, among all alchemists, this one was relatively more reliable. Others, even less credible, had completely erased the events concerning the Zhou and Su families, claiming instead that Lin Mu single-handedly confronted the sacred land of Yaoqi, forcing Lin Xiu to bow his head in apology. Although the foreign cultivators were skeptical of such claims, they acknowledged that Lin Mu must possess considerable abilities. Yuding City, Lin Mu, I shall remember that name. In future encounters, I must exercise caution. He is not to be trifled with. Before long, this news spread from Yuding City in all directions. Yunhai City. Second young master, it seems there are some recent rumors.
A servant approached Lin Feng.
Lin Feng coldly inquired, what rumors?
The servant quickly lowered his head and whispered, it is about the eldest young master. It concerns Lin Mu.
The servant, unable to mention Lin Mu's identity in front of Lin Feng, could only refer to him by name. It appears Lin Mu has stirred quite a commotion in Yuding City. Lin Feng listened quietly, growing increasingly incensed. He was acutely aware that the servant would not dare deceive him. The very fact that he dared to bring this matter to Lin Feng's attention indicated its veracity. Yet, the more he understood, the angrier he became. That scoundrel Lin Mu must have relied on the imperial legacy to gain the favor of the Zhou and Su families. If that legacy were returned to its rightful owner and placed in my hands, then those two great families would surely hold me in even higher esteem. Lin Mu, you are doomed. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he shoved the servant aside and hurried to find Lin Lai. Upon reaching Lin Lai, he discovered 3 elder sisters surrounding him, discussing the events of Yuding City. Father, that Lin Mu is utterly shameless.
He has been expelled from our family, yet he dares to use the Lin surname. Fortunately, the sacred land of Yaoqi acted rationally, heading directly to Yuding City instead of coming to our Yunhai City. Otherwise, our Lin family would have been utterly obliterated. Father, you must swiftly disseminate the message to strip Lin Mu of his surname and forbid him from bearing the Lin name any longer. Lin Lai's face was etched with indecision. His feelings towards Lin Mu, his eldest son, were exceedingly complex, particularly after hearing that Lin Mu had compelled Lin Xiu to bow his head. He regretted having expelled him from the family. Had I known that the sacred land of Yaoqi could do nothing to him, I would never have let him leave. The higher Lin Mu's achievements, the greater my regret. Lin Feng observed Lin Lai's expression and coldly scoffed within. The old man is indeed regretting his decisions. He immediately approached. Father, are you well? Lin Feng first inquired about Lin Lai's well-being before addressing the matter at hand. What my sisters say is correct. Although Lin Mu has weathered this storm, he is not to be underestimated. He will inevitably attract calamity. If he continues to bear the Lin surname, it will undoubtedly implicate me. Lin Lai, perplexed, asked, how could he implicate you? Should I wish to advance, I cannot avoid conflicts with enemies. Throughout my journey of conquest, who can say they would not encounter foes stirred by Lin Mu, even if those individuals know Lin Mu has been expelled from our Lin family, seeing his name will inevitably incite a measure of hatred towards the Lin clan.
Father, I cannot afford any risks on my path to enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai finally made up his mind. You are right, Fomer, what do you propose we do?
Lin Feng, satisfied, stated, it is simple.
You must reclaim Lin Mu's surname, let him bear whatever name he wishes. Lin Lai nodded. Very well, it shall be done.
A few days later, Wan Lin stood outside Lin Mu's courtyard, visibly conflicted.
After a long pause, he finally spoke, Lin Mu, are you inside? Inside the bedroom, Xin Yan hurriedly urged Lin Mu, husband, the city lord has come to see you, you must go out and meet him at once.
Lin Mu, displeased, retorted, we are in the midst of crucial cultivation.
Why has he come unannounced?
However, recalling Wan Lin's previous protection, Lin Mu held back his irritation. He donned his attire and emerged with a smile.
City Lord Wan, what brings you to me?
Wan Lin sighed, Lin Mu, I indeed have something to convey.
You see, your Lin family has expelled you and intends to reclaim your surname.
Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Mu's eyes.
Is that truly what they said? Wan Lin nodded. Indeed.
Lin Mu, I would not deceive you. After a moment of silence, Lin Mu instead began to laugh. Wan Lin was taken aback.
Lin Mu, you're not losing your mind in anger, are you?
Lin Mu rolled his eyes.
City Lord Wan, what are you saying?
How could I be driven to madness over such a trivial matter? In fact, I am quite pleased. Wan Lin grew increasingly concerned. He had already prepared several pills, ready to administer them should the situation take a turn for the worse.
After doing so, he continued, why are you pleased?
Lin Mu replied matter-of-factly, I, Lin Mu, am destined to attain the status of a great emperor. In due time, the members of the Lin,
now that they have severed ties with me, they shall certainly miss out on any advantages. How could I not be happy? Wan Lin, initially bewildered, soon felt a sense of admiration. Lin Mu, you truly possess an open mind.
Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively.
What does that signify?
I simply have confidence, though internally, he added, I have far more confidence in the system. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Wan Lin, City Lord Wan, I ask that you help me spread the word.
I, Lin Mu, hereby declare my independence. My Lin surname is entirely disconnected from the Lin family of Yunhai City.
After sending Wan Lin away, Lin Mu rubbed his hands together, intending to return to his room for dual cultivation with Qin Yan.
However, upon turning, he spotted Su Xia seated in the center of the courtyard. Haha, you are indeed an intriguing fellow.
Chapter 35 What title does your great emperor hold? Upon seeing Su Xia, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed.
Senior Su, when did you arrive at my courtyard? Su Xia sighed, when else could I have come?
Naturally, I just arrived. I hurried here to seize an opportunity after hearing about your family's affairs. Alas, it appears I was overly optimistic.
Lin Mu awkwardly chuckled a few times before continuing, what opportunity do you wish to seize, senior? Su Xia cast him a glance.
I heard that your surname has been reclaimed, so I thought to invite you to adopt the Su surname.
Lin Mu was taken aback. Senior Su, you bear the legacy of the Void Emperor, which is inherently linked to my Su family. Furthermore, you have engaged in dual cultivation with Yuer, so you should rightfully join my Su clan. Lin Mu quickly cleared his throat. Ah, Senior Su, you even know about that.
Su Xia showed no sign of embarrassment.
What is there to be ashamed of?
Why are you coughing? Our Su family's ancestors were quite notorious for their dalliances, otherwise, they wouldn't have lost track of their own legacy, which you now possess. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's confusion dissipated. No wonder the Su family had never pursued the origins of the legacy I carried. It turns out that the Void Emperor was indeed an illustrious predecessor who left behind countless descendants. Even the legitimate heirs of the Su family cannot ascertain from which lineage the legacy originated. Perhaps over the countless years, the Su clan has grown indifferent to the inexplicable legacies that have emerged. He sighed in relief, as if a burden had been lifted. He then shook his head and remarked, this esteemed emperor truly is extraordinary.
Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Su Xia's spirits lifted. Of course. You may not be aware, but before my ancestor attained enlightenment, he once fought against a female prodigy of the demon race. Their battle raged to the edge of the universe, and it was only through sheer force of will that he ultimately defeated her. The essence of his blood, carelessly left behind, still lingers in the wasteland to this day.
countless cultivators attempt to obtain this essence for refinement each year, yet none have succeeded. Initially, Lin Mu did not perceive anything amiss, but as he listened further, he began to sense a problem, especially in light of Su Xia's earlier remarks regarding the Void Emperor's behavior.
Lin Mu suddenly inquired, "Your ancestor, is he perhaps named Su Qin, with the title of Qin Emperor?"
Su Xia looked puzzled.
"Why do you ask? My ancestor is indeed the Void Emperor, and he has no other titles.
As for his true name, it has long been lost to the annals of history and cannot even be mentioned. Even we, the descendants, are entirely unaware."
Lin Mu nodded and chose not to pursue the topic further.
Instead, he redirected the conversation, saying, "Senior Su, regarding the matter of joining your Su family, I must decline. I will not agree." Su Xia was not angered by his response.
"Very well, then I shall take my leave. However, do take care of yourself." Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. What should I be cautious of? As Su Xia walked away, she remarked, "There are not many.
You must be vigilant, do not allow others to lead you astray. What you told Wan Lin earlier was not incorrect. Anyone capable of becoming an emperor will inevitably give back to their family. You have already showcased your potential, and it is only a matter of time before someone takes an interest in you. If you were to be abducted and treated as a mere breeding vessel, do not say I did not warn you." Lin Mu felt a few strands of dark lines appear on his forehead. This Su Xia was indeed quite blunt and straightforward. Nevertheless, even if he were to become a breeding vessel, Lin Mu felt a rush of heat in his heart, yet ultimately shook his head.
"I prefer to take the initiative. Besides, I am not easily swayed by ordinary women." At that moment, he summoned the system, sighing, "Ah, system, Zhou Rao is already left. When will you present me with a new potential candidate?" However, the system remained unresponsive.
Lin Mu, feeling helpless, returned to his chamber. "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. My dear, to prevent me from becoming a breeding vessel, let us engage in dual cultivation." Xin Yan, unaware of the earlier events, felt her face flush at his words.
"Husband, I truly cannot. If you wish, you may consider Yuner. She is your maid and is entirely devoted to you. It would be only reasonable to take her into your chamber."
Lin Mu shook his head. Although Lin Yun was a maid, she was nearly a decade younger than him. Having watched her grow up, he felt no desire.
"Never mind, there is still a backup."
Lin Mu waved his hand at Qin Yan.
"This matter is not
My dear, you rest for now, I shall return shortly."
After leaving the courtyard, Lin Mu walked for a while before suddenly speaking, "Su Yu, are you there?"
Lin Mu had merely asked out of casual curiosity, but since Su Yu had appeared, he smiled and replied, "It is simply that we are in tune with each other." Su Yu's cheeks flushed instantly. As for herself, she leaned directly against Lin Mu. Passers-by were astonished to witness the scene.
Why are these two men so close?
Wait, isn't one of them? Just as someone was about to recognize Lin Mu's identity, Su Yu sighed, "Lin Mu, you truly are careless." Lin Mu chuckled, "Where is the carelessness? It is clearly you who is reckless. You always dress as a man, which is what has attracted trouble." Su Yu quickly turned on the spot and changed back into women's attire.
Lin Mu watched intently. "What are you looking at?"
Su Yu's face turned crimson. Lin Mu laughed, "I am just curious whether your clothing reveals your form beneath."
Su Yu rolled her eyes. "What are you thinking?"
"I would never make such a mistake, regardless of whether you were merely at the Wheel Sea realm or even in the Dao Palace secret realm. You won't catch me in the act of changing."
With that, Su Yu felt a sense of pride.
However, Lin Mu detected a hint of something.
"It seems that once I break through to the Four Extremes realm, I should be able to see something?"
At that point, he couldn't help but chuckle.
Su Yu looked down, curious. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Mu did not respond but pulled Su Yu into his embrace. "Whenever I am with you, I naturally smile, otherwise, should I cry?"
Su Yu felt joy in her heart and lowered.
"Why not you test it out?" "How do I test it?"
Su Yu had already grasped Lin Mu's intentions, but feigned ignorance. Lin Mu chuckled, "It's simple, let us engage in dual cultivation, and you can see how long I can endure."
"Then you will know." Chapter 36. Prepare early.
I shall take my leave now. Su Yu stood up, gazing at the sun overhead, her cheeks slightly flushed. "You, truly, are something else, dragging me into this dual cultivation for such an Lin Mu looked at Su Yu and suddenly sighed. "Su Yu, you are indeed heartless. Just moments ago, we were exchanging sweet nothings, and now, in the blink of an eye, you are pulling up your trousers and pretending not to know me." Alas, I have truly entrusted my fate to the wrong person. Suyu was so exasperated she almost laughed. How could you utter such words? Is it not the men who pull up their trousers and deny their debts? Lin Mu shook his head with an air of conviction. You have always enjoyed masquerading as a man, thus, I was merely complimenting your masculine qualities. You ought to be pleased. Suyu rolled her eyes in annoyance, too weary to engage further. Spare me your nonsensical chatter and contemplate how you shall explain yourself to Qin Yan when you return. You have stayed out all night, she certainly will not let it slide. Lin Mu shrugged nonchalantly. My dear wife is not one to concern herself with such trivialities. She even encouraged me to take a concubine not long ago. By the way, Suyu, would you consider becoming my concubine? Suyu's face turned crimson as she stamped her foot. You speak such strange words. Enough, I shan't converse with you any longer. A ripple appeared behind her, and she vanished without a trace. Lin Mu gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, feeling a tinge of envy. The bloodline of the Void Emperor is indeed convenient. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he possessed a system that rendered such abilities unnecessary. Moreover, it seemed that upon reaching the Celestial Platform's secret realm, one would acquire similar techniques. Upon returning to Yuding City, Lin Mu found that Qin Yan was not angry. Instead, she smiled and inquired, "Where did my husband go last night? Surely, it was not because of that incident a few days ago that some young lady has set her sights on you, whisking you away as a son-in-law." Lin Mu shook his head. Alas, if only that were the case. You may find it hard to believe, but I spent the entire night with Suyu. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yan's eyes. Suyu, husband, you spent the night with a man? Her expression gradually turned peculiar. Husband, you cannot possibly. At that moment, Lin Mu burst into laughter. My dear wife, do you not know me? I harbor no interest in men. My time with Suyu was solely to discuss certain matters. Only then did Qin Yan return to her senses, recalling that Suyu's protector had intervened during the incident with the Yaoqi sacred land a few days prior. She nodded in agreement. Husband, you truly ought to thank him. Lin Mu preferred not to dwell on the matter and turned to head to the city lord's mansion. Along the way, alchemists parted to create a pathway. Upon seeing Lin Mu, bowing in respect. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that Lin Mu had compelled Lin Xiu to retreat due to the Zhu and Su families. His initial act of slaying the elder of the Yaoqi sacred land with the void giant sword was enough to earn their reverence. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Lin Mu sought out Wan Lin and inquired, "City Lord Wan, how is the preparation for the new bridge-building elixir coming along?" The path of cultivation revolves around wealth, companionship, laws, and land. Although the system bolstered Lin Mu, he understood that it was not designed for solitary endeavors but rather for establishing a vast harem, should he encounter a woman of exceptional potential who turned out to be immortal, lacking. Thus, he sought out Wan Lin, hoping to earn spirit stones through elixirs. Wan Lin promptly nodded with a smile. Lin Mu, I have already made arrangements and spread the word about the new elixir. Furthermore, I have renamed it the Divine Bridge Elixir to distinguish it from the traditional bridge-building elixir. Lin Mu was not particularly concerned about the name. He casually remarked, Divine Bridge Elixir? Quite agreeable. And now, shall we discuss the division of profits? Wan Lin replied with a grin. Even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have approached you regarding this matter. Your elixir outperforms the original bridge-building elixir by 3 parts potency, so I believe a price increase of 2 parts would be most suitable. We shall split the 2-part profit equally. What do you think? Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. He was merely providing a formula, while Wan Lin would supply the materials and alchemists gaining a fraction of the profits effortlessly was indeed ideal. Though a single part of profit may seem modest, accumulating over time leads to astonishing sums. Lin Mu laughed heartily. Excellent, City Lord Wan is truly forthright. It is settled then. In the days that followed, Yuding City buzzed with excitement. Countless cultivators flocked to the city, eager to meet the rising star. Lin Mu, the newly introduced Divine Bridge Elixir, also drew immense attention. Wan Lin was indeed an impressive alchemist, yet why had he suddenly unveiled such a new formula without prior notice? Rumor had it that the formula was provided by another alchemist. Oh, who could this remarkable individual be, possessing such capabilities? It was said that this alchemist was none other than Lin Mu. Ha, do not jest, that lad is said to bear the legacy of an emperor. How could he possibly have the time to practice alchemy? Indeed, while alchemy requires talent, it necessitates diligent study, and Lin Mu surely has little time for such pursuits. Qin Yan, overhearing the murmurs around her, gently prodded Lin Mu's waist. Husband, they do not believe in you. Lin Mu responded nonchalantly. Pay them no mind, they lack discernment and fail to recognize greatness. If you become overly concerned with their opinions, it would surely drive you to madness. Qin Yan nodded, acknowledging, Husband, you truly possess a broad mind. Lin Mu lowered his head. Well, I must admit, my breadth of mind pales in comparison to yours, dear wife. Qin Yan immediately grasped his meaning. Husband, we are in the public square, how can you speak such shameful words? Lin Mu laughed heartily. Fear not, no one shall overhear us. Besides, we are already an old married couple. Why do you still feel shy? Qin Yan whispered. It is different here, there are people everywhere. So, if we were in the bedroom, would you not feel shy? Lin Mu inquired with a smile. Qin Yan, her face flushed, recalled the previous nights and fell silent. Upon noticing her reaction, Lin Mu decided to refrain from teasing her further. He took her hand and walked toward an auction house, lifting his leg to enter. However, at that moment, someone stepped ahead and entered first. Upon crossing the threshold, the individual turned back with disdain. You, a mere wealthy cultivator, think you belong here? The cultivator glanced at Qin Yan, his eyes instantly brightening. Yet the woman beside you is quite remarkable. Come, lift your head so I may have a good look at you. Chapter 37, The Celestial Great Elixir. Lin Mu's expression darkened ominously. However, before he could utter a word, the two cultivators stationed at the entrance of the auction house suddenly spoke up. This is a crucial place. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Upon hearing this, the cultivator visibly hesitated. If we cannot observe, then so be it. All sorts are present. Qin Yan nodded in agreement, saying, You speak the truth, my lord. At this moment, the two entered the auction house and proceeded to a designated room. This was specifically prepared for Lin Mu by Wan Lin. As soon as they stepped inside, an array descended from thin air, allowing them to see the outside scenery and hear the sounds beyond, while obscuring their interior from external view. It was then that Qin Yan continued, My lord, the divine bridge elixir you have presented has already caused quite a stir. Countless sects and families have dispatched their representatives here, inevitably attracting many unrelated individuals. What else? Lin Mu inquired, noting that Chen Fan had been preoccupied with dual cultivation with Qin Yan and delving into the secrets of alchemy, showing little interest in the happenings outside. Qin Yan sighed, Did you not know, my lord, Lord Wan has taken it upon himself to promote your divine bridge elixir by unveiling a treasured celestial grade elixir that he has preserved for many years. This elixir has drawn the covetous eyes of numerous individuals, which is why this auction is particularly noteworthy. Lin Mu nodded slightly, inwardly lamenting, Lord Wan truly is quite generous. At that moment, a melodious sound of a zither wafted. It turned out that Wan Lin had finally made his entrance. With a beaming smile, he bowed to all directions and proclaimed, Thank you all for coming to Jade Cauldron City today. I shall not dwell on pleasantries but shall get straight to the point this time. We have refined 10 million divine bridge elixirs. If any of you are interested, please make your bids. After speaking, Wan Lin vanished in a flash. Lin Mu, initially curious, found Wan Lin's behavior somewhat peculiar. They had already agreed upon a price. Why would Wan Lin resort to such theatrics? But in the next moment, he grasped the situation. Many prominent families had come to Jade Cauldron City, and several of them harbored old grievances against one another. Once bidding commenced, they would inevitably compete fiercely. Even though the divine bridge elixir was not particularly precious, merely offering better value, their rivalry would surely escalate the price. The surcharges would naturally line the pockets of Wan Lin and Lin Mu. Lord Wan is quite the shrewd merchant, Lin Mu mused. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan turned back, puzzled, and asked, My lord, what are you speaking of? Lin Mu relayed his thoughts to her. After listening, Qin Yan could not help but exclaim, My lord, I do not know whether Lord Wan is a cunning merchant, but you have grasped his intentions with remarkable clarity. It seems you are quite astute yourself. Lin Mu held his head high and replied confidently, Naturally. If I were not clever, how could I be your husband? At this juncture, the cultivators from various families were embroiled in a heated debate. Ultimately, a prodigy from a major sect threw down 2 million spirit stones, securing all the elixirs. The young man laughed heartily, Thank you, everyone, I am much obliged. Others were less than pleased. You little brat have purchased these divine bridge elixirs. Let's see how you acquire that celestial grade elixir. Indeed, you are merely chasing after trifles while neglecting the essentials. Yet, the young man retorted with a cold smile, Chasing trifles? I believe it is you who are not thinking clearly. This time, the celestial grade elixir presented by Lord Wan has already been targeted by others. No matter how many spirit stones you prepare, you will not be able to secure it. Therefore, it is wiser to first acquire the other elixirs and ensure a safe return. Lin Mu, intrigued, inquired, What is he talking about? Qin Yan sighed, My lord, you truly are oblivious to the affairs beyond these walls. Have you ever heard of the Pill Sect? Lin Mu, of course, had not. He shook his head, that name sounds rather strange. Qin Yan then explained, My lord, the majority of individuals in the cultivation world absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, while some rely on innate talents and bloodlines. However, there exists a rare few who cultivate through elixirs. Lin Mu interjected, I understand, mortals merely consume drugs. Qin Yan shot him a perplexed glance, My lord, we are cultivators, how can you speak of mortals in such a context?
Lin Mu offered no explanation, merely gesturing for her to continue.
Qin Yan sighed internally. My lord often speaks astonishing truths yet never elucidates. It seems he harbors many secrets. However, she refrained from pressing further and continued, the pill sect relies on the power of elixirs to refine their innate treasures.
The new generation of prodigies from the pill sect has come specifically to Jade Cauldron City.
At this moment, Lin Mu abruptly interrupted, my lady, if what you say is true, then given the pill sect's immense demand for elixirs, would they not cultivate countless alchemists themselves?
Why then seek out Lord Wan's elixirs? This left Qin Yan momentarily speechless. My lord, you too are an alchemist, how could you not grasp such a simple matter? To become an alchemist requires not only extraordinary talent but also countless hours of effort to become even a low-level alchemist. Advancing to higher ranks is no easier than cultivating for us. Even the pill sect cannot afford to nurture too many alchemists, which is why Lord Wan's elixirs are in such high demand. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu finally understood. He nodded, so that's it, I have encountered too many alchemists here, hence I did not realize their scarcity. He added, nonetheless, the most formidable alchemist in Cloudsea City is only at the 3rd tier of the yellow grade. Just as Lin Mu was about to say something further, his gaze suddenly fixed intently. Qin Yan quickly inquired, my lord, what is the matter?
Lin Mu shook his head in silence, his eyes locked onto a certain spot.
Could it be that there is someone here with the potential of an empress? It was at that moment that the system emitted a sudden alert. Ding! Special physique detected a spirit pill body. ANMO, possessing the spirit pill body, cannot elevate her realm through conventional cultivation methods, but her efficiency with elixirs is tenfold that of ordinary individuals. She is gravely poisoned and in imminent danger.
Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, focusing on a pale-faced young girl. She had been concealed within the array, invisible to others. However, after the prodigy had extravagantly spent 2 million spirit stones an elder beside the girl spoke, Lord Wan, we comprehend your intentions. Now that you have sold those divine bridge elixirs, you have effectively opened a market for them. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand.
Please present the elixirs. Chapter 38. You overestimate him too much. Suddenly revealing his form, Wan Lin cast a glance at the young girl and furrowed his brow, inquiring, could this be? Her condition appears rather dire.
The elder replied nonchalantly, this matter is of no concern to you, Lord Wan. After concluding his conversation with Wan Lin, the elder turned his attention to survey the entire auction house. Despite the presence of a barrier, Lin Mu could already sense an unsettling feeling of being scrutinized. Noticing Lin Mu's tension, Qin Yan spoke up, my husband, this elder must be the sect leader of the Dan sect. His true name is long forgotten, and he is simply referred to as Elder Dan. His cultivation level is likely at the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm. Lin Mu took note of the word must, and curiously asked, my lady, the leaders of those sects are not intentionally trapped here. Rather, once they break through to the celestial platform realm, they often become preoccupied with their own affairs, devoting themselves entirely to secluded cultivation. For instance, the Yaoqi Holy Land has a few elders at the celestial platform realm. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed Qin Yan's expression. Lin Mu understood this was due to the curse afflicting her, which could only be eradicated by a cultivator at the celestial platform realm. When she was still in the Yaoqi Holy Land, she must have sought the aid of those elder beings, yet, seeing Qin Yan's demeanor, it was evident that those elders had turned a blind eye to her plight. Lin Mu grasped Qin Yan's delicate hand and assured her earnestly, do not worry, my lady, in just a few years, I will cultivate myself to the celestial platform realm. By then, I will personally eradicate the curse and seek out the one who cast it upon you, repaying it. If such a curse were to be retaliated against, it would likely result in the perpetrator's demise. While they spoke softly, Elder Dan had already subdued all the cultivators present. Wherever his gaze fell, the elders and leaders, in truth, they were not genuinely afraid of Elder Dan's cultivation prowess. However, they had heard whispers of the troubles surrounding an MO, and it was clear that this elder had become somewhat unhinged in defense of his own prodigy. They thought it best not to provoke him and simply relinquish the heavenly grade elixir to him. Seeing no one daring to contradict him, Elder Dan turned back to Wan Lin, stating, quickly hand over the elixir. Wan Lin, however, was not pleased.
Elder Dan, this is an auction. Forcing others to withdraw is rather against the rules, don't you think?
Elder Dan's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, I am the rule. If you hand over the elixir, I will provide you with spirit stones.
But if you refuse, I will take it myself.
With that, he reached out his hand, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that enveloped the entire auction house. Wan Lin's expression froze, his body once again rendered immobile. He bitterly chuckled, these sect leaders do enjoy this sort of tactic, don't they? The situation is stronger than the individual, and I have no choice but to yield. Just then, a languid voice interjected, "Elder Dan, your actions are indeed rather
You need not stand up for me."
Lin Mu stepped out from the barrier, shaking his head. "My Lord Wan, do not say that. I remember well the assistance you provided me a few days ago. Moreover, this auction was organized for my benefit. It would be unjust for me to remain indifferent." At this moment, Elder Dan's expression darkened as he turned his gaze upon Lin Mu.
"So, you are Lin Mu?"
After a moment, he scoffed, "Just a lucky fool. You possess nothing but the most ordinary of physiques, and you have only just broken through to the Fate Spring realm. This is no business of yours."
"Do not meddle."
Lin Mu, undeterred by his condescension, replied, "Elder Dan, have you perhaps lost your focus? I have already stated that I cannot turn a blind eye to today's events. How can this be deemed none of my business?" The elder's gaze turned icy.
"You do not truly believe that having someone backing you allows you to act with impunity, do you?"
"Humph,
While the Yaoqi Holy Land may fear you, I do not."
With that, he extended his hand to attack Lin Mu. Wan Lin gasped in alarm, "Elder Dan, do not." Yet, all their efforts proved futile. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to halt Elder Dan's advance. However, the elder did not truly intend to kill Lin Mu. Though his words were venomous, he was quite measured in his actions. This young man bore the legacy of an emperor and could very well possess a significant background. Moreover, with the Zhou and Su families involved, it would be troublesome to eliminate him over a trivial matter. It would be better to teach him a lesson instead. Elder Dan scoffed inwardly, then waved his hand to envelop Lin Mu, summoning a formation that trapped him within. Xin Yan's eyes blazed with fury as she declared, "Elder Dan, if anything happens to my husband, I will ensure you pay dearly for it." She then turned her gaze to an Mo, adding, "Not just you, but your sect, and this so-called prodigy by your side shall also face dire consequences." Though Elder Dan was immensely powerful, he felt a chill at the intensity of Xin Yan's gaze. Something was amiss. Had she not claimed to be crippled? How could she instill such fear in him? He was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, an Mo sighed, saying, "My dear sister, there is no need for alarm. My master has not intended to take his life. That formation is merely a confinement array filled with puzzles. If he can solve the riddles, he will emerge unscathed. Should he fail to do so, he will only endure a bit of hardship."
Upon hearing Mo's explanation, Wan Lin and Qin Yan both sighed in relief.
Wan Lin remarked, "Then I have nothing to worry about. Lin Mu is a genius. Elder Dan, this formation cannot possibly hold him." He had some understanding of the array and knew that the puzzles were related to alchemical knowledge.
Elder Dan's expression turned scornful.
"You have far too much faith in that boy. Humph, even if he enters that array, he will still face considerable challenges. He is but a mere..." Before Elder Dan could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly shifted as he turned back. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the formation, his eyes wide with incredulity. How is this possible?
Even the weakened Mo turned to look, exclaiming, "Lin Mu has emerged so quickly?" Chapter 39.
Professional match, a breakthrough again. After Lin Mu found himself ensnared by the formation, he remained remarkably composed. To recount, he had encountered an abundance of formations recently from the field array plate presented by Wang Yu. However, the formation before him was indeed peculiar. "This feels rather reminiscent of a game," Lin Mu mused softly upon entering the formation, for crimson flames erupted beside him, while several medicinal herbs and a small alchemical furnace floated before him. Lin Mu shook his head. Wasn't this precisely the refining formula for the ground-grade elixir, the Shenling pill, as recorded in the alchemist's secret tome? He extended his hand, following the sequence documented in the tome, and placed the medicinal ingredients into the furnace. He then mixed the flames using a specific method and positioned them beneath the furnace. In the real world, these flames were notoriously unruly. Even a fourth-tier alchemist would find them incredibly challenging to control. For someone like Lin Mu, a practitioner of the Dao Palace secret realm, approaching them was utterly impossible. Yet, within this formation, the flames behaved obediently, as if they were extensions of his own will. Just as Lin Mu completed his operations, a crisp sound resonated in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully refining the Shenling pill. The illustrated guide has been unlocked." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and summoned the system panel, opening the alchemist's illustrated guide, where he indeed observed a new name unlocked on the page for ground-grade elixirs. Alchemists were classified into 5 tiers, and elixirs followed suit. The lower the tier, the greater the variety. The lowest tier, yellow-grade elixirs, numbered nearly in the thousands, whereas the ground-grade elixirs were limited to a few hundred. Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that within this formation, he could unlock a considerable number of illustrations in advance. I must express my gratitude to that Elder Dan. Lin Mu understood that, setting aside the difficulty of controlling the flames, the medicinal materials used for refining were rare treasures, exceedingly hard to come by in the outside world. More importantly, in reality, the process of alchemy left no room for contemplation. A moment of doubt could lead to the ruin of the elixir. However, within the formation, such concerns were non-existent. Lin Mu could meticulously reference the tome, engaging in a veritable open-book examination. With fervor, he advanced to another puzzle, once again adhering to the records in the tome to commence his problem-solving. In mere breaths, he had refined 8 elixirs in succession. Upon reaching the final puzzle, he discovered something amiss. Not only was there but a single flame remaining, but also merely one spiritual herb.
Lin Mu furrowed his brow.
The previous celestial-grade elixirs required dozens of flames and hundreds of materials for their refinement. Why has this changed? Yet, upon closer inspection, understanding dawned upon him. This was a divine-grade elixir, the Immortal Pill. This time, it was the system that first issued a prompt Immortal Pill, a legendary elixir, said to extend one's lifespan by 1,000,000 years, comparable to the immortal beings of the mortal realm. It could only be refined using special spiritual roots. Lin Mu swallowed hard, perplexed. This formation is truly extraordinary. I wonder who left it behind, to even possess the formula for the Immortal Pill. He committed the appearance of the Immortal Pill to memory and, following, in the next moment, a cascade of spiritual light enveloped him. Boom! Lin Mu felt a tremendous jolt throughout his body, and the familiar system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for refining the divine-grade elixir, the Immortal Pill. Congratulations, host, for becoming a ground-grade alchemist. Rewards are being dispensed. Host has unlocked the 3rd lock of the sacred body. As Lin Mu concluded his alchemical endeavors, the formation set by Elder Dan collapsed with a resounding crash. Lin Mu found himself back in his original position, his aura significantly strengthened. With the unlocking of the 3rd lock, his cultivation speed increased dramatically. However, in the short term, the only evident change was his cultivation level, which had surged several minor realms, now reaching the pinnacle of the We'll See. To onlookers, this transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Moments before entering the formation, he had merely been at the 2nd minor realm of the We'll See. How could he emerge as the pinnacle of the We'll See? Many gazed at Elder Dan with fervent eyes. Elder Dan, if you possess such a method to elevate one's cultivation, why did you not share it with us sooner? When have I ever had such means? It is clear that this lad possesses some sort of anomaly. He fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, as if attempting to discern his secret. However, regardless of his cultivation level, he could not perceive the locks upon Lin Mu's sacred body, nor could he detect his system. What a mystery! Elder Dan scratched his head, feeling a mix of confusion and contemplation. When did the formation passed down from ancestors acquire such capabilities? Even I was unaware of it. At that moment, Qin Yan rushed to Lin Mu's side, her face alight with excitement.
Do not make baseless claims.
Elder Dan was acutely aware that should this matter be substantiated, their alchemist sect would face endless turmoil. Such a method of rapidly advancing several minor realms would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. Even the alchemist sect could not withstand such scrutiny. Lin Mu responded nonchalantly, that depends on your sincerity.
What sincerity?
Elder Dan frowned. Lin Mu replied earnestly, you suddenly,
is that satisfactory?
Boom! The auction house's patrons gaped, their eyes wide, riveted upon Elder Dan beside him, and Mo's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she scrutinized Lin Mu, unable to fathom what she had just heard. Such a proud master was actually apologizing to a junior like Lin Mu. Her heart raced. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. Elder Dan immediately turned, concern etched on his face.
NMO, what's wrong this time? Is your condition flaring up again? Due to the presence of outsiders nearby, Elder Dan refrained from elaborating. However, Lin Mu interjected, enough of the charade, old man. Your prodigy has been schemed against and poisoned, hasn't she?
Ha! I suspect her constitution is peculiar. Not only does she absorb ordinary elixirs with tenfold efficacy, but she likely absorbs poison in the same manner. Hence, even you cannot cure her, can you?
Chapter 40.
Then let her be a maid. Elder Dan suddenly turned around, staring intently at Lin Mu.
How do you know this? Could it be related to you?
Lin Mu curled his lip.
Old man, at your age, you shouldn't be so sensitive. When your treasured disciple was poisoned, I was still lounging in Yunhai City. What does that have to do with me?
Elder Dan furrowed his brow, recalling the background of Lin Mu that he had investigated, and nodded slightly.
Yet, his unease lingered. Then how do you know about Mo's condition? Lin Mu chuckled lightly. Why shouldn't I know?
Elder Dan wished to inquire further, but Mo grasped his hand.
Master, Lin Mu has already unraveled that formation. You needn't concern yourself with these details. Elder Dan's brow immediately relaxed.
Indeed, that formation was left by our ancestor. If Lin Mu can break it, he must possess some extraordinary skills.
Now it was Lin Mu's turn to frown. What exactly is the origin of that formation?
I merely broke free, and he trusts me so readily.
At that moment, Elder Dan looked at Lin Mu with eager eyes. Since you are aware of Anmo's situation, do you have a way to cure her affliction?
Rest assured, as long as you can provide a technique or elixir, my Dan sect will spare no effort to exchange with you. The crowd in the auction house began to murmur among themselves. The treasures accumulated by the Dan sect over countless years.
Truly astronomical. Indeed, Elder Dan is quite generous.
But do not take it too seriously. Those senior elders of the Dan sect have likely taken a considerable amount of their sect's treasures over the years.
Thus, what Elder Dan offers may not be as terrifying as it seems. Someone immediately countered. Come now, that's merely sour grapes. Those senior elders are powerful beings at the immortal platform realm. No matter how much they take, they wouldn't do so without returning something. Even those returned items would still hold immeasurable benefits, another lamented.
Sigh, Lin Mu was merely at the Wheel C realm. If he were to obtain such treasures, he might well cultivate all the way to the Dragon Transformation realm. Others nodded in agreement. Regardless of how mediocre one's aptitude may be, with sufficient resources, one can indeed reach the Dragon Transformation. I truly cannot provide an elixir or technique to cure your precious disciple.
Elder Dan's expression fell in disappointment. What a pity. Meanwhile, the other sect members breathed sighs of relief.
Well then, I said it, how could Lin Mu possibly have such fortune?
An issue that even the Dan sect cannot resolve, how could he?
However, Lin Mu then took a deep breath. That being said, Elder Dan's heart raced, nearly causing the spiritual energy within his secret store to surge uncontrollably.
What did you say? He asked urgently.
Lin Mu paused for a few breaths before continuing. Though I lack techniques and elixirs, I do possess means to cure your disciple's ailment. Elder Dan was overjoyed, but soon furrowed his brow again, grasping Lin Mu and Xingyan's hands. This is not the place for such discussions.
Follow me.
In no time, the group vanished from their spot, leaving the other sect members feeling quite disheartened.
Such an important matter, and Elder Dan would not let us in on it? Yet it makes sense. This is indeed a matter of great significance that cannot be overheard by outsiders. What do you think? Does Lin Mu truly have a way to cure an MO?
That's hard to say.
If he truly had such means, why has he remained obscure all this time?
Halfway through, the speaker abruptly fell silent. After the incident at the Yaoqi Sacred Land, Lin Mu had indeed gained renown in the cultivation world.
He was not without fame.
This Lin Mu is truly remarkable, many sighed. Meanwhile, Elder Dan had led the group outside the city, yet he seized Lin Mu's hand, saying, "Young man, tell me immediately what means you intend to utilize to treat my disciple." Lin Mu chuckled a few times.
Rest assured, my earlier words still hold true. No matter what treasures or elixirs you desire, as long as my Dan sect possesses them, you may take them.
Only then did Lin Mu say, "What I seek is not your treasures, but rather your people."
Elder Dan's expression shifted dramatically, and he gritted his teeth. Do you have your eyes set on one of our female cultivators?
Very well. As long as you can cure an MO, I shall personally advocate for you and arrange a marriage with one of our female cultivators.
Elder Dan was indeed making a considerable sacrifice. However, Lin Mu burst into laughter.
Elder Dan, you are mistaken. What I desire is not someone else, but your disciple.
He pointed at an MO.
If you are willing to part with her, allowing her to serve as my maid, then I shall have a way to cure her. Initially, Lin Mu had intended for an MO to be a concubine. Yet fearing Elder Dan's wrath, he chose a more palatable term. Nevertheless, even this nearly sent Elder Dan into a fit of rage.
What did you say? Let her be a maid?
Lin Mu, how dare you utter such words? Do you truly not know the meaning of death? His hair and beard bristled with fury as he stood, rendering the others momentarily frozen. Yet Lin Mu remained unperturbed. He understood that Elder Dan genuinely cared for his disciple. As long as there was even the slightest possibility, he would refrain from acting rashly. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, "I am not jesting. I possess a unique method that can indeed cure her affliction." Elder Dan naturally did not believe him, but at that moment, Xingyan seemed to recall something, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Mu, as if she had guessed his intentions. She hurriedly spoke up, "Elder Dan, I can vouch for him. You must have heard that I was once afflicted by a curse, which even destroyed my foundation. It was only after marrying my husband that he assisted me in repairing my foundation. While he was powerless against the curse, the act of mending my foundation is already sufficient evidence.
Elder Dan's eyes brightened. Fixating on Qin Yan as he assessed her situation moments later, he exclaimed in delight, "It is indeed true. Lin Mu, you truly possess some skill." However, he still harbored reservations. "Since you have such means, why not directly treat an MO? Why must you insist on taking her as a maid?"
Lin Mu certainly could not explain that his method involved dual cultivation.
Otherwise, Elder Dan would be furious. He huffed lightly, "That is something I cannot disclose."
Elder Dan's brow furrowed deeply, still hesitating. At that moment, an MO suddenly spoke up, "Master, I agree."
Chapter 41. The system is indeed a terrible thing. Upon hearing the words of "You are a body of spiritual elixirs, a prodigious talent of our Dan sect, barring unforeseen circumstances, while I cannot guarantee you will become a great emperor, at the very least, it seemed that the realms beyond the mystic realm of the immortals were shrouded in some kind of taboo. Thus, Elder Dan chose not to continue his discourse, yet he still endeavored to persuade an MO. "Or, you cannot become Lin Mu's handmaiden."
An MO remained unfazed, her delicate countenance exuding tranquility.
She coughed lightly and replied, "Master, you are indeed correct. If all goes smoothly, my path of cultivation should be one of ease. Yet, am I not facing an unforeseen circumstance at this very moment? Even if I were to obtain a heavenly grade elixir, I fear I would not endure for long. However, if I remain by Lin Mu's side, there may yet be a glimmer of hope." Elder Dan felt, given in Mo's resolute stance, it would be unreasonable for him to continue his opposition. At that moment, Lin Mu finally spoke. "Elder Dan, your expression suggests that having her as my handmaiden would somehow bring her distress." Elder Dan snorted, "What do you mean by that? Does being your handmaiden confer any benefits upon her?"
Lin Mu held up 3 fingers.
"Indeed, there are benefits. The first benefit is that I possess the means to cure the poison afflicting her. However," he added silently in his heart, "only if she is willing to engage in dual cultivation with me can this poison be eradicated." He retracted 1 finger and continued, "The second benefit is that I, Lin Mu, am destined to become a great emperor. Should she serve as my handmaiden, she will undoubtedly ascend alongside me when the time comes." Elder Dan's face betrayed skepticism, and he was about to interject when he noticed Lin Mu retracting his 2nd finger. "As for the third benefit, I am a prodigy in alchemy. By in Mo's side, she shall never lack for elixirs, and her cultivation speed will surely accelerate at an astonishing rate." Lin Mu withdrew all his fingers, placing his hands behind his back. With these 3, despite their efforts, the Dan sect had been powerless against the toxins within an MO, which was why they had ventured to Jade Cauldron City in search of luck. The notion that this Lin Mu, an unknown figure, claimed he could heal her was met with skepticism. Even considering the formidable Zhouanshan families backing him, doubt lingered. Yet, Lin Mu's final assertion sowed seeds of uncertainty in Elder Dan's mind. After all, if Lin Mu could indeed breach that formidable array, he might very well be a genius in the art of alchemy. Given time, should he concoct heavenly or even divine-grade elixirs, he could potentially cure MO. With this thought, Elder Dan finally nodded. "Very well, I shall acquiesce." Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief at the approval. Had Elder Dan remained obstinate, it would have posed a significant inconvenience. However, Lin Mu found himself puzzled by the system's silence this time. Why had it not issued a task? In contrast, upon encountering Qin Yan and Suyu, the system had promptly assigned him a mission to engage. Pondering this, he summoned the system for a closer examination. Name: Lin Mu. Age: 30. Cultivation: Dao Palace. 4th layer: successful refinement of heart, liver, spleen, and kidney. Physique and bloodline: ancient sacred body. Lock. Release. Progress: 39. Technique: Yin Yang Harmony Technique. 1st layer: 9 turns. Divine Slayer Technique. 1st turn: Alchemist's Secret Manual. Earth grade. 1st tier spell techniques. Void Sword Technique. 2nd layer: Empress Cultivation. Targets: Qin Yan, Suyu, and MO. Pending confirmation. I knew it. Lin Mu thought, feeling a sense of exasperation. The system was undoubtedly laying a trap for him. Focusing intently, he clicked on the pending confirmation. Ding. Mission activated. Establish a relationship with an MO within 3 days to elevate your alchemist rank by 1 tier. Failure penalty: regress to the Wheelsea's secret realm and lose all techniques. Good heavens, had I not proactively checked, I would have faced dire consequences in 3 days. Who would I turn to for redress then? This system was indeed suspicious. He would need to tread carefully to avoid its pitfalls. Meanwhile, the others around him could not perceive the system interface and only witnessed Lin Mu's rising ire. Elder Dan's expression darkened. "Lin Mu, you were the one who insisted that Imoa become your handmaiden. Why are you now in a fit of anger? Do you regret your decision, realizing you cannot heal her?" Lin Mu turned back, casting a cold gaze at Elder Dan. "Who said I would retract my words? Let me assure you, once I, Lin Mu, have made a statement, I shall not take it back." Although Elder Dan's cultivation far surpassed Lin Mu's, the intensity of Lin Mu's gaze instilled a flicker of trepidation within him.
How could this young man exude such formidable presence? Elder Dan averted his eyes and coldly replied, "Very well, remember this, should you dare to mistreat more, I will not let you off easily." After saying this, he recalled something. "Right, let us hasten back and purchase the elixir from Wan Lin. Consider it another gift for M.O.'er." Lin Mu was indifferent, and an M.O. would not oppose it either. The group quickly returned to the auction house, where chaos reigned. Many cultivators set aside past grievances, discussing the recent events with incredulity. They recounted Elder Dan's apology to Lin Mu, still astounded. What extraordinary quality did Lin Mu possess to compel such a proud figure as Elder Dan to apologize? Perhaps Lin Mu truly had the means to remedy In Mo's condition, prompting Elder Dan's capitulation. Immediately, dissenting voices arose. "Ha, that claim is ludicrous. While Lin Mu may have some connections, how could he possibly heal an M.O.? The Zhou family, though powerful, possesses no miraculous abilities. The Su family descends from the Void Emperor, renowned for their teleportation prowess but lacking in healing capabilities, even inferior to Lord Wan." As the debate escalated, Elder Dan and the others returned. The cultivators hastily fell silent, refraining from further disparagement. However, one brave soul ventured to inquire, "Elder Dan, you have returned. What transpired between you and Lin Mu?" Elder Dan's expression grew complex. He hesitated to divulge that an M.O. would serve as another's handmaiden. However, considering the potential uproar that could arise from his disciple following Lin Mu without clarity, he resolved to speak up. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Indeed, I have discussed a significant matter with Lin Mu. I found him to be an impressive individual, and thus, I have decided to allow M.O.'er to accompany him in her cultivation." Chapter 42 Dual Cultivation. Together naturally, the auction house fell silent at this moment. Everyone gaped at Elder Dan, unable to believe their ears. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment. Had I misheard? Elder Dan was actually willing to allow his precious disciple to accompany Lin Mu? There must be something amiss. Even Wan Lin was equally bewildered. Despite his high hopes for Lin Mu, he could not fathom the situation. Approaching Lin Mu, he whispered, "Lin Mu, what on earth did you say to Elder Dan to elicit such a painful concession?" Lin Mu did not keep secret. With a chuckle, he replied, "Isn't it simple? I possess the means to cure an M.O." Wan Lin swallowed hard. "Lin Mu, please don't jest. What makes you think you have such capabilities? While you indeed possess notable talent in alchemy, you are still merely a yellow-rank alchemist. How can you possibly heal an M.O.?" Wan Lin had witnessed Lin Mu's alchemical prowess firsthand and had engaged in discussions regarding the craft. He was well aware that, while Lin Mu's theoretical knowledge was impressive, his practical skills were still in their infancy. This was entirely reasonable. Wan Lin himself was an accomplished alchemist and understood that to advance one's rank, one must concoct numerous elixirs. To break through significant barriers, one must refine potions of an even higher grade. Given Lin Mu's youth, it was not surprising that he remained a yellow-rank alchemist. However, what Wan Lin did not realize was that with Elder Dan's assistance through formations, Lin Mu had already if he could secure In Mo's healing, he would ascend another rank. Lin Mu smiled and said, "City Lord Wan, it seems you still doubt me." Wan Lin, suddenly agitated, raised his voice. "It is not disbelief. It is concern for your well-being. As a yellow-rank alchemist, you certainly cannot heal an M.O. in the short term. If anything were to happen while she is by your side, how could Elder Dan possibly forgive you?" Wan Lin spoke loudly, intentionally hoping to sway Elder Dan's decision. Yet, Elder Dan had made up his mind. He shook his head and said, "Enough, City Lord Wan, you need not elaborate further. I understand your sentiments. However, my decision is final. An M.O. shall indeed cultivate alongside Lin Mu." Lin Mu seized the moment to affirm, "Indeed, I intend to cultivate with an M.O. Dual cultivation will undoubtedly expedite our progress." However, he secretly mused, dual cultivation, in essence, is simply termed dual practice. "Elder, I am declaring my intent to engage in dual practice with your disciple right before your eyes. I hope you won't turn your back on me later." Yet, Elder Dan was oblivious to such thoughts. He nodded repeatedly, gazing at Lin Mu with gratitude. "This young man is quite commendable. He even knows how to provide me cover. If the others were to discover that an M.O. would serve as his attendant, they would undoubtedly look down upon her." Elder Dan sincerely remarked, "Lin Mu, you truly are a man of integrity." He hurriedly addressed Wan Lin, "City Lord Wan, since Elder Dan has spoken thus, you need not dwell on it any longer. Quickly sell this elixir to Elder Dan." Wan Lin, seeing the situation, ceased his attempts at persuasion. He sighed, Since Elder Dan wishes to purchase my heavenly grade elixir, it is undoubtedly for an M.O.as an M.O. will be with you in the future. How can I not express my appreciation?" With a flick of his hand, Wan Lin produced a small jade box, which emanated an extraordinary aura that caught Lin Mu's eye. This heavenly great elixir in reality was indeed different from that within the formations. However, it was understandable, as the formations had even produced immortal elixirs at their peak. If the formations could achieve perfect simulation, the entire Jade Cauldron City would surely be engulfed by the aura of divine medicines.
Regardless of Lin Mu's thoughts, Wan Lin placed the jade box into Lin Mu's hands. Consider this elixir a gift from me. Wan Lin's generosity left Lin Mu feeling somewhat embarrassed. City Lord Wan, you are exceedingly gracious. However, I cannot accept your elixir without reciprocation. While this elixir is meant for an MO, I view her as soon to be my own. Therefore, your gift to an MO is, in essence, a gift to myself. After pondering for a moment and estimating while it may not be a substantial sum, it is a token of my sincerity. As soon as Lin Mu spoke, the crowd, initially taken aback, burst into laughter. Ha, Lin Mu truly has a narrow view. A mere 500,000 spirit stones, and he believes he can acquire a heavenly great elixir. He has indeed never witnessed the world. However, it was also understandable, he hailed from a small family in Yunhai City, and it was likely he had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. Yet soon after, others began to question. Where did Lin Mu even acquire 500,000 spirit stones? Right, I heard that the Lin family in Yunhai City intended to expel Lin Mu from their rank. Could it be that Lin Mu stole all the spirit stones from the Lin family, which is why they harbor such animosity towards him? Thus, he possesses 500,000 spirit stones? Upon hearing the crowd's doubts about Lin Mu, Qin Yan's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed when has my husband ever stolen anything from the Lin family? It is the Lin family that has wronged my husband. The crowd turned to look at Qin Yan, taken aback. Could this woman be the renowned prodigy from the Yaoqi sacred land? It was said she once reached the Four Extremes secret realm, only to suffer a curse that caused her to fall in rank. Nevertheless, she was still an exceptionally rare beauty. Lin Mu's fortune appeared exceedingly favorable. Many harbored feelings of jealousy, intensifying their disdain. Humph, Lin Mu is undoubtedly a thief. Indeed, where else could he have procured 500,000 spirit stones? Could it be that this pretty boy borrowed them from other female cultivators? At that moment, even Wan Lin could no longer tolerate the accusations. He interjected, cease your baseless claims. I tell you, Lin Mu's 500,000 spirit stones are the profits from the divine bridge pill. What? Many cried out in shock. What does the divine bridge pill have to do with? To speak plainly, the formula for the divine bridge pill was refined by Lin Mu himself. Therefore, he is entitled to a portion of its profits. The 500,000 spirit stones originate from these earnings. All eyes promptly turned to Lin. They understood that as time progressed, the profits from the divine bridge pill would only multiply, ultimately driving the original bridge pill out of the market entirely. The spirit stones Lin Mu could amass from this venture were beyond counting. Why should Lin Mu be entitled to such wealth? They dared not voice their thoughts, only silently lamenting in envy and jealousy. Chapter 43 describes the dual cultivation between two individuals, but what are the names of the three others? Lin Mu pays no heed to their gazes. He is determined to become a great emperor and must face countless adversaries. The individuals before him hardly pose a challenge. The 500,000 spirit stones are already at the auction house, so Lin Mu need not concern himself with the transfer. After confirming with Wan Lin, he exited the auction house. Anmo struggled to rise and followed closely behind Lin Mu. Seeing this, Dan Lao felt a pang of sympathy. Mo turned back and offered Dan Lao a smile. Master need not worry. I have been bedridden for too long, and moving about will do me good. Dan Lao could only nod in agreement. Very well, I shall return to the sect and disseminate this news. Take care of yourself. Dan Lao's intention was not only to inform his sect but also to alert the cultivation world that their prodigy was by Lin Mu's side. In the future, should anyone wish to target Lin Mu, they would have to consider the stance of the Dan sect. After Dan Lao departed, Mo began to cough violently, her face turning pale. Qin Yan, witnessing this, felt a twinge of pain in her heart. She approached Mo and gently patted her back, then turned to Lin Mu. You were able to mend my foundational essence. How could healing Mo be a challenge? At that moment, Mo looked up in surprise. Although she had faith in Lin Mu, she believed that he had a bright future and would eventually find a way to cure her. However, hearing Qin Yan's words suggested that Lin Mu could act immediately. She gazed intently at Lin Mu and earnestly declared, Young Master Lin, if you can rid me of the toxins within, I shall never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Lin Mu chuckled. It seems, Mo, that your initial impression of me is rather favorable. Mo, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean, young master? Lin Mu turned towards his courtyard and casually remarked, I have heard it said that if a woman does not regard her benefactor highly, she will speak of great debts of gratitude that can only be repaid in the next life by becoming a servant. Since you have not uttered such words, it must mean you do not hold me in disdain. Mo pondered this statement and nodded after a moment. Indeed, young Master Lin speaks with some truth.
She followed closely behind him, not daring to lag even a moment, and despite her severe coughing, she pressed on.
Qin Yan felt a pang of sympathy.
Husband, do not tease her. Lin Mu glanced back at Qin Yan. My dear, I am not teasing her, you know well how I healed you. If I were to reveal my methods, rest assured, regardless of the method, I shall never turn against you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan leaned in and recounted the events of that day. Anmo's previously pallid face flushed with color.
Sister Qin, do not jest with me.
I have heard of the cultivation techniques of dual cultivation before. It merely accelerates one's cultivation speed. How could it possibly heal someone? Qin Yan sighed. Were this in the past, I too would have found it hard to believe.
But look at me now, you must have heard of my damaged foundational essence, look at my current condition.
Mo fell silent indeed. Qin Yan's example stood before her, leaving no room for disbelief.
It was only when they entered the courtyard that Mo whispered, I am willing to engage in dual cultivation with you.
Lin Mu's heart soared with joy, yet he feigned reluctance.
Mo, do not jest.
Even if you agree, your master will surely come seeking me for trouble. Rest assured, I possess other means to heal you besides dual cultivation, it will just take a little more time. Yet, the more Lin Mu insisted, the more resolute Mo became.
My master has gone to great lengths for me.
How can I disregard his concern for the sake of a fleeting reputation? The path of cultivation allows no stagnation. Since my poisoning, I have made no progress, wasting precious time. If I delay any longer, and Mo's face turned as red as a peach as she shyly said, I shall claim that I fell for young Master Lin at first sight and insisted on dual cultivation with you. Even my master would have no grounds to object. Lin Mu's heart brimmed with delight, yet he maintained an air of hesitation.
Is that appropriate?
Your words make it seem as if I am taking advantage of a situation. However, Mo, having made up her mind, would not waver regardless of her embarrassment. She clenched her teeth and bowed gracefully.
Young Master Lin, rest assured, this is my own volition. With a sigh, Lin Mu conceded, very well, since you have spoken thus, I can only reluctantly agree to engage in dual cultivation with you. Come to my room tonight.
Mo nodded and turned to leave. Once she was gone, Qin Yan sighed softly, Husband, you truly are incorrigible.
Lin Mu coughed lightly, My dear, what do you mean by that? Qin Yan shot him a disapproving glance. You think you can deceive an Mo and still fool me?
Humph, I have long seen through your interest in that girl.
You intend to engage in dual cultivation with her, do you not?
Lin Mu hurriedly shook his head. My dear, do not speak such nonsense.
Am I the sort to act so recklessly?
Qin Yan seemed to recall something and pouted. When you act recklessly, you are anything but human. But never mind, husband, do not think too much of it.
Mo is indeed a prodigy, and the apple of Dan Lao's Ike. Bringing her into your household would be a fortunate event.
Lin Mu's heart raced with excitement, and he felt a surge of gratitude.
My dear, you are truly wonderful.
Your kindness towards me is immeasurable. Therefore, tonight, I shall take the initiative to serve you. As he spoke, Lin Mu leaned close to Qin Yan and whispered something in her ear. At that moment, Qin Yan's face flushed crimson.
Husband, where did you learn such scandalous tactics?
Lin Mu laughed heartily. I learned all of this from the Eastern lands. Qin Yan gritted her teeth. That Eastern lands is no good place.
It corrupts people.
Lin Mu shook his head.
Oh, my dear, you cannot say that. Without their inspiration, how could I serve you?
Yet, a thought crossed his mind.
What would that be called? Perhaps, threesome cultivation.
Chapter 44. Do not ask, just serve. The next morning, Lin Mu rose with a refreshing spirit. He gazed upon the two women still lost in slumber, a smile gracing his face. He reached out to gently caress them before rising to the side and sitting cross-legged. As he reflected on the events of the previous night, his heart stirred. Mo, already afflicted by a potent poison, was not easily stirred. Upon entering the room, she fortuitously encountered Lin Mu attending to Qin Yan, which rendered her even more bashful and utterly weak. When Lin Mu pulled her closer, she offered little resistance, allowing him to manipulate her at will. Lin Mu chuckled inwardly. Although her name bore the character Ferenc, her form was as pure as snow. It seems that sometimes names can be misleading. He closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the state of his body. After cultivating with an Mo, he had refined the last of his 5 internal organs, reaching the pinnacle of the Tao Palace realm, with only one final step remaining to enter the secret realm of the 4 extremes. However, without a master to guide him, he relied solely on the system to enhance his cultivation, leaving him in a state of confusion regarding how to take that final step. Yet, this was of little concern. His beloved had previously entered the realm of the 4 extremes, and once she awakened, he could simply inquire of her. Setting that matter aside, he turned his attention to other aspects, namely his alchemist rank. Although the system often presented him with challenges, the rewards for completing tasks remained undiminished. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task, rewarded alchemist rank, elevated by 1 tier, the host's current rank is Earth grade, first stage. Upgrading, the rank after the upgrade will be a heaven grade, first stage. Lin Mu's heart soared with joy, but soon he felt somewhat speechless. Wait a moment, it seemed the system was still scheming against him. The leap from Earth grade to heaven grade was indeed monumental. However, without Dan Lau's formation, he would currently be at most at the 4th stage of yellow grade. If that were the case, the system's elevation by 1 tier would merely place him at the 4th stage of mysterious grade, which hardly seemed significant. System, are you deliberately toying with me? To his surprise, the system responded. Ding, notification to the host, the system itself harbors no preferences. I don't buy that. Lin Mu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Regardless, despite some frustrations, the system proved to be a substantial ally. He stretched lazily, just as Qin Yan sat up with a furrowed brow. As for an MO, the young girl remained nestled in bed, deeply asleep.
Lin Mu approached and embraced Qin Yan. My dear, what troubles you? Could it be that last night's dual cultivation caused you discomfort?
Qin Yan recalled the outrageous scenes of the previous night, her cheeks flushing slightly. Gritting her teeth, she remarked, the Eastern Japan sect is indeed a nefarious path, teaching my husband so many things.
Lin Mu burst into laughter.
My dear, that was merely the beginning. I have only... Seeing this, Lin Mu became somewhat anxious.
My dear, what ails you? Is it possible that the curse has flared up again?
As he spoke, he reached out, intending to channel spiritual energy into her. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yan felt a sweet warmth in her heart, grasping Lin Mu's hand. Husband, there is no need for concern if the curse within me remains quite stable. It merely hinders my cultivation from breaking through to the Dao Palace.
What do you mean by merely? Lin Mu pressed urgently. Qin Yan sighed. It seems that after our dual cultivation last night, I may have conceived. As a female cultivator, she felt a tinge of shyness discussing such matters, opting for a euphemism. Yet Lin Mu understood immediately, his eyes lighting up.
My dear, you mean to say you are with child? This is truly wonderful.
He placed his hand on her abdomen, his face alight with joy.
Qin Yan, seeing his expression, shared in the delight, but soon her brow furrowed with worry. Husband, I still bear the curse. When our child is born, I fear it may be affected by it as well.
Qin Yan's concerns were not unfounded.
The curse she bore was peculiar and exceedingly malevolent. If it were to affect their unborn child, it would be all too likely. A flicker of anger crossed Lin Mu's face. Initially, his feelings for Qin Yan were driven by desire, perhaps accompanied by a hint of utilitarianism. However, over time, he had come to regard her as a true wife. Now that she carried his child, he cherished her all the more, deepening his animosity towards the curse. One day when I ascend to the Yaoqi Holy Land, I shall capture that old fiend Lin Qiu and force him to reveal who cast this curse upon you. But concerning our child, Lin Mu reassured her, my dear, there is no need for worry. Although I cannot yet dispel the curse afflicting you, it cannot increase without reason. By the time our child is born, the curse that may affect them will likely be but a fraction of what you endure. By then, I may yet find a way to eliminate it. With that, Qin Yan felt a sense of relief.
That is good to hear.
Observing her demeanor, Lin Mu,
I am with child.
Lin Mu grinned mischievously.
Fear not, my dear, we shall be cautious. Besides, I merely wish to meet our child sooner. Qin Yan hurriedly pushed him away. Husband, let us not take risks. You should go find an MO.
In truth, an MO had already awakened when Lin Mu approached, but recollecting the previous night's events and being unclothed, she feigned sleep, feeling utterly weak despite the poison having been expelled. Qin Yan nudged an MO, sister, stop pretending to sleep and quickly attend to my husband.
Reluctantly, an MO opened her eyes, blushing as she said, Sister, what are you talking about? Attend to him.
It seemed she had misconstrued the situation, having witnessed Lin Mu's attentiveness to Qin Yan the previous night.
However, Lin Mu suddenly nodded. Indeed, my dear, look, MO is far more astute than you. What do you mean by that?
An MO replied, bewildered, but Lin Mu continued, if you are concerned for the child.
An MO stood by, utterly astonished. Is this how married partners behave? Chapter 45 must seize that precious recipe. Lin Mu pulled Qin Yan in an MO, indulging in frivolity on the bed for most of the day. This left Lin Yun in the courtyard utterly speechless. As she practiced her cultivation in place, she mumbled to herself, how did I not notice before how insufferable the young master is? She felt too bashful to articulate her thoughts. Yet, the sounds emanating from the room continued to invade her ears. No matter how hard Lin Yin tried to cultivate or cover her ears, the noises were inescapable. Finally, she cautiously retreated to her own chamber, enveloping herself in her blanket.
Moments later, soft moans began to escape from under the covers. Meanwhile, after a considerable period of busyness, Lin Mu finally deemed it appropriate to exit his room. Noticing Lin Yun's absence, he furrowed his. Following the events of yesterday, the Divine Bridge pill had skyrocketed in popularity, selling tens of thousands daily. Moreover, Wan Lin had mentioned that there was still tremendous potential for growth in the future. With an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal, Lin Mu was not inclined to squander them. He promptly instructed Wan Lin to set up formations, utilizing these spirit stones for his cultivation. My wife tells me that the Four Extremities realm is essentially about refining the limbs. To transition from the Dao Palace secret realm to the Four Extremities secret realm requires diligent effort. It seems I must devote myself to cultivation for a while. Alas, how I wish to encounter a few more individuals with the potential of empresses. Unfortunately, it appears we are not yet in an era of great contention, as those with the potential to become emperors are exceedingly rare. If anyone else were to overhear this, they would be utterly infuriated. After all, encountering prodigies that others might not see in countless years, he had already met 4 and had even shared dual cultivation with 3 of them, was something to be grateful for, yet he remained unsatisfied. On another front, as time progressed, the influence of the Divine Bridge pill continued to expand. Such a precious recipe falling into Wan Lin's hands was understandable, but what of Lin Mu's involvement? A mere pretty boy, one who, unbeknownst to anyone, had charmed the prodigies of the Zhou and Su families, gaining a semblance of fame, dared to covet the recipe. He even claimed it to be of his own creation. What utter nonsense! Let us head to Yuding City and reclaim that recipe using the methods of our alchemists. Countless alchemists flocked toward Yuding City. Numerous cultivation sects and noble families also dispatched personnel to the city. However, their thoughts on the recipe's ownership were of no consequence. They were solely motivated by profit. With such a multitude of spirit stones in our possession, would it not provide us with considerable support? Wan Lin, being a top-tier alchemist, was too significant a target, yet Lin Mu was merely an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the Will See realm. Even considering the Su and Zhou families, plus the reputation of the Dan sect, we wouldn't confront him directly. However, it was time for this lad to recognize the situation and relinquish his share of the profits. In an instant, Yuding City was abuzz with unrest. Though it did not reach the severity of when the Yaoqi sacred land had directly flown over with their sect, the underlying turbulence was no less significant. Wan Lin surveyed the recent news with a hint of concern on his face.
Lin Mu, something seems awry.
Lin Mu shrugged nonchalantly. What seems awry? However, Wan Lin interpreted it as Lin Mu preparing to enter the Dao Palace secret realm. He nodded in admiration. Lin Mu, you truly are a genius. From the moment you reversed your constitution and began your cultivation, it has only been 4 months, yet you are poised to break into the Dao Palace secret realm. Truly remarkable. Lin Mu's brow twitched, but he offered no explanation. At that moment, Wan Lin continued, however, Lin Mu, while you focus all your thoughts on cultivation, your prowess as an alchemist is bound to stagnate. What will you do when trouble finds you?
Wan Lin, upon hearing this, began to clarify.
Lin Mu, you are unaware, among alchemists, there has been a long-standing custom. If one presents an equivalent recipe, they can compel the other to a contest. This contest, of course, is a test of alchemical skill. The victor claims the recipe of the loser. Lin Mu suddenly raised an eyebrow. So we are directly diving into a culinary showdown, are we?
What did you say?
Lin Mu shook his head. I didn't say anything, I merely recalled some past events. Please, continue. Wan Lin did not press further, attributing it to his own words causing Lin Mu's inner turmoil.
What more can I say? I have said all that needs saying. Lin Mu, should your cultivation be exceedingly high, even if someone covets the Divine Bridge pill, they would hesitate to seek trouble with you. In the cultivation world, after all, strength speaks volumes. If you were a supreme alchemist, no one would dare to bring shame upon themselves. At this juncture, Wan Lin fell silent, but Lin Mu understood his implication. Wan Lin was clearly suggesting that he was neither exceptionally skilled in cultivation nor in alchemy, thus rendering him vulnerable to challenges. Nevertheless, Lin Mu smirked, glancing at his status panel. A hint of disdain graced his lips. Rest assured, City Lord Wan, when it comes to my cultivation, I indeed lack a bit of finesse. It will likely take me another 3 to 5 years to navigate the cultivation world with ease. However, regarding my prowess as an alchemist, I fear no one. Wan Lin sighed inwardly. How dare he speak such lofty words? Alas, he has had such a smooth journey in cultivation that he remains unaware of the vastness of the world. Yet, even if he is bullied and loses his recipe, I can always share half of my profits with him. With this thought, Wan Lin chose not to elaborate further. He chuckled inwardly. It seems City Lord Wan does not have much faith in me. I suppose it is time to showcase my abilities and dispel any misjudgments regarding my strength.
Lin Mu, with a glint of determination in his eyes, extracted several 100,000 spirit stones from the city lord's mansion. Then, donning a hooded cloak to disguise himself, he made his way to the market in Yuding City.
Good sir, how much for these medicinal herbs?
Chapter 46, The Origin of the Deceiver. Upon seeing Lin Mu, the elderly man exhibited no suspicion. Recently, the undercurrents in Yuding City had been tumultuous, and the influx of unfamiliar faces from outside the city was overwhelming. With many concealing their true intentions, the old man gestured toward his shop and nonchalantly remarked, "All these items are priced according to market value. Not a single spirit stone more, nor a single spirit stone less. What more do you wish to inquire?" His words were, in fact, a test. If Lin Mu could articulate the prices with clarity, it would suggest he was well versed in the trade. However, if he faltered, the old man would transform into a predatory figure, ready to pounce upon Lin Mu with malicious intent. Yet, Lin Mu was impervious to such tactics.
What tricks are you playing, old man? Do you take me for a novice?
With that, he turned to leave. Observing this, the old man began to believe Lin Mu was indeed an experienced individual. He hastily called out, "My dear customer, please do not take offense.
I merely spoke offhandedly. Look at you, young man, why such a temper? You wouldn't happen to be without a companion, would you?"
Lin Mu glanced back with a cold smile and replied, "Your assumption is mistaken.
In truth, I have several companions."
The old man scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe.
"Ah, indeed, you do have several companions. I, old Lu, find myself rather envious."
Old Lu casually deflected the conversation before earnestly introducing the materials he had for sale.
"Take a look.
I possess only the finest materials here, sufficient to concoct profound-grade elixirs. This ice heartgrass, in particular, can be used to refine a 9th-tier profound-grade pill." At this juncture, old Lu cast another glance at Lin Mu.
"By the way, have you attained the level of a profound-grade alchemist? If not, I possess other herbs that would be perfectly suited for you."
Lin Mu shook his head.
"I am not a profound-grade alchemist."
Old Lu's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction.
"Ha!
I knew it, just by the sound of your voice. I could tell you were still quite young, and thus your alchemical prowess cannot be too advanced."
In truth, old Lu lacked the ability to discern age by voice.
He had merely observed Lin Mu's cultivation level, which was only at the completion of the We'll See stage. Therefore, he made such assumptions. A person of high cultivation might not necessarily be an adept alchemist. Often, they knew nothing of alchemy at all. Conversely, skilled alchemists typically possessed a respectable cultivation level. To put it plainly, those capable of refining their own pills would not lack for elixirs. While reaching excessively high secret realms might be challenging, breaking into the Dao Palace secret realm was relatively straightforward. Old Lu pointed toward a row of herbs outside the shop and casually remarked, "There are herbs suitable for yellow-grade alchemists over there.
Feel free to choose for yourself."
However, Lin Mu did not even cast a glance.
"Old Lu, have you misunderstood something? I mean to say, I am indeed not a profound-grade alchemist. In fact, I am a heavenly-grade alchemist."
Upon hearing this, old Lu froze for a moment before bursting into laughter.
"You little rascal, do you not even draft?" Curiously, someone inquired, "Old Lu, why do you laugh so heartily? Have you managed to swindle another unsuspecting fool?" Old Lu waved his hands dismissively. "Do not tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. I would never cheat anyone." Ignoring the laughter of the onlookers, he pointed at Lin Mu.
"The reason for my laughter is this young man's claim.
He dares to assert that he is a heavenly-grade alchemist." At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in raucous laughter. "Ha ha, what a sight to behold! In this day and age, anyone dares to impersonate a heavenly-grade alchemist. Our Lord Mayor of 10,000 cities is merely a heavenly-grade alchemist himself. What gives him the audacity to utter such a falsehood? I see, he must be utterly ignorant of the ranks of alchemists, leading him to make such claims. Indeed, an outsider attempting to deceive will inevitably reveal their ignorance upon speaking. Only an insider could concoct a plausible lie." Others approached Lin Mu, proffering unsolicited advice. "Listen, kid, let me give you a tip. If you ever wish to masquerade as an alchemist, at most, you should pretend to be a yellow-grade alchemist. If you do that, you might fool a few simpletons, but a heavenly-grade alchemist? Ha, I can hardly contain my amusement. You should just stop right there." After the man departed with laughter, more joined in. "If you pretend to be a heavenly-grade alchemist, you're setting your sights too high. Let me tell you, aside from some hidden sects or ancient cultivation families, there are only a few obscure heavenly-grade alchemists. All other heavenly-grade alchemists are well known. Each possesses a spirit root, one for each pit.
Even if a newcomer recently breaks through, news travels far and wide, thus, you could never hope to pass yourself off as one. Lin Mu did not take offense at their words. Rather, he nodded earnestly. I see, I appreciate the lesson. At this moment, old Lu interjected, since you understand now, cease your jesting and quickly select some yellow-grade herbs to purchase before departing. Humph, I do indeed have materials for forging heavenly-grade elixirs in the back, follow me. He turned and led Lin Mu to the rear of the shop. Entering a formation, Lin Mu followed closely behind, undeterred. Before long, he felt as though he had passed through a curtain of water. Arriving in a new space, old Lu gestured toward a row of herbs and said, these are the materials I mentioned.
Choose as you wish. By the way, do you possess spirit stones?
Lin Mu did not respond but instead waved his hand, revealing the storage ring on his finger. This was a new ring he had acquired after receiving his share of the elixir profits. As for the gratitude given by the Zhou family, he had left that with Qin Yan. Old Lu scrutinized the storage ring on Lin Mu's finger, muttering, you little rascal, you've spared no expense in your deception. That ring alone is worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. I am not overly concerned about you defaulting on payment. With that, he stepped aside, allowing Lin Mu to select his herbs. Lin Mu smiled faintly, choosing several spiritual herbs according to the records in the alchemical tome. He then turned and asked, how many spirit stones for these? Old Lu made a dismissive sound, casually quoting a price. Lin Mu did not haggle, tossing spirit stones from his storage ring before turning to leave. As he exited the shop, a crowd had gathered, murmuring among themselves.
Who exactly is this young man?
He dares to impersonate a heavenly great alchemist. His audacity is indeed remarkable. Let us wait and see. Since he has dared to craft such a ruse, it surely cannot end here. There will undoubtedly be more to this tale.
Chapter 47. The Alchemist of Celestial Grade, an unwelcome visitor? City Lord, something feels amiss.
A cultivator from the Four Extremes realm clasped his hands before Wan Lin. It seems that someone in the city has begun impersonating a celestial grade alchemist.
The chaos in Yuding City is escalating. Upon hearing this news, Wan Lin's expression darkened.
Who dares to perpetrate such a deceit? Swiftly investigate and unmask this fraud. I have enough on my plate without dealing.
Is your agitation perhaps related to Lin Mu? Wan Lin nodded. Indeed, what of it? Do you have something to say?
The cultivator responded, indeed, City Lord, Lin Mu bears no connection to us. Why concern yourself so deeply over him?
With so many seeking his trouble, why not simply expel him from the city? After all, he has other protectors backing him. There is no need for you to take the lead. Wan Lin's countenance darkened instantly. Do I require your instruction on how to conduct my affairs?
Let me make this clear, Wan Cheng will refrain from uttering such words in the future. Do you understand?
Wan Cheng's expression was somewhat displeased, yet he nodded. Uncle, I understand. It was then revealed that this cultivator was not only Wan Lin's subordinate but also his nephew. Humph. This uncle of mine has been bewitched by Lin Mu, to the extent of going to such lengths for him. Once I seize an opportunity, I shall settle the score with that boy.
At that moment, a guard from the city lord's residence approached with a look of astonishment.
Wan Cheng frowned. What is that expression? You look as if you've lost your wits.
The guard hastily waved his hand.
Wan Cheng, do not speak carelessly. I have not lost my wits, I am merely surprised. A significant figure has unexpectedly arrived in Yuding City. What significant figure? Wan Cheng inquired, perplexed. The guard then elaborated, not long ago, a thunder tribulation suddenly descended upon an inn in the city. Wan Cheng scoffed, thunder tribulation? What is so extraordinary about that?
However, the guard immediately retorted, this is no ordinary thunder tribulation, it is the tribulation for a celestial great elixir.
Wan Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Oh, so that person must be a celestial great alchemist? Who could it possibly be?
The guard shook his head. That alchemist refused to reveal his identity or show his face. However, he sent the elixir to the auction house for consignment.
Wan Cheng did not press further. Indeed, celestial great alchemists tend to have their peculiarities.
My uncle enjoys mentoring the younger generation, which is why he treats Lin Mu so favorably. It seems this new alchemist in the city also possesses some eccentricities, preferring to remain anonymous.
Days later, this news spread throughout the city, stirring intrigue even among the alchemical families seeking to trouble Lin Mu. Who could this new celestial great alchemist be? Had he come to challenge Lin Mu, or was he perhaps offering him support? It was likely he came to confront Lin Mu, considering that neither the Zhou family nor the Su family had a celestial great alchemist backing them. Moreover, it seemed the Su family's prodigy had suddenly entered closed-door cultivation, leaving many to speculate on the reason. Ah, that Suyu lad hasn't gotten some sex status with child, has he? Perhaps he's being punished to reflect in isolation. After a hearty laugh, they made their way into Yuding City and meanwhile, Wan Lin sought out Lin Mu. Lin Mu, the situation in the city is growing increasingly convoluted. Although the inexplicable emergence of a celestial great alchemist has drawn attention away from you, that alchemist's origins remain unclear and could easily turn hostile. Should he decide to challenge you, it would spell trouble. Perhaps you should consider retreating for a while? Lin Mu shook his head and smiled. I appreciate your concern, City Lord. However, there is no need for me to retreat. I, Lin Mu, have always acted with integrity and transparency. For some reason, as he spoke, an mo beside him suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, as if recalling something amusing. Wan Lin looked over curiously. What are you laughing at? Lin Mu shot an mo a stern glance, signaling her to maintain decorum. He then addressed Wan Lin, City Lord, please do not misinterpret. My mate has discovered that I possess a method to cure the poison within her, which has brought her joy, hence her unrestrained laughter. In truth, since their dual cultivation, and Mo's body had already recovered. However, fearing that the news of her recovery might attract unwanted attention, she pretended to still be afflicted by poison, and Lin Mu humored her. Wan Lin nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Very well, since you say so, I shall refrain from further comment. By the way, tomorrow is the auction for the Celestial Great Elixir. Will you be attending? Lin Mu nodded with certainty. Of course, that elixir is my creation. If I do not attend, how shall I reclaim the spirit stones from the sale? After Wan Lin took his leave, Lin Mu, do you realize you nearly exposed my identity? Seeing Lin Mu's demeanor, and Mo was unfazed, she giggled, Master, you wouldn't punish me, would you? Lin Mu swallowed hard and replied earnestly, You little vixen, of course, I must punish you. Your sister refuses to cultivate with me, and yet you come to provoke me. I certainly shall not let you off lightly. Come along with me. And Mo beamed and followed closely behind. In her heart, she mused, Lin Mu is truly remarkable, effortlessly curing my poison. He must be harboring a monumental secret, especially since he is a celestial great alchemist. I could never have anticipated that. The so-called inheritance of the great emperor must merely be a facade. He undoubtedly possesses other mysteries. It seems I am quite fortunate to have encountered such an excellent master. Though Lin Mu claimed an Mo was his maid, neither he nor an Mo perceived their relationship in such a simplistic manner. Noticing an Mo lagging behind, Lin Mu turned back and called, What are you dawdling for? Come here. An Mo flashed a sweet smile. I'm coming, master. What new tricks do you have in store this time? Leaning closer to her ear, Lin Mu whispered, Oh, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Chapter 48. So you are the alchemist. The following day, Lin Mu strode into the auction house with a keen gaze. Xin Yan remained at home, focused on nurturing her pregnancy, showing no interest in the spectacle. She held unwavering trust in Lin Mu, harboring no doubts about his capabilities. Thus, accompanying Lin Mu this time was none other than an Mo. This young girl deliberately feigned a frail demeanor, cautiously trailing behind Lin Mu, occasionally covering her mouth to cough softly. Having endured prolonged poisoning, she was quite adept at this charade, executing it with remarkable finesse. Moreover, an Mo was not entirely demure. Despite her frequent coughs, she persistently inquired after Lin Mu's well-being, referring to him as master with every utterance. Master, cough cough, do you think these spirit teas are satisfactory? Cough cough, master, am I obstructing your view by standing here? Bystanders witnessing this scene were nearly driven to exasperation. Lin Mu certainly enjoyed an enviable fortune, a prodigy of the alchemy sect serving as his attendant. What had he done to deserve such fortune? Jealousy simmered within them. As for those from esteemed alchemical families, they too were taken aback. Was the legend truly factual? Yet, why would that elder Dan make such a decision? Lin Mu might possess some hidden background. If we were to take action against him, we must tread carefully. However, while some exercised caution, others were brazen. A male cultivator with peach blossom eyes approached Lin Mu, surveying an Mo from head to toe before speaking. Lin Mu, how about you transfer this mission to me? Such audacity! Before Lin Mu could respond, others immediately stepped forward. Although Misson was Lin Mu's attendant, she was also a prodigy of the alchemy sect, a disciple of Elder Dan. How dare you speak so shamelessly? The peach blossom-eyed cultivator replied nonchalantly, What of it? Misson serves Lin Mu merely because she believes that being by his side can cure her intense poisoning. Do you think I lack that capability? As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing 2 spirit pills. The nearby crowd sensed the aura of the pills and instinctively took several steps back, exclaiming in astonishment, a 9th-tier antidote pill? The peach blossom-eyed cultivator chuckled. Indeed, this is Yuding City. There are many discerning individuals here.
He turned to Lin Mu with a smile. Lin Mu, if you are willing to part with an MO, I shall gift you one antidote pill.
The other can also be used to cure an MO. What do you say?
Though he posed the question to Lin Mu, his gaze remained fixed on an MO, as if the decision lay solely with her.
However, an MO took a half step back, retreating behind Lin Mu.
This is certainly a matter for my master to decide. As an attendant, I dare not overstep.
Observing her action,
what had Lin Mu fed an MO to make her so obedient? Was it possible that the prodigy of the alchemy sect was so feeble? Yet Lin Mu understood all too well. This an MO, rather than merely being a prodigy of the alchemy sect, was more akin to a little enchantress. She was digging a pit for him. Nevertheless, he refrained from directly exposing her intent and addressed the peach blossomite cultivator. That will not be necessary. If the 9th-tier antidote pill is indeed effective, I can concoct it myself for an most curada. I have no need for your offering. The peach blossomite cultivator sneered. Lin Mu, you certainly know how to boast. You claim you can concoct it. What nonsense! Upon hearing this, before Lin Mu could respond, an MO peeked out from behind him. You shall not insult my master. Lin Mu glanced back at an MO and, once the auction concludes, I shall challenge you to a duel. After I seize your alchemical formula, let us see how arrogant you can remain. Lin Mu remained unfazed. At that moment, Wan Lin hurried over.
Everyone, regardless of the circumstances, please wait until
their ancestor is, like myself, a master alchemist of the highest caliber. You have crossed him, and that is no trifling matter. Perhaps it would be wise to arrange your departure.
Lin Mu shook his head. Thank you for your concern, City Lord, but that will not be necessary.
A mere Lu family holds no significance in my eyes. Wan Lin fell silent for a moment, then sighed in resignation. Ah, youthful exuberance, very well, I shall refrain from further advising you.
Behind Wan Lin, the Lu family has a master alchemist backing them.
How can he possibly withstand that? He is bound to suffer a great loss. Before long, the auction commenced. Wan Lin initially intended to delay proceedings, hoping to see if Lin Mu would change his mind about leaving. However, Wan Qing sought to ensnare Lin Mu, presenting the master-grade pill right away. Wan Lin shot his nephew a fierce glare, yet, with matters reaching this point, he could say little else, and could only despondently announce, the first item is a first-tier master-grade pill, the Transformation Dragon Pill. As the name suggests, consuming this spirit pill will increase the success rate by 10% when attempting to break through the Transformation Dragon realm. The auction hall erupted in excitement. The Transformation Dragon Pill, the mysterious master alchemist, was indeed formidable. Even the peach blossomite cultivator appeared somewhat agitated. Years ago, his ancestor had concocted such a pill to achieve the status of master alchemist. This Transformation Dragon Pill held immense significance for his ancestor. If he could acquire it and present it to him, it would surely bring great joy. He immediately shouted, 100 million spirit stones.
Yet the peach blossomite cultivator's declaration was met with laughter. Is this fellow truly from the Lu family?
Such a precious spirit pill, and he dares offer spirit stones to purchase it. Another alchemist stood up. I offer 10 gene of divine essence. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with the concept of divine essence. At this moment, the auction house was filled with a cacophony of bidding.
I offer 11 gene, 12 gene, 15 gene. Moments later, someone decisively called out, 30 gene. Instantly, the rest fell silent, clearly overwhelmed by the price. Wan Lin sighed. It seems this Transformation Dragon Pill shall belong to this esteemed cultivator. No sooner had he finished speaking than the peach blossomite cultivator leaped up, his disdain for Lin Mu palpable. You, come with me outside. Let us duel.
Lin Mu raised his hand. There is no rush, I have a matter to attend to. He approached the individual who had just purchased the Transformation Dragon Pill.
Where is your divine essence? Show it to me. The cultivator looked up, perplexed. What do you mean by that?
Lin Mu smiled. Am I not being clear? The pill you acquired was concocted by me, and thus you ought to hand over that 30 gene of divine essence to me.
Chapter 49. How can there be only one? Bring them all to me. Are they concocted by you? Not only does that person disbelieve, but the other alchemists present share the same skepticism. Haha, Lin Mu, even in jest, there ought to be limits. This is an elixir of celestial grade. Aside from celestial alchemists, only a select few prodigies of terrestrial grade can, by sheer fortune, barely manage to concoct such a potion, and you?
They scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe and continued to scoff. You likely amount to no more than a yellow-grade alchemist. Spare us your grandiose claims. Indeed, if you persist, you shall only become the laughingstock. Many began to mock him openly. Lin Mu, having leveraged the influence of the two prominent families to frighten away the Yaoqi sacred land, seemed utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Humph, how dare he impersonate a celestial-grade alchemist? This youth is truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. I foresee he will inevitably land himself in grave trouble. Wan Lin, with concern, advised Lin Mu, what folly is this? Even if someone seeks trouble with you or challenges you to a duel, you would merely lose a recipe. With your understanding and talent in alchemy, given time, you could ascend to the realm of celestial-grade alchemists. Why must you resort to deception now? As he spoke, he sighed repeatedly. Lin Mu, I can discern your thoughts. You surely believe that masquerading as a celestial-grade alchemist will intimidate others, but have you considered how vast the chasm is between your abilities and those of a celestial-grade alchemist? It is utterly impossible to deceive others. At that moment, Wan Qing coldly interjected, Uncle, what use is it to tell him these things? Words once spoken are like pills swallowed, can they be regurgitated? The moment he uttered that, he had already invited trouble. With that, he called out loudly, let the celestial-grade alchemist reveal themselves. He'd fully punish this fraud who deceives the world. The other alchemists also leisurely withdrew several steps, wearing expressions that relished the spectacle. Haha, Lin Mu is surely in for a significant loss now. How could the celestial-grade alchemist he impersonated simply let this slide? Yet, some suddenly slapped their foreheads in realization. Oh no! What if that alchemist seizes the opportunity to demand Chen Fan hand over his recipes? What shall we do then? In an instant, concern rippled through them. Fortunately, their worries proved unfounded. Wan Qing shouted thrice, but no one stepped forward. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Where has that alchemist vanished to? Why have they not yet appeared? At this juncture, Lin Mu calmly remarked, do not wait any longer, no one will respond to you. I am indeed that alchemist. Yelling into the void will yield no result, no matter how loud you shout. As he spoke, Lin Mu extended his hand, releasing his spiritual energy which enveloped the elixir. The potion that had been resting on the auction stage instantly soared into Lin Mu's grasp. A faint smile graced his lips as he placed the transformation dragon elixir into the hands of the cultivator. Now, can you settle the payment? All present fell into a profound silence, gazing in wide-eyed astonishment at the scene before them. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Even an Mo covered her cherry lips, staring at Lin Mu's figure with a heart full of awe. He is indeed a celestial-grade alchemist. Although she had previously engaged in dual cultivation with him, she had merely regarded him as possessing some unique physical qualities, perhaps hinting at other legacies. However, she had no inkling regarding his alchemical prowess. No wonder he could break through mass transformation. It turns out he is a celestial-grade alchemist. Wait, to elevate oneself to the rank of alchemist requires countless hours and effort in concocting elixirs. Yet, according to my investigation, Lin Mu was merely the eldest son of the Lin family from Yunhai City, who not only could not cultivate but was also looked down upon by his family. How on earth did he ascend to celestial grade? At that moment, the individual who had just purchased the transformation dragon elixir burst into laughter. How intriguing! I didn't expect you, Lin Mu, to possess such remarkable qualities. With a casual wave of his hand, 30 small, sparkling crystals appeared in the air. This was the 30 pounds of source energy. After saying so, he took the transformation dragon elixir and turned to leave. Lin Mu stared at the 30 crystals in a daze, unsure of their significance. However, an Mo had already regained her composure and leaned closer to Lin Mu's ear, whispering, shouldn't you hurry and put those away? Lin Mu then realized that these crystals must hold considerable value. After all, there is plenty of time ahead. I can have an Mo explain it to me later. Thus, he dismissed the matter from his mind and stowed the crystals away. Subsequently, he turned with a cold smirk towards the individual with the peach blossom eyes. By the way, was there not someone who claimed they wished to duel with me? What stakes will you present for this wager? The peach blossomite individual now appeared frightened. He gulped heavily, retreating a few steps, hastily stating, Lin Mu, you must have misheard me. I had no intention of challenging you. After witnessing the prior scene, he had come to believe in Lin Mu's strength and dared not seek his own demise. Yet, Lin Mu was unwilling to let him off the hook. Haha, do you truly believe I would allow you to escape so easily? The peach blossomite individual retreated another few steps. What do you intend to do? Humph, hand over that detoxification pill, and I shall let you be. Lin Mu fixed his gaze on the peach blossomite individual, his tone icy. Naturally, the latter was reluctant, but the surrounding alchemists had begun to side with Lin Mu, urging, you ought to quickly surrender the elixir, otherwise, Lin Mu will insist on a duel. Can you truly refuse? Indeed, it would be wise to concede now, and this matter may end here. The peach blossomite individual hesitated for a long while, but ultimately had no choice but to helplessly retrieve a detoxification pill from his spatial ring. Lin Mu, must I concede? I will give you this detoxification pill. Yet Lin Mu continued to shake his head. How is it that there is only one? Did you not claim to possess two? Hand over the other one as well. the peach blossomite individual could hardly contain himself this time. Lin Mu, enough already, do not presume I am genuinely afraid of you. With that, he summoned his spiritual energy. The crowd then realized that this peach blossomite individual was also a cultivator of the Four Extremes realm. No wonder he had been the first to confront Lin Mu earlier. It turns out he was not only an alchemist but also a formidable Four Extremes realm expert. Now there would be quite a show to behold. The other alchemists breathed a sigh of relief. The more commotion the peach blossomite individual created, the safer they felt. After all, if Lin Mu's attention was diverted elsewhere, he would have no energy to pursue them for their transgressions. Meanwhile, the mysterious buyer who had just departed the auction turned back to glance at the event. A peculiar glimmer in her eyes of this Lin Mu was indeed fascinating. At this moment, she ceased to alter her voice, revealing a sweet and melodious feminine tone. Chapter 50. To come without return is unseemly. The lady's attendant promptly interjected, "Miss, what are you talking about? Who is amusing?" The lady smiled and replied, "I am naturally referring to Lin Mu." At that moment, she removed her hood, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. Yet, the passers-by around her seemed oblivious to her presence. The lady sighed, "Indeed, the treasure my father bestowed upon me is quite effective. Not even the formidable figures at the auction earlier could discern my true identity." The attendant chuckled, "That is only to be expected. Our Yen family's treasures can elude even the most sagacious of sages." The lady cast a helpless glance at her attendant and said, "Enough of that." At this moment, recalling your earlier words, the attendant could not help but ask again, "Miss, what is it about Lin Mu that you find so intriguing?" The lady then replied nonchalantly, "He has merely reached the Tao Palace realm and yet managed to break through to become a heavenly great alchemist. Is that not intriguing enough? Now, let us depart." Meanwhile, Lin Mu, within the auction house, suddenly furrowed his brow. Ever since the system had played a trick on him last time, he had taken to regularly checking it, hoping to uncover any missed tasks. To his surprise, he indeed stumbled upon one. Ding, detected an 8 Dao body Yen Shishir, an 8 Dao body, other unknowns. Unknown? What nonsense is this, system? What are you up to? However, before Lin Mu could ponder, "Have you become frightened upon witnessing my cultivation?" He began to mock with an air of arrogance, yet, his behavior drew disdain from the alchemists present. How dare he speak so brazenly? Indeed, he is an alchemist. Why resort to such theatrics? Once word of this spreads, how will he continue as an alchemist? A flicker of anger crossed the eyes of the peach blossom individual, but he quickly suppressed it. Being looked down upon was a matter for another day. However, if he were to carelessly lose 2 detoxification pills, he would surely face dire consequences upon returning to his sect. He glanced coldly at Lin Mu and stated in a low voice, "You'd best let me leave swiftly, and I might spare you. Otherwise, no matter how high your alchemical prowess, it means nothing if your cultivation is lacking." At this moment, Wan Lin's expression darkened. He glared at the peach blossom individual. "Are you intent on causing chaos? Do you think my Yuding city is without rules?" It turned out Wan Lin's cultivation was not to be trifled with. He extended his hand towards the peach blossom individual's head, casting a shadow over him, yet, the latter remained unfazed. He shook his head slightly, and a small cauldron materialized above his head, blocking Wan Lin's assault. Wan Lin's eyes widened. "How do you possess such a protective treasure?" The peach blossom individual replied coldly, "If I didn't have this treasure, would I dare to be so audacious? Do you truly believe I am reckless because I am invulnerable?" This statement left Wan Lin speechless. At that moment, Lin Mu burst into laughter. "Excellent, you are indeed an interesting fellow." He regarded the small cauldron above the peach blossom individual's head with amusement and remarked, "What a splendid opportunity to test your mettle." As he spoke, an idea struck him. Void sword technique. A colossal sword suddenly appeared behind him, with Lin Mu's cultivation continuously rising. The giant sword grew even more formidable. The sword's tip pierced through the roof of the auction house, revealing a portion of it to the outside world. The cultivators within the city, already attentive to the auction, flocked to the scene upon witnessing the enormous sword. "What is happening? Is there a brawl at the auction?" Upon their arrival, they immediately beheld Lin Mu confronting the peach blossom individual. Lin Mu's expression was calm, while the peach blossom individual appeared tense. "Lin Mu, you actually possess the legacy of an emperor?" The peach blossom individual stared intently. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, "Did you not know this before? Your information seems quite outdated." With a slight wave of his hand, the giant sword moved at his command and lunged towards the peach blossom individual. Startled, the latter quickly raised his small cauldron to defend himself, yet, while the small cauldron shielded his body, the force of the giant sword's impact was undiminished. The peach blossom individual was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. "Lin Mu, how dare you? What will you do?" Lin Mu swiftly appeared before the peach blossom individual, the giant sword pointed at his heart. Let me tell you, I would not hesitate.
What are you to me?
He continued, if you hand over the pills willingly, we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, Lin Mu left his words hanging, but his intent was clear to all. After suffering a significant loss, the peach blossom individual remained silent for a long while before finally conceding, very well, I admit defeat.
He tossed out 2 detoxification pills and fled without looking back. At that moment, the onlookers within the auction house were astonished. They had not anticipated that Lin Mu, aside from being an alchemist, possessed such abilities as well. It seemed the rumors of the past were not merely fabrications. In truth, news of Lin Mu slaying the elder of the Yaoqi had already circulated. However, these alchemists had disregarded it as mere gossip, believing that the Zhou and Su families had intervened to ensure Lin Mu's safety. The notion that Lin Mu had slain the elder solely due to the legacy of an emperor was utterly dismissed, yet, faced with the undeniable evidence before them, they could no longer ignore the truth. Lin Mu's future appeared boundless. They shook their heads slightly, no longer daring to mention any matters of competition, and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Lin Mu had already soared into the air, riding the void sword. I recall that there were quite a few who wished to challenge me earlier. Why is it that you all wish to leave now?
The alchemists, upon hearing this, wore expressions of discomfort.
Lin Mu, what do you— Our departure is not out of fear of you. Do not overstep your bounds.
As they spoke, they unleashed their spiritual powers, with many revealing themselves to be cultivators of the 4 extremes secret realm. At that moment, Wan Lin hurriedly approached. Lin Mu, you should know when to back down. If you turn against them, how will you establish yourself in the cultivation world in the future? Lin Mu replied coolly, there is no need for City Lord Wan to worry. I do not intend to strike against them, rather, I wish to engage in a friendly competition. After all, is this not the custom among alchemists?
Wan Lin was nearly in tears with urgency.
While that may be so, you are already a heavenly great alchemist.
Seeking them out for a challenge is akin to picking a fight.
Lin Mu sneered, yet,
when they sought to bully me under the guise of superiority, was that not a provocation? Does this world only allow them to play with fire while I am forbidden from lighting a lamp?
As he spoke, Lin Mu waved his hand, and the giant sword thrust forth. Boom! A resounding blast echoed throughout Yuding City. Chapter 51 Breakthrough of the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. What transpired? The alchemists within Jade were all roused from their reverie, taking to the skies to gaze in the direction of the auction house. Conversely, the cultivators already in the vicinity of the auction house hastily retreated. Lin Mu had truly lost his mind. How dared he confront so many adversaries? It became apparent that after Lin Mu made his move, although he did not deliberately attack anyone, the residual force from the battle was more than enough to overwhelm them. They fled with great haste, fearing the collateral damage from the colossal void sword. Even an Mo was cautious in her retreat, deliberately slowing her pace to conceal the fact that she had already recovered. Yet, concern for Lin Mu gnawed at her heart. During her time at the Dan sect, she had encountered numerous alchemists, many of whom now stood against Lin Mu. Though they were merely alchemists, lacking in combat expertise, their cultivation levels were formidable, and they possessed countless protective treasures. How could Lin Mu possibly contend with them? And Mo's delicate hands were clasped tightly together, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Meanwhile, the recently departed individual with peach blossom eyes had reached the outskirts of the city. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, he turned back in haste. Who was Lin Mu clashing with now? Never mind, he certainly possesses remarkable abilities, but this situation is beyond my control. Unaware of the circumstances within the city, the peach blossom-eyed man assumed Lin Mu had found another easy target, thus hesitating to return and seize an opportunity to— I must promptly inform the elders of the sect about the events here. In due time, someone will come to trouble Lin Mu. At this moment, chaos reigned within the city. The alchemists gathered together, unleashing their spiritual energy to form a golden barrier. Meanwhile, Lin Mu relentlessly summoned the enormous sword, striking against it with relentless force. Initially, the alchemists were apprehensive, but as time passed, they gradually began to relax. Lin Mu, your efforts are futile. Indeed, your imperial legacy cannot possibly contend with us. However, despite their words, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of respect in their hearts. Lin Mu was undeniably impressive. No wonder he had garnered the favor of 2 prominent families and caused the Yaoqi sacred land to retreat in defeat. The Lin family of Yunhai City, how blind they were to expel him. Lin Mu paid no heed to their words, his expression as calm as a still pond, while his internal spiritual energy surged furiously. It turned out that when he faced the peach blossom-eyed man, he had already sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just one final step remained before he could enter the 4 Extremes secret realm. With that in mind, he resolved to fight. He channeled all his energy into a frenzied assault against the golden barrier before him. As time elapsed, the alchemists began to feel a sense of trepidation. How could a mere cultivator at the Wheel Sea realm possess such abundant spiritual energy? Furthermore, they had not witnessed him consuming any elixirs. Could it be that his heritage extended beyond just the imperial legacy? In the distance, Wan Cheng stared in astonishment. Initially, upon witnessing Lin Mu's confrontation with all the alchemists, he had laughed heartily, deeming Lin Mu overconfident. Yet, now he found himself at a loss for words, muttering silently, what right does this lad have to be so formidable? Observing Lin Mu's relentless strikes, Mo felt a slight sense of reassurance. Her mind began to whirl as she returned to the courtyard. Sister Qin, aren't you going to check on the master as he battles against others? She inquired, even as the sounds of conflict echoed outside, causing the very walls to tremble and debris to fall.
However, Qin Yan merely smiled, cradling her abdomen.
Dear sisterin, you need not worry, since my husband dares to engage in combat, he must possess the assurance of victory.
Witnessing Qin Yan's unwavering trust in Lin Mu, Mo nodded slightly, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. But at that moment, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted from outside.
What, he actually broke through at this moment? Mo's heart skipped a beat as she rushed out to witness the spectacle. Indeed, after a series of strikes, Lin Mu had pushed his spiritual energy to the limit. Finally, he broke through the final barrier. A surge of energy coursed through his limbs, signifying his official entry into the Four Extremes secret realm. However, at this juncture, Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Could I still control this energy's direction? If that were the case, I shan't hastily refine separate limbs. To refine each part would amount to no refinement at all. I might as well focus on refining a single finger. He concentrated all his energy into the index finger of his right hand, took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and surveyed the surrounding cultivators.
With a faint smile, Lin Mu queried, "What are you all staring at?"
Due to the shackles of his sacred body still being unbroken, the other cultivators viewed Lin Mu merely as having transitioned from the Wheel Sea secret realm to the Dao Palace secret realm.
Yet, even so, this scene was enough to earn their admiration. Hadn't it been said that just months ago, he was unable to cultivate? In a matter of months, he had ascended from mortal to the Dao Palace secret realm. Such talent was indeed astonishing.
Lin Mu was truly a prodigy of his generation. Nevertheless, many among them shook their heads at this last statement. Your assertion is mistaken. Without a special constitution, no matter how rapid his cultivation speed, he cannot be deemed a prodigy. At this moment, Lin Mu, now fully satisfied, returned to the ground. He no longer engaged with the alchemists, and they, too, dared not provoke him. Lin Mu strode with confidence through the throng of alchemists, leaving all who witnessed this spectacle in awe. Lin Mu's reputation would only grow louder from here on. Wan Lin gazed fervently at Lin Mu's retreating figure. This young man, in just a few days, news of Lin Mu's breakthrough spread back to Yunhai City.
How outrageous! A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. How could he have possibly broken through to the Dao Palace realm? How could he achieve such a breakthrough? Lin Feng was consumed by a rage of helplessness. Even with the Star River King body, he had only just managed to break through to the Dao Palace secret realm. Though he felt a sense of pride, how could he endure being surpassed by Lin Mu in just a few months? No, I absolutely cannot allow this waste to overshadow me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and approached Lin Lai. Father, I wish to enter a true immortal sect.
Lin Lai's gaze wavered.
Fomer, have you truly made this decision?
You must understand that once you join another sect, you will become embroiled in their affairs. This may not be a good thing. At this moment, Lin Feng was blinded by anger. Father, there is no need for further discussion. I have made up my mind. The sect I wish to join is, of course, the Yaoqi Sacred Land.
Eh?
Lin Lai's brows furrowed deeply.
Lin Feng, what do you mean by that?
Lin Feng replied coldly, what I mean is quite clear, father. Last time, Lin Mu caused Lin Qiu of Yaoqi Sacred Land to suffer a great loss. He will undoubtedly seek revenge. However, with the two prominent families present, he would not dare act rashly. But if I were to take action against Lin Mu, it would be a matter concerning our Lin family. Even the Zhou and Su families would have no grounds to intervene. Lin Qiu, even if she seeks vengeance, will be inclined to nurture me. With my talent and constitution, combined with the full support of Yaoqi Sacred Land, I could ascend a major realm and enter the Four Extremes secret realm within half a year. At that time, I shall personally come to Jade and eliminate that waste. Chapter 52. My daughter possesses the majesty of an emperor. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Lai naturally felt a tinge of displeasure. Although he had already taken the decisive step of expelling Lin Mu from their home, he did not wish to completely eradicate his eldest son. However, Lin Feng, noticing his father's hesitation, spoke up once more. Dearest father, do you not aspire to be the father of an emperor? If I were to join the Yaoqi Sacred Land and eliminate Lin Mu, I would seize his legacy and opportunities. From that moment forth, I would undoubtedly ascend to greatness and achieve the status of an emperor.
At that time, who in the world would remain unaware of your esteemed name?
Lin Lai was indeed swayed by these words. He clapped his hands vigorously and declared, "Excellent, I shall personally escort you to the Yaoqi sacred land." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had Lin Lai continued to oppose him, he would have been at a loss for a better plan. With a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, he turned to Lin Lai and added, "Father, although I possess the Star River royal body, which will surely grant me preferential treatment upon entering Yaoqi, one must not overlook the intricacies of human. Should you not prepare some spirit stones and magical treasures for me?" Lin Lai nodded in agreement. "Naturally, but how many spirit stones do you require?" Lin Feng opened his mouth and uttered a staggering figure. "The entirety of the Lin family's assets in Yunhai City amounts to no more than that. If I were to give you all these spirit stones, your 3 sisters would have no dowries when they marry." Lin Feng was not surprised by his father's reaction but proceeded with, "When that time comes, not only will dowries be a mere formality, but we could also demand a hefty bride price. Indeed, the method may be old, but its effectiveness remains." In the end, Lin Lai nodded. "Then I shall heed your words." At that moment, Lin Mu's 3 sisters entered the room. Upon hearing Lin Lai's remark, they surprisingly displayed expressions of agreement. "Father, you speak true. As long as our second brother makes a name for himself, who would dare to question the matter of dowries, we 3 shall inevitably marry into illustrious families, all thanks to our second brother." Lin Feng smiled quietly to himself. A few days later, armed with 10 million spirit stones, he cast a final glance back at Yunhai City before setting off for the Yaoqi sacred land. Meanwhile, in Yuding City, Lin Mu remained entirely oblivious to these developments. In truth, even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with them. His focus was solely on Qin Yan.
"My dear, are you feeling any better?" Qin Yan, several months into her pregnancy, exhibited a noticeable baby bump.
She smiled, reclining on the bed, and replied to Lin Mu, "Husband, your concern for me is quite overwhelming." Lin Mu quickly responded, "My dear, how could you say that? You are carrying my child. Naturally, I must care for you more." Hearing this, Qin Yan's face lit up with a smile of happiness, yet soon after, she suddenly spoke again. "Husband, have you been feeling stifled these past few days? If so, you should spend more time with Amour tonight." Lin Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "My dear, why would you say that? I am not that kind of person." Qin Yan rolled her eyes. "Husband, there's no need for false modesty. You enjoy dual cultivation, do I not know this? Rest assured, I will not harbor jealousy." With a sigh, she added, "However, I am currently worried about one thing." Lin Mu, sensing her unease, quickly inquired, "What trouble?" Although this influence is not particularly strong, the child has yet to begin their cultivation. She looked at Lin Mu with concern, asking, "Husband, what should we do about this?" Yet, Lin Mu paid little heed to her words. "My dear, there is no need for excessive worry. I believe our child will be just fine." Qin Yan's expression shifted to one of irritation. "Husband, what do you mean by that? Do you think my curse is insignificant, or do you believe I am deceiving you? Or perhaps you simply do not care about our child?" Lin Mu hastily waved his hands. "My dear, do not misunderstand, I care for our child more than anything. I only say this because I have confidence in her." As he spoke, Lin Mu summoned the system. Upon seeing the recent notification, his heart filled with joy. Ancient saint body of the Dark Moon parents, Qin Yan and Lin Mu unborn, possesses a slight curse, currently undergoing self-recovery. Lin Mu smiled, "Our daughter is destined to be a prodigy. That minor curse is nothing to worry about, our daughter possesses the potential of an emperor." In that moment, Lin Mu found himself suddenly understanding his father's sentiments. No wonder he had always favored Lin Feng. It was because he thought this way. Having a remarkable child indeed brings great joy. Qin Yan, puzzled, inquired, "Daughter, husband, how do you know that I am carrying a girl?" Lin Mu chose not to elaborate, simply stating, "My dear, but fret not, once the child is born, you will surely see." After exchanging a few more words with Qin Yan, he turned to leave the room. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he noticed a small paper crane floating before him, emanating a familiar aura. Lin Mu's heart leaped with joy as he accepted the flying crane and opened it, hearing Su Yu's voice almost immediately. "You rascal, hurry and come out of the city, I want to see you." Lin Mu was not offended by Su Yu's tone. He laughed as he exited Yuding City and waited just outside. Within moments, Su Yu appeared before him, visibly fuming. Today, she was surprisingly dressed in feminine attire, and her clothing was unusually loose. "Lin Mu, you scoundrel!" Upon their first encounter, this left Lin Mu quite bewildered.
What has gotten into you? Do you resent me for not seeking you out during this time, leaving you feeling lonely? That shouldn't be the case. He scrutinized Suyu, growing even more perplexed. And what's with your attire today? Have you changed your ways and decided to stop dressing as a man? Suyu's anger flared. How could you be so oblivious, Lin Mu? Just as she was about to stamp her foot in frustration, she seemed to hesitate and gently lowered her foot, whispering, "Actually, I am pregnant." Chapter 53. The poison sect must understand antidotes even more. At first, Lin Mu did not grasp the situation. What have you got? But soon, his eyes lit up, fixating on Suyu's abdomen. Are you with child? Suyu's face flushed instantly, and she murmured, "Humph. You are quite astute." Lin Mu's heart soared with joy, yet he felt a sense of surreal detachment. Hesitantly, he remarked, "Wait a moment, calculating the days, you should be several months along." Why is it not showing? Suyu's expression turned to irritation as she retorted, "Lin Mu, do you truly lack common sense, or are you intentionally provoking me? I am a descendant of the emperor and a practitioner from the Four Extremes secret realm. My pregnancy is naturally different from that of ordinary mortals. It is entirely normal for me to carry for not just 10 months, but even 30 months. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu finally comprehended the situation. The speed of his wife's pregnancy was likely influenced by a curse. She had been unable to break through to the Wheel Sea realm, which caused her to appear like an ordinary person. Seeing Lin Mu bow his head in silence, Suyu suddenly felt anxious. "Lin Mu, why are you not speaking? You do not wish for this child, do you? Let me tell you, even if you do not want this child, I will still bear him." Lin Mu immediately responded, "Suyu, what are you saying? How could I ever want to forsake this child? I was merely reflecting. You mentioned that a 30-month gestation is normal. Goodness, are you carrying Neza?" Suyu, puzzled, inquired, "Who is Neza?" Lin Mu maintained his composure. "I am merely praising our child." He swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, Suyu, won't the Su family notice your pregnancy?" This time, Suyu sighed. "If they were to find out, they would undoubtedly be furious and might even come after you. Therefore, for the time being, I plan to find an excuse, claiming that I need to enter seclusion. After I give birth to this child, I will emerge." Lin Mu was deeply moved and said, "If that is the case, you might as well stay by my side. That way, I can take care of you." Suyu rolled her eyes. "Please, with so many women around you, I am not that generous. If I stay by your side, I might just get annoyed." Lin Mu glanced at her chest and shook his head. "You are clearly broad-minded." Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then looked down and realized Lin Mu was joking. At this moment, she still had the presence of mind for such banter. She shot Lin Mu a glare and stated, "I am leaving now, take care of yourself." However, at that moment, Lin Mu grabbed Suyu's hand. "If you leave now, the next time I see you, it could be years later. I find it difficult to part with you." Touched, Suyu softly replied, "Very well, I will stay a little longer with you. What is the matter with you?" Suyu shot Lin Mu an irritated look. "It is still broad daylight. Why are you acting so spirited?" Lin Mu, grinning, leaned closer. "It is only because of your great charm that I am so excited." "Humph, you are quite the rogue." Suyu chided playfully. She waved her hand slightly, setting up a formation around them, then spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "I have inquired, there is no need to be overly cautious during the initial months of pregnancy." Lin Mu, overjoyed, swiftly closed in. After 2 hours, Suyu finally pushed Lin Mu away. "Lin Mu, let us stop here." Her face was flushed, her tone weak. "How can you be so formidable?" Lin Mu merely smiled. Suyu observed him but refrained from pressing further. Suddenly, she tossed him a spatial ring. "Lin Mu, within this ring is a special token from the Su family, keep it with you." Lin Mu, slightly taken aback, asked, "Suyu, why are you giving me this?" Suyu sighed. "Lin Mu, your inheritance from the Void Emperor will undoubtedly attract others' covetous eyes. Our Su family has many descendants, and some may not hesitate to seize your treasures. Carrying this token will serve as a form of proof. It might deter them from acting rashly." Lin Mu nodded and accepted the token, then attempted to embrace Suyu. "Suyu, you are truly wonderful to me. Such great kindness, I can only repay with my life. Get lost." Suyu playfully scolded as she pushed Lin Mu away. "I am leaving now, we shall meet again in the future." She sighed and then vanished without a trace. Once Suyu departed, Lin Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Her insistence on entering seclusion stemmed from my insufficient cultivation. If only my realm were higher, unafraid of the Su family's influence, I could openly marry Suyu and welcome her into the Lin family. Ultimately, it all comes down to strength. Lin Mu resolved to accelerate his cultivation. Lin Mu, what is the matter with you? And Mo, panting, leaned against Lin Mu. You seem particularly agitated today. Lin Mu met Mo's gaze and smiled. What, do you not like it? And Mo's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, I do like it. It is just what? Lin Mu pressed, yet Mo would not elaborate. She pushed Lin Mu away and said earnestly, Lin Mu, there is something I have been meaning to tell you. The peach blossom eyes you drove away at the auction house have quite the backstory, you must be cautious. Lin Mu raised his hand, using spiritual energy to open a window, summoning a gentle breeze to sweep away all lingering scents within the room. He then asked, what makes you say that? And Mo sighed, Lin Mu, your talent and heritage are indeed impressive, but your understanding of the cultivation world is far too limited. Let me tell you, aside from places like Jade Cauldron City that refine proper medicinal pills, there are naturally locations that concoct poison pills. The Peach Blossom Eyes are disciples of the poison sect. This sect is notoriously domineering, prone to causing trouble. Now that you have attracted their attention, they certainly will not let it slide easily. That is why I urge you to be cautious. Lin Mu, however, did not take the poison sect seriously. Instead, he curiously asked, if they are the poison sect, how is it that the Peach Blossom Eyes could produce antidotes? And Mo looked at him helplessly. You have not figured out such a simple matter? Being from the poison sect, they must be well versed in antidote methods, otherwise, while concocting poison pills, if they accidentally poison themselves, they would not even know how they met their end. Finally, Lin Mu comprehended this point, yet his expression darkened once more. Mo, is the poison within you related to their poison sect? Chapter 54. Are you perhaps a predecessor of the Su family? And Mo felt a flicker of joy in her heart upon seeing Lin Mu's concern for her. She replied in a solemn tone, Lin Mu, I am truly pleased that you thought of me, but this matter is beyond your reach. The practitioners of the poison sect not only possess formidable cultivation levels but are also adept in the crafting of various toxic substances. Should you seek to trouble them, it would only lead to your own suffering. Even my master finds himself at a loss when faced with the poison sect. Although Mo did not directly answer, her words conveyed everything. Her poisoning was indeed related to the poison sect. Lin Mu retorted coldly, rest assured, Mo, I am not a reckless individual, but I will only confront the poison sect once I am fully prepared. Witnessing Lin Mu's imposing demeanor, Mo found herself momentarily entranced. Instinctively, she leaned closer, but as she shifted her body, a sudden pang of pain coursed through her. She furrowed her brow slightly and subsequently lowered her body willingly. Master, allow me to serve you, she offered. The following morning, Lin Mu emerged from his room with a hearty laugh, only to be greeted by Lin Yun, who bore the marks of exhaustion under his eyes. Yuner, what has happened to... He exited the courtyard and made his way to the city lord's mansion. Following recent events, the entire Jade Cauldron City was now aware of his status as a top-tier alchemist, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. The guards at the entrance quickly plastered smiles on their faces, greeting him, Alchemist Lin, have you come to see the city lord today? Lin Mu shook his head. I am not here to seek an audience with City Lord Wan. Rather, I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, he suddenly produced a detoxification pill and swallowed it whole. The guards were left dumbfounded, unsure of his intentions. Why would he consume a detoxification pill out of the blue? This pill was highly valuable and could easily fetch millions of spiritual stones if sold. However, Lin Mu's actions were not without purpose. After ingesting the pill, the system promptly provided a response. Ding! Detoxification pill consumed. Earthgrade, 9th tier detoxification pill formula automatically unlocked. Lin Mu smiled and nodded, opening the system's compendium to find that a new formula had indeed been unlocked under the Earthgrade pills section. It appeared that it was not necessary to personally craft a pill to unlock the compendium, merely consuming one would suffice. This proved to be quite convenient. Without further ado, he inquired of the guards, are the required herbs? Thus, they could only respond earnestly, Alchemist Lin, most of the other herbs and materials should be obtainable. However, the Dan snakegrass is indeed scarce in our city. One guard seemed to recall something and added, this Dan snakegrass appears to require a particularly harsh growing environment, and ordinary recipes do not necessitate its use. Consequently, very few people harvest it, and even fewer sell it. Lin Mu nodded and asked, where exactly does this Dan snakegrass grow? The guard quickly replied, I am unsure of that, please wait a moment. I will inquire with others. With that, he strode back into the city lord's mansion. Before long, Wan Qing emerged with a broad smile. After witnessing Lin Mu's prowess outside the auction house, his attitude had shifted entirely, and he no longer dared to openly confront Lin Mu. However, his underlying thoughts remained unchanged. Although Lin Mu is formidable, if he seeks his own demise, he has no one but himself to blame.
Wan Sheng approached Lin Mu with a seemingly sincere expression, saying, "Alchemist Lin, I happen to know where to find the Dan snake grass you mentioned. It grows in a frigid region, heavily guarded by numerous demonic beasts. Most importantly, that frigid area is surrounded by several cultivation families who regard it as their own territory and do not permit outsiders to enter. Therefore, I suggest you refrain from venturing there personally. Instead, let my uncle negotiate with those families on your behalf to procure some Dan snake grass." Lin Mu regarded Wan Sheng with a discerning eye, immediately grasping his ulterior motives. He silently scoffed, recognizing the deceit in his words. If Wan Sheng truly had his best interests at heart, he would not have spoken thus. He would have simply concocted an excuse to appease Lin Mu and directly requested his uncle's assistance. What sense was there in laying out the entire situation before him? Nevertheless, Lin Mu remained unfazed. He thought to himself that there was no need for City Lord Wan to intervene. He could undertake the journey himself. Wan Sheng, feeling a surge of delight, assumed Lin Mu had fallen into his trap, and quickly added, "That may not be the best course of action. However, if Alchemist Lin insists on going personally, I cannot obstruct you." He retrieved a map from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Mu. "The location of the valley is marked on this map. Alchemist Lin, do take care on your journey." As he spoke, he nearly burst into laughter, yet, to Lin Mu, Wan Sheng appeared nothing more than a jester. "He, the most foolish individuals in this world are those who believe themselves to be clever. I can see through his petty schemes, and surely, Wan Lin can as well. When this news reaches Wan Lin's ears, he will undoubtedly have his fair share of reckoning." Lin Mu, disinterested in further conversation, turned and returned to the courtyard, where he exchanged a few words with Qin Yan before departing from Jade Cauldron City, heading straight for the valley. Now a formidable cultivator of the Four Extremes secret realm, enhanced by the ancient sacred body, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Thus, even though the valley lay 10,000 miles from Jade Cauldron City, Lin Mu arrived in no time. Indeed, there was something intriguing about the place. Hovering in the air, Lin Mu gazed at the valley below, a glimmer of curiosity lighting his eyes. The entire valley was shrouded in miasma, and even at a distance, one could sense a strange aura emanating from it. It was no wonder that the principal ingredients for crafting detoxification pills grew in such a location. This must be what they refer to as the balance of extremes. Lin Mu smiled faintly before plunging into the miasma. However, before he could meticulously search for the Dan snake grass, the sounds of a scuffle reached his ears from not far away. "How dare you ambush me today? You shall face dire consequences in the future," a woman exclaimed weakly, cursing her assailants. Soon, two others sneered in response. "Su Jia, what good are your words now? We have already set up a formation that prevents your bloodline's teleportation ability from functioning. No1 will." He abruptly waved his hand, summoning a colossal void sword to pierce through the miasma. The three were instantly taken aback, especially the weakened woman, who exclaimed in surprise, "Which esteemed predecessor of the Su family is present?" Chapter 55. A heavy heart of murder. Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged as he stepped out from the breach in the thick miasma, carved by the enormous sword in the void. With a swift glance, he immediately comprehended the situation unfolding before him. On the ground lay an exquisite woman clad in purple, her figure curvaceous yet her face as pale as a blank sheet of paper, tinged with a hint of sickly green. Clearly, she had suffered grave injuries and been poisoned by the miasma that had invaded her body. This woman was most likely the infamous Su Jia. Nearby, two cultivators, one male and one female, stood poised, surrounded by various magical artifacts, intently observing Lin Mu. As soon as Lin Mu appeared, the duo inquired, "Who are you? This matter does not concern you. Do not meddle and leave at once." Evidently, Lin Mu's earlier strike had instilled fear within them, rendering their words somewhat disjointed, even repetitive. Before Lin Mu could respond, Su Jia erupted into laughter. "You two petty individuals dare to utter such nonsense at this juncture. This esteemed figure must surely be a senior of our Su clan." Struggling to her feet, Su Jia gravitated towards Lin Mu. Witnessing this scene, despite their trepidation of Lin Mu, the two cultivators nevertheless made their move. "Humph, trying to flee?" Each summoned a magical artifact, hurling it toward the colossal sword in the void. Spun around, deflecting both artifacts. It then continued its arc, forcefully striking the two cultivators. Despite their other artifacts providing some protection, they still coughed up blood and staggered backward. In a state of shock and anger, they exclaimed, "You, a mere cultivator, dare to lay hands on us? Do you know who we are? Even if you are a senior from the Su clan, you cannot treat us with such disrespect." Su Jia, too, felt a flicker of concern. This senior was an elder of their clan, a being of considerable power within the Four Extremities realm. In her view, while her clan's elder bore a legacy, his cultivation was not particularly high, merely at the Dao Palace realm. As a descendant of the Su clan, she was aware of the exploits of the Void lineage. The colossal sword behind her elder was likely a manifestation of the Void sword technique. This technique, at its first level, could only amplify combat prowess tenfold. With her elder's cultivation at the initial stage of the Dao Palace realm, even with such an enhancement, he could not possibly contend with those ancient beings of the four extremities. Contemplating this, Su Jia urged, "Senior, although they ambushed me, I am still alive. Let us end this matter here."
Upon hearing Su Jia's words, the two cultivators quickly chimed in. "Indeed, we entered the Miasma Valley to gather spiritual herbs.
It is only natural for us to compete and scheme against one another. If you are a senior figure, it suffices for you to save your descendant, but you must not act against us further." Unaware of Lin Mu's identity, they directly referred to him as a senior figure, hoping to curry. However, Lin Mu merely chuckled coldly. "Such empty words. Just now, I distinctly heard you setting up a formation around us. Whatever occurs here shall remain concealed from the outside world. Therefore,
there is no formation here. We merely intended to frighten Su Jia. Do not take us seriously."
After uttering these words, they turned and fled into the distance. Lin Mu, however, paid no heed to the veracity of their claims. With a swift motion of his hand, the colossal sword pursued them. In mere moments, it severed the 2.5 mere cultivators of the Will See realm. Their severed midsection soon extinguished their lives. Lin Mu nodded slightly at this sight, yet inwardly pondered, "Have I grown too fond of this method of dispatching foes? Perhaps I should try cleaving them vertically next time."
At that moment, Su Jia, bewildered, asked, "Senior, how did you know they were deceiving you? They claimed to have set up a formation."
It turned out that the earlier claims of the two cultivators denying the existence of a formation were indeed a ruse, intended to dissuade Lin Mu and facilitate their escape. Yet, Lin Mu had not fallen for their ploy. He observed Su Jia as she stowed away a formation disc from a distance, then remarked nonchalantly, "I know not whether their words hold any truth.
Regardless, it is prudent to eliminate them first."
Su Jia shivered at his words, her thoughts racing. This senior harbors a formidable desire to kill.
After securing the formation disc, she cautiously, "Such a distinctive name." Su Jia inwardly scoffed, but verbally responded, "Then I beseech this esteemed senior to accompany me back to our Su clan, so that our elders may be informed of these events." In truth, Su Jia harbored ulterior motives in her words. Although the formation concealed the events, the families of the two deceased cultivators would likely not remain oblivious to the circumstances. It was improbable that their plotting against her had arisen spontaneously. They must have been well prepared should they discover in a few days that their cultivators had not returned while Su Jia, who was supposed to perish in the Miasma Valley, had returned instead. They would undoubtedly seek retribution. At that time, having this senior to intervene would be advantageous. After all, he was a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm, towering above her in every regard. Stealing a glance at Lin Mu, Su Jia felt her cheeks flush slightly. This senior appeared rather youthful. Simultaneously, Lin Mu was discreetly assessing Su Jia. This female cultivator must be one of the other descendants of the Void Emperor, as Su Yu had mentioned. Her cultivation was indeed quite ordinary, and judging by her words, her branch's strength was not particularly formidable either. Yet, that made sense. If every descendant of the Void were exceedingly powerful, what would become of the other imperial lineages? Since the system had not issued any prompts, it seemed she lacked the qualifications of the Empress. Lin Mu mused silently. However, he failed to notice that his prolonged gaze upon Su Jia did not go unnoticed by her. Her face tinged with red, she thought, "This senior is rather lecherous." Following Su Jia, Lin Mu soon exited the Miasma Valley. After another hour, they arrived at a different valley. Su Jia called out, "I bring forth a senior from another branch. May the clan head come forth to meet."
Shortly after her words, an elder clad in white emerged. Upon glancing at Lin Mu and discerning his mere Dao Palace realm status, he lost interest and turned his attention back to Su Jia.
"Jar, how did you fall victim to the miasma? You have entered the Miasma Valley dozens of times. How could you make such a fundamental error this time?" Chapter 56. You are actually an alchemist. Su Jia sighed, "Master." The energy coursed into the sea of bitterness, forming a vortex that gradually absorbed and refined the surrounding miasma. Lin Mu observed from the side, suddenly interjecting, "Isn't this method of—" "What insights do you possess?" Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, "It's not so much insights as it is knowledge of a detoxification pill that should expedite the removal of this miasma."
The elder appeared somewhat intrigued. He spoke, "I am Su Wenchang, the head of the local Su clan branch. May I ask your esteemed name, and how you came to know of this detoxification pill?" Lin Mu introduced his pseudonym once more, before continuing, "I hail from Yuding City.
Not long ago, at an auction there, I happened to witness the sale of a detoxification pill."
Su Wenchang nodded in understanding. "I see, however, Su Yuzhong, you are only aware of one aspect while being oblivious to the other. That detoxification pill is of the 9th tier in the Earth grade, capable of countering common toxins in this world with ease, yet, who would be willing to expend such a precious pill to eliminate a mere minor toxin? At that moment, other members of the Su clan began to emerge. Upon hearing the exchange between Su Wenchang and Su Yuzhang, they all sneered, "Esteemed cultivator, it seems you truly lack discernment, that detoxification pill is not to be used in such a manner." Lin Mu shook his head slightly, disinterested in further discourse. He turned to Su Wenchang and said solemnly, "I have come to the Miasma Valley specifically for the Dan snake grass. If you can provide me with a single stalk, I can concoct the detoxification pill to remedy." "What gives you the audacity to claim the ability to concoct Earth-grade pills?" The other clan members laughed heartily. "Su Yuzhang, even jokes have their limits. A mere Xian-grade alchemist could manage the 1st or 2nd tier of Earth-grade pills, but a 9th tier Earth-grade alchemist wouldn't dare claim a high success rate."
What grounds do you have to make such grandiose statements?
The ridicule reached Lin Mu's ears, yet his expression remained unchanged. He continued to speak with calm assurance. "Whether I can concoct the detoxification pill is my concern. Su Wenchang, if you possess the Dan snake grass, present it, and I shall purchase it with spirit stones."
Su Wenchang scrutinized Lin Mu's expression, attempting to discern if he was.
Once he confirmed Lin Mu's seriousness, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. "Very well, I shall see if you can indeed concoct it. Someone, fetch a stalk of Dan snake grass."
"I am merely confident."
Upon hearing this, the Su clan erupted in laughter once more. At this juncture, the cultivator dispatched earlier by Su Wenchang returned, holding a jade vial. Su Wenchang took the vial and tossed it to Lin Mu.
"Here is the Dan snake grass.
Now, pay me 100,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, he subtly shifted his position to stand behind Lin Mu, seemingly wary that he might abscond after receiving the vial. Nonetheless, Lin Mu remained unfazed, retrieving 100,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring and tossing them onto the ground. The sight of such a vast sum of spirit stones dazzled the eyes of the Su clan members.
Even Su Wenchang stared in disbelief. "Where did you acquire such a fortune?"
Lin Mu paid no heed to Su Wenchang's question. He pulled out a formation plate he had obtained long ago from Wang Yu, a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land. He conjured a formation out of thin air, stepped inside, and began to refine the Dan snake grass along with other auxiliary ingredients. Concentrating intently on his task. As Lin Mu entered the formation, the members of the Su clan furrowed their brows, fixating their gazes on the formation. Their thoughts varied widely. Soon after, a middle-aged man approached Su Wenchang.
"Master, this Su Yuzhang speaks not a single truth. We cannot trust him. Moreover, the origins of his spirit stones are dubious. We might as well seize the opportunity to capture him."
The implication of this man was clear. A suggestion to kill and plunder. However, Su Wenchang frowned and replied, "There is no need for haste. What if this fellow truly can concoct the detoxification pill? In that case, we must not only refrain from taking action but rather treat him as a distinguished guest."
The middle-aged man sneered. "What are you saying, master?
If he can indeed concoct the detoxification pill, he would at least be a 9th tier Earth-grade alchemist. How could he merely be a Dao Palace secret realm cultivator?" Others gathered around Su Wenchang, whispering counsel. "Master, our Su clan has long been oppressed by the other 2 major families. If we can extract some spirit stones from this cultivator, our lives will improve significantly." Su Wenchang appeared somewhat tempted. Su Jia, sensing the urgency, interjected, "Master, you mustn't, this individual once saved." He quickly looked up to see dark clouds descending from the previously clear sky, settling directly above the valley where the Su clan resided. The center of the ominous clouds was the formation containing Lin Mu. "What is happening?" many of the younger Su clan members questioned in bewilderment. However, those with a modicum of experience began to swallow nervously. This was the tribulation that accompanied the emergence of a pill, yet, ordinary pills did not cause such a commotion. Could it be that Su Yuzhang truly had the ability to concoct a detoxification? Su Wenchang's gaze sharpened, fixated on the formation. Just then, a bolt of crimson lightning descended from the clouds, striking into the formation. Moments later, Lin Mu emerged expressionless, cradling a pill in his hand. Su Wenchang merely glanced at it and gasped in astonishment. "It truly is a detoxification pill. Who exactly are you?"
Boom, all the Su clan members were taken aback. Could he be a 9th tier Earth-grade alchemist?
This was truly remarkable. It seemed we had all underestimated him. Chapter 57. Perfectly captured to become a slave. As for Su Jia, she gazed at Lin Mu in bewilderment, utterly unable to believe that the senior who had just rescued her. She continued to watch him, and then noticed Lin Mu casting a glance her way, accompanied by a slight nod. Suddenly, her delicate face flushed crimson. The senior is truly something. He is a distinguished elder of the Su clan. How could he look at me like that? We share the same surname, Su, and cannot be together otherwise. Wouldn't that be a case of incestuous love? Lin Mu, noticing the blush on Su Jia's face, found himself equally perplexed. What is the reason for her blushing? Is she invigorated? However, before he could voice his inquiry, members of the Su clan rushed towards him. Among them, Su Wenchang's face was brimming with delight, treating Lin Mu as if he were an esteemed guest. Esteemed elder, I truly failed to recognize your greatness earlier. He ushered Lin Mu into the grand residence of the Su clan, arranging for him to sit in the place of honor, before summoning the clan members to bring forth spiritual tea.
Once Lin Mu was settled, Su Wenchang rubbed his hands together and inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed elder?" "Oh dear, how could I forget?" He slapped his forehead, quickly continuing, "You mentioned earlier, I indeed came for this spiritual herb. If the clan leader could provide me with more spiritual herbs, we can certainly negotiate regarding the spiritual stones." Su Wenchang was instantly overjoyed. Speaking of this matter invigorated him. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, while the danshi grass is somewhat challenging to harvest, our Su clan has resided here for many years and has accumulated quite a number of them." A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. If he could obtain a sufficient quantity of danshi grass from Su Wenchang, it would greatly facilitate his endeavors. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from outside the canyon. "Su Wenchang, get out here!" The voice was quickly followed by another cold command, "Come out at once and give us an explanation." Su Wenchang's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly said to Lin Mu, "Esteemed elder, please wait here a moment. I will be right back." He cautiously exited the canyon and soared into the air, addressing the two cultivators outside. "What brings you two esteemed clan leaders here so suddenly?" Curiosity piqued, Lin Mu approached the window to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, however, Su Jia had come over. "Esteemed elder, what are you still watching for? You must leave quickly." Lin Mu leisure, "They have come to our Su clan to seek vengeance." Lin Mu grasped her meaning and chuckled, "And what of that?" Su Jia repeated, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Su Yuzhang, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? Those two are your victims, their arrival will undoubtedly bring you trouble." Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly, "Are you suggesting that I should simply surrender myself? I came here to assist you, and you won't even consider shielding me?" Su Jia sighed, "Is this something I can conceal? Surely you don't think those two clan leaders are fools?" Her implication was clear, her cultivation level was far beneath that of the two lesser figures. Moreover, this time it was a matter of being caught off guard. She had no chance for a counterattack. If Su Jia had merely returned to the Su clan on her own, there might have been other possibilities. However, with Lin Mu's sudden appearance, bringing her back, even a fool could deduce that this incident was closely tied to Lin Mu. It would be easy to infer that Su Yuzhang was responsible for the deaths of the younger generation from the other two clans. "Su Yuzhang, while you are indeed a formidable alchemist, the leaders of those two clans may not wish to kill you, but they will certainly imprison you, forcing you to labor as their slave, concocting elixirs daily. Thus, you should flee at once." Lin Mu, observing Su Jia's anxious demeanor as she panted lightly, suddenly burst into laughter. "So you are concerned for my well-being? It appears I misjudged you earlier. Do not be angry, I shall treat you to some sweets." With that, Lin Mu produced a pill from his hand and tossed it into Su Jia's mouth before she could react. "What did you just give me?" she exclaimed. However, before she could finish her question, the effects of the pill began to take hold. The noxious poison that had been residing in her dantian swiftly dissipated. Su Jia was momentarily stunned, her voice filled with bewilderment. "Did you just— That is a 9th grade earth tier elixir." Lin Mu, however, waved his hand dismissively. "What of a 9th grade earth tier elixir? It is merely an external object." In truth, this was also due to Lin Mu's share of the divine bridge pill. He was in no shortage of spiritual stones. With the danshi grass from the Su clan now in hand, the final obstacle to crafting the detoxification pill had vanished. Furthermore, given Su Jia's evident concern for him, it seemed thus, he had readily fed her the detoxifying pill. For any other elixir, he might have hesitated, yet, Su Jia was deeply moved. She lowered her head, her exquisite face burning with heat, her heart a flurry of conflicting emotions. Oh no, could this esteemed elder possibly have feelings for me? But that cannot be." Noticing Su Jia's flustered state, Lin Mu chose not to linger with her. He strode out of the Su clan's grand residence, heading toward the canyon's exit. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Su Wenchang had begun to comprehend the situation's unfolding narrative. He lamented inwardly, "Now I understand why Jiao was afflicted by poison. It turns out to be this." And as for Su Yuzhang, even if he intended to punish members of the other families, must he resort to murder? "Now they have come to seek vengeance. How can I possibly stop them?" Su Wenchang cleared his throat and quickly stated, "Esteemed clan leaders, you may not be aware, but the person responsible for this incident is not from our Su clan. He hails from another branch, or moreover, he is an alchemist."
Su Wenchang's intention was to instill some caution in the two clan leaders, yet, they erupted into laughter.
An alchemist, how fortuitous, we are in need of an alchemist. Since this alchemist dared to kill our kin, he cannot escape his punishment. We shall capture him and make him our slave, forcing him to concoct elixirs for our two clans. As Lin Mu exited the canyon, he overheard their words. With a cold chuckle, he soared into the air. Oh, who dares to take me as a slave? Your audacity is quite remarkable. Chapter 58. Behind us lies the poison sect. Upon hearing Lin Mu's voice, the patriarchs of the two prominent families immediately turned their gazes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Oh? Are you the so-called alchemist, just newly initiated into the Dao Palace's secret realm? Disappointment flickered in their eyes. With such low cultivation, your prowess as an alchemist is likely quite limited.
At that moment, Su Wenchang interjected hastily, "Do not underestimate him, esteemed sirs.
He is capable of concocting detoxification pills."
Su Wenchang's intention was to intimidate the two patriarchs. After all, any force capable of nurturing a 9th-tier Earth-grade alchemist should not be taken lightly. Although the Ding and Xian families suppressed the Su clan, they were hardly significant in the broader context of the cultivation world. Even if the Su branch to which Su belonged lacked formidable practitioners, other sects would not hesitate to intervene for the sake of an Earth-grade alchemist. However, Su Wenchang did not foresee that the moment his words fell, a glimmer of unrestrained joy appeared on the faces of the two patriarchs.
Oh, he truly can concoct detoxification pills?
Su Wenchang, esteemed sirs, this individual holds considerable significance. You should let him go. As for the names of your family's disciples, he suddenly gritted his teeth. The Su clan shall compensate accordingly.
The two patriarchs exchanged disdainful glances, their voices dripping with contempt. Can you afford such compensation?
We seek not your reparations, we merely desire this fellow. Their greedy eyes turned toward Lin Mu. Ha, we were worried about our inability to provide detoxification pills, making it difficult to report to our superiors. Yet by fortune, you have walked right into our midst. Truly, it is a case of fortune favoring us. Lin Mu furrowed his brow upon hearing their words.
What are you talking about? To whom do you intend to provide detoxification pills? After exchanging glances, the two patriarchs showed no signs of concealment.
We are unafraid to reveal this. Behind us lies the fabled poison sect. The poison sect is preparing to confront a formidable enemy. Although this adversary is not exceptionally powerful, they are quite troublesome to deal with. Thus, the poison sect is currently requesting all affiliated families to contribute materials and pills.
Given that our two families are situated near the Miasma Valley, we are naturally obliged to offer detoxification pills.
We initially thought we would have to spend exorbitant amounts to hire an alchemist, yet you have delivered yourself right to us. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, finally grasping the situation. That Wan Qing truly deserves death. He must have known about this, yet he deliberately chose to remain silent. Even if I had not clashed with the two families, once the poison sect's emissaries arrived to collect their tribute, they would inevitably recognize me.
A fierce battle is unavoidable. Lin Mu's expression grew increasingly grim, yet the two patriarchs misconstrued his demeanor.
Su Wenchang, what are you so worried about? Are you contemplating an escape? I assure you, do not waste your breath.
You cannot flee.
As they spoke, the two men suddenly moved, flanking Lin Mu from either side. They cast a glance at Su Wenchang, saying, Patriarch Su, if you choose to remain an observer, the matter concerning your disciples' deaths will conclude here. We will refrain from causing you further trouble. However, should you insist on meddling. They left the implication hanging, their meaning clear. Su Wenchang's expression shifted, a tumult of colors crossing his face, green, red, then a resigned acceptance.
Finally, he said, I understand.
Turning to Lin Mu, he added, Su, this predicament is one you have brought upon yourself. Do not blame me.
With that, Su Wenchang spun and returned to the ground.
Seeing this, a cold smile crept across Lin Mu's lips. The Su Wenchang displayed little sense of responsibility. However, compared to his previous affiliation with the Lin family of Yunhai City, Su Wenchang was still relatively commendable. The two patriarchs, noticing Lin Mu's calm demeanor, exchanged scornful glances. Su Wenchang, are you truly surrendering without a fight, ready to accompany us back to our clan? If so, we shall save ourselves a great deal of effort. Let us assure you, should you choose to submit, we will not treat you poorly. Our clan possesses many beautiful female cultivators for you to choose from. Lin Mu shook his head.
Spare me your chatter.
If you seek death, then come forth.
Initially taken aback, the two patriarchs erupted in fury. Audacious, do you truly believe we dare not take action against you?
Patriarch Ding brandished a long sword, while Patriarch Xian's head was crowned with a massive bell. After exchanging glances, it was Patriarch Xian who took the initiative. channeling his spiritual energy into the bell, which expanded dramatically. The bell then descended from the air, enveloping Lin Mu within its confines. Observing this scene, the two patriarchs felt a slight sense of relief. We thought he was so formidable with his bravado, but it seems he is nothing special after all. Indeed, this fellow appeared to be a descendant of the Void Emperor, and they had been cautious, fearing he bore the Emperor's legacy. Yet now, they realized he was of no consequence, lacking even the ability to resist. On the ground, the members of the Su clan watched in disappointment. It turned out that Su Yu's cultivation truly was not high. Alas, he was destined for misfortune. Su Jia anxiously stared at the bell, her heart racing with anger and urgency as she hurried to find Su Wenchang. Patriarch, how can you stand by idly? Su Wenchang felt a twinge of shame, yet his thoughts were his own. If someone dared to confront him publicly, that was an entirely different matter. His expression darkened as he coldly replied, "What are you? When has it been your place to interject in my affairs?" Su Jia was taken aback, then despondently said, But, Patriarch, Su Yu is still a distant relative of our Su clan. You should at least inform the other descendants of the Void Emperor. Perhaps someone will intervene to rescue him." In truth, Su Wenchang had considered such a course of action. However, the moment Su Jia voiced this suggestion, he became resolute in his refusal. "Humph, shallow-minded." Su Wenchang berated her. "Do you truly believe that the two families and their backing from the poison sect are blind and deaf? If we dared to do so, we wouldn't even wait for the other branches to arrive before we met our doom." Su Jia's delicate features twitched, and in the end, she could find no words of dissent. Just then, a tremendous noise echoed through the air. She turned quickly to see Patriarch Shen's bell shattering into pieces. Behind Lin Mu, a colossal sword of the void hovered, a hint of dissatisfaction etched upon his face. "Is this truly all?" Chapter 59. The two patriarchs set off. The two patriarchs were utterly bewildered, their eyes fixed on Lin Mu as if they could scarcely believe the scene before them. As for Patriarch Shen, he incessantly channeled his spiritual power, attempting to manipulate the great bell in a bid to reassemble it. Yet, his endeavors bore no fruit. Observing their expressions and actions, Lin Mu remarked coldly, "Honestly, I thought your great bell concealed some intriguing secrets, perhaps the legendary Samadhi true fire or something of that sort. I had initially intended to see if I could awaken a pair of fiery golden eyes myself. It appears, however, that I was overly optimistic." Though Lin Mu felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not forget to maintain the guise of Su Yuzhang. The two patriarchs were left perplexed. What was Samadhi true fire? What were fiery golden eyes? The illustrious Void Emperor of your possessed neither of these extraordinary abilities. No, this fellow must be indulging in theatrics. Suddenly, Patriarch Shen smacked his forehead, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "I see it now, this fellow is indeed a low-tier alchemist, so he must possess some protective artifacts. After shattering my spiritual bell with those artifacts, he speaks thusly to instill fear in us, to overestimate his capabilities." Patriarch Ding nodded in agreement. There is no need to flaunt it before us, just wait, I shall take matters into my own hands and capture you myself." Meanwhile, the Su clan members, who had been brimming with excitement, now appeared crestfallen. "Is that so? We initially believed that Su Yuzhang had concealed his strength, enabling him to breach Patriarch Shen's Silverstone spiritual bell. Alas, it seems we celebrated in vain." However, Su Jia suddenly interjected, "Hold on. I had advised Su Yuzhang to escape quietly, yet he chose to confront them instead. This indicates he must possess some confidence in dealing with the two patriarchs." Yet, Su Jia failed to realize that her statement amounted to self-incrimination. Su Wenchang glared at her, seething with anger. "You traitorous wretch, how dare you act thus? If Su Yuzhang flees, how shall we account for it to the two great families?" Other clan members chimed in with their reproaches. "You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Were it not for your provocations in the Miasma Valley, how would we find ourselves in such dire straits? Do you harbor some illicit feelings for that Su Yuzhang? Such shamelessness, a wretched woman!" Su Jia's face turned pale as she looked at her fellow clansmen in disbelief. She had never anticipated that, as a victim, she would be subjected to such scorn. Just as the Su clan members were about to hurl further insults, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the sky. They hurriedly turned their gaze upward, only to witness a flurry of afterimages in the air. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Lin Mu had already engaged in combat with Patriarch Ding. Lin Mu deliberately refrained from fully unleashing his void sword technique, maintaining an even footing with Patriarch Ding while continuously seeking opportunities to close the gap between them. Nevertheless, this was already astonishing enough. A mere novice in the Dao Palace secret realm was managing to hold his own against a formidable opponent from the Four Extremes secret realm. This utterly surpassed their expectations. Patriarch Ding, too, struggled to suppress his rising dread. Turning to Patriarch Xin in the distance, he exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Come here and lend your assistance. This person's cultivation is not right." At this moment, Patriarch Xin awakened from his stupor. His artifact had been shattered, so he promptly retrieved another sword-shaped artifact from his storage ring and charged forward. However, Lin Mu merely chuckled coldly.
"Excellent, I was hoping you would come. Second layer." In an instant, the Void Giant's sword in his hand expanded several times over, a terrifying aura radiating outwards. The two patriarchs were seized by dread, attempting to distance themselves, but it was already too late. Lin Mu wielded the Void Giant's sword, striking both of them in the chest, inflicting grievous injuries. He then reached out and grasped their bodies. 9 turns God-slaying technique.
It turned out that Lin Mu had feigned weakness earlier to absorb their spiritual power. Since breaking through to the Four Extremes secret realm, he had temporarily escaped the constraints of his cultivation level, yet he lacked sufficient spiritual energy to refine his limbs. Thus, it would be wasteful to kill his enemies so easily, allowing the spiritual energy to slip away. As he felt the spiritual power continuously flooding into his body, a smile crept across Lin Mu's face. Very good, very good. The spiritual energy of these two Four Extremes secret realm cultivators is sufficient for me to refine a hand. However, at that moment, Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly.
It seems that the fingers I initially refined still hold potential for further enhancement. Is it possible that the refinement of the human body is not yet fully exhausted? As Lin Mu fell into contemplation, all the members of the Su clan who witnessed this scene were rendered dumbfounded. Could it be that the aura of the Void Giant's sword signifies the second layer of the Void Sword technique?
He is indeed a formidable individual. It appears Su Yuzhang is not only a low-tier alchemist but also a remarkably powerful figure.
Su Jia, on the other hand, was filled with delight. Thank goodness he is unharmed.
Now that Lin Mu seemed to be engaged in some endeavor, he could not approach to curry favor. Thus, he could only redirect his efforts towards Su Jia. "Jar, my previous statements were purely for the benefit of our Su clan. Every mistake lies with me alone. You must not relay those words to Su Yuzhang."
Su Jia finally comprehended Su Wenchang's intent. Although the earlier incident had left her somewhat disheartened, she nodded in agreement.
"Rest assured, clan leader, I shall not divulge."
Their spiritual bridges collapsed, their life springs ran dry, and their suffering surged like an ocean. It was evident they had little time left. The two glared at Lin Mu with hatred, their hoarse voices rasping. "Su Yuzhang, if you dare to kill us, the poison sect will surely seek vengeance on your behalf. Prepare to meet your demise." "No, the poison sect will not allow you such a swift end. They will torment you unceasingly. They shall flay your skin and extract your bones, refining your very soul into a treasure, ensuring your eternal damnation." "Ha, how loquacious," Lin Mu scoffed coldly, swiftly. In their final moments, Lin Mu added, "I fear not the poison sect lurking behind you. Should they dare approach, they will meet the same fate as the two of you." With that, he released his grip on their necks, allowing their lifeless bodies to plummet to the ground. Chapter 60, Are You Concerned About Me? Everyone gazed blankly at Lin Mu in the sky. Only Su Wenchang wore a face of terror, his eyes fixated on the two corpses that had fallen to the ground. Trembling all over, he muttered incessantly, "This is a disaster." Hearing his words, the Su family members turned back in confusion, asking, "Patriarch, what do you mean? Did not that elder slay the patriarch? What disaster could possibly arise from this?" Su Wenchang snapped back in anger. "Do you not understand? Have you forgotten that those two families just revealed their identities, claiming they are backed by the poison sect?" Such a sect. He intended to chastise his disciples for their ignorance, but then realized he had seldom discussed the cultivation world with them. Given that his disciples rarely ventured outside, it was somewhat understandable that they had not heard of the poison sect's infamous name. With a sigh of resignation, he continued, "The poison sect is home to powerful beings at the 9th realm of the Dragon Transformation secret realm. Even in the entire cultivation world, it is an exceptionally formidable sect. The Dragon Transformation secret realm is where one refines their spine using spiritual power, from the coccyx to the cervical vertebrae, divided into 9 minor realms. Upon reaching the 9th realm and advancing further, one becomes a powerful figure in the immortal platform secret realm. The master of the poison sect is such a formidable being. Su Yuzhang, do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Before Lin Mu could respond, the Su family members collectively gasped. The poison sect is indeed that powerful? The patriarch was right, this truly is a disaster. They all turned to Lin Mu, eager to see his reaction. He must be terrified, yet, the void legacy he had just displayed clearly indicated he had already attained the second layer of the void sword technique. This suggested that his branch of the Su family was likely quite profound, perhaps he even had a guardian. If that individual intervened, even the poison sect would have to show some deference. Upon hearing their words, Lin Mu shook his head. I have no guardian, moreover, I do not regard the poison sect with any concern. How audacious! Su Wenchang was momentarily taken aback before stamping his foot heavily. Do you not understand how powerful a being from the dragon transformation secret realm truly is, or is your mind simply not wired to feel fear? Lin Mu mused internally, of course, I know fear. It's just that you are unaware I have my own means. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied to Su Wenchang, rest assured, should the poison sect come knocking, I will deal with them accordingly. Regardless, your family will not be implicated. To Su Wenchang's surprise, rather than feeling relieved, he merely managed a bitter smile. Was the poison sect truly so easy to negotiate with? However, given that he could not even contend with the two patriarchs, he dared not provoke Lin Mu, who had slain them. Resignedly, he stated, in that case, I have nothing further to say. Observing Su Wenchang's demeanor, Lin Mu internally shook his head, feeling a sense of pity for the Void Emperor, these members of the Su family. However, he recalled that a certain unwillingly revealed Shao family had also played the fool in Wutan City. So, there was nothing to be concerned about. Shrugging, Lin Mu instructed Su Wenchang, bring me the Dan snakegrass collected by your family. Additionally, send someone to Yuding City to find City Lord Wan Lin. Inform him that I shall be secluding myself here to refine pills and request he send the necessary spiritual herbs. As he spoke, Lin Mu handed over a jade slip inscribed with the additional materials required for concocting the detoxification pill. Su Wenchang was naturally familiar with Yuding City but looked at Lin Mu with a hint of curiosity. Su Yuzhang, do you have a relationship with City Lord Wan? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, why? Am I not allowed to know him? Just send someone over. Su Wenchang stared at Lin Mu and suddenly burst into laughter. Alright, I shall personally venture to Yuding City. He actually harbored doubts about Lin Mu's claims, suspecting he was merely boasting. After all, Wan Lin was a heavenly grade alchemist, and while the distinction between heavenly and earthly grades might seem minor, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. A thought occurred to Su Wenchang. Once I arrive in Yuding City and ascertain that he does not truly know City Lord Wan, I will return immediately to expose him. At that point, Su Yuzhang will lose face, and it will be difficult for him to linger here any longer. Even if the poison sect seeks vengeance, it will not implicate us. Having resolved his thoughts, he wasted no more time and arranged for several elders of the clan to deliver the Dan snakegrass to Lin Mu. Su Wenchang then hurriedly set off for Yuding City. Many others perceived his intentions. A few days later, Su Jia furrowed her brows and gently knocked on Lin Mu's door. Elder, are you inside? Irritated, Lin Mu waved his hand to dispel the room's formation and opened the door, replying with annoyance, if I am not here, where else would I be? Your question is quite absurd. Su Jia forced a smile before anxiously inquiring, Elder, do you truly have a close relationship with City Lord Wan? Lin Mu frowned slightly, scrutinizing Su Jia's delicate face, and responded earnestly, why do you care about this? Seeing that Lin Mu did not, just as she was about to speak, Lin Mu interrupted her. Little girl, why do you keep sighing? You should smile more, it would be much more pleasing. Su Jia's face flushed instantly. Lowering her head, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, I understand. After a pause, she finally voiced her original thoughts. Elder, if our patriarch discovers that City Lord Wan does not know you, he will undoubtedly. That would be a real predicament. She hesitated for a moment before recounting Su Wenchang's words during the battle against the two patriarchs. Su Jia concluded with a sigh, if it comes to that, our patriarch might very well reach out to that poison sect behind your back, plotting against you. Therefore, Elder, if things become dire, it might be best for you to leave our Su family. Lin Mu, observing the concern etched on Su Jia's face, suddenly burst into laughter. Su Jia, are you worried about me? Are you concerned for the old man? He was so amused he nearly let slip more than intended. However, Su Jia, deeply embarrassed, failed to notice these subtleties. She quickly replied, as a disciple of the Void Emperor, I naturally should care for you. With a smirk that bordered on teasing, Lin Mu asked, oh? Is that the sole reason for your concern? Su Jia pursed her lips and murmured, is there any other reason? Lin Mu seemed to have discerned her thoughts and refrained from further teasing her. Instead, he spoke reassuringly, do not worry, I am indeed quite familiar with City Lord Wan. As soon as he finished speaking, a hearty laugh erupted from above the Su family estate. Lin Mu, Su Yuzhang, are you here? Chapter 61. To think his connections are so astonishing. Upon hearing Wan Lin's voice, Lin Mu's face broke into a smile as he stepped out of the room, soaring into the air. Master Wan, what brings you here in person?
Wan Lin shook his head and explained, actually, shortly after you left Yuding City, I received word that you were heading towards the Miasma Valley. I was momentarily occupied with other matters and could not come to find you sooner. However, a gentleman by the name of Su sought me out a few days ago, and upon learning of the situation here, I hastened to come. At this point, his expression shifted as he waved his hand to set up a formation around them, isolating their conversation from the outside world.
He then inquired, Lin Mu, why are you posing as a descendant of the Su family?
Lin Mu chuckled softly, producing the token Su Yu had given him, and began to toy with it in his hand.
Master Wan, do take a look at this. You can't possibly be the heir of the Void Emperor, can you?
Wan Lin was somewhat baffled. He had thoroughly investigated Lin Mu's background and knew him to be a genuine member of the Lin family from Yunhai City. Yet, Lin Mu's sudden revelation left him uncertain. Could it be that a branch of the Su family had sent their child to Yunhai City? It was indeed a possibility. Noticing Wan Lin's misunderstanding, Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively.
Master Wan, do not overthink it.
I do have profound ties to the Su family, yet I am not a descendant of that great emperor. Wan Lin nodded, scrutinizing Lin Mu with a serious gaze, but he refrained from further questioning.
Instead, he asked, Lin Mu, I have heard that you have clashed with the poison sect again. Given the circumstances, you might consider returning to Yuding City with me. The poison sect is indeed formidable, and if you were within my domain, I could ensure your safety. Outside of Yuding City, however, I am not their match. Wan Lin's words were well-founded. Yuding City housed a multitude of alchemists, granting them a unique standing. Only the Yaoqi Sacred Land had dared to launch a direct assault in the past. Although the poison sect was powerful, it paled in comparison to the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Lin Mu pondered for a moment and did not respond to Wan Lin's invitation. Instead, he countered, Master Wan, I have heard that the leader of the poison sect has reached the pinnacle of the transformation dragon realm, even surpassing Lin. How can you claim that the poison sect is inferior to the Yaoqi Sacred Land? Wan Lin chuckled.
Lin Mu, you may not be aware that
there are even ancestors from Yaoqi wandering the cosmos. As for the poison sect, what you see is essentially all of their power.
Lin Mu immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that the poisons.
Enlightened by this realization, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile.
If that is the case, what is there for me to fear? Rest assured, Master Wan, once I concoct those detoxification pills, I shall personally confront the poison sect and demand an explanation.
Upon hearing this, Wan Lin was astounded by Lin Mu's audacity.
To him, Lin Mu was merely a newcomer to the Dao Palace realm. Even with the Void Legacy, he was only capable of contending with strong practitioners of the Four Extremes realm. But against a master of the Transformation Dragon realm, he would be akin to a lamb led to slaughter. After a moment's hesitation, he advised, Lin Mu, this may not be wise. I have heard that your wife is with child and will soon give birth. Why take such risks? Thinking of Qin Yan and their unborn child, a gentle smile graced Lin Mu's face. Yet he replied, Master Wan, this is not recklessness, it is confidence. Seeing Lin Mu's resolve, Wan Lin chose not to press further. He contemplated, alas, I shall gather some assistants to accompany him to the poison sect. At least I can ensure his safety. After all, Lin Mu is a celestial great alchemist, and there will be forces willing to back him. Wan Lin shook his head and dismissed the soundproof formation around them. However, when you decide to head to the poison sect, do inform me in advance. After receiving Lin Mu's affirmative response, he transformed into a golden light and soared into the distance. Watching Wan Lin depart, Lin Mu felt a twinge of envy. That technique was quite remarkable. I must find an opportunity to learn it myself. If only the system could grant me a similar reward. Alas, I have not encountered any potential candidates for the Empress recently. Su Jia possesses commendable looks, but unfortunately, lacks talent. Lin Mu shook his head inwardly and descended to the ground, intending to continue his alchemical pursuits. However, upon reaching the ground, he was greeted by Su Wenchang, accompanied by a throng of Su clan elders, all bowing deeply to Lin Mu. We failed to recognize your worth. Please do not take offense, esteemed elder. It turned out that as soon as Su Wenchang arrived in Yuding City, he sought an audience with Wan Lin. Initially, he intended to witness Lin Mu's embarrassment. He confirmed his acquaintance with Su Yu, then promptly whisked Su Wenchang back with him. Su Wenchang was no fool. He quickly realized the profound connection between Su Yu and Wan Lin, which explained his sudden shift from arrogance to humility. Inwardly, Su Wenchang marveled, I never anticipated this elder possessed such remarkable connections, I truly underestimated him. Lin Mu glanced at Su Wenchang and the others, saying coolly, there is no need for such formalities. I shall be retreating now. Once Lin Mu departed, the elders, who had been forcibly brought by Su Wenchang, expressed their displeasure. Patriarch, why did you make us bow so low to that fellow? Su Wenchang sighed, do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending? Did you not see how Master Wan treated Su Yu with such respect? this elder has astonishing connections? Upon hearing this, the elders finally grasped the situation.
Indeed, how could we not have thought of that? Had we known, we should have taken the opportunity to curry favor with him.
Observing the elders' despondence, Su Wenchang hastily added, as they say, it is never too late to mend a fold in the sheep's pen. We can still salvage the situation. I recall Jiar is quite familiar with Suyu, we should encourage her to visit him more often.
The other elders exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat awkward.
After all, Suyu is also one of their clan members, and if Su Jiao were to pursue him, it would not reflect well. Nevertheless, they eventually nodded in agreement.
We shall heed the Patriarch's counsel. Chapter 62.
Should you not abandon me, I would be honored to take you as my adoptive father. Months later, Lin Mu abruptly opened his eyes in the seclusion chamber. A gleam of brilliance flashed across, only to vanish almost instantly. This was the last dance. Snake Herb, he gazed thoughtfully at the spatial ring in his hand. Over the past 5 months, he had not solely focused on concocting detoxifying pills. Instead, he procured various pill formulas and materials from Wan Lin, immersing himself in alchemical endeavors. Although Wan Lin was somewhat curious as to why Lin Mu, a distinguished celestial-grade alchemist, would seek formulas deemed inferior by even the Xian and Huang-grade practitioners, he dismissed it as Lin Mu's method of revisiting the fundamentals. It turned out that Lin Mu's impressive achievements at such a tender age in the realm of alchemy stemmed from such diligent habits. Consequently, Wan Lin's disciples found themselves burdened with additional tasks. However, this bore little significance to Lin Mu. He summoned the system and observed the page of collected illustrations, sighing in resignation at the numerous elixirs unlocked. It appeared that quantity still paled in comparison to quality. I have unlocked over 200 varieties of elixirs, yet none have elevated my alchemical prowess even by a minor tier. Nevertheless, Lin Mu felt little despondency over this, he had anticipated as much. With a flip of his hand, he dismissed the system interface and successfully concocted the final detoxifying pill. As he beheld the neatly arranged 100+ detoxifying pills within the spatial ring, a smile graced his features. With these, I can finally seek trouble with the poison sect. It seemed Lin Mu had not forgotten the matters concerning the poison sect. For the past few months, they have not dared to approach, leaving one to wonder what they were truly preparing. But since they do not come to me, I shall seek them out. Lin Mu understood that eventually, he would confront the formidable power of the Yaoqi sacred land, bringing matters to a head. Hence, allowing the poison sect to develop in secrecy posed a risk. Should they choose to strike unexpectedly, it would spell trouble. Therefore, his best course of action was to eliminate this old nuisance first. With this resolution in mind, Lin Mu hesitated no longer. He moved swiftly, departing the seclusion chamber. Meanwhile, within the Su family estate, the atmosphere was devoid of the previous sense of crisis, instead filled with laughter and joy. For reasons unknown, the poison sect had not sought trouble near the Miasma Valley, resulting in significant losses for their 2 subordinate families. After a month of restraint, Su Wenchang could no longer contain himself. He began dispatching members of the Su clan to tentatively venture out, encroaching upon the territories of the other 2 families. From the spiritual stone mines to the mortal villages and various shops in the towns, the Ding and Xian families, though still possessing some foundation and resistance from their elders, were now gripped by fear of the so-called Su Yuzhang. Terrified of provoking this elder, they chose to flee with their remaining kin rather than confront the Su family directly. Thus, over the past few months, the Su family's power and territory expanded like a balloon. Naturally, the Su clan rejoiced, attributing their good fortune to that esteemed elder. Surrounding the seclusion chamber, several young members of the Su clan suddenly sighed and bowed towards Lin Mu's location. In an instant, they were startled as Lin Mu's figure materialized before them. Initially panicked, they quickly inquired, "Elder, why have you suddenly emerged from seclusion?" Lin Mu regarded them, not wishing to conceal his intentions. "I have matters to attend to and must depart from your Su family." The group was taken aback. Fearing their previous remarks had offended Lin Mu, they hurriedly knelt, pleading, "Elder, please do not let our actions reflect poorly upon the Su family. Indeed, you have bestowed great kindness upon our Su family. If you must leave, our clan head should come to express gratitude." Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly but ultimately nodded, "Very well." The young men breathed a sigh of relief, one of them quickly sprinting off to find Su Wenchang. The others remained by Lin Mu's side, attentively waiting. Moments later, Su Wenchang approached briskly, accompanied by several other elders of the Su clan. Their expressions were somewhat grim. "Elder, why do you wish to leave so suddenly? Have we done something to displease you?" Su Wenchang asked cautiously, not daring to show impatience. Over the past months, Lin Mu had obtained formulas and materials from Wan Lin, all thanks to Su Wenchang's diligent efforts in procuring them from Yuding City. It was evident to him how close the relationship was between Lord Wan and the esteemed Su Yuzhang. Thus, he viewed Lin Mu as a critical ally and was unwilling to let him go easily. With a determined expression, Su Wenchang suddenly proposed, "If you do not mind, might I adopt you as my godfather? Henceforth, our Su family in the Miasma Valley would be under your branch." What do you think? Upon hearing this, even the most respectful members of the Su clan were left speechless, their jaws agape. "Clan head, what are you?" They stared wide-eyed at their leader, nearly at a loss for words. The elders following Su Wenchang wore similarly somber expressions, though they wished to keep the esteemed Su Yuzhang. They had not anticipated such a significant sacrifice. These individuals, of considerable age, would find it rather embarrassing to refer to Lin Mu as elder in the future. Even Lin Mu's countenance stiffened at Su Wenchang's words. He had not expected such shamelessness, yet, upon reflection, he realized that this old fellow had likely confirmed his lineage as a descendant of the Void Emperor. If that were the case, it would not be entirely inappropriate for him to be regarded as a distant relative of the Su family. However, Lin Mu bore no blood ties to the Void Emperor. There seemed to be some reasoning behind this, and he felt no need to complicate matters further. Lin Mu's impersonation and assumed identity posed little issue, yet accepting Su Wenchang as an adopted son might inadvertently entangle him in karmic ties. Thus, he shook his head. "That is unnecessary." Upon hearing this, the initially astonished and displeased Su clan members grew somewhat incensed. Is Lin Mu looking down upon us? Such is human nature. When one seeks favor, they feel discontented if their efforts are not reciprocated. Yet, when rejected, they are not pleased either. While they dared not express their frustration towards Lin Mu, their dissatisfaction was palpable in their eyes. Su Wenchang mirrored this sentiment, promptly retorting, "Elder, why do you refuse our offer? Is it possible that your rank is lower than mine?" The implication of provocation was unmistakable in his words. Chapter 63 The Path of the Immortal Gate. You choose not to walk. Upon hearing Su Wenchang's words, Lin Mu revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Oh? Is that how you perceive it?" Su Wenchang replied coldly, "Since you refuse to accept me as your adopted son, I can only entertain such a possibility. However, if you, esteemed Su Yuzhang, do not hold a higher status than I, then you must show me some respect in our future encounters." At this point, Su Wenchang had calmed down somewhat, feeling a twinge of regret. Ultimately, in the realm of cultivation, power is what truly matters. If this person were to genuinely become enraged, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Yet, Lin Mu suddenly burst into laughter. "How delightful, how delightful!" With a flourish, he produced the token Su Yu had bestowed upon him, tossing it before Su Wenchang. "Take a look for yourself and see if you recognize this item." Su Wenchang, noticing the object Lin Mu had flung towards him, did not pay it much mind, assuming Lin Mu held it in low regard. "Ha, let us see what you can." He casually accepted it, but as he continued speaking, he abruptly fell silent, his face flushed, rendered speechless as if his mouth had been suddenly sealed. The elders behind Su Wenchang quickly inquired, "Master, what is the matter with you? Has Su Yuzhang poisoned you?" They were well aware that an alchemist of Lin Mu's caliber could easily poison someone with a mere flick of his wrist. Su Wenchang hastily shook his head. No, it's just," he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. The other elders grew increasingly impatient, demanding, "What is it, Master? What are you trying to say?" Realizing he could not explain himself adequately, Su Wenchang raised the token high above his head. Once the elders got a good look at it, they fell silent, their expressions mirroring Su Wenchang's astonishment. This left the Su clan members bewildered. What was happening? Did Su Yuzhang possess some artifact that rendered one speechless upon sight? At that moment, Su Wenchang began to regain his composure, suppressing his shock, and suddenly knelt before Lin Mu. "I pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor." Upon hearing this, the elders followed suit, kneeling in reverence. However, their ranks varied, with some sharing Su Wenchang's status while others ranked lower, resulting in a mix of titles. Some referred to him as esteemed ancestor, while others called him great ancestor. The Su clan members were now even more curious. What was the meaning of this? Yet, one astute individual had already pieced together the truth. Swallowing hard, he whispered to his companion, "I saw the elder holding a token, which appears to be the one Su Yuzhang just gave him." You may not know, but every branch of the Su clan possesses its own token imbued with the aura of the emperor, allowing us to ascertain each other's lineage and avoid any embarrassment. Although he did not finish his thought, the other clan members, not lacking in intelligence, grasped the implication. They gazed intently at the token in Su Wenchang's hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "So, Su Yuzhang's lineage is even higher than that of our master?" At this moment, Su Wenchang noticed that apart from himself and the other elders, the remaining clan members were still standing. He turned in anger, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Kneel before the esteemed ancestor." Hearing this, the crowd dared not delay, swiftly dropping to their knees and bowing earnestly to Lin Mu.
We pay our respects, esteemed ancestor.
So, the lineage of Su's esteemed ancestor is so exalted. Meanwhile, Lin Mu regarded the scene with little excitement. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may all rise." Once the Su clan members stood, he continued, "I am departing from your clan not due to any disrespect shown to me, but rather because I—" Acknowledging his inability to retain Lin Mu, he quickly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed ancestor, what is your destination? If there is any way our Su clan can assist, we will do so without hesitation."
Lin Mu gave him a sidelong glance, his expression enigmatic as he replied, "Are you serious in your offer?" Su Wenchang promptly swore an oath, "How could I dare deceive you, esteemed ancestor?"
Lin Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head.
"In that case, I shall inform you. I intend to confront the poison sect directly and eradicate it. Do you still wish to offer your assistance?"
Initially incredulous, Su Wenchang thought Lin Mu was jesting, yet, upon scrutinizing Lin Mu's serious countenance, he realized the gravity of the situation.
"You truly intend to go to the poison sect?"
Sweat beaded on his forehead as he found himself at a loss for words. This esteemed ancestor's lineage was undoubtedly formidable, and though he would not admit it, he surely had protectors by his side, with his high alchemical prowess and connections to the city lord of Wanlin, even if he did assault the poison. But the Su clan of Shaoqi Valley had no such backing. A myriad of thoughts raced through Su Wenchang's mind, leaving him hesitant to speak. Lin Mu, observing his turmoil, made no move to rush him. He gently shook his head, stating, "Then I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Mu rose into the air, preparing to depart from the Su clan. Just then, Su Wenchang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Esteemed ancestor, wait." Su Jia's cultivation was minimal, and she lacked any potential of imperial lineage. Even the system had not reacted to her presence. What use would it be to bring this woman along? However, seeing Su Jia's pitiful demeanor, it seemed Su Wenchang would make things difficult for her if he did not take her along. After contemplating for a moment, he relented. "Very well, I shall take her with me." Su Wenchang breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he harbored no doubts, heading directly towards the poison sect's stronghold. Days later, a thunderous roar echoed outside the poison sect.
"All members of the poison sect, come forth to meet your doom."
The poison sect was already shrouded in toxic mists for miles. Thus, this booming challenge went largely unheard, except by a few elders of the poison sect who were outside collecting poisons. Upon hearing the call, they turned to investigate.
Who dares to come to the poison sect seeking death? Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely from the Dao Palace's secret realm, they erupted into laughter. "Another fool who doesn't know the limits of his power. With such a meager cultivation, he dares to come here? Truly, there is a path in the immortal realm that you choose not to walk, yet you come knocking on the door of the poison sect." The elders turned to a disciple trailing behind and commanded, "Go and capture him. And that young lady accompanying him seems rather exquisite. Do not harm her life. I could use a concubine." The disciple quickly replied, "Rest assured, elder, I shall attend to it." Chapter 64. You are simply seeking death. Upon overhearing the conversation between the poison sect elder and his disciples, Su Jia felt a tightening in her chest and hurriedly sought refuge behind Lin Mu. Cautiously, she inquired, "Senior, if things take a turn for the worse, should we not consider retreating?"
At that moment, a disciple from the poison sect had already soared towards them. He fortuitously caught her words, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth.
"Only now do you grasp the concept of fear? It is too late. You, my little beauty, shall resign yourself to being our elder's concubine. Alas, your cultivation is insufficient. It is likely that you will be ruined before long, leaving us without even the scraps." Su Jia's complexion grew increasingly pale, her body trembling slightly. Lin Mu's gaze turned frigid. He had not anticipated that the disciples of the poison sect would be of such a despicable ilk. "What do you mean by that?" The poison sect disciple frowned. "Have you encountered other members of our sect elsewhere?" However, he dismissed the thought, knowing well that their elder's patience was limited. Extending a large hand, he lunged towards Lin Mu and Su Jia. With a disdainful snort, Lin Mu retorted, "Seeking death." In an instant, a colossal sword of void materialized behind him. The immense blade sliced through the air, severing the disciple's hand and then his head. With a series of sickening sounds, the disciple was reduced to a lifeless corpse, his severed head, hand, and remaining body tumbling into the toxic miasma below. The disciple was unable to utter even a single cry of despair. Witnessing this scene, the poison sect elders erupted in furious indignation. "How dare you slay one of our own?" Lin Mu remained unperturbed. "And what of it? I have indeed killed him." He gestured towards the elders. "If you seek vengeance, it would be prudent to confront me together." I have little desire to engage with each of you individually. The elders exchanged glances, then soared into the air with mocking laughter. Very well, if you are so eager to meet your demise, we shall oblige. The remaining disciples cheered in unison. With the elders taking action, victory was assured. Though he had slain Brother L, how could he possibly contend with several elders? Some even jeered at Lin Mu. You dare to provoke our poison sect? Truly, you possess the audacity of a bear and the cunning of a leopard. Once the elders capture you, we shall ensure you are turned into medicine. After uttering these words, they hastily glanced towards their elders. But in the next instant, their mouths fell agape, disbelief etched on their faces. It turned out that while they had been mocking Lin Mu, the elders had begun to gather their strength. Spiritual energy surged forth, their garments billowing without wind, as though they were poised to charge at Lin Mu in the next heartbeat. However, once the disciples had finished speaking, the elders disregarded them completely and fled. The disciples were left in utter astonishment. Why are the elders running? Not only could the poison sect disciples not comprehend this, but Su Jia, standing behind Lin Mu, wore a similarly With a hint of disappointment, he shook his head and remarked, "Is it not obvious? They are afraid, having witnessed how effortlessly I dispatched their disciple, hence, they chose to flee." As his words echoed, the poison sect disciples turned to glare at him with fury. "You wretch! How dare you slander our elders?" They insisted. They must have remembered urgent matters within the sect, hence their sudden departure. Seeing the disciples stubbornly deny reality, Lin Mu burst into laughter. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate for you." With a mere thought, he transformed his internal energy into a colossal hand, capturing them within its grasp. He then proceeded onward, heading towards the gates of the poison sect. Upon returning to their sect, the fleeing elders wasted no time in relaying the incident. "Sect Master, trouble is at hand. A peculiar young man claims he intends to assault our sect. Though he appears unremarkable, merely a practitioner of the Dao Palace secret realm, he is likely a descendant of the Void Emperor, having slain Elming with a single sword strike. You must remember, Elming was a disciple you held in high regard." The sect master, he too, appeared to be a middle-aged man, his hair grizzled and eyes a sinister green, exuding an aura of malevolence. Upon hearing this report, his gaze sharpened. The ghastly green light in his eyes swept over the great cauldron before him. "Xia Hao, the Chen Fan you encountered in Yuding City, was he not also a descendant of the Void Emperor? Speak, do you believe the one approaching is indeed Chen Fan?" A scream echoed from within the cauldron. "Sect Master, how could I possibly know that Chen Fan is It has scarcely been half a year, he could hardly have advanced to the Dao Palace secret realm." He too's expression remained impassive as he waved his hand dismissively. A flame surged beneath the cauldron, intensifying Xia Hao's cries of torment. Yet, before long, they ceased entirely. The Xia Hao within the cauldron was none other than the one Lin Mu had encountered in Yuding City, the one with the peach blossom eyes. To think that beneath his effeminate appearance lay such a grandiose name, his ineptitude in carrying out orders led to the loss of the detoxification pills he too had tasked him with retrieving. Thus, upon returning to the sect, he was consigned to the cauldron. As Xia Hao's voice faded away, all present, including the elders, felt a shiver run down their spines, no longer daring to speak lightly. He too observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Rising, he coolly declared, "Regardless of whether the approaching cultivator is indeed Chen Fan, since he dares to slay my sect's disciples and threatens to assault our gates, the poison sect cannot allow him to leave alive." At this, the members of the poison sect, yet, upon recalling Xia Hao's fate, they dared not object, steeling themselves to venture forth from the sect once more. Once outside the great hall, the elders gathered closely. Should we confront him, we are certain to suffer a significant loss. What shall we do now?" However, at that moment, the elder who had suggested taking Su Jia as a concubine sneered, "I believe we need not be overly anxious. Our poison sect has operated in this region for many years. The area surrounding our sect is replete with poisonous substances, not to mention numerous formations. It is unlikely that this young man can navigate through such obstacles. We shall await his arrival, and when he is half dead from the poison, we will swoop in for the advantage." At this thought, he recalled Su Jia's lovely visage, reigniting his apologies, but there are elixirs to indulge one's whims. After several elders of the poison sect made a resolute decision, they ceased their advance and remained at the sect's stronghold, gazing outward. However, after a considerable wait, they did not catch sight of Lin Mu. Exchanging glances, they suddenly erupted into muted laughter. "Did we perhaps overestimate that lad? Despite the formidable poisons lurking outside the sect, if he truly possessed the capability, he ought to have stirred some commotion. Even if it meant risking poisoning, he should have been able to reach our mountain gate. Why, then, was it so eerily quiet outside?" They began to doubt whether they had been overly cautious and had inflated Lin Mu's prowess.
After waiting a while longer, with no sign of activity beyond the gates, and fearing that the sect leader, he too, might seek them out, they decided to speak. Let us venture out and take a look. What if that lad has truly met his demise and is now being devoured by poisonous beasts? It would be most undesirable to return without his corpse to present to the sect leader. Especially the audacious elder, who was the first to rush out. Whether Lin Mu was alive or dead was of little concern to him. However, his interest in Su Jia had lingered for quite some time. Such a delicate beauty could only perish on his own bed, not at the jaws of poisonous creatures. He dashed out in a fervor. To his astonishment, the Lin Mu he believed to be dead appeared entirely unscathed, accompanied by Su Jia. Lin Mu smiled as he observed the elders of the poison sect dispersing. Ha! I knew they wouldn't be able to resist emerging from their shells. Meanwhile, Su Jia looked at Lin Mu with some reluctance. Senior, you are being rather wasteful. It turned out that during their previous moments, Lin Mu had been. The 9th grade elixirs were not so easily procured. Almost all the poisons, upon contact with the detoxification pill, would collapse into a lethargic state, rendering them immobile. Thus, Lin Mu was able to stealthily approach the poison sect's mountain gate without detection. Nevertheless, this approach was indeed somewhat extravagant. Some of the poisonous creatures could have been dealt with by Su Jia herself, yet Lin Mu insisted on using detoxification pills against them, causing her to feel a twinge of regret. Lin Mu smiled and replied, "You do not understand, this is not wastefulness, but rather a strategy of sacrificing the small for the greater good." Su Jia's expression revealed her confusion, yet Lin Mu chose not to elaborate. He instructed Su Jia, "Keep an eye on those disciples of the poison sect. I shall return shortly." With that, Lin Mu stealthily ascended into the air, suddenly materializing behind the foremost elder. The elder seemed to sense something amiss, but before he could turn around, Lin Mu dashed forward. Void Sword Technique, 9 turns to slay the divine. This elder was merely at the. He thrust his sword into the elder's lower back and swiftly severed his dantian, silently subduing the elder. Lin Mu then reached through the wound created by his colossal sword, continuously siphoning the elder's spiritual energy. The elder, alarmed and panicked, attempted to resist, but such efforts were futile against the 9 turns to devour the divine. Within a matter of breaths, the elder's complexion turned pale, his aura diminished, clearly on the verge of death. Lin Mu let out a cold chuckle, casting the elder's lifeless body into the miasma below. He then employed the same tactic, submerging himself into the toxic mist, launching surprise attacks on the other elders. As each elder fell to Lin Mu's hands, despite his efforts to maintain silence, it eventually became apparent to some that something was amiss. Where had the other elders gone? This is strange. Something must be wrong. The last 2 remaining elders, no longer daring to separate, stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. If this continues, we should return to the mountain gate. Although the sect leader is ruthless and shows no mercy to disciples who fail their tasks, we are elders. He wouldn't kill us outright. Fear took root in their hearts, and they disregarded the potential repercussions of returning to the sect, harboring thoughts of escape. Observing this, Lin Mu recognized that the opportunity for further ambush had slipped away. He pivoted, appearing in midair. You two are quite astute. The 2 elders were instantly taken aback, adopting defensive stances while demanding, "Why have you suddenly appeared? Where are the other elders?" Lin Mu glanced at them, smiling, "Do not fret, you shall soon reunite with them. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." Upon hearing this, the 2 elders immediately grasped Lin Mu's intent, their bodies trembling as they hastily attempted to. "Young brother, may I inquire your name? Our poison sect bears no grudge against you. Why must you pursue our annihilation?" The other elder nodded in agreement. "Indeed, why not return to our sect together and pay a visit to sect leader? We can discuss matters amicably." Lin Mu could hardly contain his amusement at their words. What absurdity is this? Do you not find it laughable? However, these 2 elders were precisely waiting for such a moment. He had indeed become distracted, a prime opportunity. They hastily summoned their spiritual energy and turned to flee toward the sect, yet Lin Mu had long anticipated their move. "I knew you would attempt this. What a pity for your abundant spiritual energy." What was this lad saying? The 2 elders, perplexed, felt a chill pierce their chests. They looked down to discover Lin Mu's colossal sword had pierced through their hearts. Lin Mu smiled. "One must possess an open heart in life. I observed that you poison sect members tend to be rather petty, so I thought to assist you. See for yourselves. Has your perspective broadened?" The 2 elders spewed forth a copious amount of blood, attempting to utter something in return, yet, grievously wounded, they plummeted from the sky before they could utter a word. Lin Mu's gaze flickered, and he couldn't be bothered to dwell on their corpses. He inhaled deeply, sensing his spiritual energy had reached a critical threshold. It seemed that absorbing the energies of those elders had been sufficient to enable a breakthrough to a new minor realm. Lin Mu regarded his right hand, no longer hesitating, and began the final refinement with his spiritual energy. Moments later, ominous clouds gathered above. The disciples of the poison sect, initially awaiting news from the elders, were filled with exuberance. Ha, with several elders joining forces, that oblivious lad is surely caught. Only he too remained silent. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His expression changed drastically as he soared into the air, fixating his gaze on the direction outside the sect. The other disciples, noticing his reaction, approached and concerned him. Is there an unfamiliar aura beyond the sect? Could someone be breaking through? But who could possibly cultivate a breakthrough amidst the toxic miasma? Perhaps it was the poisonous beasts. Just as they speculated, a massive sword appeared out of nowhere, striking heavily against the sect's protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of resounding crashes, the entire poison sect began to tremble. Even the miasma surrounding the sect was cleaved open, allowing sunlight to pour in. These three strikes had shattered the poison sect's grand formation. Lin Mu's voice then resonated. People of the poison sect, come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 66, Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Lin Mu's voice, all disciples of the poison sect erupted in fury. Who is this audacious fool daring to utter such words outside our sect? If the elders take action, this person will undoubtedly find himself unable to survive or die. Judging by his aura, he is merely at the realm of Dao Palace. What gives him the audacity to be so brazen? Seeking death, he is truly courting his own demise. All the disciples raised their hands, hurling insults at Lin Mu. With the weight of 1,000 voices, their words fell flat. He too cast a frigid gaze upon Lin Mu. In an instant, an invisible pressure descended upon Lin Mu, yet he remained unfazed, merely snorting coldly. His ancient sacred body activated with full force. Although the shackles of his sacred body had only just been loosened 3 times, even so, its formidable strength was sufficient for him to— He too's expression shifted peculiarly. Lin Mu, just who are you? What? He is Lin Mu. The disciples of the poison sect had long heard of Lin Mu's name. They instantly began to murmur among themselves. This individual was said to have shattered numerous formations set up by alchemists in Jade Cauldron City. Senior brother L had also suffered a significant loss at his hands, which led to his being refined by the sect leader. It seems he is also a heavenly great alchemist, with a notable cultivation level. Some even claimed he was backed by the Suanzhou families, possessing a formidable background. No wonder his words are so bold. Upon hearing his disciples bolster another's reputation while diminishing their own, he too's face darkened, and he coldly replied, "What are you all discussing?" Though his voice was not loud, the moment his words fell, everyone in the poison sect, from disciples to elders, trembled, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Only a few remaining elders, steeling themselves, spoke up. Sect leader, we were merely discussing Lin Mu's background. Regardless of how grand it may be, it counts for nothing before you. Only then did he too's expression soften somewhat. At least you know how to speak. After reprimanding the members of the poison sect, he too turned his gaze once more to Lin Mu. You truly are oblivious to your own limitations. You have offended my poison sect in Jade Cauldron City, and yet I have not sought you out. How dare you come to our sect? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? You, a stray dog cast out by your family, nearly losing your very name, dare to bark before me? Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently, don't just talk. If you have the ability, come out and fight me. However, the more Lin Mu said this, the more he too felt something was amiss. Despite my scorn, he remains unperturbed, which can only imply he possesses some inner confidence. Those elders who just left are likely dead by now, yet this brat is merely at the Dao Palace realm. How could he possibly have killed so many elders? He must have other guardians by his side. Only in this way could he remain so calm. That he too wrestled with his own thoughts, ultimately hesitating to step outside. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, he had already reached the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm, a formidable power indeed, yet deep down, he was aware that the poison sect lacked true depth, far beneath the level of genuine immortal sections. Even compared to the Zhou and Su families, they were significantly inferior. Lin Mu's words were likely a provocation. The moment I step beyond the protective formation, who knows if a powerful immortal from the immortal platform realm will appear and slay me on the spot. Realizing this, he too's heart raced, and he dared not venture forth. Yet, he spoke to Lin Mu. Do you think someone like you is worth my personal involvement? I need only summon the poisonous miasma to take your life. With that, he flipped his hand, revealing a black banner. He too infused it with spiritual energy, causing the black banner to swell with the wind, reaching 3 meters high in mere moments. He swung the black banner with great force, and instantly, the green poisonous miasma outside the poison sect surged forth. Waves of toxic energy formed, crashing toward Lin Mu. Boy, let us see if you can withstand this challenge. He too's lips curled into a cold smile. The disciples of the poison sect echoed in unison. This is our sect's supreme treasure, the 10,000 poisons banner. By activating this banner, one can summon the poisonous miasma. Lin Mu will surely be reduced to a puddle of blood. However, they had only spoken half of their statement when they fell silent. Before the miasma could approach, Lin Mu produced an antidote pill and crushed it. An emerald light erupted from the shattered antidote pill, sweeping away the toxic miasma within a radius of several miles. Once the poisonous miasma vanished, the long-shrouded ground was revealed, a pale earth enveloped in deathly silence. Lin Mu stood above the ground, coldly gazing in the direction of the poison sect, resembling a deity. Seeing this scene, all including he too felt a chill surge from the depths of their hearts. Many disciples with lower cultivation levels shivered in fear. This Lin Mu was rather sinister. At this moment, he too gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Mu, you are quite generous. You actually used one of the 2 antidote pills you took from my poison sect. But do you really think he too, can only use the 10,000 poisons banner once?" With that, he infused spiritual energy into the black banner once more and swung it again. The green miasma, which had been slowly creeping towards Lin Mu, attempted to envelop the ground beneath him once again. After E2's prompting, the miasma surged forth more rapidly, streaming toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu merely smirked and crushed another antidote pill. The same scene unfolded once more. However, he too was not as surprised this time. He let out a sinister laugh. "Lin Mu, do you think your actions appear grand and impressive? Let me tell you, you only possess 2 antidote pills, yet the miasma outside the poison sect is virtually limitless. Once you deplete your antidote pills, you will find yourself on a path to death." With that, he swung the black banner for the 3rd time. Yet at this moment, Lin Mu took the initiative to strike. Dozens of antidote pills suddenly appeared beside him. Without allowing the disciples of the poison sect to comprehend, Lin Mu crushed all the antidote pills. In an instant, a powerful emerald light shone like a second moon, illuminating the earth. Where the green light reached, all traces of the poisonous miasma vanished in the blink of an eye. Stunned and dumbfounded, all the disciples of the poison sect stared at Lin Mu, unable to believe their eyes. As for he too, his teeth chattered, and his body trembled. "Lin Mu, where did you acquire so many antidote pills? Even if you are a heavenly great alchemist, without the formula, it would be impossible for you to refine antidote pills out of thin air. Who exactly are you?" He too was genuinely frightened, yet Lin Mu merely smiled coldly. "Who am I? Did you not already investigate me?" He pointed a finger at he Tuesday. "I do not wish to repeat myself. Come out and meet your end." The poison sect fell into an immediate silence. Meanwhile, from a distance, Su Jiao looked at Lin Mu with admiration, though her heart was filled with the same confusion. Was he not a senior of our Su family? Why does the poison sect leader refer to him as Lin Mu? Who exactly is he? Chapter 67. The sect leader actually pleads for mercy. Lin Mu stood suspended in midair, a considerable distance from the poison sect. To the disciples of the poison sect, he appeared as if he were firmly grounded, with the vast sky above and the earth below. They had long grown accustomed to the verdant scenery outside their sect, yet, in this moment, the greenery had vanished, revealing an endless expanse of stark white ground. Scattered across this terrain lay countless withered bones, and one could faintly discern bewildered venomous beasts thrashing about in the sporadic marshlands. The oppressive atmosphere was nearly unbearable, sending shivers down the spines of the poison sect disciples. Lin Mu was no ordinary foe. Unbidden, they turned to their last bastion of hope, their sect leader. "Lord Sect Leader, will you not intervene and deal with Lin Mu?" Feeling the gaze of his disciples upon him, he too felt a twinge of helplessness. He had long since deduced that Lin Mu, having dared to seek trouble with the poison sect, must have come prepared. There was a chance that a dragon transformation cultivator was lurking nearby. Should he venture outside the sect, he would be directly killed. Thus, he had intended to use the toxic mists as a means of probing. If Lin Mu could not contend with them, then the hidden protector would have no choice but to intervene, allowing he too to take refuge within the sect. However, Lin Mu's production of numerous detoxification pills had completely thwarted his plans. He too let out a cold snort, casting a frigid gaze over the congregation of disciples, silencing them with his mere presence. He then gritted his teeth and fixed his stare on Lin Mu. "Though I know not whence you procured such a multitude of detoxification pills, should you think our poison sect's reliance lies solely upon the miasma beyond our gates, you are gravely mistaken." With a hint of regret, he too retracted the black banner, descending to the ground and murmuring an incantation. Moments later, the very ground of the poison sect began to tremble violently. Panic ensued among the sect members. "What is happening? Is it the Earth Dragon rising?" Only a few elder members of the poison sect retained their composure. It is not the Earth Dragon. The sect leader is about to unveil the sect's trump card. A trump card. Many disciples wore expressions of confusion, though the elite inner disciples revealed glimmers of excitement. So those venomous beasts are indeed real. After a brief contemplation, the elders realized that further concealment from the ordinary disciples was futile, and thus began to elucidate. Our poison sect is not like other celestial sects. We lack the cultivators of the immortal platform secret realm. Without crossing that threshold, their lifespan is severely limited. Consequently, every successive sect leader has perished in office, unable to accumulate resources for our poison sect's foundation. However, since we dwell amidst a 1,000-mile swath of miasma teeming with venomous creatures, previous sect leaders have captured some of these beasts and imprisoned them beneath our sect. Upon hearing this revelation, the disciples of the poison sect erupted with renewed enthusiasm. So our sect possesses such a trump card. This is truly splendid. No sooner had they spoken than the earth of the poison sect trembled once more. Asa Fisher appeared seemingly out of nowhere. 3 colossal venomous beasts. Though their auras were merely of the 4 extremities secret realm, their sheer size was staggering, and they possessed far more than 4 limbs. The beast with the fewest limbs had at least 16 legs. This signified that while ordinary cultivators could only refine 4 limbs, these venomous beasts boasted a staggering 16 small realms. Their true power was nearly on par with that of a dragon transformation realm powerhouse. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Interesting, he too sneered, reiterating the word, you are merely a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Once these 3 behemoths charge at you, do not weep for mercy. With that, he gestured emphatically. The 3 colossal beasts lumbered forward, advancing menacingly towards Lin Mu. Unfazed, Lin Mu remained resolute, casting a cold gaze upon the approaching beasts, seemingly unperturbed. Meanwhile, Su Jia, observing from a distance, wore a smile. The poison sect is truly devoid of wit, continuously serving up the prey to our senior. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, the disciples of the poison sect, who had initially been captured by Lin Mu, felt their tempers flare. You foolish woman, Lin Mu is on the verge of death, and yet you still place your faith in him. Su Jia furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to chastise the disciples. However, reconsidering, she refrained from speaking. The truth would serve as the best argument. Once Lin Mu dealt with those venomous beasts, the disciples would have no retort left to offer. She then inquired, you all seem quite familiar with. How so? The disciples scoffed. Familiar? How could we not be? That brat hails from a small family in Yunhai City. Initially, he possessed a natural talent devoid of spiritual affinity, unable to cultivate, while all the accolades went to his brother. Yet, about 10 months ago, he stumbled upon some fortuitous path, marrying the stunning Qin Yan, and subsequently reversed his constitution, finally able to cultivate. Following that, he confronted the Yaoqi sacred land. Yaoqi sacred land, Su Jia gasped in surprise. Though she was somewhat isolated, she had certainly heard of the illustrious name of Yaoqi. The disciples of the poison sect exchanged strange glances. Aren't you supposed to be close to Lin Mu? How come you are unaware of this? However, they did not dwell on the matter and continued their narrative. For reasons unknown, the Yaoqi sacred land set out to hunt Lin Mu, only to have him slay one of their elders on the spot. Enraged, the sect leader of Yaoqi sought to take matters into his own hands, but at a critical moment, 2 prominent families intervened to protect Lin Mu, the Zhou family and the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's brow twitched as she pondered. So that is how it is. So how is it? The disciples furrowed their brows. Why must you always speak in such peculiar terms? We understand now. You must feel uncertain since you believe Lin Mu is about to meet his end, which is why your words are so jumbled, right? They burst into laughter, turning their attention back to Lin Mu. If you were wise, you would simply release us, and we could speak favorably on your behalf, allowing you to become our private servant, which is far better than being. They intended to say more, but the sight before them rendered them speechless. While they were speaking, Lin Mu had conjured yet more detoxification pills. These pills not only countered the miasma but were also the natural enemies of the venomous beasts. Upon sighting so many detoxification pills, the beasts trembled in fear, lowering themselves to burrow into the earth and escape. Yet Lin Mu would not grant them such an opportunity. He waved his hand, launching the pills like bullets toward the beasts. In mere moments, each of the 3 colossal beasts bore numerous wounds. Though the wounds were not large, they collapsed to the ground, clearly unable to survive. After witnessing this, Lin Mu coldly surveyed the now quiet poison sect. He too, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to unleash them. Silence ensued. No one dared to speak. The appearance of so many detoxification pills had thoroughly intimidated the ranks of the poison sect. As for he too, his heart was consumed with dread. Lin Mu had undoubtedly come prepared. He intended to annihilate our poison sect. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and declared, Lin Mu, I indeed possess other means. Oh, excellent, I shall await your demonstration of these means, Lin Mu replied, his demeanor calm and collected. Yet the next moment, he too's actions caused even Lin Mu to falter. He too descended to the ground and bowed deeply. Senior Lin, he too, acknowledge your might. I implore you to show mercy and spare my poison sect. Chapter 68. Encountering the Supreme Elder. After he too uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the poison sect. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the faint, agonized twitching of the dying venomous beasts. Once those creatures succumbed completely, the atmosphere became so quiet that it felt as if an unparalleled power had cast a spell, rendering everyone speechless. The disciples of the poison sect gazed in bewilderment at their usually aloof leader, unable to comprehend why he would kneel and plead for mercy merely because Lin Mu had produced a few antidotes. However, the elders of the poison sect had surmised He2's thoughts. Since Lin Mu dared to confront them at their mountain gate, he undoubtedly possessed some formidable backing. Although they were unaware of the nature of this support, they were certain it was not easily dealt with. Perhaps it was the guardians of the dragon transformation's secret realm. The humility displayed by their leader spoke volumes about his adaptability. Their gazes towards He2 were tinged with a newfound respect. This scene left Su Jia, who was watching from a distance, utterly dumbfounded. She turned to the captured disciples of the poison sect and asked, "Is this how your sect operates?" The disciples opened their mouths to respond, yet no words escaped them. At that moment, Lin Mu cast a cold glance at He2. "Do you truly believe that by kneeling before me, I would spare your sect?" Upon hearing these words, He2 felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as there was dialogue, it indicated a possibility for negotiation. A direct assault without any communication would have been dire. Cautiously, He2 lifted his head, a smile illuminating his face. "What must we do for you to grant us clemency?" Lin Mu, recognizing his sincerity, replied, "If I present a demand, will you genuinely comply?" He2 hastily affirmed, "Whatever you command, we of the poison sect will surely obey." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu pointed towards Su Jia in the distance. "From now on, your sect shall serve as a subordinate sect to my Lin family." Every member of the poison sect must heed my instructions. Additionally, I have brought a lady with me, who will remain here to facilitate communication. Can you accept this arrangement? He too immediately clasped his hands in respect. Please take care of us in the future." They not only bowed but contorted their bodies on the ground, striving to display the utmost reverence. This was indeed a challenging feat for them, suggesting they had often indulged in flattery. Su Jia felt a profound sense of bewilderment, coupled with an unsettling lack of authenticity. She even doubted if she had unwittingly fallen into an illusion. It was only after pinching the inner part of her arm and feeling a sharp pain that she confirmed the reality of her situation. Yet, she still murmured, "How did I suddenly become the supreme elder of the poison sect?" According to the family head, the poison sect was a formidable force behind the Ding and Xian families. The Su clan from the Miasma Valley had always been overshadowed by those two families. How could a mere woman from the Dao Palace secret realm hold sway over the poison sect? A flicker of fear crept into her heart. However, at that moment, Lin Mu approached, intending to introduce Su Jia to the members of the poison sect. Overhearing her mutterings, he laughed heartily. "You need not ponder too much. If I say you can do it, then you certainly can." Su Jia looked up at Lin Mu in midair, finding him exuding an air of dominance that was almost blinding. She quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and softly replied, "I will follow your lead, esteemed elder." At this juncture, a thought struck her. "Esteemed elder, are you truly Lin Mu? How could you possibly possess the token of the Su clan?" A hint of unease mingled with an inexplicable sense of helplessness welled up within her. The way the male and female voices sounded so similar left her utterly perplexed, making it difficult to discern who was who. Upon realizing Lin Mu was not the so-called elder of the Su family, her feelings towards him inexplicably intensified, leading to a tinge of jealousy. Lin Mu, however, did not conceal the truth. "You are correct. A descendant of the void indeed bestowed this token upon me. Moreover," he said, a smile suddenly gracing his face, "she is also preparing to present me with another grand gift." Upon seeing the smile on his face, Su Jia's heart raced. She sighed, "It seems the one who gifted you the token must be a woman, and likely a talented one at that." Lin Mu nodded. "Naturally, she possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable potential. However, this matter should not be casually discussed." Although Lin Mu, Su Jia nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, since this is your request, I shall keep it confidential." She resolved within herself, "Though my own talent may be lacking, I will do my utmost to assist you." Lin Mu studied her intently before replying calmly, "That is well." He raised his hand and led Su Jia to the entrance of the poison sect. He too once again guided the disciples to bow before Su Jia. "We greet the Supreme Elder." This time, Su Jia exhibited no signs of nervousness. Observing this, Lin Mu silently approved, "This young lady is indeed capable. With her here, I need not worry excessively in the future." After witnessing the disciples of the poison sect complete their bows, Lin Mu approached the lifeless bodies of the venomous beasts. Unlike cultivators, even in death, these beasts harbored immense spiritual energy within them. While their remains might be deemed worthless by ordinary cultivators, unable to be refined into pills and difficult to dispose of, their essence was mere refuse. Lin Mu saw things differently. 9 turns devouring god technique. Lin Mu placed his hand upon the corpse of a venomous beast. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from the beast's remains into Lin Mu's body, subsequently refining his left hand. The carcass of the venomous beast visibly shriveled as the toxins dissipated into the air. Lin Mu, unflinching, tossed an antidote pill to disperse the poison and continued to absorb the spiritual energy. This spectacle astounded he too, who realized Lin Mu possessed such capabilities. Wait, earlier, someone broke through at the sect's entrance. It must have been Lin Mu. Could it be that he drained the elders I initially sent out? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of what might have transpired had he not knelt to plead for mercy. As he too looked upon Lin Mu and Su Jia once more, his eyes were filled with submission, and any thoughts of rebellion had vanished. The entire poison sect shared this sentiment. Fortunate indeed that our leader knelt swiftly, otherwise, where would we find salvation? This Lin Mu is truly formidable. We must avoid provoking him in the future. Not only him, but we must also. Chapter 69. There is only one Lin family in the world. After absorbing the venomous beast, Lin Mu lingered near the poison sect for several months. He originally intended to support Su Jia, ensuring that the poison sect. However, he soon realized that such considerations were entirely superfluous. The poison sect seemed remarkably subservient, almost absurdly so. They trembled at the mere sight of. Counting the days, it seemed his wife was nearing her time to give birth. Lin Mu turned his gaze towards the direction of Yuding City, a sense of urgency filling his heart. He then summoned the members of the poison sect to bid them farewell. He too and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure they had felt over the past few days had been overwhelming, fearing that a single misstep might provoke Lin Mu and lead to their own refinement. Upon hearing that Lin Mu was departing, they felt a mix of joy and apprehension, careful not to display too much emotion for fear of inciting his ire. Thus, they cautiously responded, "We shall heed your every word, esteemed elder." Su Jia, however, took the initiative to say, "Esteemed elder, you may leave with peace of mind. I will ensure the poison sect remains in order, regardless of your future requests. I will see to it that the poison sect fulfills them." Lin Mu, observing the resolve in Su Jia's eyes, smiled. He had intended to depart immediately, but then recalled another matter. "Ah, he too, there is something I must inquire of you." Seeing Lin Mu's indecision about leaving, he too felt a pang of frustration yet dared not show a hint of impatience on his face. Instead, he wore a joyful expression. "Esteemed elder, please feel free to ask, I shall be forthcoming with all I know." Lin Mu nodded and proceeded to explain the situation Upon hearing this, he too quickly replied, "Esteemed elder, that poison was indeed concocted by my own hand, but I would never possess the audacity to poison a prodigy of their Dan sect. Ultimately, this must be attributed to an insider within their ranks." After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu concurred. That makes sense. Since the Dan sect is adept at consuming pills, they must possess a keen ability to It would not be easy to ensnare them, thus, it is likely that one of their own has acted treacherously. With that thought, Lin Mu ceased further inquiries, transforming into a streak of light as he flew toward. The members of the poison sect finally exhaled in relief. They had successfully seen him off. Su Jia gazed in the direction of Lin Mu's departure, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. At that moment, Xin Yan was nearing the end of her pregnancy, ready to give birth any day now. Upon seeing Lin Mu, a joyful smile lit up her face. "Husband, you have returned. I thought you would remain at the poison sect for a while longer." Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. "The poison sect is currently exceedingly docile. My presence there would only be a waste of time." He leaned close. "Also, husband, please do not act recklessly." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "My dear, what do you mean by that? I cannot comprehend your words." "I am currently in no position to entertain such matters. You should seek out sisterin instead." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's expression turned peculiar. "My dear, why do you refer to an MO so intimately? Could it be that during my absence, you two have been conducting business together?" Xin Yan, intrigued, asked, "What business?" Lin Mu scrutinized her from head to toe. "We are cultivators. When did we take to selling tofu? Moreover, we do not even know how to grind it." At that moment, the realization dawned on her. "Husband, you are incorrigible. You dare to make a jest at my expense with sisterin." Seeing the mix of embarrassment and anger on Xin Yan's face, Lin Mu burst into laughter. "All right, my dear, do not let your temper get the better of you. Otherwise, I shall be heartbroken." Xin Yan pouted. "Do not speak such nonsense, and I shall not be upset." At that moment, an MO, curious about the commotion, peeked her head in. "It seems my dear is quite tempted by it." "Tofu?" An MO shook her head. "Sister Qin, you do not seem to enjoy this delicacy much, do you?" And she shoved Lin Mu away playfully. "You rascal, speaking such nonsense again." Laughter and joy filled Yuding City. Meanwhile, at the Yaoqi sacred land, the atmosphere was equally charged. "Lin Feng, while he is indeed a formidable adversary of our sect, it is not necessary for you to confront him directly. Once I am prepared, I shall deal with him personally." Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Master, as the saying goes, when the elders are in need, the disciples shall bear the burden. Although Lin Mu is indeed my brother, the Lin family has long since expelled him.
We now share no connection whatsoever. I implore you, allow me to depart and restore your honor.
Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Very well, your filial piety is commendable, and it justifies the resources I have bestowed upon you. You have progressed to the peak of the Dao Palace within a matter of months. Although Lin Mu carries the legacy of the great emperor, you possess the Star River body. As long as you engage him in battle at night, you may still hold the advantage. In Lin Xiao's eyes, Lin Feng's cultivation was merely adequate. The crux of the matter lay in identity. Yaoqi was not devoid of disciples with superior cultivation, nor was it lacking in other prodigies. However, should they seek out Lin Mu, the two prominent families backing him might intervene. In such a scenario, Yaoqi would suffer yet another loss of face. Yet, if Lin Feng were to take action, it would be a matter pertaining solely to the Lin family, a situation in which outsiders would find it difficult to meddle. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted, and she employed a tactic of provocation. Lin Feng, you must exercise caution. After all, recent news indicates that this lad has subdued the poison sect, compelling them to recognize him as their master. If you are not a match for Lin Mu, it would not be surprising. Lin Feng, predictably, fell into the trap. He trembled with rage, declaring, "Rest assured, sect master, that scoundrel could never be my match. There is only one Lin family in this world, and the future head of the Lin family can only be me." Lin Feng. A mere Lin Mu is destined to be trampled beneath my feet.
Chapter 70.
Beware, I shall slay you with a single strike. For my daughter. Upon observing Lin Feng's expression, a flicker of cold amusement danced in Lin Xiao's eyes. In his view, although Lin Feng possessed the Star River King's body, he was excessively impetuous and his perspective was rather limited. Lin Feng was still far inferior to his elder brother. It was unfortunate that Lin Mu had already become a dire enemy of my Yaoqi sacred land, otherwise, I would have gladly taken him as my disciple. To be honest, I find that young man rather admirable. After these thoughts crossed Lin Xiao's mind, he shook his head resolutely. He addressed Lin Feng, saying, "In that case, I wish you great success in your endeavors. Once you have slain Lin Mu, the legacy of the great emperor that resides within him shall be entrusted to you. The future of our Yaoqi sacred land will depend on you henceforth." Lin Feng trembled with the Star River King's body, coupled with the great emperor's legacy and the unwavering support of the Yaoqi sacred land, I might even have the opportunity to attain the path of the great emperor. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. "Master, I shall set forth at once." After uttering this declaration, he summoned a golden chariot and mounted it, heading towards Yuding City. After Lin Feng departed, several elders of the Yaoqi sacred land appeared. Moreover, the poison sect, though not a major power, is led by He Tu, a formidable expert who has attained the pinnacle of the transformation dragon realm. Since Lin Mu could subdue the poison sect, his strength should. He felt as though the elders were undermining his authority while bolstering the confidence of others.
There is no need for further discussion. He waved his sleeve forcefully. This is a matter since sect master has made such arrangements, it must surely be a matter of certainty. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. As long as you understand. Days later, as he gazed down at the city, a glimmer of hatred flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Lin Mu, come out at once." His voice reverberated throughout Yuding City, leaving all the alchemists in a state of bewilderment. Who was this audacious individual seeking trouble with Lin Mu? Did he not realize that the Yaoqi sacred land had previously driven them away? A sense of excitement filled the air, and the onlookers began to gather. Moments later, the walls, rooftops, and even the skies above Yuding City were teeming with cultivators, all eyes turned upwards. That chariot looks familiar. It seems to be a magical artifact of the Yaoqi sacred land. Could it be that Yaoqi has sent someone again? But did they not just suffer a significant setback? Yet, some furrowed their brows in contemplation. The visitor seems to bear a resemblance to Lin Mu. I heard recently that Lin Mu's younger brother, Lin Feng, has joined the Yaoqi sacred land. Could this be Lin Feng himself? This certainly is a case of sibling rivalry. I wonder what Lin Mu will think of this. Many alchemists shook their heads in disbelief. Within a courtyard, Lin Mu sat beside Qin Yan, who was on the verge of childbirth. With the momentous occasion approaching, Lin Mu had ceased his cultivation, remaining closely by her side. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, a flicker of anger emerged in his eyes. This Lin Feng is truly audacious. How dare he come to Yuding City to seek me out? Seeing Lin Mu's expression, Qin Yan sighed inwardly. She was aware that Lin Mu's relationship with the Lin family of Yunhai City was fraught with tension, and he harbored little affection for his siblings. With a sigh, Qin Yan remarked, "My husband, it is regrettable that I am currently unwell. Otherwise, I would certainly join you in confronting Lin Feng."
Lin Mu smiled gently. My dear, you need not speak such words. Your ability to bear me a daughter and expand our Lin family lineage is already the greatest contribution you could offer. As for that Lin Feng, I could easily dismiss him with a wave of my hand. At these words, Qin Yan felt a touch of shyness and replied, My husband, you have shown me such great kindness in restoring my foundation.
It is only natural for me to bear children for you. How could that be considered a contribution? Yet, curiosity piqued her interest. But, my husband, how do you know the child within me is a daughter? If I cannot discern the condition of my own child, then what kind of father would I be? Moreover, I have already visited our daughter within. My husband, when did you? Qin Yan furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend Lin Mu's meaning. But in the next instant, her face flushed crimson. My husband, what are you saying? Seeing her reaction, Lin Mu laughed heartily once more. Just then, outside the city, Are you afraid of me? If you are indeed fearful, then quickly hand over the great emperor's legacy, perhaps I may spare your life. Lin Mu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He gently patted Qin Yan's hand, reassuring her to remain indoors and rest for the sake of their unborn child. My dear, take a moment to rest here. I shall return shortly. Though Qin Yan had complete faith in Lin Mu's strength, she still cautioned, My husband, do exercise caution. Although your brother and you do not share a good relationship, his talents should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Lin Xiao, who stands behind him, is no fool. Since Lin Feng dares to come, he must surely possess some hidden cards. Lin Mu rose, chest out and head held high, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the door, he turned back to say, My dear, rest assured, when it comes to hidden cards, mine far surpass Lin Feng's. With that, Lin Mu soared into the air. At that moment, countless alchemists' gazes were already fixed upon him. That he had finally emerged, however, it was only natural. To be insulted by his own brother in such a manner warranted a response. Yet, why did Lin Feng show such disrespect to his elder brother? It seemed likely that it was somehow related to that great emperor's legacy. Alas, for such a thing, it had driven a wedge between brothers. Lin Mu paid no heed to the murmurs around him. That he flew towards Lin Feng, halting a short distance away, and calmly inquired, Lin Feng, what brings you to Yuding City this time? If you have come to celebrate the birth of my daughter, you are rather early. If trouble is your intent, then you are simply courting disaster. Lin Feng smirked, a hint of disdain gleaming in his eyes. I recall that Qin Yan is still under a curse. Even if that child is born safely, she is bound to be frail. Perhaps her birth date and her day of sacrifice will coincide. What is there to celebrate? Lin Mu's fury erupted. You dare to speak so boldly, Lin Feng, how dare you utter such words? Beware, once my daughter is born, I shall strike you down with a single blow. Chapter 71. The birth of the sacred body. Oh, beware, I shall strike you down with a single blow if you dare to harm my daughter. Lin Mu's voice reverberated throughout Jading City. Not only Lin Feng, but even the alchemists within the city regarded his words as mere bravado. The matter of Qin Yan bearing a curse was well known among us. It was said that when Lin Mu was absent from the city, Lord Wan would frequently send elixirs to Qin Yan to aid in dispelling the curse from her unborn child. What potential could this child possibly possess? Their skepticism towards Lin Mu's claims was palpable, yet they hesitated to voice their doubts openly, resorting instead to hushed whispers. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to their murmurs. He first paused in surprise, then erupted into laughter. Lin Mu, oh Lin Mu, have you lost your wits? How could your daughter possibly strike me down with a single slap? With a powerful thump on the golden chariot, it expanded to a gargantuan size, towering over the surroundings. From a distance, it exuded an overwhelming aura. Standing atop the chariot, he looked down upon Lin Mu, attempting to assert his dominance through sheer presence. Lin Mu, heed my words, after I activate the Star River King body, I shall surpass you. Although fortune has favored you, allowing you to briefly outshine me due to Qin Yan's bestowed imperial legacy, with a slight resurgence, I will once again stand above you, and your worthless daughter shall remain beneath my heel for all eternity. As he uttered the final words, Lin Feng's eyes reddened, revealing his genuine fury. Lin Mu's brow furrowed in anger. Lin Feng, how dare you speak of my daughter in such a manner? It seems I must impart some lessons upon you. With a slight movement, spiritual energy surged forth from the depths of his being, coalescing in his right hand. He had no intention of concealing his strength any longer in confronting Lin Feng. Yet at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Numerous cultivators in Jading City instinctively fled in panic, exclaiming, could it be that the Yaoqi sacred land has come to wage war? However, after a few breaths of flight, they soon realized their blunder. The heavens bore no sign of the Yaoqi sacred land's entrance. Instead, ominous clouds enveloped much of the sky, with only a distant azure visible. What was happening? Just moments ago, the skies were clear and bright. Many cultivators wore expressions of confusion. Yet, someone suddenly exclaimed, a sacred body is about to be born nearby. Lord Wan unexpectedly appeared. Are there any pregnant women in the city? Might any of them belong to other immortal clans or sects? He immediately considered these possibilities. However, a cultivator shook his head. There are none. If those sex holy daughters were pregnant, would they give birth in our Jade Ding city? They would undoubtedly be taken back to their own sex. Lord Wan nodded in ecstatic realization. Yes, I almost overlooked this detail. His gaze swept across the city, brimming with excitement. Thus, it must be the child of an ordinary cultivator. If I could take this child under my wing, I would ensure my legacy. At that moment, the dark clouds above began to coalesce, with the center cloud appearing almost luminous in its darkness. As the layers thickened, the lowest tier of thunderclouds almost grazed the city of Jade Ding. The oppressive darkness loomed over the city. Lin Feng, positioned at the highest altitude, found himself directly in harm's way. He noticed the approaching thunderclouds and wished to evade them, yet felt it beneath him to lower his altitude. Thus, he stubbornly remained in place. In response, the thunderclouds seemed to react, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Lin Feng squarely on the head. Alarmed, he hastily summoned his spiritual energy for defense, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the lightning. The bolt surged into Lin Feng's body, causing him to spew blood as electric arcs flickered across his form. Fortunately, the golden chariot beneath him radiated a protective spiritual light, safeguarding his body. Finally catching his breath, he hurriedly maneuvered the chariot to lower his altitude. Having been struck by lightning, his complexion turned. He landed clumsily, much to the amusement of the onlooking cultivators in Jade Ding City. They erupted in laughter. Lin Feng is indeed a curious character. I almost believed he was formidable, yet he was reduced to this state by a mere thunderbolt. Fuming with rage, Lin Feng healed himself with his spiritual energy while retorting, "What are you all snickering about? The intensity of this thunder tribulation is akin to that which I faced when awakening my Star River King body. It is only due to my elevated cultivation that I have merely sustained severe injuries. Had you been in my place, you would have surely perished." Many cultivators continued to mock him, though some more knowledgeable individuals fell silent. They understood that Lin Feng's words held a kernel of truth. For those with unique constitutions, this tribulation was trivial, yet to an ordinary cultivator, it was comparable to the tribulation faced when breaking through to the dragon transformation realm. Encountering it would result in immediate obliteration. They momentarily quelled their laughter at Lin Feng's expense, emulating Lord Wan's demeanor as they scanned the city, carefully speculating, whose child could this newly born sacred body belong to? Alas, it seems Lord Wan has already set his sights on this child for his own. Otherwise, I might have been tempted as well. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Do you think this child could be the one in Qingyan's womb?" The others shook their heads in unison. How could that be possible? Though Lin Feng is arrogant, he does not speak entirely without reason. If Qingyan were free of her curse, her own body indeed holds the potential to bear a formidable offspring. However, given her current state, if she were to deliver a normal child, it would be considered fortunate. Curious, someone asked, if that is the case, why did Lin Mu speak in such a way, claiming his daughter could strike down Lin Feng? Nearby individuals glanced over, exasperated. My friend, perhaps you have yet to find a partner. You may not know that there are few who do not cherish their offspring. Lin Mu likely spoke those words in jest. The inquiring cultivator nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Just then, a brilliant light erupted from the heart of the thundercloud. Everyone's spirits lifted in anticipation. It seems the child is about to be born. Under their watchful gaze, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the light, striking a specific location within the city. Moments later, a powerful aura radiated throughout Jade Ding City. Lord Wan was instantly elated. This aura is undoubtedly at the level of a formidable lean body. He swiftly soared to a nearby vantage point to discern where the lightning had landed, yet upon realization, his expression grew peculiar. Is this not Lin Mu's courtyard? Could the source of the thunder tribulation truly be Qingyan's child? The other cultivators in the city were equally astonished. How could this be? Just moments ago, they had fervently declared that Qingyan's child could not possess any unique constitution. Now, they were faced with undeniable evidence to the contrary, and perhaps the most astonished of all was Lin Feng. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. Chapter 72. Lin Feng was in a frenzy, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the courtyard, as if entranced. Something was amiss. He suddenly lifted his head, casting a malevolent glare at Lin Mu. "What trickery have you employed? How could you possibly produce such offspring?" Yet, Lin Mu merely regarded him with a cold, indifferent stare. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a chill envelop him, rendering him speechless, his body trembling slightly. How could Lin Mu exude such a terrifying aura? No, this had to be an illusion. With a sudden surge of determination, Lin Feng summoned all his spiritual energy, seated himself cross-legged on the golden carriage, and began to attempt to break the so-called illusionary formation. Lin Mu snorted dismissively, uninterested in engaging further, and returned to the ground, striding towards the courtyard. As he made his way, the alchemists present instinctively parted to give him space, avoiding direct eye contact with Lin Mu. They were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Even Wan Lin refrained from approaching, merely sighing from a distance.
If only this matter had not spread, I might have had a chance to welcome that child into our fold. But now, he shook his head in resignation. Wan Lin was keenly aware that in recent years, the cultivation world seemed to be in turmoil, with various sacred physiques emerging across the lands. A great era of conflict was surely approaching. However, a physique of the caliber of the Taiyin body was beyond his ability to safeguard. Such a pity, Wan Lin. At that moment, Lin Mu had already entered the courtyard, and as he stepped through the door, Lin Yun and an MO rushed up to him. "Young master, madam has given birth." Lin Mu shot them an exasperated glance. "Was that not obvious? How could I possibly be unaware?" After exchanging a few brief words with them, instructing them to guard the door, Lin Mu hastened into the room. Inside, he saw Qin Yan lying on the bed, cradling a newborn girl. Her smile radiated both joy and a hint of worry. It became evident that the infant not only bore the aura of the ancient Taiyin body but also harbored an enigmatic power. Lin Mu immediately recognized this as the so-called curse power. However, as he had previously surmised, the strength of this curse was inherently weaker than that of Qin Yan's own essence. Moreover, their daughter was not merely a Taiyin body, but a higher-tier ancient Taiyin body. With both factors combined, the curse's influence on the infant was significantly diminished. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to employ the 9 turns god-slaying technique to completely eradicate this curse power, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to refrain from action. Instead, he sat beside Qin Yan's bed. "My dear, you have worked hard. Why must you say such things, my husband?" Qin Yan replied with a smile. Lin Mu paused, then shook his head and chuckled. Although he had traversed this world for some time, his mindset had yet to fully adapt. He still subconsciously believed that childbirth must entail tremendous peril, yet, he overlooked the fact that his wife was, even with the curse afflicting her, her physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Giving birth to a child was hardly a daunting task, even if the child was an ancient Taiyin sacred body. Lin Mu quickly stepped forward and took his daughter from Qin Yan's arms. He immediately felt a profound connection of blood coursing through him from the infant. A radiant smile adorned Lin Mu's face. Seeing this, Qin Yan also smiled and gently inquired, "My husband, what shall we name our daughter?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mu replied earnestly, "Since she is our daughter, let us name her." She looked up, her heart tightening with anxiety. "My husband, the tumult surrounding our daughter's birth is so great that many must already know she possesses an extraordinary physique. The alchemists and cultivators from Yuding City outside are merely here to offer their congratulations. They pose no threat, but if this news spreads," her voice was laced with concern. Lin Mu, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Do not fret, my dear, I have already made preparations." With that, he flipped his hand, revealing a pill that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Lin Mu fed the pill to his daughter. In an instant, the aura emanating from Lin Yi diminished considerably. Qin Yan's eyes widened in alarm. "What did you give Yi?" "Do not overthink it, my dear. This is a pill I specially requested from Lord Wa, and it has the ability to conceal the aura of a cultivator. Once I step outside, I will tell everyone that our daughter has indeed inherited your Taiyin body but has also fallen victim to a curse. Once this information spreads, the number of cultivators coveting our daughter will greatly diminish. The curse is genuine, and the pill is effective." Lin Mu's reasoning held merit. For those powerful beings, it might be of little use. What if they come to investigate personally? Qin Yan's concerns were valid, yet Lin Mu remained unfazed. He laughed heartily. Those powerful beings are often engrossed in their seclusion. Do they truly have the leisure to rush over the moment they hear my daughter possesses a Taiyin body? By the time they arrive, it will likely be several years later. And by then, Lin Mu stood gently, cradling Lin Yi. By then, I shall have already become a formidable being in my own right. Why should I fear them? Lin Mu's unwavering confidence made Qin Yan glance at him in surprise. She recalled that when she first met Lin Mu, he had yet to cultivate, yet in less than a year, he had become a powerful figure in the Dao Palace secret realm, even capable of contending with many from the Four Extremes secret realm, thanks to the legacy of the Void Emperor. Coupled with his innate talent in alchemy, Lin Mu's confidence was certainly not unfounded. Qin Yan sighed. "What you say, my husband, is indeed wise." Lin Mu smiled at her, then carried Lin Yi outside. By this time, the effects of the pill had taken hold, and the luminous aura that had once enveloped Lin Yi had significantly faded. Meanwhile, the aura of the curse dissipated in tandem. As Lin Mu emerged from the courtyard holding the infant, many cultivators gathered outside pushed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the newborn. However, as they drew closer, their expressions turned peculiar. Lin Mu, my daughter, though fortunate enough to inherit Yenner's Taiyin body, simultaneously bears the curse within her. Naturally, she has been greatly affected. Many cultivators, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment. So, Chapter 73 The Might of a Sword. Lin Feng spits blood yet, before he could voice his inquiry, a cacophony of maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the entirety of Jade Cauldron City. It turned out that Lin Feng had also been observing the scene. Upon hearing those words, he was instantly filled with uncontainable joy and promptly rose from his golden chariot. Lin Mu, I genuinely believed you had struck a fortunate vein, capable of producing a formidable descendant. However, it appears that this wretch is merely a wretch. Upon learning of his niece's curse, Lin Feng not only felt no concern but was instead engulfed in exuberance, nearly leaping with delight. The cultivators within Jade Cauldron City regarded this spectacle with disdain and contempt. Though you are at odds with Lin Mu, his offspring are still your kin. How can you display such a countenance? This individual was indeed untrustworthy. No wonder Lin Mu chose to rebel against the Lin family of Yunhai City. It seems the Lin family has wronged him. Many nodded in agreement, asserting that it was evident Lin Mu had already begun to cultivate and had even become a heavenly great alchemist. Lin Feng's scorn toward him was indicative of a deep-seated animosity that extended even to Lin Mu's newborn daughter. Had Lin Mu been unable to cultivate in the past, would Lin Feng have offered him any semblance of respect? At this moment, many cultivators who had previously struggled to comprehend Lin Mu's departure from the Lin family began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. Clearly, the Lin family had wronged him. As if sensing the shift in the cultivator's sentiments, Lin Feng's expression soured. What manner of gazes are you casting upon me? I shall inform you that there exists but one Lin family in this world, and I, Lin Feng, am its sole patriarch. The fate that has befallen Lin Mu's progeny is entirely a calamity ordained by heaven. It is his own hubris that has brought such misfortune upon his descendants. Initially, Lin Mu regarded Lin Feng as a mere jest. However, upon hearing those few words, he was seized by a furious rage. Lin Feng, you are truly courting death. How dare you speak of my daughter in such a manner? Observing Lin Mu's ire, Lin Feng assumed he had struck a nerve, believing he had provoked his elder brother. A smirk once again graced his face. I have said what I wished. What do you intend to do about it? What can you possibly do? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Mu's eyes as he deemed it. Instead, he cradled Lin Yi and soared into the air. Void Giant Sword. In an instant, a colossal sword materialized behind him. Though Lin Yi had only just been born, her unique constitution allowed her to thrive. Moreover, the evening sky was alight with twinkling stars. As the moonlight enveloped her, streams of lunar energy surged into her being. In the blink of an eye, her once creased skin transformed into a smooth, delicate surface, resembling a finely sculpted doll. Even her eyes could now flutter open. Lin Yi, upon glimpsing the enormous sword nearby, clapped her hands in delight, giggling gaily. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu could not help but smile. Wonderful! It seems my daughter has taken a liking to this giant sword. Let her play with it. With that, he astonishingly reduced the colossal sword to a minuscule size and placed it in Lin Yi's tiny hands. Lin Feng, witnessing this, was infuriated beyond measure. Had Lin Mu chosen to confront him directly in battle, he would have merely regarded it as a path to his own demise. However, Lin Mu's current actions were a blatant disregard for his authority. Arrogant and conceited. All the spiritual energy within Lin Feng surged forth, causing the golden chariot beneath him to tremble violently. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated outward. For Extreme's secret realm? Moreover, it appeared that his cultivation level was not insubstantial. Many cultivators within Jade Cauldron City gasped in astonishment. To think that in just half a year, he has broken through a significant level, truly extraordinary. He cast a worried glance at Lin Mu. This situation had become precarious. Though Lin Mu had recently subdued the poison sect single-handedly, Wan Lin believed it was due to Lin Mu's status as a heavenly great alchemist, utilizing countless Furthermore, behind Lin Mu loomed the influence of the Su and Zhou families. When Wan Lin visited the Su clan, he presumed they were merely a remnant of the Su family, appearing ordinary while concealing formidable powers. Thus, he had no inkling that Lin Mu's cultivation had already reached the Four Extremes secret realm. Suddenly, Wan Lin soared into the air, positioning himself in the skies above Jade Cauldron City, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Lin Mu undoubtedly possessed further means. He would not be easily defeated in a confrontation with Lin Feng. However, the infant girl in his arms might not withstand the residual shockwaves of their clash. However, he abruptly fell silent, staring blankly into the sky. Not only he, but the other cultivators and alchemists in the city were equally transfixed. It turned out that upon seeing Lin Mu hand the void giant sword to his daughter, Lin Feng was not only enraged but also perceived it as an opportune moment. Coupled with his Star River body, his combat prowess would amplify under the night sky. Thus, without any forewarning, he suddenly maneuvered his golden war chariot toward Lin Mu's direction. Lin Mu, unfazed, simply extended his large hand to grasp Lin Yi's tiny palm, wielding the miniature void sword as he lunged towards the golden chariot. The disparity in size was thousands of times greater, yet the outcome of their collision saw Lin Feng spitting blood as the golden chariot trembled violently, teetering on the brink of destruction. Meanwhile, Lin Mu and the infant Lin Yi remained utterly unaffected. The little girl even clapped her hands once more with a joyous laugh. As her laughter echoed through the city, the cultivators finally regained their composure.
Am I seeing things? Is this Lin Mu's daughter not said to be cursed and unstable? How could she repel Lin Feng with a mere sword stroke?
However, many observers discerned the truth of this was entirely Lin Mu's doing. How could he be so powerful? It was not solely due to his cultivation, it could very well be attributed to his imperial legacy. Some narrowed their eyes, fixated on the small void sword in Lin Yi's grasp. It is said to be divided into 3 tiers, with each tier representing a chasm of difference. Lin Mu's inheritance must be of the 2nd tier.
The 2nd tier? Many gasped in astonishment.
The individual who had spoken earlier nodded in affirmation. Indeed, relying on the 2nd tier of the imperial legacy, Lin Mu possesses the capability to contend with Lin Feng. However, a lingering doubt remained in his heart. Even with the 2nd tier of the legacy, it should not enable Lin Mu to leap across a major boundary and engage in combat at a higher level. Surely, there must be other factors at play.
Chapter 74. The Lin family has missed such a talented prodigy. All gazes converged upon Lin Mu, filled with admiration and a hint of curiosity. Lin Mu had only practiced for a brief period, and his cultivation level could hardly be deemed impressive. Yet, he managed to triumph over Lin Feng, who possessed the formidable Starry River body. The spectators found this peculiar, leading to hushed discussions among themselves. However, the attention and whispers ignited Lin. I am the embodiment of the Starry River body, invincible beneath the cosmos. Despite the fact that few were actually watching him, Lin Feng had just suffered a significant humiliation, making him acutely sensitive to any slight. The mere barking of a dog by the roadside made him suspect it was mocking him. Moreover, the cultivators and alchemists of Yuding City were keenly observing Lin Mu, who stood not far from him. With gritted teeth, Lin Feng struggled to suppress the turbulent energy within him. He then unleashed the full force of his bitter sea, countless strands of spiritual power. As night approached, the ominous storm cloud summoned by Lin Yi's birth began to dissipate. The heavens sparkled with countless stars, and Lin Feng, bathed in their light, felt his aura intensify dramatically. Even the shaky golden chariot beneath him regained its stability, radiating a golden glow once more. Sensing this transformation, the many cultivators of Yuding City finally turned their attention back to Lin Feng. Is this truly the Starry River body?
It is indeed worthy of its legendary status. They lamented that Lin Mu lacked such a physique, otherwise, he might have posed a challenge. However, they also reasoned that had Lin Mu possessed both the Emperor's. Many shook their heads in disbelief. Yet, Wan Lin fixed his unwavering gaze on Lin Mu. A nearby alchemist noticed and quietly inquired, City Lord, what are you observing? Do you believe Lin Mu still?
I believe he is destined to win.
This statement drew frowns from several alchemists, who felt their city lord was placing too much faith in Lin Mu. However, none dared to voice their objections. When Wan Lin had received news of Lin Mu's venture into the Miasma Valley, he immediately recognized that his nephew was up to no good. The Wan family was far more harmonious internally than the Lin family of Yunhai City. Wan Lin, unwilling to kill his own nephew, imprisoned him in the mines to atone for his transgressions. With this prior experience, no one dared to speak ill of Lin Mu in Wan Lin's presence.
Nevertheless, their attitudes were evident. Sensing their thoughts, Wan Lin took the initiative to speak.
You are all unaware, since Lin Mu dares to embrace my daughter and confront Lin Feng, he must possess great confidence. The cultivators exchanged skeptical glances, dismissing Wan Lin's words as overly optimistic. They muttered, City Lord, you may be placing too much trust in Lin Mu. He may not be confident, it could simply be that ignorance breeds fearlessness. The might of the Starry River body was undeniable, yet just as they spoke, a thunderous sound erupted. Lin Mu, growing impatient as Lin Feng remained basked in starlight yet failed to act, called out, What are you waiting for? In that moment, Lin Mu seized the void sword from his daughter's tiny hand, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Moments later, the immense sword regained its original length and came crashing down upon Lin Feng's head. Excellent timing, Lin Feng roared, activating his chariot to counter the attack. Yet, the outcome mirrored their previous encounter. Despite the celestial light surrounding him, Lin Feng could not withstand this strike. This time, he was struck on the head and fell to the ground, followed by a sound of shattering from beneath him. After enduring 2 devastating blows, the golden chariot finally succumbed to the damage and shattered completely. As the golden light faded, Lin Feng, engulfed in rage, found himself at a loss for words. Not only Lin Feng, but even those who had previously spoken ill of Lin Mu were similarly speechless. They gaped in disbelief, their expressions frozen. If Lin Feng had been defeated previously due to carelessness, there were no excuses this time. He had every advantage, had prepared thoroughly, yet still fell short against Lin Mu. After a prolonged silence, Wan Lin sighed. It seems the outcome of this brotherly contest has been determined. Although Lin Feng possesses the starry river body, he is no match for Lin Mu. The Lin family of Yunhai City would undoubtedly regret losing such an extraordinary talent. As everyone fell silent, Wan Lin's words spread swiftly. Those who heard them nodded in agreement.
The city lord speaks wisely. The Lin family could have dominated with 2 prodigies, yet now, they have turned against each other, even forcing Lin Mu to sever ties with his family. I believe the head of the Lin family is Lin Lai, is he not? He must be regretting his decisions now. If this news were to reach him, Lin Lai might severely reprimand Lin Feng and seek to welcome Lin Mu back into the fold. A murmur of discussion arose throughout the city, reaching Lin Feng's ears. His eyes blazed with fury. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There can only be one prodigy in the Lin family, and that is me. Lin Mu coldly regarded Lin Feng, contemplating the possibility of ending his life. However, at that moment, Lin Yi in his arms suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at the stars above and babbling incomprehensibly. Though Lin Yi possessed remarkable talent, she was still an infant and unable to speak coherently. Yet, upon seeing his daughter's joyful demeanor, Lin Mu's heart lightened, and a smile graced his face. He waved at Lin Feng. Today is my daughter's birthday. It is not a day for bloodshed. You may leave. However, should you dare to provoke me again in the future, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. With that, Lin Mu cradled Lin Yi and descended back into Yuding City to seek out Qin Yan. The cultivators parted to create a pathway. Watching Lin Mu return to his residence, they understood that with the birth of Lin Mu's daughter, his earlier claim of establishing a new Lin family was no longer mere fantasy, but a tangible reality. That infant should have been the new prodigy of the Lin family, but now, she is entirely disconnected from them. A well-informed cultivator chimed in. I heard that initially, Qin Yan was to marry Lin Feng, but Lin Feng rejected her, leading to her union with Lin. Had Lin Feng not had such thoughts, he might have been the father of that child. However, as soon as this was said, others shook their heads. Not necessarily. Even with the starry river body, Lin Feng's current state hardly suggests he. With a furious roar, he suddenly soared into the air, not knowing where he would flee. Chapter 75. Awaiting for him to embrace death. What? Lin Mu actually had a daughter, and that daughter might possess the Taiyin constitution? Lin Lai sat in his chair, eyes filled with regret. Alas, had I known this would happen, why did I ever expel Lin Mu from our home? Now, he found himself utterly at a loss for words. However, Lin Mu's 3 sisters were in a frenzy of father. What are you saying? Even if Lin Mu's daughter is somewhat extraordinary, she has inherited the curse that plagues Qin Yan. She has no future whatsoever. The future of our Lin family must rely solely on Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng was injured by Lin Mu, and yet you bear no grudge against him. Observing the expressions of these 3 women, Lin Lai sighed helplessly, struggling to find his voice. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Feng was indeed a useless fool. The news swiftly reached the sacred land of Yaoqi. Lin Xiu's face was filled with fury. Although I knew he might not be able to defeat Lin Mu, his defeat was so effortless that it was utterly humiliating. If this news spreads, how will the cultivation world perceive our sacred land of Yaoqi? Yet, the elders present remained silent. Some even thought to themselves, last time, you led our entire sect to confront Lin Mu, only to retreat in disgrace. That was already humiliating enough. We have long become a laughingstock. It's just that no one dares to mention it in front of you, our sect leader. Although last time Lin Mu did take advantage of the power of other families, regardless of the backing, simply being able to stand against Yaoqi was enough to bring disgrace upon us. All the elders remained silent. Lin Xiu's anger intensified. Why is everyone so quiet? Are there truly none among you who can devise a plan to reverse our fortunes? Does the ridicule of our sacred land of Yaoqi bring you any pride? With Lin Xiu's words hanging in the air, the other elders could no longer feign ignorance. Sect leader, since Lin Feng is no match for Lin Mu, sending other disciples is of little significance. If we dispatch other elders, the 2 great families backing Lin Mu will not stand idly by. Therefore, my suggestion is to remain still. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiu's expression darkened. Are you suggesting I become a turtle hiding in its shell? The elder hastily waved his hands. Sect leader, you misunderstand. Look at Lin Mu. He has only been able to cultivate after reversing his constitution for about a year. In such a short period, he has already caused so much trouble, indicating he is not one to remain idle.
I suspect it won't be long before he thinks himself strong enough to come to our sacred land of Yaoqi seeking death, thus, we might as well wait for him to come to us. After pondering this, Lin Xiu's eyes gradually lit up. That notion has merit. If Lin Xiu takes the initiative to trouble Lin Mu, he would have to rely solely on the current strength of the sacred land. However, if Lin Mu comes knocking on our door, Lin Xiu could summon the esteemed elders of Yaoqi and draw upon the sex resources. At that point, even if the two great families behind Lin Mu wish to intervene, it would be too late. Excellent, let us call it watching him bring about his own downfall. Lin Xiu stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Your suggestion is indeed commendable. In Yuding City, after repelling Lin Feng, Lin Mu remained in the city for several days. He believed that the sacred land of Yaoqi had suffered a significant loss and might come seeking trouble again. However, after waiting for a considerable time without any sign of movement from Yaoqi, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. My dear, within our Lin family, no one understands the sacred land of Yaoqi better than you. Could you analyze for me what schemes they might be plotting? Qin Yan, cradling Lin Yi, gently soothed her daughter while casting a peculiar glance at Lin Mu. My husband, your words are quite odd. Our Lin family consists of so few members. To say that no one knows better than I do is rather. She shook her head. That statement is indeed curious. From whom did you hear that? Lin Mu coughed lightly, naturally refraining from providing Qin Yan with a detailed explanation. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he casually replied. I am not speaking nonsense. In our family, you are indeed the only one who has been a saintess of Yaoqi, hence, it follows that you understand Yaoqi best. Qin Yan did not dwell on Lin Mu's words but sighed. What kind of saintess am I? After her sigh, she earnestly began to analyze the situation with Lin Mu. My husband, it is likely that the sacred land of Yaoqi is waiting for you to come to them. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this but soon nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips. If that is the case, then the sacred land of Yaoqi truly possesses some foresight, being able to discern my intentions. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan immediately grew anxious. My husband, are you truly considering storming the gates of the sacred land of Yaoqi? Do you not know that such sacred lands have their own foundations? Although Lin Mu had previously expressed similar sentiments to Qin Yan, she had never taken them to heart. When an ordinary person speaks of plucking stars or gathering the moon, any rational individual would yet now, Lin Mu had demonstrated extraordinary strength and potential. Even Qin Yan could no longer dismiss him lightly. My husband, you are now a father, you must refrain from taking reckless risks. Moreover, it is best not to provoke further troubles, Qin Yan proactively urged him. Lin Mu regarded her, feeling touched by her concern. He chose not to pursue the topic further and instead smiled as he leaned closer. My dear, ever since you gave birth to Yi, you've become increasingly talkative. Qin Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted softly, I'm not being talkative, I'm just saying nice things to you. Lin Mu nodded eagerly. You are absolutely right, I appreciate your good intentions. Moreover, I wish to learn from you, striving to cultivate an open-mindedness akin to yours in the future. Qin Yan frowned slightly, feeling that Lin Mu's words carried a deeper meaning. She knew he was merely jesting but could not help her curiosity. My husband, in what way have I been open-minded? Lin Mu embraced Qin Yan, using the back of his hand to shield Lin Yi's little face. As for his palm, it naturally grasped something else. My dear, you should see for yourself how much your heart has expanded lately. Qin Yan instantly felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. What are you doing, my husband? Yi is still here. Lin Mu laughed heartily, lifting Lin Yi into his arms and stepping out of the room. Someone, he called for Lin Yun and an Mo, entrusting them with Lin Yi before turning back into the room. Moments later, sounds began to emanate from within. The two women outside exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward. Even though an Mo had witnessed and experienced much, including training with Lin Mu and Qin Yan, she felt shy in Lin Yun's presence. Yuner, quickly take Yi aside. Lin Yun felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and promptly took Lin Yi away. After they departed, and Mo gritted her teeth and unexpectedly pushed the door open to enter. My husband, I too wish to broaden my horizons. Chapter 76, Return to the Lin family. On the following morning, Lin Mu stepped out of his room, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, however, Lin Yun approached with an air of annoyance. Young master, the young lady has been awake for quite some time now. Aren't you going to check on her? Lin Mu shook his head, chuckling softly. What is there to see? You are taking care of Yi. Do you think I would be worried? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun, though still somewhat displeased, felt a flicker of happiness. Humph, young master, you certainly know how to say sweet words to appease others. As the two exchanged light banter, a voice suddenly rang out from beyond the courtyard, "Master Lin, there are visitors who wish to see you." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and walked to the gate of the courtyard. Noticing that the visitor was a cultivator from the city lord's manor, he refrained from further inquiry and simply asked, "Who wishes to see me?" In truth, during this period, the number of cultivators and alchemists seeking an audience with Lin Mu. After all, his combat prowess was remarkable, and he was a master alchemist of the highest caliber. Many sought to curry favor with him. However, most of these individuals had been turned away by Wan Lin, and only a select few, who could not be The cultivator wore an awkward expression and replied in a hushed tone, "Master Lin, are you not aware, the visitors have come from Yunhai City?" Upon hearing the name Yunhai City, Lin Mu instantly understood. He snorted coldly, "So, it is someone from the Lin family who has come. What do they intend to do?" The cultivator could detect the displeasure in Lin Mu's tone and felt a bitter smile creep onto his face. He was well aware of the enmity between Lin Mu and the Lin family of Yunhai City, thus, he knew that delivering this news would not please Lin Mu, yet, he also understood that concealing the information would not bode well either, for blood is thicker than water. Who could say if Lin Mu might reconcile with the Lin family in the future? Hence, he steeled himself and continued. "Master Lin, would you care to meet with them?" the cultivator inquired respectfully. "If you refuse, I shall send them." A cold smile crept across Lin Mu's face as he was about to instruct the cultivator to dismiss the visitors from the Lin family. However, Lin Yun, cradling Lin Yi, softly interjected, "Young master, perhaps you should meet with them. After all, you did spend 30 years with the Lin family." This little maid, despite having received no benefits during her time with the Lin family and having suffered due to Lin Mu's actions, had chosen to follow him when he left. Yet, over a year after departing, she seemed to have forgotten her past hardships and began urging Lin Mu to be magnanimous. Lin Mu glanced at Lin Yun, contemplated for a moment, and then suddenly broke into laughter. "Very well, since you insist, I shall meet with them." Lin Yun appeared quite pleased, responding with a bright smile, "That would be splendid." Her smile even elicited a grin from Lin Yi in her arms. Lin Mu's spirits lifted further as he looked at his daughter. He addressed the cultivator, "I will head to the city lord's manor now. Please invite the visitors from Yunhai City as well." The cultivator exhaled in relief, performed a respectful bow, and promptly departed, fearing Lin Mu might change his mind. At that moment, Qin Yan emerged from the house. She had heard the commotion outside but had only now decided to come out. Qin Yan's expression was somewhat grim, as if recalling something troubling. Observing her demeanor, Lin Mu hurried over and took her hand. "My dear, are you thinking of the Qin family?" Qin Yan sighed in response. "I am indeed worried about my parents." The Qin family severed ties. Lin Mu's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer, whispering with a smile, "That is easily remedied. We could find an opportunity to return to Yunhai City. It would be wonderful for your parents to meet their granddaughter." Just last night, you were deceiving me. We agreed it would only be a dual cultivation." Yet, feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Mu quickly cleared his throat. "That was not my fault. An MO barged in unexpectedly. How could I have sent her away?" He cast a glance at Qin Yan before swiftly changing the subject. "In any case, once I meet with the Lin family, we will return to Yunhai City." With that, upon arriving at the city lord's manor, he was surprised to find that Lin Lai was among the visitors. Behind Lin Lai stood his three sisters, who were scanning their surroundings with avarice, leaving Lin Mu uncertain of their intentions. Looking at Lin Lai, Lin Mu's eyes revealed a hint of indifference. "Ah, the head of the Lin family, what brings you here to seek me?" Before Lin Lai could, "You are utterly lawless, kneel and apologize to father this instant." They pointed accusingly at Lin Mu, berating him as if he were the greatest of sinners for refusing to heed their commands. Lin Mu's expression darkened. He remained silent, merely surveying the three women with a piercing gaze. Feeling a chill run down their spines, they ceased their finger-pointing but stubbornly retorted, "Lin Mu, what kind of look is that?" "We are your sisters, do you not understand the principles of elder and younger? Humph, you have already injured Lin Feng, do you still wish to lay hands on us?" The coldness in Lin Mu's gaze intensified. However, at that moment, Lin Lai finally spoke. He sighed and addressed his daughters, "You three, step back." The three sisters, already somewhat fearful, were reluctant to yield before Lin Mu but quickly took the opportunity to save face with their father's intervention. They continued to grumble, "He is such an unfilial son, father, you must teach him a lesson." Lin Lai ignored their complaints and stepped forward to face Lin Mu. "Sigh, Lin Mu, I admit that I was wrong to let you leave the Lin family." His voice was hoarse, as if he had endured an immense humiliation. But now that you have overcome your trials, it is time to return with me to Yunhai City. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu burst into laughter. You old fool, your words are absurd. You wanted me to leave, so I left it. Now you wish for me to return, and you presume I will comply. Do you think you are some kind of unparalleled power that can command my actions? Chapter 77. He must surely be here to beg for mercy. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Lin Lai's face turned a mottled shade of blue and red, rendering him speechless with fury. In Yunhai City, he was a formidable figure, renowned in his own right. Even families whose power surpassed that of the Lin clan would still show him some respect. Whenever he visited other sects, the leaders would also extend him a degree of courtesy. Yet today, someone had the audacity to rebuff him so ruthlessly, and that individual happened to be his own son. How could Lin Lai possibly endure such an affront, although he had come to Yuding City prepared to utter The three elder sisters, who had just subdued their earlier agitation, sprang back to life at the sight of their father's demeanor. Father is right, such an unfilial son deserves a sound reprimand, they exclaimed in unison. There are no parents. Lin Mu, you are a disgrace to filial piety, you should incapacitate him and return the imperial inheritance to Lin Feng. They incessantly added fuel to the fire, urging Lin Lai to take action However, at that moment, Wan Lin stepped forward initially. Upon hearing that someone from Yunhai City had come, he thought it was a fortuitous opportunity to facilitate a reconciliation between Lin Mu and the Lin family. Yet, upon witnessing the current events, he quickly grasped the situation. The Lin family seemed to be utterly deluded, failing to recognize the gravity of the circumstances. Lin Mu had only been cultivating for a year, yet he had already reached the Dao Palace secret realm and had defeated practitioners of the Four Extremities realm with relative ease. He had even compelled powerful individuals from the Transformation Dragon secret realm to bow in submission through various means. All of this indicated that Lin Mu's future was boundless. For such a prodigy, other families would be scrambling to curry favor, doing everything in their power to ensure his return to the fold. Yet, the members of the Lin family continued to underestimate him, believing that a few harsh words would suffice to make him submit. Who among them was truly foolish? Sighing inwardly, Wan Lin thought to himself, indeed. The Lin family of Yunhai City has already produced one Lin Feng with the Star River King body, and now they have another, Lin Mu. If the members of the Lin family were astute and discerning, that would be a true injustice. Do not act recklessly. Upon hearing these words, Lin Lai mistakenly assumed that Wan Lin was advocating for him. After a cold snort, he lifted his head and glared at Lin Mu, saying, See? Even Lord Wan can distinguish right from wrong. You unfilial son, if you do not kneel and apologize, I will have Lord Wan expel you from Yuding City. At that point, you will be nothing more than a stray dog. However, this time, before Lin Mu could respond, Wan Lin bellowed, What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Mu was the honored guest of Yuding City, how could I possibly allow him to leave? He fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Lai and stated firmly, The one who should leave is you. Lin Lai was momentarily taken aback. Lord Wan, what are you saying? Meanwhile, Lin Mu's three sisters were in an uproar. Lord Wan, you must be mistaken. Surely you mean to say that Lin Mu should leave? Observing their foolish antics, Wan Lin felt no sympathy. I did not misspeak. Guards, escort them out. With a dismissive wave, he signaled for the surrounding. It was only then that Lin Lai comprehended the gravity of the situation. Wan Lin truly intended for them to depart. Very well, very well. In his rage, Lin Lai pointed an accusatory finger at Wan Lin. You dare speak to me in such a manner? I shall inform you that my son Lin Feng possesses the Star River King body and has entered the Yaoqi sacred land. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Yet, Wan Lin merely scoffed. The Star River King body? Is that the same Lin Feng who cannot even defeat Lin Mu's newborn daughter? The moment those words left his lips, laughter erupted among the gathered cultivators. The Lord is right, what kind of Star River King body does Lin Feng possess? Clearly, it's a Star River wasteland body, someone jeered. Yet, before the speaker could finish, he trembled, unable to continue. The Star River King body was no ordinary physique, it had birthed true powerhouses. While Lin Feng might not be particularly formidable, the Star River King body was not to be disparaged lightly. Following this incident, the cultivators of the Lord's mansion refrained from further comments, their faces cold as. At this juncture, Lin Mu finally spoke. By the way, in a few days, I intend to return to Yunhai City with Yenner to visit the Qin family. When that time comes, I expect all of you from the Lin family to remain obediently at home. Do not let me catch sight of you, otherwise, do not blame me for showing no mercy. After delivering this ultimatum, Lin Mu ignored them further and began to speak quietly with Wan Lin. Lin Lai's eyes burned with rage.
Unfilial son, do you wish for me to retreat in fear? Do you not recognize me as your family head, your father?
In that moment, Lin Lai completely forgot how he had previously treated Lin Mu. However, his three daughters exchanged knowing glances and moved closer to Lin Lai. Father, it is evident that Lin Mu was merely putting on a brave front. Consider this: why has he suddenly decided to return to Yunhai City and mention the Qin family? Hence he has concocted this excuse. He claims he wishes to visit the Qin family, but he is undoubtedly planning to sneakily come to see you and beg for mercy. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai's spirits soared.
You are absolutely... It must be so. I knew that Lin Mu would not dare to be so disrespectful. The sisters beamed with delight and began clapping their hands. When Lin Mu apologizes, you must punish him properly. Indeed. It would be best if he could also compensate us with some spirit stones, one of them chimed in. After all, our dowries were taken to the Yaoqi sacred land by Lin Feng. It would be just for Lin Mu to pay up and replace our dowries. Lin Lai, though somewhat impatient, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will have a word with Lin Mu when the time comes. Upon returning to Yunhai City, they immediately spread the news. The city was soon abuzz with excitement. What if Lin Mu is coming back? It is rumored that he intends to apologize to Lin Lai and rejoin the Lin family. This notion was not entirely unfounded. Although Lin Mu had recently garnered some fame, he was still without the backing of a family and undoubtedly felt insecure. The residents of Yunhai City had a narrow perspective, completely unaware that Lin Mu had already made a name for himself in the world of cultivation. A mere Lin family was hardly worthy of his consideration. However, the Qin family harbored concerns. Master, if Lin Mu is returning, it is likely that his intentions are not benevolent. Chapter 78. Hand over my in-laws. With a grim expression, Qin Zhong coldly inquired, what do you mean by that? The man offered a bitter smile and shook his head. Master, think carefully. Why would Lin Mu, who was doing just fine, suddenly return to Yunhai City? It is evident that he has stirred up trouble outside, prompting his hasty return to evade disaster. Is it possible that the calamity he has attracted will only implicate the Lin family and not the Qin family? Qin Zhong's expression darkened further at this notion. Initially, he had severed ties with Qin Yan precisely to avoid such repercussions. Later, when Lin Mu and Qin Yan came to his doorstep, he took it upon himself to act as the villain, driving them away, and even forbidding Qin Yan from seeing her parents. When Lin Xiao and the disciples from the Yaoqi sacred land launched an assault on Yuding City, he secretly congratulated himself, feeling fortunate to have preemptively sent Qin Yan away. Otherwise, the forces from Yaoqi would have descended upon Yunhai City. Yet, Yuding City boasted Wan Lin, a renowned celestial great alchemist, someone not to be trifled with, while their own city lacked such a figure. Disaster often befalls the innocent. The more Qin Zhong pondered, the more furious he became, ultimately slamming his palm onto the table. Why on earth is Lin Mu returning? Despite his modest cultivation, the force of his strike shattered the table into splinters. The surrounding members of the Qin clan trembled. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up. Master, perhaps we should take the initiative. This clever individual suggested, you could expel Qin Yan's parents from our family, severing ties with Lin Mu and Qin Yan completely. Should that be the case, even if someone pursues Lin Mu, it would not lead to conflict with us. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong felt a flicker of temptation, though hesitation lingered. Is that wise? What if Lin Mu, in a fit of rage, comes to our doorstep to confront us? Although Qin Zhong could not discern Lin Mu's potential, he was no fool. In his view, even if Lin Mu were not a match for Yaoqi sacred land or other enemies, he, a mere member of the Qin family, could not possibly obstruct Lin Mu. The clever individual laughed heartily. Why do you worry so, master? Does Lin Mu dare to strike against us? Even if he wished to, Qin Yan would surely not allow it. His tone turned mischievous. A gentleman may be Although Qin Yan is not a man, she harbors feelings for the Qin family. Even if we act ruthlessly, she would still show us some consideration. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Zhong's eyes brightened. You make a valid point. Summon Qin Yan's parents at once and expel them from the estate. With this command, none dared to oppose him. That very night, Qin Yan's parents were cast out of the estate. Qin Yan's mother seethed with indignation, yet she refrained from venting her frustration at the Qin residents, muttering curses at Lin Mu under her breath. Why, after marrying Yenner, does this rascal not remain peacefully outside, but insists on returning to Yunhai City? Now look where it has landed us. Qin Yan's father glanced at his wife, shaking his head in resignation. Your reasoning is flawed. Lin Mu is originally from Yunhai City, his return is entirely justifiable.
How can you claim he is at fault? As for our expulsion, he scoffed.
Is it not the Qin family's cowardice and fear of trouble that led to this? When Yenner first revealed her Taiyin sacred body, how did Qin Zhong treat us? He practically offered us his main residence, inviting us to live within.
Yet after Yenner went to the Yaoqi sacred land, during our time in the estate, not a soul dared to frown upon us.
But now?
Qin Yan's father grew increasingly agitated, ultimately turning to the gates of the Qin residence, cursing loudly, a bunch of sycophants. At this juncture, it was Qin Yan's mother who found herself comforting her husband.
Enough, old man. We should find a place to stay. After a few words of persuasion, Qin Yan's father managed to suppress his anger. You are right. By the way, I heard Yenner has given birth to a granddaughter. We must prepare some gifts for our meeting. Remember to take some spirit stones and visit the marketplace tomorrow. Days later, Lin Mu, accompanied by Qin Yan, journeyed toward Yunhai City, with a few followers trailing behind. Master Lin.
They proposed a collaboration to dominate the Divine Bridge pill market. However, Lin had treated Lin Mu exceptionally well, and Lin Mu had no intention of unjustly sidelining him. Thus, he had always responded unfavorably to these overtures. In Yuding City, these individuals could not afford to act too brazenly, yet upon Lin Mu's departure from the city, they seemed to perceive a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and rushed forth. Should you collaborate with us, the market for the Divine Bridge pill would expand significantly, benefiting you as well.
Lin Mu regarded the woman, shaking his head. I have already conveyed my decision. I will not change my mind. I have matters to attend to, so please leave at once. After dismissing the woman, other alchemical families' cultivators began to stir restlessly. Lin Mu, exasperated, returned to Qin Yan's side and set up a formation to obscure their view. Those cultivators are drawn to you because they perceive your immense potential and wish to curry favor. Before I fell under the curse, the members of the Qin family and the disciples from the Yaoqi sacred land treated me similarly. Lin Mu, noticing her mood, promptly embraced her. Do not worry, my dear. Upon our return to Yunhai City, we shall retrieve your parents, sparing them further distress at the hands of the Qin family. Once I attain another breakthrough, I shall storm Yaoqi and bring your master along as well. How does that sound? Qin Yan's heart swelled with joy, yet she spoke earnestly. Husband, I know you care for me deeply. However, do not rush into these matters. The Yaoqi sacred land is not as simple as it appears. Without absolute certainty, one must not lightly provoke them. Lin Mu understood that Qin Yan was looking out for him and refrained from arguing. He chuckled softly. Then let us first retrieve your parents. Surely, the Qin family lacks significant resources. As they neared the outskirts of Yunhai City, Lin Mu, without waiting to enter, bellowed, Qin Zhong, hand over my in-laws. His voice echoed throughout the city. Qin Zhong's expression instantly darkened. What audacity Lin Mu possesses! While he indeed wished to part ways with Qin Yan's parents, Lin Mu's thunderous demand left him feeling immensely embarrassed. Chapter 7. Qin Zhong trembled with rage, his anger propelling him to rise and burst through the roof, soaring into the sky. He then directed a furious shout towards Lin Mu in the distance. How dare you be so disrespectful? Lin Mu, however, paid no heed to Qin Zhong's indignation. Instead, he turned to glance at Qin Yan. Once he was certain that she bore no anger, he shifted his gaze back to Qin Zhong. Disrespectful, etiquette is only for those deserving. As for the sycophants who prey upon the weak and trample the lowly, I shall not bother with such niceties, for they can only comprehend the strength of others. Qin Zhong, seething with rage, attempted to retort, but upon reflection, he found himself at a loss for words. In a fit of frustration, he declared, I will never surrender Qin Yan's parents to you. He intended to leverage the safety of Qin Yan's parents as a bargaining chip against Lin Mu, yet he grossly underestimated Lin Mu's prowess. Upon hearing his words, Lin Mu's eyes turned icy. It appears I must converse with you in a language you can comprehend. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged towards Qin Zhong, not even bothering to summon the void giant sword. Lin Mu's true cultivation realm was, in fact, the four extreme secret realm. In Yunhai City, he was not merely formidable, he was invincible. A mere Qin Zhong was hardly worth his concern. Yet, upon witnessing this, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Qin Zhong's eyes. This brat is truly overestimating himself. If he were to wield the Emperor's legacy, I might have to regard him with some caution. But he dares to charge straight at me. That is sheer folly. Do you truly believe that the incident of slaying the elder of Yaoqi before me could intimidate me? Lin Mu, without that legacy, you are nothing but a waste. In an instant, the spiritual energy within Qin Zhong surged forth. The debris from the roof he had shattered earlier seemed to rise and scatter away as if propelled by an unseen force. Meanwhile, news had spread throughout Yunhai City. Skilled cultivators swiftly made their way to the rooftop, while the common folk flocked to the taverns and inns to witness the commotion from a distance.
Lin Mu's audacity was remarkable. He dared to confront the head of the Qin family without relying on that so-called legacy. Among the onlookers, Qin's father and mother clasped their hands tightly, their eyes fixed anxiously on Lin Mu. Alas, is our son-in-law truly lacking in judgment? He possesses the emperor's legacy. Why does he not utilize it? Surely, he cannot genuinely believe he can defeat the family head solely with his own strength. Qin father stamped his foot in agitation. Qin mother was equally distressed. Her anxiety rendered her speechless. Unbeknownst to them, someone nearby had overheard their words and suddenly had a spark of realization, approaching them. Are you the parents of Qin Yan? Qin father and mother were too preoccupied to respond, their gazes locked on the unfolding scene. Seeing their reaction, the newcomer confirmed their identities with excitement. Please, do not be alarmed, Master Lin Mu's cultivation is far superior to what you might imagine. A mere Qin Zhong is certainly no match for him. Upon hearing this, Qin father finally turned around. What are you saying? I have seen that young man Lin Mu before. He has been unable to cultivate for the past 30 years, even if he has finally awakened over the past year and achieved several victories, it is all thanks to that legacy. By relying solely on his own cultivation, before Qin father could continue, a resounding crash echoed from behind him. Alarmed, he turned around. Oh no, Lin Mu must have been unable to withstand the family head's might and suffered a grave defeat. However, upon discerning the situation, his jaw dropped, and he remained speechless. What he saw was Lin Mu standing triumphantly atop the Qin residence, completely unscathed, not even a tear in his garments. In stark contrast, the once menacing Qin Zhong lay sprawled on the ground, having created a crater upon impact. Qin father swallowed hard and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. So, Lin Mu can possess such power without relying on the emperor's legacy. How has he achieved this? The onlookers from the Lin family stood in stunned silence, for they were the ones most familiar with Qin Zhong's strength. Now witnessing his swift defeat, their shock ran deeper. The Lin family fell into a hushed stillness. Even Lin Mu's three sisters hesitated to make a sound. Many began to ponder, had Lin Lai not allowed Lin Mu to escape back then, the Lin family would undoubtedly have dominated Yunhai City by now. At this moment, Lin Mu suddenly shifted, gently descending to the ground, his gaze fixed upon the prostrate Qin Zhong. Blood pooled from Qin Zhong's mouth, and upon seeing Lin Mu approach, he became frantic. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Lin Mu regarded his comical distress with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Yenner still harbors fond memories. Should I take your life, she may feign indifference, but her heart would surely ache. Qin Zhong finally exhaled in relief. Lin Mu landed beside him and inquired, hand over Yenner's parents at once. Hearing Lin Mu bring up the past, Qin Zhong dared not express any further dissatisfaction. Struggling to rise, he wore a sincere expression. Lin Mu, I truly do not know their whereabouts. Just yesterday, they voluntarily departed from the Qin family. Lin Mu remained motionless, his gaze steady upon Qin Zhong. Although he did not display anger nor summon his spiritual energy, the sheer intensity of his calm stare sent shivers down Qin Zhong's spine. Even the other Qin family members trembled in fear. A young man dashed forward. Lin Mu, our family head is not deceiving you. Qin Yan's parents are indeed not within our residence. With so many voices in agreement, Lin Mu was convinced that Qin Zhong spoke the truth. Nevertheless, his discontent remained. How could Qin Yan's parents have left so abruptly? You must have driven them away. I care not for their current whereabouts. You must respectfully bring them back to me. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Zhong trembled and yelled, what are you all waiting for? He glared furiously at his own kin. Hurry and find them. No, please bring them back. Quickly, the Qin family members dispersed, even bringing along a palanquin. They were resolute in their intention to present Qin Yan's parents with utmost reverence upon finding them die in the distance. Qin Yan's parents were utterly speechless, repeatedly muttering, our son-in-law is truly remarkable? Behind them, a woman chuckled softly at their astonishment. Come now, do not be dazed, let us go meet Lin Mu. As she spoke, she gestured slightly, lifting the two into the air, heading towards the observers in the city, witnessing someone else daring to soar into the sky, looked on with curiosity. Who is this woman? She does not seem to be from Yunhai City. Suddenly, someone remarked. The crowd turned to look, discovering that the speaker was the most esteemed alchemist in the city. Once he had spoken, others immediately recognized the woman's significance and quickly gathered around. Master, what is the true standing of the Shui family? Chapter 80. Without talent, do not speak of future prospects. The alchemist's rank is merely the 6th tier of the Huang grade. In the esteemed city of Yuding, he is not even worthy of an audience with Wan Lin. Yet here, in Yuding, he is a figure of considerable renown, revered by many as a master. He sighed, you truly lack vision. The Shui family commerce is a well-known entity within the realm of cultivation. They can procure any elixir or alchemical material of which you can conceive. The surrounding cultivators, observing their bewilderment, the master became increasingly displeased. Indeed, you do not comprehend. Reflect carefully. Are alchemical substances and materials so easily obtained, especially the alchemical materials, which are often found in perilous secret realms or hoarded by major sections? The fact that the Shui family can acquire such items indicates they possess either extraordinary connections or have supported numerous formidable beings. Only then did the cultivators come to a sudden realization. Ah, so the Shui family members must be exceedingly powerful. But why have they suddenly appeared in Yunhai City? The master shook his head in response. Perhaps they have come for Lin Mu? After uttering this, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could that be? At that moment, a woman arrived with Qin Yan's parents at the Qin residence. She chirped merrily, "Alchemist Lin, I have brought your parents-in-law." With that, she gently placed the two on the ground. Lin Mu glanced over and offered them a slight smile. "Parents-in-law, Yenner often speaks of returning to visit you. At last, we have the opportunity to meet." Just then, Qin Yan hurriedly descended from the heavens. "Mother," she exclaimed, rushing into their embrace. Qin father and Qin mother were initially bewildered and did not react promptly. However, upon hearing their daughter's voice, they instinctively caught her.
"Yenner, are you well?" Qin Yan radiated happiness, cradling Lin Yi in her arms. "This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events," Qin father remarked. "Yenner, your decision to marry Lin Mu instead of Lin Feng appears to have borne unexpected blessings." Qin Yan, he approached the group and said, "This is not the place for conversation, let us depart from the Qin residence." Qin father and Qin mother readily nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us be on our way." However, they turned to the woman behind them. "Ah, Lin Mu, it was she who brought us here, we must express our gratitude." As they spoke, they prepared to bow in appreciation, but the woman gracefully sidestepped. "Oh, I cannot accept The woman was a merchant who had approached them with the intent of ingratiating herself to facilitate a conversation with Lin Mu. They felt a tinge of disdain towards her. How could such a seemingly elegant and beautiful woman be merely a merchant? At that moment, they overheard distant gasps. "Why is the Shui family's woman bowing and scraping before Lin Mu? Surely, I must be mistaken." They exchanged bewildered glances, but their musings were interrupted by Lin Mu's voice. "Do not even think about the divine bridge pill. I will not collaborate with you, Shui Yan, do not waste your breath." Shui Yan's brows furrowed slightly, revealing her displeasure, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. "Lin Mu, there is no need to speak so definitively. We have ample time ahead of us. I will surely find a way to sway your heart." Lin Mu cast her a sidelong glance, once again activating the system, yet, as with previous attempts, there was no response, indicating that she lacked the potential to become a great emperor. He shook his head with a smile. "With your aptitude, do not speak to me of future prospects." Shui Yan sensed that Lin Mu's words carried deeper meaning, but she refrained from pressing him for clarification. Instead, she coolly replied, "Let us wait and see." In that moment, distant voices erupted in astonishment once more. "So she is Shui Yan, it is said that she is the new generation's." How could such a figure be drawn to Lin Mu and even pursue him to Yunhai City? These whispers reached Qin father and Qin mother, who blinked in disbelief, staring incredulously at Lin Mu. They were utterly astonished, struggling to fathom the events that had just unfolded. The eminent figures of the Shui family sought to curry favor with them to approach Lin Mu. They were rendered speechless. At that moment, Qin Yan handed Lin Yi, who was nestled in her arms, to Lin Yun, who stood behind her. She then grasped her parents' hands. "Father, mother, do not be astonished. You have yet to witness the true extent of my husband's remarkable abilities." Both parents swallowed hard, their throats working as they struggled to process her words. "Yenner, what do you mean? Lin Mu possesses even greater prowess?" Qin Yan nodded slightly but refrained from elaborating. Instead, she turned to Lin Mu and asked, "Husband, shall we visit the Lin family today?" "After all, I have long severed ties with them." Qin Yan sighed softly, knowing she could not sway Lin Mu's decision, but still whispered, "At the very least, allow me to take Yi back for a visit. Regardless of the circumstances, your father should see Lin Lai properly." Lin Mu frowned slightly but ultimately relented for Qin Yan's sake. "Very well." Qin Yan's face lit up with. Meanwhile, the Lin family members, upon seeing Qin Yan's sudden arrival, were drenched in cold sweat. They had witnessed the events that transpired at the Qin residence. "What brings Qin Yan here? Surely she does not seek revenge. We did not treat her kindly when she first married into our Lin family." Many cast wary glances at Lin Mu's three sisters, who had always relished provoking Qin Yan. The three sisters shuddered and quickly sought refuge behind Lin Lai. "Father, you must intercede on our behalf."
Lin Lai trembled at their words, not from fear, but from anger. He believed that if not for the interference of silence, he bellowed, silencing the three sisters before rising to meet Qin Yan, his expression a mixture of emotions.
What is your purpose in coming to the Lin family?
Chapter 81 My Regret. Qin Yan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Lai, her eyes narrowing slightly. In a tone that was almost nonchalant, she remarked, I have brought my daughter back for you to see. Though Qin Yan's intentions were benevolent, her words, upon reaching Lin Lai's ears, felt like nothing short of scorn. To him, it appeared as though she was mocking him outright. What do you mean by showing me your daughter? You are clearly here to deride me. I expelled you from my home, and now you present me with such a remarkable daughter, making me seem utterly blind, am I not? Lin Lai's face was a canvas of fury. It seemed as though the infant cradled in Qin Yan's arms was not his granddaughter but rather a weapon aimed squarely at him. Although Qin Yan possessed a generally good temper, it was not boundless. Moreover, Lin Lai's words were an affront to her daughter as well. Her expression darkened as she coldly declared, since you have no wish to see her, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. However, at that moment, the three daughters hiding behind Lin Lai suddenly leaped forward. They fanned the flames of discord, whispering in Lin Lai's ear. Father, this Qin Yan clearly holds you in contempt.
Are you really going to let her walk away? You ought to detain her and force Lin Mu to return and bow before you an apology. This is a golden opportunity. You must not hesitate.
Upon hearing their words, Lin Lai's resolve wavered. Though Qin Yan had regained her foundational powers, the curse upon her remained unbroken. Her cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the Wheel Return secret realm, unable to ascend to the Dao Palace secret realm. Thus, Lin Lai believed he could still subdue Qin Yan if he chose to act. Qin Yan abruptly halted, turning to glance back at Lin Lai.
Are you truly contemplating an attack against me? He had witnessed Lin Mu defeat Qin Zhong without employing the Void Giant Sword. What if he captured Qin Yan, and instead of submitting, Lin Mu turned against him? That would spell disaster. Noticing Lin Lai's silence, the three daughters began to stir restlessly. Father, you cannot allow a mere word from Qin Yan to instill such fear in you, they exclaimed. If this word spreads, we shall be looked down upon by all. Lin Lai's face flushed with a mixture of anger and embarrassment as he bellowed, silence. The strength of Lin Mu and the demeanor of Qin Yan had not irked him. This little maidservant exemplified the saying that when one ascends, even their pets soar with them. The moment Lin Lai's voice rang out, the three daughters fell silent, paralyzed with fear. They stood there, apprehensively gazing at Lin Lai. He surveyed them with a frown, already harboring discontent. Though he was displeased that Lin Yun had struck his daughter, his thoughts drifted to the prospect that if Lin Mu remained in the Lin family, it would not be just a maidservant who would benefit from his light. Humph, this is all your fault. Yet, they had brought this upon themselves and had no grounds to complain. In a fit of rage, Lin Lai commanded, someone, take them to the confinement chamber and lock them up for a month. The three daughters gasped in horror, pleading for mercy. However, Lin Lai turned a deaf ear, repeatedly gesturing for the servants to take them away. The servants, seeing the situation, dared not protest and proceeded to escort the three daughters away. Once their voices faded, a sense of tranquility settled over Lin Lai, and his simmering anger gradually dissipated, only to be replaced by a profound sense of loss. Had I known this would come to pass, I should never have driven Lin Mu away. Lin Lai lamented, alas, such a talented individual, and I expelled him from my home with my own hands. I regret it. Meanwhile, Qin Yan returned to Lin Mu's side with Lin Yun. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Ah, he too knows regret. Curious, Qin Yan inquired, my dear, let us return to Yuding City. Chapter 82 How many wives does my son-in-law have? On the way back to Yuding City, Qin Yan suddenly grasped Lin Mu's arm. My dear husband, what is the situation with your maid? Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. What are you talking about, my lady? With a sigh, Qin Yan recounted the events that had just transpired, prompting an immediate smile from Lin Mu. Lin Yun is not the same as before. She does not possess a pure spirit physique. In fact, she is capable of cultivation, albeit with mediocre aptitude. She would require substantial resources to make any significant progress. At that time, I was not esteemed, so naturally, she lacked the resources for cultivation. Lin Mu did not finish his sentence, yet Qin Yan grasped his meaning. Regardless of Lin Mu's current status as a distinguished grade A alchemist, there were plenty of alchemists in Yuding City eager to befriend him. Unable to locate Lin Mu, they would naturally seek to befriend Lin Yun instead. These alchemists could easily provide her with pills that would set her on the path of cultivation. That little girl is indeed fortunate, Qin Yan chuckled, covering her mouth. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. That is what she deserves. Had she not left the Lin family with us, she would not have such opportunities.
However, Lin Mu's thoughts shifted as he summoned the system, closely observing Lin Yun from a distance. He harbored lingering doubts about her. She was different from an MO and was not a disciple of the alchemy sect. How could she be casually consuming pills and experiencing natural advancement in her cultivation? Yet, after repeated scrutiny, the system offered no alerts, leaving Lin Mu with no choice but to concede that it was merely a coincidence. This action, however, led to a misunderstanding on Qin Yan's part. Leaning closer to Lin Mu's ear, she whispered with a playful tone, "My dear husband, have you developed feelings for your little maid? After all, I recall you mentioning that although she is your maid, she is considerably younger than you." Having watched her grow up, it is only natural for certain feelings to arise.
Lin Mu quickly waved his hands in protest.
"My lady, please do not speak such nonsense." With a teasing smile, Qin Yan regarded Lin Mu, then shook her head.
"Why must you deceive me?"
Lin Mu felt somewhat helpless yet was also moved. Although the Lin family did not place much value on him, Lin Yan's beauty and figure were undeniably remarkable. Especially since leaving the Lin family, she had blossomed, appearing even more attractive. Clearing his throat, Lin Mu turned away, falling silent. However, Qin Yan, observing closely, had already discerned his feelings.
"Once we return to Yuding City, I shall find an opportunity to speak with her."
Lin Mu's heart soared with joy as he grasped Qin Yan's hand.
"He, my lady, you are truly wonderful." Qin Yan rolled her eyes in exasperation.
At that moment, however, a sudden disturbance arose from the distance. Lin Mu's expression shifted, and he instinctively pushed Qin Yan aside, moving closer to investigate. Nearby, others also took notice of the unfolding scene.
Qin's father and mother appeared anxious. "Yenner, what is happening?" Qin's mother inquired urgently. "Could it be that the Lin family is pursuing us?" Qin's father shot a disapproving glance at his wife.
"That is merely foolish talk. Are you not aware of the Lin family's strength? Lin Lai does not possess the audacity to seek trouble." Initially, Qin's father intended to scold Lin Lai but then recalled that his daughter had married Lin Mu. While the relationship between Lin Mu and Lin Lai seemed strained, it was not his place to speculate on family matters. A few kind words could never go amiss. After clearing his throat a few times, he inquired with concern, "Yenner, could it be that the Yaoqi? I have heard that they brought their entire sect to Yuding City in search of you. Although they were driven away by other forces, we cannot rule out the possibility of them covertly following and striking unexpectedly." To those unaware of the circumstances, Qin's father's worries seemed reasonable.
However, Qin Yan smiled reassuringly.
"Father, you need not fret. With my husband's abilities, unless Lin Qiu personally arrives, he will not face any trouble. The other elders of Yaoqi are powerless against him." Seeing his daughter place such trust in Lin Mu, Qin's father opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Yet, many thoughts raced through his mind. It seemed that Yenner and my son-in-law shared a strong bond, yet love can blind one, and Yenner appears to be utterly infatuated with Lin Mu, to the point of losing her senses. The Yaoqi are not fools. They are well aware of Lin Mu's prowess. If they were to attack, it would surely require Lin Qiu's personal intervention. Sighing internally, he prepared himself. Should Lin Qiu truly arrive, they would need to flee swiftly. But in the next moment, he felt a tremor coursing through him, rendering him nearly immobile. After the disturbance faded, a formidable figure materialized before them, his face twisted with fury, his immense spiritual power nearly freezing the surrounding space. Upon his arrival, he bellowed, "Lin Mu, get out here!"
Fear gripped Qin's father, and he quickly turned to Qin Yan, asking, "Yenner, could this person be some esteemed elder from Yaoqi?"
Having seen Lin Qiu before, he thus, it was understandable why Qin's father would speculate in such a manner. Qin Yan, equally bewildered, shook her head.
"This person is not an elder of Yaoqi. Rather,
if I recall correctly, he should be Su Yu's guardian. But why has he come seeking my husband?"
Qin's father was taken aback and urgently inquired, "Which Su family? Could it be the descendants of?"
She was intrigued by Su Xia's sudden appearance. At that moment, Lin Mu stepped forward to face Su Xia, scrutinizing the fury etched on his face and forming a hypothesis. Nevertheless, he feigned casualness.
"Old Su, why are you so enraged?"
"Indeed, I did impersonate your Su family members in the Miasma Valley, but it did not inflict any loss upon you."
Su Xia glared, his temper flaring. "Do not attempt to distract me with irrelevant matters."
"I could not care less about such trivialities. The descendants of the Void Emperor are numerous, and I am indifferent to whether you impersonated one of them."
He continued, his voice laced with anger, you must confess honestly, does the child in the young lady's womb belong to you or not?
At this revelation, Lin Mu coughed awkwardly a couple of times, failing to provide a direct answer.
He had long anticipated that Suyu would use her seclusion as a pretext to nurture her pregnancy, which would likely not escape the notice of the Su family. Meanwhile, Qin Yan stood frozen in shock. Amir Su Jia was hardly worth Su Xia's ire.at this juncture. Qin's father appeared even more bewildered. What, my son-in-law has gotten a descendant of the Void Emperor pregnant, how many wives does he truly have? Chapter 83.
Then I shall personally pay a visit. As Qin Fu's words hung in the air, no one dared to respond. However, Su Xia was filled with fury.
Lin Mu, you must give me an explanation.
Lin Mu did not reply directly. Instead, he gestured to Qin Yan and the others to wait.
My dear, please wait here for a moment, I need to have a word with her and will return shortly. Without waiting for Qin Yan and the others to speak, he seized Su Xia and soared into the distance. Qin Yan observed the direction in which they had vanished, a flicker of concern crossing her features, yet, she quickly composed herself. When they departed, it was evident that her husband had taken the initiative to fly away. But was her husband's speed not rather astonishing? It did not resemble that of the Dao Palace's secret realm, but rather akin to that of the Four Extremities' secret realm. Prior to being cursed, Qin Yan had also ascended to the Four Extremities realm, hence she was quite familiar with it. Could it be that her husband's true cultivation level was indeed at the Four Extremities? This made sense. No wonder he could defeat the head of the Qin family without tapping into the void inheritance. No wonder he had triumphed over so many formidable opponents. In that moment, Qin Yan's worries dissipated. With her husband's rapid progress in cultivation, even if he were to cause Su's daughter to conceive, Su Xia would surely be reluctant to harm him. Yet, how many more secrets did her husband harbor? Meanwhile, Lin Mu had brought Su Xia to a remote location. Su Xia had also noticed Lin Mu's peculiarity. You rascal, so you are actually at the Four Extremities. Su Xia scrutinized Lin Mu intently but could not discern his true cultivation. Frowning, she remarked, your ability to conceal your strength is indeed impressive. Lin Mu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He possessed no such concealment techniques, it was merely the shackles of the ancient sacred body at work. After his laughter subsided, Lin Mu earnestly inquired, Old Su, how many among the Su family are aware of Suyu's pregnancy? Su Xia sighed. Is this truly your doing? Upon hearing this, Lin Mu hastily asked, so you were trying to deceive me earlier? Su Xia sighed once more. Naturally, in fact, just a few days prior, the entire Su family was made aware of Suyu's pregnancy. The head of the family personally pressed for answers, yet Suyu remained silent. I was merely a bystander at the time, contemplating various possibilities, and ultimately concluded that you were the most suspect, which is why I came to confront you. Who would have thought you would admit it so readily? As Su Xia spoke, her expression was complex, seemingly unable to believe that Suyu would truly bear Lin Mu's child. Only after Lin Mu's admission did she dare to accept it as reality. Lin Mu, observing her reaction, chose not to dwell on Su Xia's attitude. Instead, he pressed on, what is the Su family's current stance on this matter? They wouldn't be pressuring Suyu, would they? Su Xia let out a heavy sigh. Do not be deceived by my cultivation level. Before the head of the family, I am equally powerless. With such a significant issue at hand, what use is it to consult me? Lin Mu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly raising an eyebrow. In that case, I shall accompany you to the Su family and clarify matters. Su Xia's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Mu, you cannot be serious. If you return with me to the Su family, our head will undoubtedly not spare you. Suddenly, Su Xia recalled something and asked with a frown, do you think that just because under ordinary circumstances, your assumption would hold some truth. A top-tier alchemist indeed holds considerable weight. Even the head of a prominent family like the Su would extend him However, the trouble you have stirred is far too great. I am not afraid to tell you that Suyu is the hope of the next generation for the Su family. Many in the family are counting on her to achieve the Tao and become an emperor, restoring the family's former glory. Now that she bears your child, it will undoubtedly affect her cultivation and may even cost her the chance to attain the Tao. How could they possibly let you off the hook? Su Xia had laid bare the Su family's greatest secret to Lin Mu, yet, upon hearing this, Lin Mu remained unfazed. From the moment he encountered Suyu and received the system's notification, he had recognized her exceptional potential for becoming an emperor. It was only natural that the Su family valued her so highly, and nevertheless, Lin Mu maintained his composure, declaring, rest assured, once I meet your family head, he will certainly refrain from taking action against me. He may even treat me as an esteemed guest. Su Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not known that Lin Mu was neither a fool nor a madman, she would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses at that moment. You, a practitioner of the Dao Palace, no, a cultivator at the Four Extremities, might possess an imperial inheritance and be a top-tier alchemist, but you have obliterated the Su family's chance of producing a new emperor. Do you think this matter can be resolved easily? Even if the sect leader does not kill you, he will undoubtedly impose severe punishment. There is no way he would treat you as an esteemed guest. Numerous thoughts raced through Su Xia's mind, and her expression suddenly darkened. Lin Mu, you rascal, you're not thinking of using such words to placate me and then make a run for it, are you? If that is your intent, I advise you against it. Even if you manage to escape from me, the Su family will not let you go. Lin Mu laughed heartily, shaking his head. Old Su, how could you think that of me? If I were to flee, would I not be abandoning Su Yu? I am not that irresponsible a man. Upon hearing this, Su Xia's expression softened considerably. Humph, at least you have some sense of responsibility, then let us return together. Lin Mu's words had finally swayed Su Xia. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, are you not going to contact the Zhou family? After all, they owe you a great debt. If they were to send someone to protect you, this situation might still have a chance of resolution. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu smiled gratefully at Su Xia but replied, no need. I shall manage just fine on my own when I arrive at the Su family. Su Xia furrowed her brow, hesitating. You truly are confident. Well, since you insist, I shan't argue further. Let us depart. At that moment, Lin Mu gestured, I must first return to bid farewell. Su Xia, naturally, had no objections. She led Lin Mu back to the spot from which they had just left. Though Qin Yan was certain that Lin Mu would not encounter any trouble, she could not suppress her anxiety. Understanding a matter in one's mind and feeling untroubled are two entirely different things. Seeing Lin Mu safe and sound, she let out a sigh of relief. My dear, have you clarified matters with old Su? Lin Mu smiled. Indeed, the discussion was satisfactory. However, there is one more matter I must attend to. My dear, I have some matters to discuss with old Su for a few days. You should take your parents back to Yuding City first. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan looked up at Lin Mu. My dear, what do you intend to do? You're not thinking of going to the Su family, are you? Lin Mu nodded. You are indeed perceptive, my dear. You've guessed correctly. Qin Yan intertwined her fingers, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Mu remained silent, patiently waiting. After a long while, Qin Yan sighed. It seems that unless you visit the Su family, this matter cannot be resolved. Then you should go. However, I do have some rapport with Su Yu. Once you arrive at the Su family, you may ask her for assistance. Qin Yan still regarded Su Yu as a man at this point. Lin Mu coughed a few times, responding vaguely, I understand. Chapter 84. You are truly seeking your doom. As Lin Mu was on the verge of departure, Father Qin could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Yenner, are you truly allowing Lin Mu to leave just? What if he goes to the Su family and the patriarch turns against him? What then? Qin Yan, although initially apprehensive, replied earnestly after hearing her father's words, Father, rest assured. I have faith in him. Seeing the expression on his daughter's face, Father Qin suddenly burst into laughter. It seems, Yenner, that your bond with your husband is indeed exceptional. At that moment, Mother Qin joined in the conversation. Unfamiliar with the true power of the Su family, she was not overly concerned. Oh, old man, isn't that stating the obvious? If Yenner had a poor relationship with our son-in-law, would she have been able to bear a daughter so soon? Qin Yan's face instantly flushed crimson. Mother! What are you saying? Mother Qin shook her head. Now that you are a mother yourself, why still feel shy? However, she did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she took Lin Yi into her arms, casting a glance at her granddaughter. Curiously, she inquired, I have heard that this child possesses a body of the Taiyin, but is also affected by the curse upon you. Yenner, tell me, what exactly is going on? At this, Father Qin quietly edged closer, eager to understand. While it is common for the strong in this world to have their descendants inherit their physique, such inheritance rarely occurs directly between parents and children. It often skips generations, and naturally, the longevity of powerful beings means that whether it is the son who inherits or a descendant many generations later, it ultimately matters little. Over the years, nearly all humans carry within them some essence of ancient formidable beings. Thus, it is not uncommon for ordinary families to occasionally have someone awaken a unique physique, as is likely the case with Qin Yan and Lin Feng. However, the specific ancestor from whom they inherited their strength has become entirely untraceable. Yet, Lin Yi's situation is indeed quite rare. Mother Qin sighed, if only this child were not entangled by the curse, everything would be well. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan hesitated. After a moment, she extended her hand to set up a formation to shield their conversation from the outside world. Then, she whispered to her parents, Father, Mother, the so-called curse on Yi is merely a ruse to deceive outsiders. The curse she bears is minimal, and my husband is a master alchemist of the highest caliber. If we wish to remove this curse, it is not particularly difficult. We simply fear that drawing attention would attract ill-intentioned individuals who might covet this child, which is why we chose to remain discreet.
Upon hearing this, Mother Qin's face brightened with joy.
That is splendid news.
How wonderful! She began to playfully tease Linny in her arms. However, Father Qin felt a chill run down his spine. So my granddaughter is not truly cursed, then surely she will become a remarkable talent in the future. Although Lin Mu possesses an ordinary physique, he has enabled our daughter to inherit Yenner's unique traits. Such fortune truly defies the heavens. Meanwhile, after Su Xia led Lin Mu away, she summoned a ripple of... Standing beside the ripple, Su Xia gazed at Lin Mu with a bemused smile.
So, how is it, do you dare to enter?
Lin Mu chuckled lightly.
What is there to fear? He stepped forward and immediately felt a powerful pull emanating from the ripple. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a desolate wasteland, surveying the barren expanse. Lin Mu understood that he was not far from the Su family's stronghold. Frowning, he turned to Su Xia, who followed closely behind. You dwell in such a place? It was not surprising that Lin Mu asked this, for although he had not even from a distance, he could sense the celestial aura emanating from their protective formations, and now, however, the surroundings of the Su family's lair prompted Lin Mu to roll his eyes. You should be more preoccupied with your own affairs, follow me. She beckoned Lin Mu to proceed deeper into the wilderness. After walking for a while, Lin Mu began to sense the rationale behind the Su family's choice of this location. The space here appeared particularly unstable, hinting at the bloodline of their Void Emperor that seemed to possess spatial abilities. Clearly, their selection of this site was intentional. As Lin Mu pondered this, Su Xia suddenly halted. We've arrived. Lin Mu raised his gaze to behold an unremarkable mountain peak before him. Yet, from within the mountain, he could detect an unusual sensation, as even the shackles of his ancient sacred body trembled slightly. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke in a low voice, Your ancestor isn't buried here, is he? Su Xia shot him a peculiar glance. How could that be? Our ancestor is interred within the void. Why would I share that with you? She quickly shook her head, feeling somewhat helpless. She had almost revealed the Su family's secrets. Not daring to elaborate further, Su Xia led Lin Mu up the mountain. As they entered, Lin Mu immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy surge, indicating that the Su family had no inclination towards self-deprivation. They had barely taken a few steps when several young individuals obstructed their path. Elder, you have returned. Who is this young man accompanying you? They scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe, a hint of admiration in their eyes. His cultivation is merely at the Dao Palace realm, yet you personally brought him here. Could he possibly be a long-lost relative of the Su family? The young individuals exchanged glances, a peculiar grin forming on their faces. Or perhaps he is I am not that kind of person. Pointing to Lin Mu, she hesitated before adding, Never mind, I will first take him to meet the family head. The young individuals shared a glance but refrained from pursuing the subject further. However, their curiosity remained insatiable as they trailed behind Su Xia and Lin Mu toward the family head's residence atop the mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Su Xia took a deep breath. Family head, I have brought Lin Mu. He is the one I mentioned to you. Upon hearing this, the younger members were even more perplexed. Why is Su Xia introducing this young man to the family head? Is he not her illegitimate? Just then, a furious roar echoed from the mountaintop. Ah, Lin Mu, you truly dare to come here, you are indeed seeking your own demise. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared before Lin. Chapter 85 of The Worthy Son-in-Law, We have waited for you with great suffering. Su Xia was taken aback. Although he harbored some discontent towards Lin Mu, he did not wish for his family head to take such drastic measures as to kill him outright. He hastily implored, Family head, please show mercy. The young onlookers gasped in shock. The family head had not intervened for many years. What could have prompted such an action now? It was not only them. The head of the Su family, filled with resentment, had made quite a scene. Other members of the Su clan, having received the news, rushed over in haste. In mere moments, the area was illuminated by countless ripples as figures emerged from within. What was the family head attempting to do? To strike at a young man was truly an act of bullying. Was this not somewhat disgraceful? Yet, some murmured, that lad seems somewhat familiar. Is he not Lin Mu? The other clan members quickly turned to look. Lin Mu? Who is that? Before the explanation could be elaborated, the family head's large hand had already reached Lin Mu's neck. Lin Mu's expression shifted, and his spiritual energy surged. Behind him, the shadow of a colossal sword faintly emerged. However, inexplicably, as soon as the shadow appeared, the surroundings trembled. The family head instantly withdrew his hand, gazing at Lin Mu with confusion. The Four Extremes secret realm? He then expressed a sentiment akin to Su Xia's.
Your hidden strength is indeed remarkable. Yet soon, his expression darkened.
But regardless of your background, you must not ruin Su Yu's future.
Though his words were somewhat ambiguous, the Su clan members instantly grasped his meaning.
What? He is the one who made Su Yu pregnant, how audacious.
This man deserved death. Even those young individuals who had previously held a favorable opinion of Lin Mu were now enraged.
So he is that scoundrel. Had we known, we should have dealt with him decisively earlier.
However, one slightly more rational individual whispered, but the family had just mentioned he is a powerful figure of the Four Extremes secret realm.
We may not be his match. What are you afraid of?
The others shook their heads in indignation.
If we all join forces, we can surely handle him. As the members of their clan descended into chaos, the family head's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "Silence."
The Su clan members shuddered and fell silent.
The family head nodded in satisfaction and then turned his icy gaze towards Lin Mu. Do you have any last words?
Lin Mu, unfazed, retorted, "Su Hai, you are quite lacking in manners.
You have yet to even introduce yourself."
A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the family head's eyes. Lin Mu's words completely disregarded his authority, even treating him as an equal. How could he tolerate such an affront? The other Su clan members glared at him in anger, yet they dared not voice their grievances, having been warned by the family head. Nevertheless, in their hearts, they cursed Lin Mu profusely.
Su Xia grew increasingly anxious. This is bad. It's one thing for Lin Mu to be arrogant before others, but how dare he act this way in front of the family head? He wished to speak a few kind words on Lin Mu's. Since you inquire about my name, I shall enlighten you. Consider it a favor, so you may understand your situation. I am Su Fei, the 30th generation head of the Su clan. Do you remember this? After asking this, Su Fei's anger seemed to dissipate. However, those familiar with him understood that this indicated he had developed a murderous intent. Lin Mu smiled. I shall remember that. A family head, may we speak privately? I have matters to discuss regarding Su Yu's pregnancy. Su Fei furrowed his brow and coldly scoffed. You are being cryptic. This young man possessed a legacy left by his ancestors, and it was said that he was a heavenly great alchemist. With both of these attributes concentrated in him, perhaps he did indeed harbor some secrets? Su Fei pondered for a moment before sneering, then come with me. The two entered the mountain peak behind them. The remaining members of the Su clan silently observed their retreating figures. Once the two had completed, he has committed such a grave sin, and not only does he refuse to bow his head in repentance, but he also dares to address the family head directly by name, truly seeking death. The other clan members quickly. The family head will undoubtedly kill him. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding Su Yu's fate. She herself may be fine, but what would become of the child within her? Even if I wished to seek aid from the Zhou family, it would now be too late. Upon entering the mountain peak, Su Fei led Lin Mu directly to the highest point. He then stood with his hands clasped behind his back and inquired, "What exactly do you wish to say?" Lin Mu chuckled lightly, not answering the question but instead countering, "Su family head, why are you so angry with me? Is it merely because I delayed Su Yu's cultivation?" Su Fei felt his blood surge in anger. Isn't that reason enough for my ire? Observing his reaction, Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. One man's misfortune may well be another's fortune. This world had no such analogy, and Su Fei, suppressing his rage, frowned. What exactly do you mean to convey? Lin Mu first explained the story before continuing. How could the child in Su Yu's womb be a boon for the Su clan? Lin Mu raised his head defiantly. Because that child will be born of Su Yu and me. Thus, I possess this confidence. As he spoke, Lin Mu focused his mind and summoned the system. He glanced at the remaining 6 shackles on his ancient sacred body, then gathered all his spiritual energy to shake the shackles. Su Fei initially erupted in fury, but soon, he sensed an inexplicable aura. He froze, staring at Lin Mu in disbelief. Why, you possess a special physique? Though 6 shackles remained unbroken, under Lin Mu's full effort, a trace of aura still emerged. However, this aura was incredibly faint. Even Su Fei, with his vast experience, could not ascertain its nature. Su Fei leaned closer to Lin Mu, scrutinizing him as if attempting to pierce through all his secrets. He inquired, "What precisely is this physique of yours?" Lin Mu did not respond directly but calmly replied, "I cannot disclose that to the Su family head. You only need to know that the child we conceive will undoubtedly be an extraordinary talent, perhaps even surpassing the previous generations of this, naturally, would be a tremendous boon for your Su clan." Su Fei fell silent in an instant. After a long pause, he burst into laughter. "Worthy son-in-law, we have awaited you with great suffering.
At the foot of the mountain, the Su clan members who had been angrily cursing Lin Mu looked up in bewilderment.
What on earth is the family head saying? Chapter 86.
What, are you suggesting that a paragon of the Su clan should become a concubine? The members of the Su clan suddenly raised their heads, fixating intently on the mountain peak where the clan leader stood, utterly perplexed by the meaning. Could it be that another family-esque prodigy had unexpectedly arrived? If someone had indeed entered, shouldn't we be aware of it? Many elders furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Only Su Xia raised her head, trembling as she spoke. Could it be that Lin Mu truly persuaded the clan leader to betroth Su Yu to him? Though her voice was barely above a whisper, the cultivators present possessed formidable cultivation levels. In particular, the nearby elders, sharp of hearing and sight, turned to Su Xia with cold laughter upon catching her words. Su Xia, what do you mean by that? Have you been wandering outside for too long, causing your mind to become muddled? Lin Mu has secretly caused Su Yu to become pregnant. He is our clan's enemy. How could the clan leader possibly accept him? Moreover, this fellow is merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly be worthy of Su Yu? All the elders shook their heads dismissively, even those who had a good relationship with Su Xia sighed in agreement. Su Xia, I understand your role as Su Yu's protector, which makes your expectations understandable. However, Su Yu has indeed made a grave mistake this time. The clan leader would never consider Lin Mu favorably. At that moment, laughter echoed from the mountain's peak, emanating from Su Fei. Good, my esteemed son-in-law, you have spoken most eloquently. This is indeed the truth. The crowd grew increasingly curious. So, it turns out someone had indeed sneaked in. They were convinced that the esteemed son-in-law Su Fei mentioned could not possibly be Lin Mu, thus naturally assuming it must be someone else. Yet, the cultivation level of this person must be quite formidable. However, would such a figure truly be willing to marry Su Yu? Regardless, Lin Mu was undoubtedly doomed. The clan leader would not spare his life. They began to murmur amongst themselves. After a brief discussion, they noticed two figures descending the mountain. They hurriedly looked over, only to realize that the foremost figure was indeed. However, behind Su Fei stood no unfamiliar person. It was still Lin Mu, who had entered the mountain alongside Su Fei. Several elders exchanged glances before swiftly flying over to stand before Su Fei. Clan leader, they first bowed respectfully, then urgently inquired, where is the son-in-law you just recognized? Su Fei pointed at Lin Mu behind him and said, did you not see? This Lin Mu is the esteemed son-in-law I have acknowledged. Upon hearing this, the elders blinked in disbelief, almost convinced they had misheard. The Su clan members in the distance were equally stunned. What is happening here? Su Fei, noticing their peculiar reactions, seemed to sense something was off. However, recalling Lin Mu's request for confidentiality regarding his unique constitution, Su Fei refrained from revealing the truth. Instead, he merely said, what, are you opposed to this matter? The crowd shuddered in alarm, hastily replying. How could we dare to oppose the clan leader's decision? Since you have spoken thus, they appeared as though they had ingested poison, casting strange glances at Lin Mu. After a lengthy silence, they finally sighed and lowered their heads. Very well, we shall meet the son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu stepped aside slightly. Wait. The crowd looked up in confusion. Wait for what? Lin Mu glanced at Su Fei and solemnly stated, I already have a wife, thus I cannot marry Su Yu. If she wishes to enter my household, she can only be a concubine. What? The eyes of the crowd turned crimson. You wish for our Su clan's prodigy to become a concubine? Are you seeking death? This is an utter disregard for our Su clan. If this news were to spread, would our clan not become a laughingstock? Even Su Xia was infuriated. Lin Mu, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Fei, whose face had been filled with mirth, darkened once more. Lin Mu, what do you mean by that? Surely you do not think I would hesitate to kill you. A fierce killing intent once again enveloped Lin Mu. Yet, Lin Mu remained unfazed. Void sword technique. In an instant, a colossal sword of the void manifested behind him, exuding a powerful aura. The surrounding Su clan members began to regain their composure. However, the elders continued to glare at him with hostility. Ignoring their glares, Lin Mu fixed his gaze directly on Su Fei. Clan leader Su, do you truly disagree with my proposition? Various emotions flickered in Su Fei's eyes. There was killing intent, but also a hint of apprehension. Lin Mu was shrouded in too many secrets. Initially merely the unremarkable eldest son of the Lin family, he had unexpectedly begun to cultivate. Now, it appeared he possessed a unique constitution. Su Fei recalled Lin Mu's inexplicable acquisition of the void sword technique and his sudden display of alchemical talent. The Could it be that Lin Mu had gained the favor of a powerful figure, only to remain dormant for years until recently? That made sense. If he lacked confidence, how could he dare to propose that a paragon of our Su clan become his concubine? If I were to reject him, would I not risk provoking the formidable entity behind him? After mulling this over for a while, Su Fei let out a sigh. Very well, let Su Yu become your concubine. The moment these words were spoken, a profound silence fell over the assembly. No one uttered a word. However, this silence was deafening. The questions swirling in the hearts of the Su clan members nearly erupted. The elders exchanged frantic glances, some even covertly scrutinizing Su Fei, fearing he had fallen under Lin Mu's illusion and become his puppet. Yet, just as this thought crossed their minds, they found themselves bitterly smiling. If Lin Mu possessed such abilities to manipulate our clan leader with mere cultivation at the Four Extremities secret realm, then allowing Su Yu to become his concubine would be of little consequence. After entertaining such thoughts, they sighed in resignation, no longer daring to look towards Su Fei. Su Fei, unaware of their thoughts, could only guess at their sentiments. With a shift in his gaze, he waved to Lin Mu. You may go and meet Su Yu. I have other urgent matters to discuss with the clan elders. Lin Mu nodded indifferently and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back to inquire. Where is Su Yu at present? Su Fei, seeing him turn back, initially thought he had something significant to say. Instead, Lin Mu merely asked this question, leaving him somewhat speechless. He casually called over a young clansman. You, take Lin Mu to her. After dispatching Lin Mu, he turned to the gathered elders and said, I understand that you are perplexed. However, I must inform you that the clan leader's decision is not without reason. As he spoke, Su Fei raised his hand, summoning a formation that enveloped the surroundings, isolating the hearing of other clan members. The clansmen, unable to hear the details, were practically, What is this all about? The clan leader ought to let us in on it. Chapter 87. What constitutes an authentic inheritance? The members of the Su clan stood outside the formation, their gazes fixed intently upon the elders within, longing to infiltrate and eavesdrop. Alas, Su Fei's cultivation level far surpassed theirs, rendering any formations he established impenetrable. Thus, no matter how hard they strained, not a whisper reached their ears, nor could they discern the movements of lips within. Many turned instead to cast glances at Lin Mu, who appeared unperturbed in the distance, their expressions a mixture of confusion and ire. What words did this young man utter to deceive our clan leader? Surely, he must be a master of deceit, and our leader, having never encountered a charlatan, fell victim to his ruse. A few brash youths, disregarding Su Fei's earlier admonitions, if Lin Mu merely sought to marry Su Yu, they might have tolerated it. However, to allow their clan's prodigy to become a concubine was utterly beyond their threshold of acceptance. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, turning to regard them with a smile. Do you genuinely believe that I could outreach your clan leader, or are you merely using this as an excuse to confront me? The leader gritted his teeth, exclaiming, with such sharp wit, You are indeed a fraud, let us act swiftly and subdue him. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated, fear creeping in. Although they were incensed with Lin Mu, they had no desire to engage him physically. For should Su Fei sense the commotion and emerge to investigate, they would certainly face dire consequences. Yet, seeing their comrade charge at Lin Mu, they had no choice but to steel themselves and follow suit. Wait, 14th brother. Lin Mu cast a glance and burst into laughter. It appeared that all the Su clan's magical artifacts were fashioned in the shape of swords, clearly an attempt to emulate their ancestors' Void Greatsword. Alas, your swords are mere fakes. With a mighty shout, he summoned the Void Greatsword once more, this time without holding back. Su Fei had already grasped the true extent of his power, and there was no need for further concealment. Lin Mu fully mobilized his spiritual energy, his well-trained arms emitting a hazy glow. In the next moment, the colossal sword swept through the air, shattering the Su clan's swords into fragments before advancing upon the youths. It was only when the great sword hovered mere inches from their chests that Lin Mu finally halted. The youths stood frozen, breath caught in their throats. How could you be so formidable? Lin Mu's prowess was indeed extraordinary, and the strength of his Void Greatsword suggested he had advanced to the second level of the ancestral inheritance. The inexplicable manner in which he had inherited such a legacy seemed to indicate a fateful connection with the Su. If he were to formally marry Su Yu, it would be of little concern. Yet why must he insist on making her a concubine? The Su clan members were utterly exasperated, many of them pulling at their hair and beating their chests, clearly on the verge of a break. Lin Mu observed the scene with a smile, remaining silent. At that moment, Su Fei concluded his discussions with the elders and raised his hand to dissolve the formation, only to witness the unfolding spectacle outside. What is happening here? The Su clan members felt a pang of fear at his words. They had acted against clan rules by attacking Lin Mu while Su Fei was occupied, and if he chose to investigate, they would certainly face confinement. However, before they could respond, Lin Mu burst into laughter. Clan leader Su, I was merely engaging in a friendly spar with your clan's younger generation. There is no cause for a moment's contemplation illuminated the situation. Since Lin Mu did not pursue the matter and even deflected blame from his clan members, Su Fei refrained from further comment, yet, a flicker of wariness ignited within him. I initially presumed Lin Mu, possessing a unique constitution in our ancestors' inheritance, would be arrogant and overbearing. His insistence that you were become his concubine seemed to confirm this notion. However, judging by his current words, he clearly understood how to win hearts, proving he was not a reckless individual. This young man is indeed quite remarkable. Maintaining his composure, Su Fei gestured for the others to withdraw before addressing Su Xia. Take Lin Mu to meet Su Yuda. I must report this matter to the elders. He had long heard of the formidable sects and families within the cultivation world, each possessing their own profound heritage, referring to those who had reached the immortal platform's secret realm. The elders Su Fei mentioned were likely such figures. Lin Mu was eager to accompany Su Fei and witness the might of the immortal platform experts, yet, he paused, recalling how long it had been since he had seen Su Yu and feeling a twinge of longing. There is plenty of time ahead. Regardless, when I take Su Yu with me, those old-timers will undoubtedly make an appearance as well. There is no rush. With this thought, Lin Mu said nothing further and followed Su Xia as they walked away. After traversing several hundred paces, Su Xia hesitated before finally speaking.
Lin Mu, so you possess a unique constitution, why have you never revealed it before?
Lin Mu, he regarded Su Xia with a knowing smile.
Are you truly curious?
Upon hearing this, Su Xia's mind raced with countless thoughts. If Lin Mu spoke thus, perhaps there was indeed a powerful entity shielding him? If I were to pry further into this matter, I might entangle myself in causality. Thus, Su Xia quickly cleared his throat. I was merely asking casually, you need not feel obliged to answer. Yet, he soon added with a hint of The two walked for quite some time within the Su clan's mountainous territory, when Lin Mu suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned to Su Xia and inquired, has your mountain gate undergone any alterations?
It seems far larger than it appears.
It was not surprising that Lin Mu posed this question. Their cultivations far exceeded that of ordinary mortals, and even without rushing, their normal pace was several times. Having walked for so long without leaving the mountain was indeed peculiar. Su Xia nodded. You have keen eyes. Our Su clan's mountain gate has been arranged with a special formation, making it 100 times larger than it appears. Just then, Su Xia pointed towards a distant cave.
Su Yu is inside.
You may go to her on your own. I shall not accompany you further. Chapter 88. Have you truly persuaded the patriarch? Lin Mu felt a twinge of curiosity. Since your Su family has imprisoned Su Yu, if you do not take me there, do you expect me to enter on my own? Upon hearing this, Su Xia regarded Lin Mu with newfound respect. Indeed, your intellect is commendable. You have considered that aspect. However, he soon shook his head. Yet you are aware of only one facet, while remaining oblivious to another. The entire cave is indeed ensconced with restrictions, but these barriers they bear no effect on outsiders. Hence, I truly cannot accompany you inside. Otherwise, I would also be unable to escape. Lin Mu nodded silently, his mind sharpened and focused, intently observing the cave.
It seemed he was attempting to discern the nature of the restrictions. Su Xia, witnessing this, revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes and remarked, Lin Mu, what are you attempting to do?
I must inform you, although these restrictions were set by the patriarch, they were inherited from our ancestors. While you are indeed formidable, it is entirely impossible for you to see through them. Nonetheless, Lin Mu remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the cave's entrance. Su Xia felt a pang of anxiety. Lin Mu, you haven't truly discerned something, have you? If it were anyone else, Su Xia would never entertain such thoughts. Yet Lin Mu had astonished him time and again, leaving him no choice but to ponder further. Just as Su Xia was about to alert the patriarch, Lin Mu finally spoke.
The restrictions are indeed formidable. I cannot see through them. Su Xia then exhaled in relief. I told you so. Very well, hurry and enter. After watching Lin Mu step into the cave, Su Xia suddenly realized that beads of sweat had formed on his brow.
It had been quite some time since he had broken a sweat since embarking on his cultivation journey. This clearly illustrated just how anxious he had been. This lad Lin Mu was exerting such immense pressure on me. Su Xia chuckled wryly. Truly, the youth are to be feared. Meanwhile, as Lin Mu entered the cave, he deliberately slowed his pace. Indeed, at the very moment he passed through the entrance, a system notification abruptly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have encountered the formation left behind by the Void Emperor. The requirements to unlock the third layer of the Void Giant Sword have changed. Ding! Task triggered, the host and Su Yu's son, due to the conflict between the host must marry Su Yu within 10 days. Task reward stabilization of the fetus's body. System upgrade. Upon system upgrade, the host can break through the restrictions and secrets left by the Emperor. failure penalty, a deprivation of all cultivation levels and inheritance, followed by transportation to the Yaoqi sacred land. Lin Mu listened to the series of notifications ringing in his ears, his brow furrowing slightly. In truth, while beside Su Xia earlier, he had not been investigating the restrictions left by the Void Emperor. Rather, he had sought to utilize the system to observe Su Yu's condition, ideally probing into the fetus within her womb. Yet, the system, typically infallible, was unexpectedly unable to breach the restrictions, and did not display Su Yu's condition. Lin Mu, sensing this, harbored some doubts, which led to his prolonged silence, causing Su Xia to misinterpret his intentions. However, upon truly entering the cave, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. So, it was merely that the system lacked sufficient power and had been suppressed by the Emperor. Nevertheless, it made sense. The ancient sacred body it initially rewarded him was but a flawed version, burdened with 9 shackles. No wonder it could not see through the Emperor's contingencies. After a brief chuckle, Lin Mu chose not to dwell on it further. At this point, Su Fei had already agreed to his union with Su Yu, solidifying the matter. This task was exceedingly simple to fulfill, thus Lin Mu felt no urgency. Yet he smiled as he ventured deeper into the cave. After taking a few steps, he heard Su Yu sigh. Patriarch, are you here to persuade me again? I assure you, my resolve is firm. I am determined to bring this child into the world. Lin Mu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotion and intentionally lowered his voice, mimicking Su Fei's tone. How could this be acceptable? My family's prodigy must not bear a child for Lin Mu. Although Lin Mu deliberately altered his voice, Su Yu discerned the dissonance. Wait a moment, I have never claimed that the child in my womb belongs to Lin Mu. Moreover, this voice sounds somewhat familiar, not at all like the patriarch's. She turned in surprise, her eyes widening at the sight of Lin Mu not far away, hastily rubbing her eyes. Surely, I am not dreaming. Lin Mu, what brings you here? Yet, following her initial delight, Su Yu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Were you captured by the patriarch? Are you unharmed? She hurriedly rose to examine Lin Mu's condition. Lin Mu waved his hand with a smile, reassuring her. Rest assured, I came of my own accord. Su Yu paused for a moment, then began to understand. Su Xia informed you, didn't he? Oh. What are you doing here? Are you not afraid that our patriarch might turn against you in a fit of rage? Despite her words, the joy in Su Yu's eyes was unmistakable. Lin Mu stepped closer, guiding Su Yu back to the stone bed while gently caressing her belly. He softly spoke, as soon as I heard you were confined by the Su family. Moreover, rest assured, I have already spoken with your clan leader. He will not oppose our union, and has even consented to your marriage into my family. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face instantly displayed an expression of disbelief. Lin Mu, you aren't just trying to placate me with empty words, are you? When has our patriarch ever been so accommodating? Lin Mu offered no elaborate explanation, merely stating that is naturally because I presented him with an irresistible proposition. What? Su Yu did not grasp the meaning of this statement and instinctively pressed for clarification. However, Lin Mu coughed a few times and refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he assisted Su Yu to her feet. We should head outside first. Su Yu shook her head with a bitter smile. I cannot leave, the restrictions around this cave are set by our ancestors. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. It was Su Fei. After reporting to the clan's elder, he had finally remembered the matter of the restrictions. A massive hand suddenly appeared in mid-air, forming several seals above the cave. Yet even a formidable being from the dragon transformation secret realm could not discern the precise pattern of the seals. With a thunderous roar, the cave's walls trembled slightly. The entire cave began to shake. Clearly on the verge of collapse, Lin Mu hurriedly took Su Yu and broke through the cave, ascending into the air. Lin Mu leaned closer to Su Yu, whispering with a chuckle. See, I did not deceive you, did I? Your patriarch has truly agreed to our affair. Otherwise, why would he take the initiative to lift these restrictions? Su Yu pressed her lips together, struggling to suppress the shock and confusion swelling within her. What exactly did Lin Mu say to the patriarch that compelled him to make such a significant concession? Being of the Su family, she was most attuned to Su Fei's character. She understood well that if Lin Mu were merely to offer some benefits or attempt to leverage the Zhou family against Su Fei, it would yield no results whatsoever. While Su Yu was deep in thought, Su Fei's voice resonated again from the air. Bring Lin Mu over. The elders wish to meet him. Chapter 89. Have I made things difficult for him? What is the matter? Upon hearing these words, Su Yu finally felt a sense of relief. Since Su Fei had said so, it was evident that he had completely approved of her relationship with Lin Mu. She cast a peculiar glance at Lin Mu and quickly inquired, what exactly did you discuss with the family head? Lin Mu smiled without responding. Noticing this, Su Yu did not press further, but a glimmer of trust appeared in her eyes. Leaning against Lin Mu, her pregnancy evident, she guided him through the mountains towards an inconspicuous peak in the distance. Not far from the cave, Su Xia stood on the ground. Seeing Suyu leave with Lin Mu, he stamped his foot in frustration. They say a son forgets his mother once he has a wife, and it seems the same applies to daughters. Suyu has completely forgotten about me since she has Lin Mu. However, he was mistaken about Suyu's intentions. In truth, Lin Mu had not conveyed anything to Suyu, and Su Xia was merely outside the cave. At that moment, Suyu was entirely focused on Lin Mu, busy taking him to meet the Grand Elder, and had not paid any attention to her surroundings, thus overlooking Su Xia completely. As for the Su clan members, upon hearing the distant rumbling, they immediately realized that the family head had lifted the restrictions on Suyu's confinement. Many young faces displayed expressions of disappointment. It seemed the family head was serious. Were the proud descendants of the Su clan truly to leave with that Lin Mu fellow, and perhaps even become his concubine? Their emotions were quite complex. However, it wasn't too long before someone happened to glance up and saw Suyu, her belly pronounced, happily holding Lin Mu's hand as they walked, which shattered their composure even further. At that moment, even the middle-aged members of the Su clan sighed in despair. This is utterly outrageous. The family head has truly disgraced our Su clan. Nevertheless, the elders of the Su clan remained silent, their gazes fixed. There was no trace of the sacred body about him. Could it be that the family head had made a mistake? That seemed impossible. Lin Mu could not deceive the family head. This suggested that a formidable power was at play, concealing Lin Mu's true nature. No wonder the family had agreed to Lin Mu's request to have Suyu as a concubine. The elders, who were privy to more information, held back their objections. Upon arriving at the peak, Lin Mu immediately sensed something was amiss. After surveying his surroundings, a peculiar feeling arose within him, as if many eyes were watching him from the shadows. At that moment, bursts of laughter echoed around them. This kid has a keen sense. Indeed, there is a hint of the sacred body's aura. Lin Mu's heart raced. He had never claimed to possess the ancient sacred body. Could it be that someone had seen through the concealment of his true nature? If so, the hidden powers around him were rather formidable. The Su clan's foundation was indeed profound. Simultaneously, Lin Mu began to understand why Qin Yan had always advised him against directly seeking trouble with the Yaoqi Sacred Lands Foundation, while perhaps not as deep as the Su clans, was likely not far behind. If he were to confront them head-on, he might indeed suffer a setback. As he pondered this, several ripples of space appeared, and several elders emerged. Su Fei obediently followed one elder, who seemed to hold the highest status among them. After the elder spoke, it confirmed Lin Mu's suspicions. I am the former patriarch of the Su clan, the elder said calmly. If you wish to make Suyu your concubine, it is not impossible, but I have my conditions. Before Lin Mu could respond, Su Fei whispered, Elder, why the sudden change of heart? The elder turned and shot Su Fei a glance, causing him to promptly shut his mouth as if his throat had been seized. The elder then continued, I wonder if you, Lin Mu, are capable of fulfilling my request? Lin Mu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the elder's abrupt demand, as it seemed to lack integrity. However, he refrained from confronting the elder directly. With patience, he replied, that would depend on what your request entails. If you expect me to pluck stars from the sky, that would certainly be beyond my capabilities. The elder scoffed. Plucking stars? Even our ancestors required considerable effort to achieve such feats. Naturally, you would be unable to accomplish them. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu was taken aback. Could it be that an emperor-level being could truly pluck stars? During the first 30 years of his journey in this world, he had been unable to cultivate and had explored other avenues, attempting to devise technological means to alter the world. Though all his efforts had ultimately ended in failure, he gradually realized that the stars in this realm were not unlike those from his previous life. Each planet was a vast celestial body far removed from the others. If emperor-level beings could achieve such feats, then their strength was indeed formidable. Yet, Lin Mu soon found himself smiling slyly. If that were the case, did it mean that Qin Yan, and Mo, and Suyu, those close to him, had the potential to become emperors? That would be splendid news. Elation surged within Lin Mu as a smile graced his face. The elder, observing this, couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was this young man smiling about? Nevertheless, maintaining his composure, he merely stated, I shall not require you to pluck stars, but rather to concoct a pill for me. Are you capable of that? Having regained his composure, Lin Mu furrowed his brow and asked, what kind of pill? He was acutely aware that the elder's cultivation was, if it were a common pill, the elder would have sought someone else to refine it. A strange smile appeared in the elder's eyes. This pill, of course, is the longevity pill. Even if Lin Mu was a heavenly great alchemist, he would be unable to refine it. The other grand elders also furrowed their brows. They had anticipated the elder would put Lin Mu through. Every cultivator longs for longevity, but unless one ascends to the emperor level and embarks on the path to immortality, no matter how powerful one might be, death remains inevitable. The longevity pill could extend a cultivator's life, albeit by only 1 year per pill. However, for a true powerhouse, that single year could hold immense significance. Moreover, the Su clan's unique bloodline possessed special longevity techniques.
An elder stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. Elder, are you deliberately making things difficult for Lin Mu?
The elder, upon hearing this, surprisingly burst into laughter. Your circumstances are unique, and it would be inappropriate for us to publicly disclose your situation. Thus, to outsiders, you appear to be a mere Dao Palace realm cultivator, yet you have managed to make our clan's pride a concubine. If this news were to spread, how could our Su clan face the world again? However, if you can refine this longevity pill, it would be an entirely different matter.
Chapter 90.
The longevity pill. Upon the utterance of these words, Su Fei narrowed his eyes and fell silent. The other esteemed elders also remained tight-lipped. However, their gazes were all fixated upon Lin Mu. Although the words of the Grand Elder were spoken on a whim, they echoed the sentiments harbored in the hearts of the assembly. Of the longevity pill, while merely a 9th-tier celestial-grade elixir, was nearly impossible for an ordinary celestial-grade alchemist to concoct. After all, any potion capable of extending one's lifespan was exceedingly defiant against the natural order. In this world, the most equitable aspect is the span of life. Once one's lifespan is even the legendary emperors could only rely on the elixirs of immortality to experience a second life. Yet, when that second life's duration is depleted, they too vanish. Could Lin Mu truly refine this longevity pill? Even if he could, it would likely be several centuries hence. By then, his legitimate wife would have long passed away, rendering any concerns about concubines moot. Regardless of how extraordinary a talent one may be, time ultimately prevails. Such thoughts flickered through the minds of the elders, gradually easing their spirits. While the Grand Elder was indeed putting this young man to the test, it was, even if Lin Mu were to feel vexed, he would ultimately come to terms with the situation. It was likely that he would outright reject the request and then retreat into seclusion for a century before returning to the Su clan. Yet, contrary to their expectations, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Mu smiled and raised his head, saying, "Very well, I accept your challenge." A glimmer of light flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes.
What does this mean, Lin Mu? The other esteemed elders furrowed their brows even tighter, utterly perplexed by Lin Mu's intentions. At this juncture, Su Fei, the current head of the clan, could only let out a resigned sigh. Did he truly think he had discerned Lin Mu's thoughts? Lin Mu, why must you take this path? Do you intend to undertake this task and devote all your energy to concocting the longevity pill, so you can soon take Suyu away? Su Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This line of thinking is a complete waste of time. The longevity pill is not only difficult to concoct, but the materials required are also exceedingly hard to procure. You would be better off returning to focus on your cultivation. Surely you do not misunderstand the Grand Elder's intentions. Su Fei's voice grew anxious as he directly revealed the Grand Elder's underlying meaning. He was merely embarrassed and intended to postpone matters for several decades, or even a century or two. Why rush? However, Lin Mu merely shook his head calmly. He was well aware of the Grand Elder's thoughts, yet his system could not afford to wait that long. The enmity between himself and the sacred land of Yaozi was too profound. Should he lose his cultivation and be sent to the gates of Yaozi, the outcome would be dire. Moreover, he had no intention of waiting that long. A trace of pride surfaced on Lin Mu's face. Thank you for your reminder, Clan Head Su, but rest assured, I speak with conviction. He pulled Suyu into his embrace and addressed the Grand Elder. Humph, this young man truly speaks with arrogance. Although he had been in seclusion, the Su clan was well established, and he was already aware of Lin Mu's demonstrated prowess. Thus, the Grand Elder understood that Lin Mu was indeed a celestial-grade alchemist. But what tier of celestial-grade alchemist is he? First tier, second tier? To think he could craft the longevity pill is pure folly. The other esteemed elders nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing their skepticism. They were utterly oblivious to their own limitation. In an instant, an intangible pressure enveloped Lin Mu and Suyu, making it difficult for them to breathe. The elders' cultivation levels were exceedingly high, having reached a realm where their mere presence could instill fear without a word. And when they truly became incensed, their might was even more formidable. Suyu felt both joy and concern in her heart. She leaned closer to Lin Mu and whispered, "I know you are eager to take me away, but the situation is beyond our control. Why must you seek unnecessary hardship? The Grand Elder and the others are proud individuals, and they are deliberately making things difficult for you. You should leave. Do not worry, the clan head and the others will not harm me. In a few decades, when we have both reached the dragon transformation realm, the esteemed elders will no longer say anything." Upon hearing Suyu's words, Lin Mu turned to her with a smile and said earnestly, "That will not do. My nature is such that I do not wait for a millennium, I seize the day. As for the esteemed elders' difficulties, I have never taken them to heart. 10 days is all I need." Grasping Suyu's hand with one hand while placing the other behind his back, he stood tall and gazed at the esteemed elders. "You may Indeed, Lin Mu's demeanor was extraordinary. He reminds me of my younger self.
The Grand Elderess' expression, however, turned sour. What if you fail to refine the lunge?
Should you fail to succeed, I will not let you off lightly.
Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Su Fei could only stomp his foot in frustration.
Lin Mu, why must you be so obstinate?
Now you have provoked the Grand Elder, prepare for the consequences in 10 days. Yet Lin Mu merely smiled slightly.
Clan head, do you imply that you doubt my ability to succeed?
Su Fei in his view, Lin Mu intends to start from scratch to research the longevity pill, and 10 days is certainly insufficient. The only way he could succeed in such a short time is if he had previously if he truly possessed such capability, he would have long been renowned in the cultivation world, rather than having only recently emerged into the limelight. It should be noted that the longevity pill is coveted not solely by the esteemed elders of the Su clan. Any formidable being within the cultivation realm who has reached a certain level considers it a special trump card.
I hardly know what to say about you. Su Fei thought, seething with anger, feeling that Lin Mu was nothing more than a braggart. As for Su Yu, who stood beside Lin Mu, she held deep trust in him, yet, she too felt a lack of certainty. As a prodigy of the Su clan, she was acutely aware of the immense value of the longevity pill. Lin Mu, are you truly confident, or do you plan to employ a delaying tactic to deceive the Grand Elder and seize the opportunity to take me away?
I must warn you, the Grand Elder and the others possess not only high realms but also an unparalleled mastery of the void. Even if you escape into the Starry Sea, they will undoubtedly discover you.
Lin Mu gently patted Su Yu's shoulder. Do not worry, I will not undertake anything without assurance.
After reassuring Su Yu, he turned to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I can refine the longevity. I kindly request that you provide me with a longevity pill so that I may study it. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly.
Oh, are you implying that you wish to outmaneuver me? Should I refuse to provide you with this longevity pill, will you use this as an excuse to shift the blame for your inability to refine it onto me? Let me make this clear. If you think you can play clever games in front of me, you are sorely mistaken.
With that, the Grand Elder waved his hand casually, and a pill radiating a greenish light materialized abruptly before Lin Mu. Chapter 91. A lack of awareness of one's own limitations. Is this the longevity pill? Su Yu inhaled sharply, her gaze fixed upon the elixir before Lin Mu. This heavenly grade, 9th tier pill was something she had merely heard of before. She had never laid eyes on it, and it was not just Su Yu. The other esteemed elders also exhibited a flicker of fervor upon seeing the pill, though they quickly suppressed it. Despite their lofty realms, their own supply of longevity pills was scant, and they could hardly afford to waste one merely to spar with Lin Mu. It was only due to their status as high elders, capable of traversing the cosmos. Many elders sighed internally, their hearts heavy with concern, and given that the Grand Elder had resorted to such measures, it was evident he was genuinely enraged. Should Lin Mu fail to successfully concoct the pill in 10 days, the repercussions would be dire. When they turned their gaze back to Lin Mu, sympathy flickered in their eyes. The lad was indeed unfortunate to encounter the Grand Elder at his most serious. Alas, could one lay the blame solely at his feet? Had he not been so stubborn, the situation might have been different. Lin Mu, sensing the weight of their gazes, remained unperturbed. He addressed Su Yu, saying, You should remain with the Su clan for another 10 days. After that, I shall pay you a visit.
That is unnecessary.
Before Su Yu could respond, the Grand Elder interjected decisively. In 10 days, I shall accompany Su Yu, along with several. Should he falter, the news would undoubtedly ripple through the cultivation world, transforming him into a subject of mockery. Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically, panic overtaking her. Grand Elder, I shall inform Lord Wan in advance to prepare for your esteemed arrival. After speaking, he turned and departed, his demeanor devoid of any hint of anxiety. His composure left many of the high elders baffled. From whence did Lin Mu derive such confidence? Wait, did he just mention Lord Wan? Could it be that he intends to enlist Wan Lin's assistance in concocting the longevity pill? That may not be feasible. Although Wan Lin was indeed a celestial-grade alchemist, he lacked the requisite prowess for such a task. If Lin Mu was truly banking on that, he would be sorely disappointed, not merely disappointed, but courting disaster. The Grand Elder was genuinely incensed this time. If Lin Mu were to boast without justification, the consequences could be dire. While his transgressions may not warrant death, escape from punishment would be impossible. The esteemed elders exchanged hushed whispers, swiftly reaching a consensus. Lin Mu had enjoyed an uncharacteristically smooth journey over the past year, which had emboldened him to act recklessly. This time, he would.
After parting from the high elders, Su Fei furrowed his brow and hurried after Lin Mu. Lin Mu, do you truly have confidence, or are you merely employing a delaying tactic?
You cannot genuinely believe that the Grand Elder will simply smile and let you off the hook at that time. Lin Mu turned to Su Fei, saying, "Why would you think that, Su Clan leader?
I am not one to place my safety in the hands of others." Su Fei retorted coldly, "Oh, are you not ashamed of your words? When the Yaoqi sacred land made such a grand appearance in Jade Cauldron City, had it not been for..." However, Lin Mu remained unfazed. "Your reasoning is flawed, Su Clan leader. The very fact that I dared to provoke the Yaoqi sacred land indicates my confidence in dealing with them, even without your assistance." Lin Mu's unwavering confidence left him at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, Su Fei sighed, "Ultimately, this matter is one you have undertaken. When the Grand Elder arrives in 10 days, should you fail to deliver, do not blame others." Lin Mu nodded. "That is only natural." Su Fei furrowed his brow, refraining from further comment. He waved his hand, creating a ripple in the air. "I shall escort you back to Jade Cauldron City. May you find fortune in your endeavors." Lin Mu offered him a faint smile before stepping into the ripple. An overwhelming force enveloped him, as though attempting to crush him, yet, in the next moment, he found himself standing just outside Jade Cauldron City. The Su clan's bloodline legacy was indeed convenient. Lin Mu chuckled to himself. As he made his way toward the city, he mused, "If my child with Su Yu could inherit such talent, it would be splendid." Qin Yan and the others had already returned to the city, and Wan Lin was aware of the earlier events. Upon hearing that Lin Mu had returned, he hurriedly sought him out. "Lin Mu, why did the Su clan suddenly summon you?" Wan Lin's tone held a hint of curiosity, mixed with a... He and Lin Mu shared a close bond and had aided him on several occasions. Therefore, when Qin Yan recounted the situation, she had not concealed any details. Wan Lin was undoubtedly intrigued to learn of Lin Mu's... Seeing Wan Lin's reaction, Lin Mu smiled and said, "What else could it be for? Naturally, we were discussing a union. I have already agreed to take that woman as my concubine. Lord Wan, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance." Since when had the Su clan become so accommodating? Noticing Wan Lin's silence, Lin Mu waved his hand before him. "Lord Wan, did you hear my words?" Wan Lin snapped back to reality. "Ah, I did hear. What do you need assistance with?" A smile graced Lin Mu's face. "In 10 days, the Su clan will be visiting Jade Cauldron City, and I would like to request your help in enhancing the city's presentation." Wan Lin waved his hand dismissively. "That is a trivial matter. Jade Cauldron City is not lacking in cultivators or spiritual stones. Even if the entire city were to undergo renovation, it would be inconsequential." Wan Lin expressed his astonishment. "I never imagined, Lin Mu, that you..." "I will also need to prepare a betrothal gift for the Su clan." Wan Lin raised an eyebrow. "What are you saying, Lin Mu?" Yet, Lin Mu refrained from elaborating further, instead stating, "Lord Wan, there is one more matter. Please summon the representatives of the Shui clan. I wish to engage in a transaction with them." Chapter 92. A spectacle awaits. The Water clan's merchants. This is quite manageable. Wan Lin nodded lightly, not giving the matter much thought. However, a few days later, he gradually began to realize the implications. Could it be that Lin Mu truly intends to concoct the longevity pill? It turned out that after Lin Mu's departure, the Grand Elder, growing increasingly the moment it was revealed that the Su clan's prodigy was to take Lin Mu as a concubine, the cultivation world erupted in uproar. Wan Lin may have wished to remain oblivious, but that was simply impossible. What exactly does Lin Mu intend to accomplish? Wan Lin furrowed his brows in contemplation, utterly perplexed by Lin Mu's intentions. He held a deep trust in Lin Mu, yet he was equally aware of the formidable challenges associated with concocting. Lin Mu's alchemical prowess was undoubtedly not yet at such a lofty level. What could he possibly be planning? Meanwhile, Wan Lin was merely speculating, while those factions harboring enmity towards Lin Mu had already begun to celebrate. "Ha, Lin Mu has truly invited his own demise." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Xiu's eyes. Even if the Su clan refrained from directly eliminating Lin Mu, they would certainly sever ties with him. At that point, we would not need to hesitate in dealing with Lin Mu. Although Lin Xiu had recently resolved to patiently await Lin Mu's arrival to meet his demise, upon hearing this news, he had a change of heart. "Summon the elders of our sect. I shall lead them to Yuding City personally. Once the Su clan withdraws their protection of Lin Mu, we shall strike swiftly." The elders of the Yaoqi sect exhibited a variety of expressions upon hearing his command. One elder ventured, "Sect master, is this not somewhat capricious? Did you not previously order us to wait quietly for Lin Mu to deliver himself to us?" They had suffered considerable losses at Lin Mu's hands and were, in truth, somewhat fearful. Lin Xiu discerned their thoughts with a mere glance. He snorted coldly, "Have you not heard the saying, this moment is different from that moment? My mind is made up. Anyone unwilling to go may remain in the sect." With that, those who still opposed him would be deemed utterly lacking in insight. Thus, the elders all nodded in agreement. What are you saying, sect master? We shall certainly accompany you to Yuding City. Satisfied, Lin Qiu nodded. At least you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in Yunhai City, Lin Feng, being of the Star River royal body, swiftly recuperated within a matter of days. Upon hearing of the developments, he was positively elated. Father, look, Lin Mu is indeed courting death. If he were to remain in our Lin family, we would undoubtedly be implicated. So, do not harbor any regrets. Lin Feng fervently urged Lin Lai. Ever since Lin Mu's departure, Lin Lai had remained outwardly stoic, yet inwardly, he harbored a twinge of regret, especially upon hearing that Lin Mu had the audacity to seek a Su clan woman as a concubine. This regret deepened considerably. Lin Lai squinted, remaining silent for a long while, before finally sighing. You do have a point. So, Fonger, what do you plan to do next? What to do? Lin Feng's I can seize this opportunity to curry favor with him and return to Yaoqi. Lin Lai nodded in approval. Excellent, off you go, I shall not accompany you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression became slightly awkward. Father, I failed to subdue Lin Mu last time, which has caused me to lose face within the sect. If I return like this, I fear they will hold me accountable. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Lai furrowed his brow. Displeased by the inquiry, Lin Feng quickly responded, I wish to request some spirit stones from you, father, to help me smooth over relations with. When you joined Yaoqi, you already took your 3 sisters' dowries. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of discontent, yet, he quickly composed himself and said, Father, I am not trying to pressure you. Without these spirit stones, it will be difficult for me to establish myself in the sect. At that moment, his 3 sisters entered. Having heard the news, their animosity towards Lin Mu had reached a boiling point. They gritted their teeth and said, Father, our Lin family can only rely on Lin Feng now. Even if we have to sell everything we own, we must fully support him. Indeed, Lin Mu is a treacherous wolf. Even if he survives this ordeal, he will bring us no benefit. You must find a way to provide Lin Feng with some spirit stones. Seeing that his 3 daughters and his only remaining son were all urging him to part with spirit stones, Lin Lai could only relent. I shall sell all the treasured magical items and spirit herbs we have collected over the years to procure some spirit stones for him. Lin Feng rejoiced, Father, if you can do this, it would be splendid. Once I return to the Yaoqi sacred ground, I will devote myself to cultivation, striving to ascend to the rank of emperor as soon as possible. At that time, the entire starry sky will sing your praises, Father. Upon hearing this, Lin Lai's heart ignited with fervor. He looked skyward, the night enveloping them, and gazed at the vast expanse of stars. With a solemn nod, he declared, Good, I shall await your good news. Simultaneously, in Yuding City, Lin Mu echoed similar sentiments. Although the materials for the longevity pill are exceedingly precious, with the resources of my water clan, we can certainly gather a few sets. However, she swiftly changed her tone and gazed earnestly at Lin Mu. But Lin Mu, can you truly concoct this longevity pill? If you lack confidence, I have ways to assist you. Lin Mu, intrigued, feigned curiosity and inquired, What do you mean by that? Shuiyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with mirth as she replied, My water clan. Lin Mu, have you heard the tale of crossing the sea with deception? Lin Mu instantly comprehended her meaning. Are you suggesting that the alchemist you employ could craft the longevity pill on my behalf, and I would then pass it off? What do you think of this plan? Lin Mu sneered inwardly. Even if this scheme were to succeed, the water clan would possess a hold over him. Wouldn't they then be able to blackmail me in the future? Shuiyan's intentions were hardly pure. Maintaining his composure, Lin Mu shook his head. That is unnecessary. Since I have dared to boast, I naturally possess the confidence. I appreciate your good intentions. Upon hearing this Lin Mu truly lacked gratitude. I extend my hand to assist him, and yet he refuses my offer. Humph, I shall see how he navigates this obstacle. Shuiyan's smile grew wider, but it was laced with derision. She said with a chuckle, Then let us consider it a moment of my folly. The materials for alchemy will be sent to you first thing tomorrow. In a few days, I shall eagerly await the spectacle. Chapter 93. The celestial fragrance canopy envelopes the city. It is said that today the esteemed elder of the Su clan is to grace this place with his presence. Such powerful beings from the secret realm of the celestial platform are indeed a rare sight to behold. We must extend our gratitude to Lin Mu. For what should we thank him? After today, he shall become the subject of ridicule. A chorus of discussions echoed from all directions. The entire Jade Cauldron city was engulfed in a tumultuous uproar. On the streets, the clamor was even more pronounced. In the past few days,
Wan Lin had mobilized the cultivators, expanding Jade Cauldron's. Yet, even so, the influx of cultivators arriving upon hearing the news rendered the city utterly congested. Whether the Su clan played a role in facilitating the transportation of distant cultivators remains uncertain. At a nearby tavern, Lin Xiu listened to the mockery directed at Lin Mu from the other cultivators, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Good, it seems Lin Mu's arrogance has stirred the ire of many. Does he truly believe he can concoct the longevity elixir with his meager skills? What a farce, however. Before he could finish speaking, an elderly man behind him softly interjected, Lin Xiu, there is no— It is best to see the truth with one's own eyes. Lin Xiu's heart sank, and he promptly replied, Master, I understand. It turned out this elder was none other than the former sect leader of the Yaoqi sacred land, a formidable figure nearly on par with the esteemed elders of the Su clan. The elder slightly nodded, then furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the city lord's manor. If Lin Mu truly manages to concoct the longevity elixir, I shall have to re-evaluate my opinion of him. At that moment, a sudden and intense fluctuation rippled through the sky. The cultivators in Jade Cauldron City, who had been engaged in conversation, felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they were being targeted by an ancient beast, rendering them almost immobile.
Many trembled and queried, what is happening? Could it be that the Yaoqi sacred land has brought their sect here again?
Those nearby quickly shook their heads.
That cannot be. The pressure I felt then was nowhere near as intense as this.
The cultivators within the city were gripped by inexplicable dread, resorting to aimless chatter to alleviate their growing anxiety. This primal terror left them unable to think clearly, reduced to uttering nonsensical remarks. Meanwhile, the impact on Lin Xiu and his companions within the tavern was minimal. Despite the other cultivators, from patrons to waitstaff, sitting frozen in place, drenched in sweat, they still retained the ability to move freely.
Lin Xiu cautiously glanced at his master and inquired, could it be that the Su clan has arrived?
His master nodded slightly. Indeed, however, a hint of a smile appeared in his master's eyes. It seems that old relic from the Su clan. Observing his master still capable of jesting at this moment, Lin Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, prior to this expedition, his master had received the news and decided to accompany them. Otherwise, with such a commotion stirred up by the Su clan, I would have felt quite unsettled. If that elder from the Su clan were to lash out at all the cultivators in the city, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Lin Xiu himself was precisely the type of person. The last time he visited Jade Cauldron City, he had threatened to eliminate all the cultivators and alchemists within. Hence, he projected his own fears onto the Su clan's esteemed elders, believing them to be equally ruthless. Simultaneously, the fluctuations in the air intensified until they surpassed a critical threshold. Then, dozens of figures materialized out of the clouds. The crowd looked up, perceiving that although these individuals appeared diminutive, the pressure they emanated was rivaled only. These must be the esteemed elders of the Su clan. The strength of these cultivators from the celestial platform's secret realm is truly astounding. I am witnessing a sight beyond my imagination. At this level, one cannot assess strength merely by appearance. Each of these celestial platform cultivators could, with the slightest gesture, reshape mountains and seas akin to ancient beasts. As the crowd marveled, the Su clan's elder and his companions exchanged pleased glances. Though they stood high above, detached from the realm of ordinary cultivators, they were not indifferent to the opinions of outsiders.
It seems there are indeed many astute individuals in the cultivation world lately. Only that Lin Mu, he remains utterly oblivious, the elder remarked blandly. He then turned to Su Fei and directly inquired, I have heard that the Shui clan has summoned a top-tier alchemist. I am aware of your little schemes. In one of the formations within the city, Shui Yan stood behind an elderly woman. Upon hearing the elder's words, the old woman revealed a hint of a wry smile. Yenner, did I not tell you? Your petty schemes cannot escape the eyes of the Su clan.
It turned out that after Shui Yan returned, she had concocted another plan. She had discreetly brought along her own alchemist to lurk within Jade Cauldron City. In her mind, if Lin Mu were to falter and fail to concoct the longevity elixir, she would not only enjoy the spectacle but could also have the old woman step in to produce the elixir, thereby granting Lin Mu a graceful exit. In the end, she could witness the commotion while also securing a favor from Lin Mu. Truly a win-win situation. However, she had not anticipated that the elder of the Su clan would expose her intentions so swiftly. Shui Yan sighed, the Su clan's individuals are unexpectedly formidable. It seems Lin Mu is truly destined for a significant setback this time. The old woman shook her head. The ancestor of the Su clan is the Void Emperor, their lineage. Now, cease your fixation on Lin Mu and come with me to pay respects to the elder. Shui Yan's exquisite face flushed slightly. Who says I am fixated on Lin Mu? I merely wish to witness the spectacle. After speaking, she obediently. Upon encountering the elder, he regarded the two with a slight nod, acknowledging their presence in return. He then turned his gaze back to Jade Cauldron City, his eyes pausing momentarily on the tavern where Lin Xiao and the others were located. It seems there is a formidable presence here. Oh, likely just here to enjoy the spectacle. The elder's gaze shifted past the tavern and landed on the city lord's manor. He had already sensed Lin Mu's aura within. Taking a deep breath, the elder called out loudly, "Lin Mu, where is the longevity elixir you have concocted?" His voice echoed throughout the city. All the cultivators within felt a tremor in their hearts, recognizing the fury in the elder's tone. Lin Mu had certainly stumbled upon a formidable challenge this time. Within the city lord's manor, Wan Lin was drenched in sweat, fretting, "Oh dear, what shall we do now?" He frequently glanced towards the alchemy chamber behind him, considering whether to rush in. However, before he could take any action, an extraordinary fragrance suddenly enveloped the entire city lord's manor, and soon the entirety of Jade Cauldron City. Almost simultaneously, countless the Su Clan's members, already airborne, found themselves encircled by these ominous clouds. As flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, the faces of the Su Clan members were revealed. Yet, who, after today, does not recognize Lin Mu? It is not only the Grand Elder but all those in the city who have caught a whiff of this extraordinary fragrance, turning in bewilderment, their gazes fixed intently upon the direction of the Lord's manor. What is the origin of this aroma? It is said to herald the birth of the longevity pill. Lin Mu has actually managed to concoct the longevity pill. Numerous individuals inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Lin Mu possessed such remarkable abilities. Alas, I once thought I had overestimated Lin Mu, yet in hindsight, I realize I still underestimated him. Within the Lord's manor, Wan Lin, being, how on earth has Lin Mu achieved this? Unlike other cultivators or lower-tier alchemists, Wan Lin is an established master alchemist, advancing steadily through sheer effort. A saying rings true of the more as one ascends in cultivation, the reality of the vastness beyond becomes clearer, revealing that there are always those greater than oneself. At Wan Lin's level, he is acutely aware that each small step forward in the how many top-tier pills must one refine to elevate their alchemical proficiency by a mere tier, enabling the production of pills of the next grade. Yet Lin Mu, who typically keeps a low profile, has astonishingly managed to directly concoct a 9th-grade longevity pill. Wan Lin exhaled deeply. I in the future, who would dare to belittle Lin Mu in the cultivation community? In the courtyard, Xin Yan gazed at the distant lord's manor, secretly relieved. Although Lin Mu had refrained from revealing the truth, while she had always placed immense trust in Lin Mu, she had felt somewhat uncertain prior to his successful pill crafting. However, now she felt utterly at ease. The secrets her husband harbored were truly numerous. Xin Yan had closely followed Lin Mu and was well aware that he had only begun cultivating after their wedding night. It was only a few days post-wedding that he embarked on the study of alchemy. She was even convinced that there were no formidable figures assisting him in the shadows. A sparkle filled Xin Yan's eyes, her heart stirred. Could it be that her husband's earlier words were not mere fabrications? Is it possible that he truly can attain the status of a great emperor and even embark on the path to immortality, ultimately achieving eternal life? At that moment, their daughter in Xin Yan's arms suddenly began to fuss. It turned out that the little one was displeased due to her mother's lack of attention. Xin Yan quickly lowered her head, cradling Lin Yi against her chest, positioning her to face the Lord's manor. At just over a month old, if she were an ordinary infant, her weak torso would prevent such handling. However, Lin Yi was no ordinary child, so it mattered not. Xin Yan gently squeezed Lin Yi's tiny hand, pointing toward the Lord's manor, saying, "Look, Daddy is busy concocting pills over there." Lin Yi either comprehended or not. Far behind them, an Mo stood in bewilderment, unable to articulate her thoughts. Their alchemy sect was the epitome of drug enthusiasts, and they had long revered the longevity pill. Thus, an Mo understood all too well the high value of an alchemist capable of crafting such a pill. Suddenly, an Mo blushed with embarrassment. It seems my initial choice was indeed correct. Meanwhile, Xin's parents appeared utterly perplexed. What is happening here? Where is this fragrance emanating from? Why have they fallen silent again? Amidst the calamity clouds, the Grand Elder fixated intently on the Lord's manor, his eyes filled with astonishment and he could hardly believe it. Lin Mu possesses such capabilities. At this moment, the tribulation for the longevity pill finally descended. However, like other pill tribulations, this one resembled a celebratory display for the arrival of the pill. Amidst the rumbling thunder, other elder members of the Su clan expressed their sentiments. Indeed, Lin Mu is extraordinary. Suyu's child truly has discerning eyes. Wait, could Lin Mu's elevated alchemical rank be related to his Quite possibly. An elder suddenly slapped his forehead. It seems there are certain rare constitutions that significantly enhance one's alchemical abilities. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Shui Yan and the elderly matron stood a short distance away. Finally, when the thunderclouds dissipated and sunlight broke through once more, the matron, seeing Shui Yan's continued silence, sighed. Miss, it appears it is impossible for you to recruit. From this day forth, the entire cultivation community will know that another alchemist capable of crafting the longevity pill has emerged. Moreover, he is the son-in-law of the Su clan. Such a figure cannot possibly be monopolized by my Shui clan. Our clan has already received numerous envious glances for having a single alchemist capable of crafting the longevity pill. If we were to acquire another, it would surely incite widespread resentment. The Shui clan simply lacks the strength to fend off the covetous desires of other powerful factions. Had I known this earlier, Shui Yen sighed deeply. Had I known this earlier, I should have invested heavily to bind Lin Mu to our Shui clan. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly burst into hearty laughter, descending directly before the Lord's manor. Lin Mu, I knew I did not misjudge you. I always believed you could concoct the longevity pill. You are indeed a remarkable talent, achieving such accomplishments in alchemy at such a young age. Splendid, splendid. The Grand Elder, unashamedly, completely ignored the fact that he had previously imposed a challenging This old fellow truly has no shame, yet that is to be expected. As long as I remain silent about the events of the Su clan, no one would know his true intentions. This old man is certain that I will not expose him, thus he speaks without regard for the truth. Rather than confronting him directly, Lin Mu glanced at the longevity pill before him and the system interface beside it. His ability to concoct the longevity pill was, of course, aided by the system. After acquiring a pill from the Grand Elder, he promptly swallowed it. The system immediately reacted, unlocking the illustration of the longevity pill. Once Lin Mu gathered the necessary materials for alchemy, he faced no obstacles, successfully crafting it in one attempt. As Lin Mu stored the freshly concocted longevity pills, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. After consuming the longevity pill, I did indeed feel somewhat rejuvenated, indicating its efficacy. Yet, why do I feel that this longevity pill is entirely different from the elixir of immortality I encountered? Could it be that the methods of extending one's lifespan differ? How perplexing! Lin Mu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. He emerged from the Lord's manor, and from the Grand Elder to other cultivators in the city, all eyes were keenly fixed upon the pill in Lin Mu's hand. Countless fervent gazes were directed at him. High above, Shui Yen sighed once more, filled with regret, yet amidst her remorse, she found a touch of humor. Well, at least we of the Shui clan are not the most unfortunate. That title belongs to the Lin family of Yunhai City. Chapter 95. Lin Mu takes a concubine. The world gazes in awe at this moment. Shui Yen merely spoke in jest. The attention of all present remained firmly fixed on Lin Mu and the elixir in his hand. The Grand Elder hurriedly approached, his gaze riveted on the longevity pill, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Good, 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 he exclaimed, extending his hand, almost eager to seize the precious pill directly. However, Lin Mu deftly turned his palm, withdrawing the longevity pill from reach. Grand Elder, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? The Grand Elder initially responded with confusion before smacking his forehead in realization. Oh dear, thank you for the reminder. He waved his hand towards Su Fei, instructing, quickly bring Suyu here. Prior to their departure, the Grand Elder had harbored concerns that Suyu, heavily pregnant, would be ridiculed by the onlooking cultivators, thus he had deliberately left her at home. Yet, it seemed all that worry was in vain. Su Fei, witnessing the Grand Elder's demeanor, felt a twinge of incredulity. The Grand Elder, a distinguished cultivator of the immortal stage, was exhibiting such deference to Lin Mu. However, upon reflection, he realized there was indeed no cause for alarm. With a resigned nod, Su Fei replied, please wait a moment, Grand Elder, I shall return shortly. He summoned a spatial ripple behind him and stepped inside. Moments later, he re-emerged with Suyu. Lin Mu, are you alright? They didn't mistreat you, did they? Suyu rushed towards Lin Mu, her concern palpable. Lin Mu smiled as he reached out to grasp her hand. What could possibly happen to me? At that moment, the Grand Elder interjected, you're mistaken, I would never act against Lin Mu. Suyu's face was a picture of bewilderment. But soon, comprehension dawned upon her, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Mu, you truly succeeded in refining the longevity pill. Lin Mu responded with a gentle smile. Naturally, were it other. The Grand Elder cleared his throat awkwardly. Oh, Lin Mu, there is no need to put it that way. Ignoring the Grand Elder's words, Lin Mu addressed him directly. Since I have successfully refined the longevity pill, do you have anything further to say regarding my marriage to Suyu? The Grand Elder shook his head vigorously. I am a man of my word, once said, it is as binding as a team of horses. This matter was thus settled. Now, even if Lin Mu wished to decline, the Grand Elder would not acquiesce. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. That is excellent. Today is indeed an auspicious day. Let us finalize the matter of taking a concubine today. Wan Lin furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in Lin Mu's declaration. What makes today so auspicious? Yet, he refrained from undermining Lin Mu, stepping forward to add, our Yuding city has long been prepared for this occasion, holding the ceremony today is absolutely feasible. The Grand Elder hesitated slightly. Could we perhaps postpone this by a few days? I wish to inform allied families so they may come to witness the event. Lin Mu, however, shook his head impassively.
I have declared it shall be today. It must indeed be today. His words carried an undeniable authority, leaving the Grand Elder somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he relented. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were taken aback. When had the Grand Elder of the Su clan ever been so accommodating? Did I hear correctly? The Su clan's prodigy is to become Lin Mu's concubine, and the Grand Elder is even. Yet, a perceptive individual elucidated, if you can refine the longevity pill, then you will be welcomed with open arms. The Grand Elder paid no heed to such remarks. He turned to Lin Mu, saying, very well, Lin Mu, this marriage shall proceed as you desire. Lin Mu burst into laughter. Then tonight, we shall officially hold the ceremony for taking a concubine. Fearing Lin Mu might utter something even more outrageous, which could provoke the Grand Elder's ire, Wan Lin hastily interjected, I kindly invite all esteemed elders to accompany me to the city lord. Having already made such significant concessions, the Grand Elder was unconcerned with these minor details. However, just before entering the city lord's mansion, he suddenly turned back, casting a peculiar smile towards a certain direction in the city. He even transmitted a message, old hag, don't you dare leave just yet. Come evening, be sure to bring your disciples to join in the celebratory feast. It turned out that upon Lin Mu's successful refinement of the longevity pill, Lin Xiu's master, astonished, had also revealed his presence. The Grand Elder immediately recognized him as the former sect master of the Yaoqi sacred land, yet, he had been preoccupied with pleasing Lin Mu at that moment and had refrained from mentioning it. Now, however, he had time to spare. If you leave now, it would truly be a disregard for my dignity, Lin Xiu's master retorted coldly, your clan's prodigy has been reduced to a mere concubine. Under normal circumstances, such words would have incensed the Grand Elder, yet, he merely smiled faintly. Whether I possess dignity or not, the public will render judgment. After sharing a laugh, the Grand Elder finally entered. Meanwhile, those within the tavern could sense an intense pressure emanating from the former sect master of the Yaoqi sacred land. Master, what troubles you? Lin Xiu inquired, bracing himself for an answer. Two formidable beings of the immortal stage communicated in secrecy, leaving Lin Xiu utterly oblivious. Thus, the anger emanating from his master seemed utterly inexplicable. The more confused he became, the more furious his master grew. Humph, were it not for your insistence on expelling Qin Yan from the sect and incurring Lin Mu's enmity, Lin Mu would have been one of our own in Yaoqi. And we would not lack for resources. Who knows how many longevity pills Lin Mu could refine for me, extending my lifespan significantly. His master's tirade bore no resemblance to a high-ranking being, but consumed by rage, he unleashed a torrent of reproaches upon Lin Xiu. Yet, Lin Xiu found himself at a loss for words. Had he not expelled Qin Yan, how could the Qin family have been so eager to marry her off in haste? Even if she were to marry out, it certainly would not have been to Lin Mu, who was still viewed as a waste at that time. Thus, Lin Mu would have had no ties to the Yaoqi sacred land. Lin Xiu even mused, had Qin Yan adhered to her original betrothal and married Lin Feng, given the animosities between Lin Mu and Lin Feng, Lin Mu would have harbored resentment towards Qin Yan, and consequently, towards us in Yaoqi. From the very beginning, Lin Mu was never destined to be one of us. However, he dared not voice these thoughts. Lin Xiu was acutely aware that no matter how reasonable his arguments might be, to counter his master would be to defy him. He could not bear such a transgression. Lin Xiu's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately settling on a reluctant admission. Master, you are right, all responsibility lies with me. As the members of Yaoqi engaged in their internal strife, all who caught wind of this news hurried towards Yuding City, yet, for reasons unknown, the cultivators from the Su clan were unwilling to assist in tearing open the spatial rift to expedite their arrival. Chapter 96. What kind of physique is this? Great Elder, weren't you initially planning to invite many old friends to witness this occasion? Why have you changed your mind? Su Fei inquired. The Great Elder offered a slight smile. Ah, you wouldn't understand. I am merely taking precautions to prevent others from snatching away the bride. Su Fei's eyes widened in surprise. He failed to grasp the Great Elder's words. Fortunately, the Great Elder, in a good mood, began to elaborate. The allure of the longevity pill is simply too great. If this news were to spread, it is likely that some shameless individuals would attempt to steal the bride. You has yet to step into Lin Mu's household. If someone were to seize the opportunity first, it would be quite troublesome. Su Fei was left utterly bewildered.
However, upon further reflection, he considered that even the position of Lin Mu's concubine could be subject to competition. It seemed Lin Mu was truly exceptional, in a corner. The shocks he had experienced today had been more than sufficient. Even when the great elder spoke again about snatching brides, he could muster no reaction. Who would have thought? How much time had passed since then? The young man who had once relied on the Su and Zhou families to withstand the pressure from the Yaoqi sacred land had now grown to this extent. Su Xiao recalled that day, shaking his head in disbelief. The speed at which Lin Mu was progressing was indeed alarming. Meanwhile, after conversing with the great elder, Su Fei noticed Su Xiao persistently shaking his head. With a sudden thought, he pulled Su Xiao aside and whispered, "You have known Lin Mu the longest. I have a question for you. What kind of physique does Lin Mu possess?" Su Xiao was momentarily stunned, unsure why the family head would ask him that. He replied in confusion, "Do you not know, family head? I assumed Lin Mu had informed you 10 days ago, otherwise, how could you have agreed to let Yuer become his concubine?" Su Fei gave a wry smile and shook his head. "At that time, I only noticed that his physique was peculiar, but I could not Moreover, not just me, even the other elders could not see through it." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's heart raced. The great elder could not uncover it either. Su Fei nodded. Indeed, he too was stumped. Observing his expression, Su Fei realized he would gain no further insight. He shook his head and wandered off, muttering, "Lin Mu's physique is truly strange. Could it possibly be the legendary spirit medicine physique from ancient tales?" However, their primary concern was not Lin Mu himself. Would the child in Yuer's womb inherit Lin Mu's physique? This was uncertain. It was said that Lin Mu's daughter with Qin Yan had inherited her physique. Nonetheless, even if Yuer's child bore only the Su lineage, it would suffice. As long as Lin Mu was present, the child would never lack for elixirs, ensuring a smooth path in cultivation ahead. The esteemed elders of the Su family gathered, sharing laughter and conversation. In the cultivation world, strength ultimately spoke volumes. Now that Lin Mu had demonstrated his prowess, even if it meant allowing their own. Soon, night fell. Yet, within Yending City, it was as bright as day. Wan Lin had truly spared no expense, erecting 2 towering structures with countless spirit stones and activating formations to illuminate the entire city. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mu smiled and shook his head. "Lord Wan, I owe you a tremendous favor this time." Wan Lin quickly responded, "There is no need for such formalities between us." He then expressed his thoughts. "Lin Mu, in fact, I have something I wish to consult you about, Lord Wan." Wan Lin, intrigued, wondered what Lin Mu could possibly want to ask, given that his alchemical skills had already surpassed his own. Nevertheless, he nodded, "Feel free to inquire, I shall share whatever I know." Before long, the auspicious hour arrived. Amidst the throng of Su family members, Su Yu, her belly prominent, stepped forward. So, she had long been carrying Lin Mu's child. They shook their heads, at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Mu stood atop a high platform, gazing at Su Yu approaching in the distance, a smile gracing his features. However, beside him, Qin Yan suddenly furrowed her brow. "Husband, is this Su Yu the same one I am acquainted with?" Initially, upon hearing the name, she had assumed it to be a mere coincidence, perhaps. Yet now, upon seeing Su Yu's appearance, she recognized an uncanny resemblance to that man who had always entangled her. It was difficult for her not to suspect. The cultivation world was vast, and with numerous descendants of the Su family. However, such striking similarity in appearance surely indicated close blood ties. In such circumstances, one would surely avoid such names. Thus, the answer became clear. Su Yu was, in fact, a woman. Qin Yan gasped, covering her mouth but soon, realization dawned upon her. "So that is it." Lin Mu, noticing her reaction, chuckled softly, "My dear, what are you thinking? Why the sudden so that is it?" Qin Yan sighed, shaking her head, choosing not to respond. Her words implied that she had finally grasped why the Su family had come to Lin Mu's aid. After all, at that time, Lin Mu should have had no ties to the Su family. It must have been that Su Yu had developed deep feelings for him upon their first meeting. Qin Yan's reasoning was entirely mistaken. She was unaware that Lin Mu's entanglement with Su Yu had been a twist of fate. However, her thoughts held some merit. After all, her husband was indeed exceptional. It only made sense that a prodigy like Su Yu would fall for Lin Mu at first sight, thereby reflecting positively on. Sighing, Qin Yan leaned closer to Lin Mu's ear and said, "I do not wish to pry into past matters. However, my husband, you must treat her well in the future." Lin Mu burst into laughter. "My dear, why do you say such things? Have I ever treated you poorly?" Qin Yan shook her head. "You have always treated me exceptionally well. I am merely offering a word of caution." "All right, dear, let us not speak of this any longer. Sister Yuer is approaching." Lin Mu nodded and then stepped to Su Yu's side, taking her hand in his. "Su Yu, from now on, you are mine." Suyu shyly nodded, at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Mu's ears were filled with the system's notifications. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewards are being distributed. Please refrain from disturbing. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. Refrain from disturbing, how could I possibly disturb you? Before he could finish his thoughts, the cultivators within the city were thrown into a state of panic. What was happening now, however? The esteemed elders of the Su family and Lin Xiu's master soared into the air, their gazes fixated on Suyu's belly. Even before birth, it has triggered such an extraordinary phenomenon? Merely possessing the bloodline of the Void Emperor could not account for this, it must be the influence of Lin Mu's physique. What on earth is his physique? The mighty ones fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 97 A Celestial Phenomenon. Shall we arrange a betrothal? Though the mighty ones ceased their discourse, the extraordinary spectacle in the sky continued unabated. The dark clouds gradually descended, transforming from black to gray, and eventually coalescing into billowing azure smoke. Within this ethereal haze, an array of breathtaking visions materialized. I seemed to behold celestial maidens. Great dragons soared amidst the heavens. Could this be a scene from a paradise? The path to immortality. I perceived the path to immortality. Just as this thought escaped the lips of one individual, he was abruptly silent. You have merely begun your cultivation. The practitioners within the city were nearly driven to madness. The lower one's cultivation realm, the more outlandish their remarks became, with wild speculations abounding. In contrast, such a constitution could not possibly be triggered by an ordinary individual. It is feared that once Suyu's child is born, they will be a formidable presence from the Dao Palace's secret realm. That child, even in the womb, has already commenced cultivation, crossing to the other shore and entering the Dao Palace. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. In their silence, the Grand Elders suddenly burst into laughter.
Excellent! Excellent, excellent! He seized Su Fei by the arm, lavishing him with praise. You have done well, regardless of the circumstances. The child in Suyu's womb bears our Su lineage. Your initial decision was not misguided. The Su family has reaped significant benefits this time. Su Fei felt a sense of helplessness, believing that no merit should come without labor. To be truthful, it was Suyu's discerning eye that chose Lin Mu. He had no stake in this matter, however. He found it difficult to oppose at that moment, and could only muster, "It is all thanks to your teachings, Grand Elder." Yet the more jubilant the Su clan became, the more the individual. Their enmity with Lin Mu had deepened significantly. The better Lin Mu fared, the more discomfort they felt, especially for Lin Xiu, whose eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Why not? It would sever Lin Mu's future. He understood all too well that should that child be born, the Su clan would undoubtedly cherish them as kin and protect them fiercely. If that were to happen, even if he were to kill Lin Mu, the child would eventually seek revenge. The Yaoqi sacred ground would not find peace either. Thus, it would be wiser to eradicate this potential threat while it is still in the cradle. Within the womb, however, Lin Xiu also recognized that with his current cultivation level, such an endeavor was utterly unattainable. Hence, he approached his master. Master, I implore you to intervene. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's plea, his master grasped his intent immediately. The master furrowed his brow. If we do not act now, once Lin Mu's child grows, will they not seek to trouble us? His master pondered for a long moment before finally conceding. You are correct, I must take action. But not just yet. Upon hearing the first part, Lin Xiu felt a surge of joy, only to be disheartened by the latter statement. If not now, then when? He questioned anxious. That old wretch from the Su clan has already locked onto my aura. If I make any unusual movements, he will notice immediately. I must first find an opportunity to depart, feigning a loss of composure due to anger, to deceive that Grand Elder into lowering his guard. Only then can I secretly return and strike at the yet-to-be-born infant. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Your foresight is commendable, master. His master nodded. Where are they? The Grand Elder shook his head. You would not be able to perceive them. The one who came this time is their former sect leader. Ha, that old hag has not changed a bit despite her age. Su Fei finally understood. You mean the immortal Han Yen? Nonsense. Relying on her beauty, she stirred countless troubles with her character. How dare she call herself Han Yen? I would sooner call her the Burning Wave Immortal. Hearing the Grand Elder so disparage the former sect leader of Yaoqi, Su Fei, the entanglements of these exalted beings were matters he did not wish to interfere with, lest he become embroiled in their consequences. Fortunately, the Grand Elder did not linger on that topic. After all, today was a momentous occasion for Yuer, and he would refrain from mentioning that wretched woman. He waved his hand, instructing Su Fei to make some preparations. Go keep an eye on those from Yaoqi who have not departed. Ensure they do not cause any disturbances. I have matters to discuss in detail with Lin Mu. Su Fei nodded promptly. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I shall attend to it at once. Once he left, his countenance was adorned with a smile, seemingly intent on projecting a harmonious demeanor. However, coupled with his features, it created an unsettling discord. Lin Mu felt quite uncomfortable and spoke up directly. Grand Elder, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. There is no need for such a smile, it is rather disconcerting. The Grand Elder felt a twinge of embarrassment but obliged, retracting his smile before stating, Lin Mu, let us make a proposition. Can we arrange a betrothal?
Lin Mu was taken aback upon hearing this.
A betrothal? The Grand Elder nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Suyu trembled with excitement, exclaiming, that would be splendid.
Initially, Lin Mu was reluctant to acquiesce to the Grand Elder. However, seeing Suyu's enthusiasm, he casually remarked, I shall ponder it a bit more. The Grand Elder interpreted this as Lin Mu's agreement and was overjoyed.
Wonderful.
I shall spread the news in a few days.
Lin Mu glanced at the Grand Elder and then at Suyu, shaking his head. Now I understand why your Void Emperor was able to leave behind such a multitude of descendants.
After dismissing, we should retire to our chambers.
Suyu's face flushed, yet she nodded.
I shall obey my husband in all matters. However, I do have a child in my womb. Lin Mu chuckled, I have alternative methods.
What methods?
Suyu inquired with curiosity, but once Lin Mu whispered the details in her ear, her face flushed crimson.
Husband, where did you learn of such things? The woman cast a cold glance at their retreating forms before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, following them into the room. Chapter 98, The Secret Dual Cultivation Technique of the Yaoqi. Ding, the system upgrade has been completed. Just as Lin Mu was about to engage in a deeper conversation with Suyu, a sudden notification echoed in his ears. His expression stiffened slightly. Wait, is this system upgrade happening at such an astonishing pace? To his surprise, the system actually responded. If the host desires, this system can autonomously connect. Well, let us not pursue that, Lin Mu quickly interjected. He was eager to experiment and discover the new functionalities that had emerged following the system's upgrade. However, with his momentary distraction, his body involuntarily came to a halt. Suyu, feeling bashful, turned to Lin Mu and said, My lord, didn't you? Why have you stopped?
Lin Mu cleared his throat a few times.
I have some matters to investigate.
Suyu furrowed her brow slightly, He flashed her a few smiles before immersing himself in the system's study. Name, Lin Mu. Age, 31. Cultivation level, 2nd layer of the 4 extremes secret realm. Physique blood, 39 techniques. 1st layer of yin-yang harmony technique, 1st turn of 9 revolutions god-slaying technique, heaven-ranked pillmaster secret canon of 3rd tier magical arts, 2nd layer of void sword technique. Empress cultivation targets. Xinyan, Suyu, and there doesn't seem to be any changes on my personal panel. I recall that when the task was initially issued, the system mentioned that following an upgrade, it could break. How might this functionality be employed? As Lin Mu pondered, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, yet, just as quickly, the stinging sensation vanished, replaced by a sense of clarity. Goodness, is this the legendary fiery eyes? Lin Mu tilted his head with a smile, but then his expression froze. In the corner of his room, a celestial maiden had suddenly manifested, exuding. Her beauty was nearly flawless, yet she radiated an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Who was this woman? Moreover, how did she suddenly appear in my room? Lin Mu's mind raced, but his gaze shifted to avoid it. He recalled the words of the Grand Elder from not long ago. Could this lady be the former sect leader of the Yaoqi? It is quite plausible. I can indeed sense an aura from her that closely resembles Qin. However, it is rather peculiar for the Yaoqi to have a female sect leader. Just as Lin Mu was about to voice his thoughts, he suddenly remembered indeed, their sect. Given this, it seems quite normal for a female sect leader to emerge among the descendants of Yaoqi. No matter, Lin Mu pursed his lips. He had come to comprehend that this former sect leader of Yaoqi, she was undoubtedly a friend, not a foe. If he were to directly expose her identity, it would be rather perilous. Even if he could withstand her attack, Suyu beside him, along with the child she bore, would certainly be affected. The moment Lin Mu revealed any signs of weakness or made a gesture to summon someone, this so-called fairy would undoubtedly strike fiercely. Yet even if Lin Mu remained completely still, the cold smoke fairy could not be expected to wait idly. Lin Mu found himself in a quandary, but soon devised a plan. Let us continue. I must tell you, the technique we employed for our dual cultivation earlier has significant origins. Upon hearing Lin Mu speak, Suyu immediately focused intently. To her astonishment, Lin Mu proceeded to make such a claim. She blushed slightly, exclaiming, "My lord, you truly jest. How could your methods possibly have such significance? It seems you plainly learned them secretly from somewhere." The technique we practiced in our dual cultivation is none other than the yin-yang harmony technique, a secret transmission from the sacred grounds of Yaoqi. For reasons unknown, as Lin Mu spoke these words, he seemed to faintly hear a cold snort. He understood clearly that this was no mere illusion, rather, his fabrications had displeased the cold smoke fairy in the room. Nevertheless, Lin Mu remained unfazed and continued to speak without restraint. You are unaware, but it was this dual cultivation technique that enabled me to." Suyu gasped a few times, then covered her mouth in disbelief, saying, "My lord, you are not deceiving me, are you? Does this yin-yang harmony technique truly possess such efficacy?" Her heart was filled with, moreover, even if they did possess one, they should have retained Qin Yan within the sect and utilized this so-called harmony technique to heal her, rather than expelling her from the sect altogether. As for the cold smoke fairy in the corner, her beautiful eye. Could it be that his ability to heal Qin Yan did not stem from some miraculous elixir? Initially, the Yaoqi sect was unclear about how Lin Mu managed to stabilize Qin Yan's foundation. However, as news of Lin Mu being a pill master spread, the cultivators of Yaoqi assumed he had some formidable master behind him, bestowing him with a miraculous elixir to heal Qin Yan. Yet now, it seemed rather implausible. The cold smoke fairy felt a flicker of curiosity and took the initiative to rise, moving closer to the bedside, eager to ascertain the nature of this so-called Yaoqi secret dual cultivation technique. However, she soon found herself blushing and her heart racing, diverting her gaze elsewhere, while she let out a few huffs. This Lin Mu is truly improper. All he possesses are mere tricks from the brothels, yet he dares to proclaim it as a dual cultivation technique? She believed she had concealed herself exceptionally well, so she did not bother to be discreet, nearly pressing herself against Lin Mu's back. Thus, not only did she witness everything clearly, but she also nearly found herself. This brat speaks nonsense. I should have acted sooner and captured him back to the sacred grounds. However, as the cold smoke fairy's thoughts shifted, Lin Mu sensed her murderous intent. At this moment, he could no longer afford to tease the fairy.
9 Revolutions Harmony Technique.
With a focused thought, Lin Mu immediately activated the dual cultivation secret technique. In an instant, a peculiar aura emanated from Lin Mu's body. Suyu was the first to notice something amiss. She felt her internal spiritual energy, after circulating through Lin Mu's body, actually swell in strength before returning to her dantian. She exclaimed in delight, "My lord, it seems you truly possess the Yaoqi secret transmission." Phew, the Yaoqi sacred grounds may seem lofty and untouchable, but they are merely a collection of. Suyu murmured with a hint of disdain towards the Yaoqi sacred grounds.